So pure so flirtatious chapter 1104 to chapter 1141. It was true that Fatty Lee's driving skills were very good. He was almost speeding all the way, and it took him 20 hours to reach the destination. For some speed cameras, Fatty Lee didn't mind at all. It seemed that all the procedures of this car were fake. At least, Yang Ming saw more than a dozen license plates in the trunk of the car, and there were even Vietnamese license plates. Wang Xiaoyan slept for a while in the back, and now she was very energetic. Yang Ming was always vigilant. Although Fang Tian had explained that Fatty Lee was a person who could be absolutely trusted, it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. After so many years, who could guarantee that Fatty Lee was absolutely kind? There will be a boat to pick us up in a while. Now, let's get out of the car to eat something and simply stretch our bodies. Fatty Lee parked the car on a lawn not far from the river. When the door was opened, a hot air came out. Yang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. They had crossed most of the map plate in one day. From the north to the south, the temperature had also changed sharply. The coat on his body could no longer be worn. Fortunately, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were prepared in advance. After taking off the coat, there was a long-sleeved shirt inside. When it was hot, the sleeves could be rolled up. When it was cold, the sleeves could be put down. It was very convenient. In order to rush for time, they didn't stop along the way. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't eat anything except for drinking water. Although Fatty Lee suggested that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan eat something to fill their stomach, Fatty Lee didn't eat. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were also embarrassed to eat. Anyway, both of them were assassins. They had received strict professional training. Their endurance was not worse than Fatty Lee, so they persisted until they reached the destination. Then, the three people took out the food in the trunk of the car. Most of it was some fast food, which was purchased in the supermarket before Fatty Lee left. Do you want to drink? Fatty Lee opened a can of Songjiang beer and raised it. No. Yang Ming waved his hand. I don't like to drink very much. Then I won't be polite. Fatty Lee didn't say much. He directly gulped it down, and then he showed an excited expression. Cool, I haven't drunk such pure beer for a long time. The wines in Vietnam don't have this taste at all. Is there no beer in Guangxi? Yang Ming looked at Fatty Lee's refreshing look and asked curiously. Yes, but I don't come here often. Moreover, the boats are used to carry people. It's too extravagant to use it to transport beer. Fatty Lee said, when you get there, you will know how bad the beer is. Yang Ming smiled, grabbed a burger, and tore open the outer packaging. Compared to other things, hamburgers were more satisfying. Yang Ming was here to carry out a mission, not to enjoy. If he ate too much, his body would feel uncomfortable, so it was fine to eat until he was full. Wang Xiaoyan ate even less. She only had a bag of milk and a bag of Master Kong 3+2 biscuits. She didn't even finish all the biscuits. How come the two of you eat so little? Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan finished eating quickly, and he was still here, slowly savoring the drumstick and beer. Hee, we are used to it. Yang Ming smiled. When we eat outside, we like to end it as soon as possible. AI, the ship still has to wait for a while to arrive. There are so many things. It is a pity not to eat. If you don't eat, then I will eat by myself. Fatty Lee shook his head. He didn't understand Yang Ming's habit, so it was inappropriate to ask more. You eat. Don't worry about us. Yang Ming stood up and planned to walk around with Wang Xiaoyan. This was the first time in his life to come to Guangxi, but he just stayed for a while. Don't go too far. There are also snake heads here. I know some of them, but some of them don't listen to me. Don't make any mistakes. Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were preparing to walk around, so he quickly reminded them. Don't worry. Yang Ming smiled and said, we will walk around nearby. We won't be out of your sight. That's good. Fatty Lee nodded. Neither Yang Ming nor Wang Xiaoyan were afraid of any snake heads. There was such a benefit to coming out with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't have to worry about the safety of Wang Xiaoyan all the time. There were very few people who could hurt Wang Xiaoyan, but there were many who could be hurt by her. Therefore, Yang Ming was also very relaxed. He strolled along the river with Wang Xiaoyan, but it was also very pleasant. "How do you feel? Are you tired?" asked Yang Ming. "I'm okay, but I'm a little excited." Wang Xiaoyan was telling the truth. It was difficult not to be excited when she received such a big mission for the first time. "You will get used to it. There are still many missions to accept in the future." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I hope there won't be any problems." Yang Ming could understand Wang Xiaoyan's mood at the moment. How similar was it to the first time he went to perform a mission? Thinking about it, he should be so nervous, right? At this time, the shore of the Beiluan River was still very quiet, especially the location where Yang Ming and the others were at. It was not a tourist attraction. The reason why they chose to smuggle in here was because there were fewer people here. The sound of a ship's motor gradually became clear. They glanced at the river. A medium-sized passenger ship came to the shore. At this time, Fatty Lee also stood up and greeted it. Come to think of it, this was the ship that came to pick them up, but Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. There were only a few people. Why did they get such a big ship? A small boat was enough. However, then Yang Ming knew why. He saw that after the ship docked, the deck was lowered. Fatty Lee returned to the car, started the car, and drove the car to the ship. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan also walked over. Fatty Lee just got out of the car. When he saw them, he said, "I just wanted to call you, but you have already come over." We saw the ship coming, so we came over." Yang Ming said, "Did you bring this car from Vietnam?" "Yeah, I don't have a car here, so I brought one from Vietnam. It is convenient to do things with my own car," said Fatty Lee. Yang Ming looked at Fatty Lee's approach and was a little dumbfounded. Not only were his people smuggled over, but even his car was also smuggled over. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan quickly boarded the ship. A pockmarked face on the ship helped Fatty Lee put away the deck and then sat aside. "Old Kung, a Vietnamese man, my assistant over there." Fatty Lee pointed to the pockmarked face and said, when he was a child, his face was sick. After he recovered, he became pockmarked. "We all call him Old Kung." "Old Kung?" Yang Ming looked at the pockmarked face. This name was really a bit of an image. Old Kung turned his head and smiled at Yang Ming in a friendly manner. Then, he was busy with his own things. Old King doesn't like to talk much, but he is a ruthless character. When he fights with other snakeheads on the ground, he rushes to the front. Fatty Lee introduced him to Yang Ming. It could be seen that he valued Old King very much. Fatty Lee often did illegal immigration, so he had a particularly good grasp of the time. He knew when no one was checking and where they could go. It was not far from the river to Vietnam. They could swim there, but it was more troublesome. It was better to take a boat. Yang Ming sat silently on the deck and looked at his homeland far away. He was a little sad. This was the second time he went abroad, but it was different from the last time. The last time was in the container, and he couldn't see the situation outside. Although Yang Ming had special abilities, he wouldn't deliberately look at anything. This time was different. This time, he was leaving by boat. Yang Ming would be somewhat uncomfortable. "Brother, is this your first time going abroad?" Seeing Yang Ming's silent look, Fatty Lee asked with a smile. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "This is the first time I'm leaving by boat in the open." "Hee, it's fine as long as you get used to it. In fact, it's nothing. When I was young, I ran my own boat back and forth several times a day. I am used to it." Fatty Lee smiled and said, "Besides, Vietnam was on our side before the Song dynasty. There is nothing special. When you go there, you will know. It's similar to here. It's just the countryside." Yang Ming smiled. Fatty Lee was quite funny. Yang Ming was also secretly paying attention. If Fatty Lee was really good, then he didn't mind continuing to associate with him. After all, this was the relationship that Fong Tian left for him. He would have to rely on himself to continue to develop in the future. Unknowingly, the boat docked. Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Fatty Lee talking and laughing, Yang Ming's heart was still a little uneasy. After all, this was his first time using this kind of illegal immigration, but Fatty Lee was obviously used to it. In his opinion, it was as simple as eating a meal. On the shore, Fatty Lee also drove the car down. When they were on the boat, Old King had replaced the license plate with a local Vietnamese military license plate. Vietnam was relatively poor, and there were fewer families with cars, especially high-end cars like the Toyota 4500. However, with the military license plate, it would not be so eye-catching. After all, in the armies of various countries, the Toyota Land Cruiser series of cars accounted for a large proportion. "Is the license plate real?" asked Yang Ming casually. "The license plate is real, but there is no procedure." Fatty Lee smiled and said, "You have to rely on your connections. It is much simpler to do things here than on your side. As long as you have money, this place will become your paradise." Yang Ming didn't know much about the local customs here, but he had also seen similar comments on the internet, saying that Vietnam was a paradise for the rich. Here, you could have everything with money. But Yang Ming was just a transit here. He had no time to study the things that eat, drink, and play here. Fatty Lee turned and said a few words to Old King in Vietnamese. At first, Old King insisted on refusing and shook his head. However, after Fatty Lee said something, Old King nodded and agreed, but he gave something to Fatty Lee. After Fatty Lee finished talking to Old King, he jumped into the off-road vehicle, and then let Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan get in the car. "I asked him to stay here and not follow us, but he refused." "He must follow," Fatty Lee said after he got in the car. "Later, I ordered him in the name of the boss, and he gave up." Yang Ming didn't expect Fatty Lee to explain the conversation between him and Old King. He was a little surprised, but he immediately understood that Fatty Lee was opening his heart and wanted to win his favor. "This one is very loyal." "Not bad." Yang Ming nodded and said sincerely. It could be seen that Old King was the kind of person who was not good with words, but he was particularly willing to work hard and risk his life. "Yeah, otherwise, I can't let him follow me for so many years." Fatty Lee smiled. "After all, he is a Vietnamese. If not, I can't trust him completely." The car was driving on the muddy road in Vietnam. Yang Ming didn't know where this was. He had never been to Vietnam, and he was not familiar with the environment here. He could only try his best to remember the route he had passed by. Although Fatty Lee seemed to be trustworthy, Yang Ming's profession made him always be careful and cautious. Boom. There was a faint sound similar to the explosion of firecrackers in the jungle. However, Yang Ming looked stunned. Because he knew that this was not the sound of firecrackers at all, but gunshots. When he was training in Europe, Yang Ming had deliberately received similar training. In an empty room, he listened to the sound of various weapons to distinguish what kind of weapon the enemy used. Therefore, whether it was gunshots or firecrackers, Yang Ming could directly distinguish them. Although this gunshot was not very clear, Yang Ming could not accurately say what weapon made it. It should be some kind of long-caliber rifle. These were two different sounds. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan quietly and saw that she also frowned. Yang Ming could be sure that Wang Xiaoyan also heard it. The two looked at each other, and everything was understood without words. "Is it very messy here?" Yang Ming glanced at Fatty Lee, who was unaware, and asked. "It's okay. It's actually not as messy as you think," Fatty Lee said somewhat inexplicably. "Guns are very messy?" asked Yang Ming. "This is true. Some of the veterans have guns in their hands." Fatty Lee nodded and said. "The sound just now was a gunshot," Yang Ming said faintly. "Oh? Is it?" Fatty Lee was shocked and immediately became alert. "This area is my territory. No one will play with guns." Seeing Fatty Lee's nervous look, Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. "I also heard it vaguely. Maybe it came from a far place." Fatty Lee nodded. Although he didn't say anything, Yang Ming could feel that he obviously raised his vigilance and no longer talked and laughed like before. These people lived in danger every day. Although it was very cool in the eyes of outsiders, Fatty Lee knew that he had many enemies. Boom. There was another crisp sound. However, this time the sound was very close. The bullet seemed to have passed by not far away. This time, without Yang Ming saying it, Fatty Lee also heard it. Fatty Lee's face suddenly showed a vigilant look. He stopped the car and touched his waist with his hand. Yang Ming saw it before. It was a Vietnamese pistol, which was given to him by Old Kung when they set off. Boom, boom. There were 2 consecutive sounds. It seemed that the bullet was shot on the side of the car. Get down. Yang Ming pressed Fatty Li's head down and let him curl up in the driver's seat. Wang Xiaoyan, without Yang Ming's reminder, had already gotten down. Boom. There was another gunshot. The bullet shot on the front windshield of the Toyota. Although it did not penetrate, there was a crack mark on the windshield. Bulletproof glass? It's quite strong. Yang Ming smiled. Fatty Li saw that Yang Ming was still in the mood to smile, and he admired him, but he couldn't smile. Fatty Li didn't expect that someone would launch a surprise attack on him today. It's bulletproof, but I don't know if it can be blocked later. Obviously, Fatty Li had no confidence in the bulletproof glass. Did you meet an enemy? Asked Yang Ming faintly. Maybe. Mother **Ker, I thought of it. It must be that guy, He Lao San. Fatty Li nodded and said fiercely. Although Yang Ming didn't know who He Lao San was, he was definitely a person similar to Fatty Li. Perhaps he was his peer. Wasn't there a saying? Peers were enemies. While talking to Fatty Li, Yang Ming was still vigilant about the movement outside the car until he saw a shadow approaching. He said, "Give me the gun." Ah? Fatty Li was stunned. He hesitated, but he still handed the gun to Yang Ming. At this moment, he made a great decision. All of this was due to his trust in Feng Tian. Today's events were very strange. Just after he picked up Yang Ming, he was attacked. Although Fatty Li also understood that this matter should have nothing to do with Yang Ming, it was inevitable that he had no doubts. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Ming asked him for the gun. He had to take a great risk. But when he thought about it, his life was saved by Feng Tian. If it weren't for Feng Tian, he would have died here 20 years ago. Fatty Li didn't care about anything. If Yang Ming really wanted to kill him, it should be Feng Tian's intention. At most, he would just return his life, so Fatty Li was so generous to give the gun to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also saw Fatty Li's hesitation. How could he not understand his thoughts? However, at this time, Yang Ming wouldn't say anything. Yang Ming took the gun and gently held it in his hand. His other hand touched the door handle of the car. Fatty Li looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do. After Yang Ming asked for the gun, he didn't take any action. Fatty Li couldn't ask, so he could only be anxious. Suddenly, Yang Ming moved. He slammed open the door, swung his hand, and fired a shot outside. Then, he quickly closed the door. All of this was done at the speed of lightning. The whole process was less than 2 seconds. Until Yang Ming closed the door, there was a scream outside the car. Fatty Li was extremely shocked. He killed one just like that? Isn't it too fast? He wanted to say something, but when he saw that Yang Ming was still there quietly, Fatty Li swallowed the words that came to his mouth. Let's go. He is the only one around here. We have already killed him. Let's retreat. After a while, Yang Ming sat up and said. Fatty Li's mouth squirmed a bit. He had a lot of questions to ask Yang Ming, but in the end, he didn't ask. He didn't know why Yang Ming was so sure that there was only one person nearby, but Yang Ming could kill the target outside with one shot. This was enough to prove that Yang Ming was not simple. However, seeing that Yang Ming had already sat up, Fatty Li had nothing to be afraid of. He also sat up and looked at the body of the person who was killed by Yang Ming outside the window. He was suddenly shocked, and his face showed anger. Mother **Ker, it was really He Lao San who did it. Do you know him? Yang Ming glanced at the body on the ground and asked. He is a fierce general under He Lao San, called Poisonous Scorpion. I have long disliked him, but I didn't expect him to be killed by you, brother. Fatty Li said until here, and suddenly he was a little excited. It's nothing. Yang Ming said faintly, he just didn't have the chance to make a move. He died quite unjustly. Yang Ming did not deliberately deify and flaunt himself. In fact, even if he made a move, the result would still be death. Fatty Lee saw that Yang Ming didn't care much about the compliment, so he no longer mentioned the matter of Yang Ming making a move. He quickly started the car and said apologetically, "I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. This He Lao-san, I will never let him go. He chose this time to make a move. It must be that he is confident." Yang Ming was very open-minded about these things. Since he encountered it, he didn't need to blame anyone. Fatty Lee helped him to sneak in, and he encountered trouble halfway. This trouble was not Fatty Lee's original intention, so Yang Ming could only help him solve these troubles as much as possible. That's also true. It seems that we have to be careful. Fatty Lee nodded and said, "I don't know if we can stick to the city. If we stick to the city, there will be no problem." The car sped along the muddy road. The performance of off-road vehicles could only be maximized on such a road. In the city, the performance of off-road vehicles and sedans were not very different. Yang Ming wasn't as relaxed as he was at the beginning. Instead, he was vigilant of his surroundings. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan had also entered a state of readiness for battle. She was already holding a lipstick pistol in her hand. "Is there a roadblock ahead?" Yang Ming suddenly asked. "What? Luca? Check the car?" Fatty Lee was stunned and said, "Where?" "It's not far ahead." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he added, "My eyesight is better than others." "You can't see it yet." "Luca?" Fatty Lee suddenly frowned. For Yang Ming's words, Fatty Lee did not doubt it. After all, Yang Ming would not make such a joke for no reason. In theory, Vietnam's investigation of foreigners who illegally came here was very lax. In any case, most of the foreigners came here to spend money. Vietnam welcomed them, and it was rare for them to check for illegal immigrants. After all, this was not an economic powerhouse like Europe and the United States. No one would settle here from a developing China. "There is a problem." Fatty Lee shook his head. With his intuition, he had already noticed that things were unusual. Fatty Lee's relationship with the local officials was very good. Otherwise, he couldn't get the license plate of the military vehicle. If the other party had a large-scale inspection, it was impossible for Fatty Lee not to have any news at all. If it was not to check for illegal immigrants, then there was no need to set up a roadblock here because this was not a traffic route at all. Except for the cars that picked up guests on the illegal boats, no one would come here. Yang Ming shrugged. He was not familiar with the environment here, but if Fatty Lee said that there was a problem, then there must be a problem. "I will find a way to rush over in a while. If I can't rush over, I guess I will have to fight." Fatty Lee gritted his teeth and said, "You are guests. There is no need to take risks with me. This is my personal grievance with He Lao-san. You get off here. I will call Old King to pick you up. Let's go together." Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. "If you have an accident, who do we find to go to Africa?" "Oh." Although Yang Ming's reason was somewhat reasonable, Fatty Lee also knew that it was not necessary to go through him to go to Africa. With Fong Tian's connections, it was also possible to find another channel. However, Yang Ming's current idea was really to protect Fatty Lee. Yang Ming also knew that Fatty Lee was not the only channel. Fong Tian could definitely find others, but time waited for no one. Since he had come to Vietnam with Fatty Lee, it was better to be safe. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to reconnect with the channel to go to Africa. Knowing that Yang Ming would not get off, Fatty Lee did not persuade much. He put a police light on the car and turned on the car's alarm. If it was a general car check, then the military car that saw Fatty Lee with the alarm should be let go directly. However, if someone deliberately set up a roadblock, then it was hard to say. Fatty Lee also understood that it was impossible for all three of them to stay in the jungle. Over there, He Lao-san's underling, Poisonous Scorpion, was killed by Yang Ming. If He Lao-san did not get the news of Poisonous Scorpion for a long time, and the roadblock here did not see Fatty Lee's car, then it was very likely that he would take people to push into the jungle. The final result was that all three of them would be discovered. Therefore, Fatty Lee suggested that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan stay, and he would rush out by himself. But now that Yang Ming was with him, Fatty Lee's heart was a lot more at ease. Yang Ming's powerful strength completely conquered Fatty Lee's heart in an instant. He was also a person who lived on the tip of a knife. Yang Ming's calmness, accuracy of marksmanship, and keenness of judgment made it difficult for Fatty Li to connect with his age. Fatty Li was already a man in his 40s. In front of Yang Ming, he could actually be regarded as a figure of the uncle's generation, but Fatty Li did not regard Yang Ming as a junior. Fang Tian's friend is really extraordinary. This was also Fatty Li's heartfelt emotion. After driving for a while, Fatty Li also saw the flashing police light in front. It should be the roadblock that Yang Ming mentioned. Although he was surprised how Yang Ming found it, he did not ask much. People like Fang Tian always had some outstanding points. DD. Fatty Li sped up the car and kept honking the horn, trying to rush through the roadblock set in front. At this time, it could be vaguely seen that there were 4 or 5 people standing at the roadblock. Behind these people, a military truck was parked. It was covered with canvas, so he couldn't see how many people were inside. However, Yang Ming figured it out. There were 2 guys with rocket launchers sitting in the truck. What is this place? Yang Ming looked at it and felt a chill. I'm not elder you. If I get hit, won't I be done for immediately? Damn it. Fatty Li apparently also saw the military truck. At this moment, the truck was in the middle of the road. It was absolutely impossible for his car to break through. There were woods next to it, so he couldn't drive at all. Fatty Li's forehead suddenly oozed sweat. Stop the car. Yang Ming said decisively. Gee. The screeching sound of the brake pad friction was particularly clear in the night sky, but there was still a distance to the roadblock in front. The other side should not be able to hear it. What should we do? Fatty Li clenched his teeth. At this time, he could only listen to Yang Ming's dispatch. He didn't have any ideas. There was no other way except to fight head-on. Let me think about it. Yang Ming didn't seem to be anxious. After all, the number of people in front was not a lot. There were only 7 people in total. Yang Ming wasn't afraid. What really made Yang Ming afraid was indeed the rocket launchers in the hands of the 2 people sitting in the military truck. We don't want the car. You don't feel bad, right? Yang Ming glanced at the Toyota 4500 they were riding in and asked Fatty Li, it's good to be able to keep our lives. Why would we feel bad about this broken car? Fatty Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. The key problem is that now we can't run away even if we don't want the car. Take down all the useful things in the car. Leave the rest to me. Yang Ming nodded and instructed Fatty Li. It could be seen that Fatty Li was not a stingy person. He didn't care about these worldly things. You. Okay. Fatty Li wanted to say something, but he found that he really couldn't help. Now they were at a dead end. If they could find a way out, it would be great. Fatty Li was not a pretentious person. From his career to his little fame in the northern region until now, he had become a tyrant. He had long thought that his enemies might come to him at any time. So when it really came to this moment, Fatty Li could also be calm. At worst, it was just a death. But now with the appearance of Yang Ming, everything became possible. In this case, who was willing to die? It was good to have a glimmer of hope. When Fatty Li was busy moving things, Wang Xiaoyan walked to Yang Ming's side. What are you going to do? Drive over. Before they take action against me, I will shoot and detonate the fuel tank of the truck. Yang Ming did not hide and told his plan. It's too dangerous. This is a way to die together. When Yang Ming's voice just fell, Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed, what if they have the same purpose? What else can I do? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. We can't just wait for death, right? But, how about I go with you? Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and said. No need. Yang Ming shook his head. It doesn't make sense. I still have to take care of you. Well, Fatty Li is almost done moving. I have to go. If I stay for too long, the people over there will be suspicious. I want to go. Wang Xiaoyan bit her lip and said firmly. No. Yang Ming said coldly, you don't want me to die. Just wait here for me to come back. Wang Xiaoyan still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming had turned around and was ready to get in the car. Don't talk about you and me. If you still don't feel at ease, let's do it in the car. When I die, you can give birth to a child for me. Yang Ming smiled and said jokingly. You are still joking at this time. Wang Xiaoyan's face was red, and the atmosphere eased a lot. She was waiting to say something, but Fatty Li had already done everything. Brother, it's all done. Fatty Li also understood that Yang Ming must be doing something very dangerous. He said with a dignified face, I won't say anything unnecessary. If we can escape this time, I, Fatty Li, will owe you a life. Yang Ming smiled and got in the car. He was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would regret, so he quickly started the car and rushed forward. To be honest, Yang Ming's calmness was actually just to comfort Wang Xiaoyan. At this moment, his heart was still very nervous. After all, this was the first time for him to play this kind of difficult game. The range of the rocket launcher was obviously much farther than that of the pistol. In other words, within a certain distance, Yang Ming couldn't kill the other party, but the other party could easily kill him. Yang Ming held the steering wheel in one hand and the pistol in the other. His palm was soaked with sweat. Yang Ming could only keep wiping on his clothes to prevent his hand from slipping and not holding the pistol. The effective range of the pistol was generally 50 meters, and the maximum range was only about 100 meters. However, after more than 50 meters, it was difficult to ensure the accuracy of the bullet trajectory. Yang Ming couldn't shoot at a distance of 50 meters. The effective range of the small rocket launcher in the other party's hand was at least 200 meters, so Yang Ming was likely not to drive to 50 meters away from the target, and the other party would shoot first. Yang Ming took advantage of the time while driving and fired a shot outside the car, regardless of whether the other party could hear the sound or not. Now, the exchange of fire between the two sides was basically obvious. The other party must have understood the gap between Fatty Li and him. Because for such a long time, Scorpion had not contacted He Lao San, which had already explained the problem. Yang Ming had been watching the direction and approximate distance of the bullet with his peripheral vision. Yang Ming wanted to remember the trajectory and the maximum range of the bullet after the bullet was fired from the gun for 50 meters as soon as possible. Generally speaking, the trajectory of the bullet fired from the same pistol was similar. As long as Yang Ming figured out the pattern of one of the shots, the next step would be easy. He just needed to aim at the target according to the direction of the bullet trajectory. 300 meters. Yang Ming's breathing became rapid. This was really risking his life. Yang Ming couldn't not be nervous. Originally, when he killed people, it was basically a one-sided massacre. It was difficult to have such a critical moment. 200 meters. Yang Ming didn't care much about the reactions of other people at the roadblock, but he always paid attention to the movements of the two people with rocket launchers in the truck. Fortunately, it seemed that they didn't mean to fire now. This made Yang Ming's nervous mood slightly relax, but he didn't dare to be careless. Who knew what might happen? 150 meters. Yang Ming saw a person at the roadblock answer a phone call, and then his face suddenly became gloomy. Then, he shouted a few words to the people in the military truck in Vietnamese that Yang Ming didn't understand. Then, the two people in the truck raised their rocket launchers at the same time and stood at the window of the truck's roof, ready to aim. Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked, and his heart suddenly jumped to his throat. Although he didn't know what the person said on the phone, it was certain that it should be related to Scorpion's death. Scorpion's death angered the people here, so they wanted to use the rocket launcher to end the battle before the car completely drove over. 150 meters was not the effective distance of a pistol. Although Yang Ming could jump out of the car now, everything would be in vain. In this unknown country and unknown jungle, Yang Ming was not the opponent of those people at all. The hot weapons in their hands were something that Yang Ming couldn't fight against with his body. 140 meters, 130 meters. One of the men holding the rocket launcher moved his finger as if he was ready to fire. Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked, but he didn't panic. Only 10 meters left. Only 10 meters left. Just a little more, and I will be in the range of the pistol soon. That is, I can reach it in about a second. However, time waits for no one. From when Yang Ming saw the man's finger start to move to when he pulled the trigger, it was only a short half a second. Yang Ming pushed open the door abruptly. When he jumped out of the car, he aimed at the fuel tank of the military truck and fired a shot. The action of firing the gun and jumping out of the car were completed at the same time without the slightest pause. Of course, this was only for Yang Ming. If it were another person, this effect would not be achieved. Because when Yang Ming fired the gun, he didn't need to deliberately aim with his line of sight. As long as he closed his eyes, he could clearly see the direction of the target. After Yang Ming jumped out of the car, his body quickly rolled to the jungle on the side of the road. With a loud bang, the Toyota 4500 that he was driving just now turned into a fireball in an instant. The hot airflow hurt Yang Ming's back. When the car exploded, the gravel and the dead branches with fire splashed on Yang Ming's body. It was burning, but Yang Ming didn't care about this at the moment. Looking at the military truck in the distance, there was also a sea of fire there. The corner of Yang Ming's mouth revealed a faint smile. He had succeeded. Just now, when Yang Ming jumped out of the car, he didn't have 100% confidence to shoot the other party's fuel tank. After all, the distance had reached the maximum range of the pistol. The accuracy and strength of the bullet itself were already not good enough. It was simply lucky to be able to shoot. Yang Ming looked at the sea of fire. The few people who were blown up were already unrecognizable. He smiled coldly. For the time being, they were safe. Yang Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was more than a kilometer to walk back from here. Yang Ming shook his head, stood up, and walked in the direction behind him. After Yang Ming left, Wang Xiaoyan had been nervously staring at the direction where Yang Ming left. The path in the jungle was straight, and there were no obstacles. At this time, it was not completely bright. Wang Xiaoyan could clearly see the taillights of Yang Ming's car. Wang Xiaoyan's mood had never been as nervous as it was today. Even when she ran away from home, she didn't have this feeling. This was the feeling of worrying about a person. Wang Xiaoyan had this feeling for the first time. Until this moment, Wang Xiaoyan understood that this might be the feeling of loving a person. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't imagine what she would do if something happened to Yang Ming. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. Yang Ming's car turned into a fireball. At the same time, the other party's car also turned into a sea of fire. Wang Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan even forgot to scream and to think. She was dumbfounded and at a loss. Fatty Li's heart was also in his throat. At this moment, Yang Ming was his only hope. If Yang Ming was alive, then everything was fine. If Yang Ming died, even if he was lucky enough to escape, it was unknown whether Fang Tian would let him go. Yang Ming had an accident in his territory. Would Fang Tian not investigate? Once Fang Tian was investigated, Fatty Li was clear about Fang Tian's means. No matter how big the conflict between He Lao-san and him was, Fatty Li could only fight with him openly. He couldn't play any other tricks. But Fang Tian was different. If Fang Tian wanted his life, then Fatty Li might not even know how he died, and he would be gone forever. Wang Xiaoyan blamed herself. If she didn't want to set up the world's #1 assassin group, Yang Ming wouldn't follow her to take risks. If Yang Ming really had an accident, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't imagine whether she could still face everything that Yang Ming left for her alone. Recalling the time that she had known Yang Ming, it had been a year, right? However, they had only been together for less than a month, and the two people had gone from the previous misunderstanding to the current love for each other. Whether Yang Ming loved her, Wang Xiaoyan wasn't very sure, but at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan was sure that she loved Yang Ming. She didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming, and she didn't want Yang Ming to be hurt. In a short moment, Wang Xiaoyan figured out a lot of things. If Yang Ming returned safely this time, then she had to face this love bravely in the future. No matter how difficult the road in the future was, she would insist on it. The opposition at home was no longer so terrible. Wang Xiaoyan believed that she would be able to persuade her stubborn father to let him accept Yang Ming. As for the marriage contract? Let it go to hell. D**MN, can't you two go forward? Help me? I'm so tired. Wang Xiaoyan was immersed in infinite sadness, but she heard a familiar voice not far away. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked and quickly looked up, but she saw Yang Ming walking over here with a gloomy face. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan couldn't believe her eyes. After rubbing them twice, she was sure that the person in front of her was Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about Fatty Li beside her. She directly threw herself into Yang Ming's arms. Her voice was a little choked. "It's really you. You're fine. That's great." This was the second time Wang Xiaoyan revealed her true feelings. The first time was when she was drunk. However, at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan was very sober, but she had figured it out. She didn't care about the opinions of others. She wanted to vent her feelings and her longing for Yang Ming. When Fatty Li saw Yang Ming, he was also surprised and happy. He wanted to go up and greet him, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to take the lead. He had to move aside awkwardly and let the young couple be affectionate first. Originally, Fatty Li didn't quite believe that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were a couple. After all, the two people went to Africa together. They should be doing something dangerous. It was impossible for them to travel. Otherwise, why didn't they go abroad through the normal channels? Why did they have to be smuggled out? Therefore, Fatty Li thought that Wang Xiaoyan's identity was just a cover, but now it seemed that the two people were really like real lovers. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's previous concern, it didn't seem to be fake. Could it be that the two people are really in a relationship? Then why did Yang Ming still bring Wang Xiaoyan? If he really wanted to perform a dangerous task, wouldn't it be inconvenient to bring a woman around? However, this was Yang Ming's private matter. Fatty Li couldn't interfere. He didn't think that Wang Xiaoyan, who was sweet and petite, also had kung fu. He only thought that she was a little girlfriend of Yang Ming. "Okay, it's okay. Don't hold me so tightly." Yang Ming patted Wang Xiaoyan's shoulder and comforted her. "Just hold me." Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and didn't hide her feelings. "I hurt my back." "You hurt me." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "After the wound is treated, can we go home and hold you again? How cool would it be to take off your clothes and hold you in bed?" "I hate it." Wang Xiaoyan suddenly blushed and quickly released Yang Ming's body. She said with concern, "Where are you hurt?" "Let me see." "It's nothing. When the car exploded, the debris splashed on my back." Yang Ming said, "It's just some superficial wounds." "That's good." Wang Xiaoyan nodded and turned to ask Fatty Li, "Is there a first aid kit in the things you moved?" "Yes, there is." Fatty Li quickly went to find the first aid kit. The stone in his heart was finally put down. However, although Yang Ming was fine, there might be some danger waiting for them ahead. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. Naturally, she was also a medical expert. In many cases, the assassin was a very bad *SS surgeon. Because often when performing a task, the wound couldn't be bandaged in the hospital in time. At this time, they had to do it themselves. But if the wound was in a position that was more difficult to touch, then they had to rely on their companions to complete it. However, for Yang Ming's small superficial wounds, it wouldn't be a big problem if it wasn't bandaged. Wang Xiaoyan helped Yang Ming apply the medicine. Even Fatty Li felt that Wang Xiaoyan's technique was very professional and neat. It was comparable to a professional doctor. Now, Fatty Li understood that Wang Xiaoyan was a medical expert. No wonder Yang Ming would bring her with him, but he didn't expect that Wang Xiaoyan was also an assassin. The people in front are killed, but the transportation is also destroyed. Now we can only walk on foot. Yang Ming said, "I am not as familiar as you here. You can only lead the way in front." "These things?" Fatty Li glanced at the things on the ground. "If the journey is long, bring some food and water. If the journey is not long, throw them all away." Yang Ming said, "It is estimated that it won't last long. The things here will be noticed again. If we want to leave, we have to leave as soon as possible." Fatty Li also nodded. "I have told the location here to Old King. He will drive to pick us up. Let's go forward first." The three people only picked up some food and mineral water. The rest of the things were thrown in the jungle near the original place. Fortunately, Fatty Li was more familiar with the environment in this area and could easily lead the way in front. In fact, with Yang Ming's X-ray vision and telescopic vision, it was not difficult to get out of this jungle. However, even if Yang Ming went out, he didn't know where to go. the sky had already turned white, and it was going to be 2 days. The jungles in Vietnam were actually no different from the jungles in the mainland. They were similar trees and environments, but the feeling in the heart was different. There are snakes nearby. Be careful. Fatty Lee said, but there are always people passing by this road, so there are fewer of them. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, things like poisonous snakes could not cause any confusion to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Both of them had undergone strict field training. They had strong insight into some wild beasts and poisonous insects. They would not be easily attacked by these things. Moving forward in the mud, the humid atmosphere was very uncomfortable. Fatty Lee cursed He Lao San as he walked. When he sent Yang Ming away, he must have a big fight with him. Yang Ming did not want to interfere with these grievances. Although he could easily kill He Lao San and help Fatty Lee solve this problem, Yang Ming's current identity was an assassin, not a hero in the underworld. Besides, between Fatty Lee and He Lao San, who was right and who was wrong was not something that Yang Ming could say clearly. From the perspective of Fatty Lee's friend, Yang Ming felt that He Lao San was the enemy. After all, when He Lao San targeted Fatty Lee, it also affected his own interests. But looking at the problem from a fair perspective, then it was unknown who was right and who was wrong between Fatty Lee and He Lao San. After all, both of them were the heads of the Stowaways organization. They were doing the same thing. The conflict was also caused by interests, so it could not be said who was right and who was wrong. When they passed by the Toyota 4500 that had become scrap iron, Wang Xiaoyan and Fatty Lee were nervous. They could imagine how critical the situation was at the time. If Yang Ming was a little slower. Wang Xiaoyan leaned to Yang Ming's side and held Yang Ming's hand tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, she would never be able to hold it again. Yang Ming seemed to have guessed Wang Xiaoyan's thoughts. He smiled slightly and squeezed Wang Xiaoyan's little hand, indicating that she should not be afraid. If this place was frightening, then the scene at the roadblock in front of them was even more shocking. The military truck had been completely turned into scrap iron. The simple explosion of the fuel tank could not cause such a shocking effect, but it could not withstand the rocket launcher ammunition in the vehicle, so when it exploded, the power could be imagined. Several people standing in front of the military truck had been blown into pieces. The ground was full of broken arms and legs. Their intestines flowed out. With blood and brain matter, it was particularly terrifying. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were fine, but Fatty Lee almost vomited. This kind of scene, even people like Fatty Lee rarely saw it. He looked at Yang Ming more highly in his heart. This kind of killing method could only be done by Feng Tian, that pervert. Yang Ming was introduced by Feng Tian, so they were probably on the same side. After passing through here, Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was very refreshed. He Lao San's loss this time is probably very big, right? Humph, this idiot. He probably never dreamed that he had Yang Ming's help. At #yen%. After walking for a long time, they suddenly heard someone shouting in Vietnamese. After Fatty Lee heard the sound, his spirit was suddenly refreshed. He also shouted loudly, and then the voice said something. Fatty Lee turned around and said excitedly to Yang Ming, "It's Old King. Old King is here to pick us up. Old King is quite powerful. He can find us so quickly." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Yeah, Old King is more familiar with the terrain in this area than I am." Fatty Lee said, "Old King is a native here." After a while, a 2020 vintage Jeep appeared in front of Yang Ming and others. Old King sat in the driver's seat with a calm and serious face. Fatty Lee took the lead to get in the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan sat in the back seat. The performance of this Jeep was obviously worse than the previous car. Yang Ming had not driven a similar car, but the feeling of sitting in it seemed that there was no shock absorption system. It was bumpy. Fortunately, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were people who didn't care about the environment. It couldn't be said that they were as steady as Mount Tai, but at least they didn't show any discomfort. Fatty Lee was not surprised by Yang Ming's normal performance, but Fatty Lee was quite surprised that Wang Xiaoyan had no adverse reaction. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan should be Yang Ming's girlfriend and part-time doctor. She must have followed Yang Ming everywhere and had adapted to this harsh environment. Because of the car, they quickly drove out of the jungle and came to the road. It was not far from the city. Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Here, even if He Lao San's people wanted to make a move, they would be more restrained. They would not be as unscrupulous as they were at the border. However, along the way to a small town, they did not see He Lao San's people appear. On the way, Fatty Lee and Old King talked in Vietnamese from time to time, but Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan didn't understand Vietnamese and couldn't understand what they were saying. Vietnamese was not a common language. Yang Ming couldn't spend a lot of time studying this. After all, in addition to English, Yang Ming was not proficient in those big languages such as German, French, and so on. The car drove slowly and stopped in front of a convenience store. "I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes and some food." Fatty Lee turned and spoke to Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan. After that, he got out of the car. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine." "Anything is fine." Yang Ming didn't know what to eat in Vietnam, and he also ate some biscuits on the road before, so he was not very hungry. Fatty Lee got out of the car and then walked to the convenience store on the roadside. Old King also got out of the car and followed behind Fatty Lee. It seemed that Old King was a good bodyguard. The convenience store in Vietnam was similar to the grocery store in the 1990s in China. There was no supermarket-like scale. Fatty Lee talked with the owner of the convenience store. The owner took a few pieces of bread and cigarettes from the shelf. Just when Fatty Lee was about to pay, something happened. The owner suddenly took out a machete from under the shelf and waved it at Fatty Lee. Yang Ming was sitting in the car. When he saw this scene, it was already too late. He had no time to get out of the car to save Fatty Lee, but Old King reacted very quickly. At the moment when the convenience store owner raised the machete, he quickly pushed Fatty Lee away. He blocked it with his arm and was suddenly cut with a long wound. The convenience store owner saw that his attack was not successful, so he did not want to fight. He directly threw away the machete in his hand and quickly escaped from the convenience store. He ran to the back of Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming frowned. Killing this person was easy for Yang Ming at the moment, but Yang Ming did not kill the convenience store owner. Whether this person died or not had no effect on the hatred between He Lao San and Fatty Lee. Yang Ming had no obligation to do it. Fatty Lee got in the car with Old King with a lingering fear. Fatty Lee's face was pale with fright. It was not until he got in the car that he scolded He Lao San loudly. He was too vicious. Old King was not good with words. After being cut, he did not say anything. Instead, he quickly wrapped the wound with a cloth strip. He did not frown as if he was not injured. Fatty Lee was very grateful to Old King and said something. Then, he said to Yang Ming, "Old King saved me again, but he is like this. He does not take credit for what he has done." Yang Ming smiled and said nothing. Old King's injury was on his left arm, so he did not need to use force to change gears. It did not have a big impact on driving. The car stopped in front of a small hotel. Fatty Lee got off, and Old King also got off. "This is my place. It is safe for the time being. Let's rest here first, and then I will mobilize people over." Fatty Lee said bitterly, "Wait for me to send you on the plane first. I want to have a good fight with He Lao San." The environment of the hotel was very bad. It was a two-story residential building, but in this kind of small town, it was already good. The boss here was obviously very familiar with Fatty Lee. He came over respectfully and asked about his well-being, but Fatty Lee had been very annoyed about He Lao San's matter, so he never smiled. The four people went up to the second floor under the boss's lead and came to a relatively large room. The boss waited for everyone to enter the room before he went downstairs to prepare food and hot water. Fatty Lee took out his mobile phone. Yang Ming didn't know who he was calling, but he was saying something that Yang Ming couldn't understand. Old King stood up and said a few words to Fatty Lee, then he left the room. When Fatty Lee hung up the phone, Yang Ming asked, "Where did Old King go?" "He went downstairs to treat the wound." Fatty Lee said, "It was just a simple bandage. The wound is deep. If it is not washed, it will be easy to get infected." "Can't Old King speak Chinese?" asked Yang Ming. "No, I taught him a few times, but he could probably understand." Fatty Lee said, "He is a relatively dull person. He is not very smart, but he is very loyal. This is why I have always asked him to follow me. How long has he been with you? Asked Yang Ming. Counting it, it can be more than 10 years. Fatty Lee sighed. It is rare. Old King is not married. He doesn't want anything by following me. It is enough to eat and wear warm clothes. He doesn't ask for much money. It is enough as long as he has enough. After a while, Old King came back. The wound on his arm was properly bandaged. Fatty Lee also suggested that Yang Ming rebandage it. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled, saying that his injury was nothing. Are you all hungry? After Fatty Lee said a few words to Old King, he turned around and said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, I have asked the boss here to prepare a sumptuous lunch. You must be tired along the way, right? I'm fine. Yang Ming smiled and said, you don't have to be so polite. Anyway, we are going through thick and thin together. We are not distinguished guests. We need your help to go to Africa. That won't do. Don't mention anything about help. Fatty Lee waved his hand and said solemnly, I, Fatty Lee, have already said that if we walk out of that forest, my life is yours. It could be seen that Fatty Lee was the kind of person who kept his word and was very loyal. Yang Ming no longer said anything. People with their identity could only survive by being loyal. Otherwise, they would be eliminated soon. Well, just make something simple to eat. Yang Ming no longer said anything. If he said too much, it would seem that he was looking down on him. It's okay. The boss here is one of us. Fatty Lee waved his hand and said. Not long after, there was a knock on the door in the room. Fatty Lee said a sentence in Vietnamese, and the door was pushed open. The hotel owner they saw just now came in with a dining cart with a lot of delicacies on it. In such a small town hotel, it was not easy to prepare so much food in such a short time. After placing the food on the round table in the room, Fatty Lee waved his hand to indicate that the boss could go down. Since he is one of us, let him come and eat together. Yang Ming looked at the table full of food. The four of them couldn't eat at all. It would be a waste to eat more. It was better to let the boss eat together. Fatty Lee was stunned, then he waved to the boss and said a few words of Vietnamese. The boss immediately sat at the table in surprise. He was somewhat flattered. After all, he was only the lowest member of Fatty Lee's organization. He was not a core figure. It was already a great honor to be able to sit here. Try it. These are some special snacks from Vietnam. It's hard to find them in the mainland. Fatty Lee smiled and pointed to a few exquisite snacks on the table and said, this is called sugar roe. It's a very delicious snack. Brother Yang, do you want to try 2 pieces? Okay. Is this thing really so delicious? Yang Ming had never seen this kind of pastry before. There was no such thing in China. At #yen%. After the boss heard Yang Ming's words, he smiled and threw a piece of candy into his mouth. He can understand what you're saying, but he can't speak Chinese. Fatty Lee explained with a smile, he said that this candy roe is very famous in Vietnam. Many tourists are full of praise. Really? Really? Yang Ming picked up a piece of the so-called candy roe. Before it entered his mouth, there was a change. He saw that the boss's face suddenly became pale. His eyes protruded, and the bean-sized sweat on his forehead began to fall instantly. His hands were stuck on his neck. It seemed that he had difficulty breathing. He was muttering something in his mouth. Yang Ming's face suddenly changed. Wang Xiaoyan on the side reacted faster. She knocked the candy roe in Yang Ming's hand to the ground. Fatty Lee and Old King probably understood what was going on. Before Fatty Lee said anything, Old King stepped forward and grabbed the boss's collar, loudly reprimanding something in Vietnamese. I didn't do it. I understand. You want to silence me? You are the only one who has been to the kitchen. A voice came into Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the special abilities were not divided by national boundaries. Although the language was different, the thoughts were the same. In Yang Ming's mind, the boss's thoughts naturally evolved into a language that Yang Ming could understand. Just now, Yang Ming suspected this poisoning problem. Whether it was from a common-sense perspective or the boss's reaction after eating the candy row, it should not be him who poisoned it. The reason was very simple. If the boss poisoned it, then he couldn't eat the first bite. Otherwise, unless he wanted to commit suicide. Moreover, seeing his horrified expression after being poisoned, he didn't seem like an insider. Let him go. He didn't kill me. Yang Ming suddenly spoke to stop Old Kung, but unfortunately, the boss was already poisoned. After being tormented by Old Kung, he directly spat out bubbles like a crab and died. Fatty Li's expression also became dignified. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hey Lao San, you and I are irreconcilable." It wasn't Hey Lao San who did it. Yang Ming suddenly stood up, shook his head, and said faintly, "Not Hey Lao San? Then who is it?" Fatty Li was stunned, and then he understood Yang Ming's words. He was shocked. "Do you mean that there is a problem with my internal department?" "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. He had been suspecting it before, but it was just a guess. He could not be completely sure. However, this incident just now made Yang Ming determine his own thoughts. The so-called Hey Lao San was just an excuse. The real problem was Fatty Li's internal affairs. "Old Kung, you go and control all the people in this hotel. Mother of Ker, I would rather kill 100 by mistake today than let one go." Fatty Li was really angry and ordered loudly. Old King responded and was about to go out, but he was stopped by Yang Ming. "Wait. Don't be in a hurry. It's not too late to listen to me before you go." Old King didn't seem to understand what Yang Ming said. He muttered a sentence in Vietnamese and squeezed to the door inexplicably. "I asked you to wait. Didn't you hear?" Yang Ming sneered and blocked Old King's way. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, Fatty Li still yelled at Old King because of his trust in Yang Ming. Old King reluctantly sat back in his original position. "Brother Yang, just say what you want to say. After you finish, I still have to carry out an internal cleansing," Fatty Li said bitterly. "First of all, the first thing makes me very puzzled. Fatty Li, you went to the mainland to pick me up, and then sneaked across the river. Who knows about this?" Yang Ming looked at Fatty Li and asked faintly. "I naturally have to keep Mr. Feng's matter a secret. Except for Old King who picked me up, I didn't tell anyone else. I don't know how Hey Lao San knew." As Fatty Li said this, he was suddenly shocked and said, "Brother Yang, are you suspecting that I want to harm you? This is impossible. How can I dare to do this?" Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. "Fatty Li, you don't have to worry. I didn't say that you want to harm me. I just want to figure out some facts." Fatty Li breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he also realized that he was a little too impatient. He smiled embarrassedly and sat quietly, waiting for Yang Ming to continue. "Well, this is my first doubt. Since this matter is so secretive, and since Hey Lao San knows about it, it shows that this matter is unusual." Yang Ming shrugged and continued, "The second point, on the way, you went to the convenience store to buy something, and then you were attacked. Don't you think it is too much of a coincidence?" "Coincidence?" Fatty Li was stunned and fell into contemplation. However, Yang Ming continued, "Even if Hey Lao San's strength is great, it is impossible to control every grocery store, right? Since we entered the town, I counted at least 7 or 8 grocery stores. Are these stores controlled by Hey Lao San? I think if he has such strength, there is no need to use this method to deal with you. Who found this grocery store on the way? Mr. Old Kung? I think this is your proposal, right?" As soon as Yang Ming said this, the atmosphere in the room immediately became a little tense. Fatty Li listened to Yang Ming's words and had to turn his eyes to Old King. The expression on Old King's face also began to become unnatural. He protested loudly, but Yang Ming couldn't understand what he was saying. He said that he didn't do it. It was just a coincidence. Fatty Li trusted Old King, so he told Yang Ming his explanation. "Really?" Yang Ming smiled. "Brother Old King, you wouldn't say that you didn't do the poisoning just now, right?" Old King still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Yang Ming waving his hand. "Don't rush to deny it. If you didn't do it, no one can wrong you. Don't say that the boss did it. I think if the boss is not an idiot, then there is no need to take a bite after he poisoned himself. What is the difference between this and suicide? Moreover, the boss's eyes before he died were full of disbelief and horror. That means that he didn't do it. A person is about to die. His eyes at this time will not be fake. And you, Mr. Old Kung, why are you so eager to kill the boss? Are you showing your loyalty in front of Fatty Lee, or are you trying to silence him? A person who has been poisoned shouldn't have any dangerous aggression, right? You still want to kill him. What does that mean? Are you guilty? Yang Ming had already noticed the abnormality in the details before, including the attack on the road and the attack on Fatty Lee in the convenience store. These things were a bit too coincidental and strange. Yang Ming inevitably had doubts, so Yang Ming kept asking Fatty Lee about Old King until he poisoned. The boss's thoughts at the moment before he died made Yang Ming even less suspicious. He could completely conclude that the whole thing was Old King's doing. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Fatty Lee's face also changed. Previously, he didn't think so much because of his trust in Old Kung, but after listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Fatty Lee began to be moved. After all, what Yang Ming said was right. This matter was too strange. And the only one who knew about these things was Old King. If he didn't do it, it wouldn't be justifiable. Seeing that Fatty Lee also looked at him with a suspicious look, Old Kung was shocked and argued loudly. He said that the poisoning is random. It is not necessarily who eats first. It may be you, it may be your girlfriend, or it may be me or the hotel owner. As long as one person is poisoned, the others will not eat anymore. This kind of random poisoning is not necessary at all. The risk is too great. Fatty Lee acted as a translator again. Yeah, this is where you are smart. Yang Ming nodded noncommittally. It is because the poisoning is random, so I may be poisoned, Wang Xiaoyan may be poisoned, and Fatty Lee may also be poisoned. At first glance, it seems that if the people who are poisoned are Wang Xiaoyan and me, then the act of killing Fatty Lee cannot continue. But, no matter who dies, the basic result is the same. The same? Even Fatty Lee didn't understand Yang Ming's words and exclaimed. Yes, no matter who dies, the result is the same. Yang Ming nodded and continued, Fatty Lee is dead. That is a great blessing. All the goals have been achieved. Wang Xiaoyan and I can be a witness for you, right, Mr. Old Kung? You know that we still have to go to Africa. Since Fatty Lee is dead, we can only rely on your strength. You can take us to see Fatty Lee's former men. Through our mouths, you can put all the crimes on He Lao San. In this way, as the most trusted person around Fatty Lee, you may become the new leader. However, if I or Wang Xiaoyan die, although it seems that your goal has not been achieved, from a fundamental point of view, your goal has been achieved in disguise. Because you know that the identities of Wang Xiaoyan and I are not simple, and the person who introduced us to Fatty Lee is even more complicated. If something happens to us, that person will never let go of Fatty Lee. In this way, it is equivalent to you using that person's hand to kill Fatty Lee. It is the same principle. That's why you chose such an opportunity to make a move. Isn't it because there are two outsiders present? Isn't that right? Don't deny it. Do you understand Chinese? From your current reaction, it seems so. Fatty Lee also said before that you can understand, but you just can't say it. So, just now, when I asked you to wait and not go out, why did you pretend not to understand? Why did you have a blank look? What are you hiding? Or are you guilty? I think you pretended not to understand my words. You are in such a hurry to go out because you want to kill people, right? If I guessed correctly, when the boss was preparing food for us in the kitchen, only you went to the kitchen. You were in a hurry to go down just now because you wanted to kill people and destroy the evidence, right? You want to kill the waiters who saw you enter the kitchen, and then come back and tell us that these waiters wanted to escape, so you killed them directly. Am I right? At #Yen #Yen% Old Kung roared and stared at Yang Ming angrily. Don't look at me with such eyes. Yang Ming said with a cold snort. At Yen #@%. Old King still shouted unconvinced. Is it true? At this moment, Fatty Lee was already trembling with anger. He pointed to Old King and rebuked loudly. Whether it is true or not, you don't have to ask him. Just find a waiter and ask. You will know. Ask Old King if he has been to the kitchen. Yang Ming said with certainty. The boss's thoughts before he died would never lie. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Old King's expression completely collapsed. He screamed and jumped up. He hugged Wang Xiaoyan from behind. He took out a sharp knife from nowhere and pointed it at Wang Xiaoyan's chest. He shouted with a mournful expression, "Don't come over. Otherwise, I will kill her. Let me go." Hee, you are quite good at finding people to kidnap, right? Yang Ming shrugged. He had seen Wang Xiaoyan's eyes that hinted that he was fine, so Yang Ming was not nervous. This was the advantage of coming out with little girl Wang. If she was in danger, Yang Ming would not be too worried. She did not need to be protected like other girls. Humph, you are Fatty Li's distinguished guests. He will not feel good if anyone dies. Old King said with a sneer, she is the only woman here. Of course, I will kidnap her. Your Chinese is quite fluent. Yang Ming sneered. I thought you couldn't speak it. I wanted to use your power to complete the big thing in one fell swoop. I didn't expect that bad things would be ruined by you. Old King said very unwillingly. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Yang Ming snorted indifferently with a contemptuous expression. Fatty Li will not have any doubts about you because of his trust in you, but we are different. He will not doubt it, but it does not mean that we will not doubt it. I am not reconciled. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Old King's face suddenly showed an excited look. Why can a foreigner like him call the wind and summon the rain in our Vietnam? I still want to be his underling. You know, He Lao San and I used to be two wolves in this area. After Fatty Li came, this pattern changed. As Old King said this, his mood became unusually unstable. His whole body trembled a little. However, after the trembling, there was no more sound. His face still had an expression of indignation, but there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He just lay down straight. In his chest, there was a glass dagger. Under the light, it was shining. Blood flowed down the glass dagger. Under the refraction of the glass and light, it looked even more terrifying. I told you earlier. You are quite good at finding people to kidnap, right? Yang Ming looked at Old King's body with contempt and sighed. You dare to kidnap her? Do you think that women can't kill people? You are really an idiot. I have already reminded you, but you still don't realize the danger. Ai. Seeing Yang Ming's sad look, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but giggle. Fatty Li was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Wang Xiaoyan, who had just killed someone but didn't care at all. He was really impressed. This brother Yang is not an ordinary person. It turns out that his girlfriend is also a ruthless character. Immediately, Fatty Li also understood that all of this was done by Old King. In fact, if one looked at the whole thing according to Yang Ming's train of thought, it was not difficult to find Old King's suspicion and the role he played in the whole thing. However, Fatty Li was blinded by the situation before, and because of his trust in Old King, he didn't think so much. Now that he thought about it carefully, this Old King was indeed problematic. Only Old King himself knew about the matter of picking up Yang Ming, so how did He Lao San know? Could it be that he knew how to calculate? This was obviously impossible. There was only one possibility. Old King deliberately released the news, or he directly cooperated with He Lao San for benefits. The second possibility was more likely. Otherwise, He Lao San was not stupid. He would not make a move without absolute certainty. But it was different with Old King as an insider. He could grasp Fatty Li's movements at any time, so it was much more convenient to make a move. This might be the reason why He Lao San dared to make such a big move. However, perhaps Old King did not expect that Yang Ming's identity was not ordinary, and his skills were not ordinary. With Yang Ming's intervention, the situation was reversed instantly. Not only did He Lao San fail to gain the upper hand, but Old King's plan was also completely exposed. Now, Fatty Li didn't even think about whether Old King was wronged. Judging from his last extreme action and words, these things should be planned by him. What made Fatty Li very disappointed was that Old King would actually betray him. Looking at Old Kang's actions, he should have been premeditated for a long time. It was not a temporary act. This could be seen from his ability to speak Chinese. In the 10 years that Old King and Fatty Li were together, Old King had never spoken Chinese. Fatty Li also taught him, but Old King did not learn. If Old King could speak Chinese, and he spoke so fluently, then it meant that Old King had been planning for a long time. He had been deceiving Fatty Li before. Thinking of this, Fatty Li's expression was particularly gloomy. Originally, Fatty Li wanted to retire after a few more years. After all, he was a little irritated by the days in the teeth of the storm. At that time, he would definitely hand over his power to Old King, but now it seemed that Old King was too impatient. But through this incident, Fatty Li also saw Old Kang's character clearly. Fortunately, Old King couldn't help it. Otherwise, after giving the forces to Old King, it would not be so simple if Fatty Li wanted to go back on his words. Fatty Li sighed and looked at Old Kang's body on the ground. He shook his head slightly and said to Yang Ming solemnly, "Brother Yang, thank you very much for this matter. You've saved me once again, and you've even caught the traitor by my side." "It's nothing." Yang Ming smiled and said, "If you don't solve these problems, you won't be able to send me to Africa with peace of mind. In a moment, I will start to carry out an internal cleansing and uproot all of Old Kang's forces." Fatty Li nodded and said, "After this is done, I can also take charge of your affairs with peace of mind." Yang Ming nodded and did not urge Fatty Li. He also knew that if these things were not solved, Fatty Li really had no time to take care of his own affairs. After all, there were Old Kang's forces as a time bomb around. Who knew if they would avenge Old King? "I will take you to an absolutely safe place. Then I will start to carry out an internal cleansing." Fatty Li said, "I don't know if it is still safe here. Let's evacuate as soon as possible." Several waiters downstairs did not know that there had been a change upstairs. When they saw Fatty Li and others coming downstairs, they quickly asked respectfully, "I have locked the room upstairs. You are not allowed to enter without permission." Fatty Li instructed the waiters. "Okay." The waiters quickly nodded and replied. Out of the hotel, several people got on the jeep together. When they came, there were 4 people. Now, there were only 3 people left. However, no one was sad. Yang Ming had nothing to do with it. After all, he was not familiar with Old King. His life and death had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Fatty Li, on the other hand, was full of indignation because Old King deceived him and became depressed. "Relax. In fact, this is nothing." Yang Ming shook his head and persuaded, "Old King has already said that he was in northern Vietnam. He used to be like He Lao San. They were 2 wolves here. It was only after you intervened that he changed from being on par with He Lao San to being your underling. So, it is normal for him to have resentment in his heart." "Indeed, but my heart is still a little uncomfortable. Old King really disappointed me." Fatty Li sighed. "Forget it. There is no need to be angry because of people like him. It's good that you have figured it out." Yang Ming smiled. "However, Brother Yang, your sister-in-law is also very powerful. I thought she was your nurse. I didn't expect her." Fatty Li looked back at Wang Xiaoyan. He couldn't connect her with words like an assassin. However, Wang Xiaoyan killed Old King while talking and laughing, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. This made Fatty Li admire her. The car made many turns and stopped in the backyard of an old-fashioned house. Fatty Li parked the car and said, "We are here." "It's here." "What is this place?" Yang Ming got out of the car and looked around at the nearby environment. This was a typical town architectural style in China in the 1980s and 1990s. It was a 2 to 3-story building with a staircase railing. The people who lived here were obviously not rich. "My home." Fatty Li said, "My family is here. No outsider has been here, not even Old King. You also know that there are many enemies in our line of work. Some things must be hidden from everyone." Yang Ming listened to Fatty Li's words and was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that this was Fatty Li's goodwill. Indeed, with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's skills, it was easy to harm Fatty Li. Moreover, Yang Ming helped him solve a lot of problems. In this way, Fatty Lee might as well have absolute trust in Yang Ming. This could also be exchanged for Yang Ming's favor. He didn't lose anything by gambling on it. If Yang Ming could really regard him as a friend, then Fatty Lee would undoubtedly have a strong support. Your wife? Yang Ming probably guessed who lived here. My wife, my son, and my wife's sister, said Fatty Lee. Yang Ming didn't expect Fatty Lee to have a son, but it wasn't strange when he thought about it. In his line of work, it was very likely that he would die one day. Of course, he had to leave a descendant for himself. Fatty Lee came to the door of the courtyard and knocked on the door. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside, at #### yen. It's me, Little Flower. Open the door. Fatty Lee said to the person inside. Creak. The courtyard door opened. Standing inside was a girl of 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were big. She was very beautiful, but she was a little thin. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Her clothes were very simple. She didn't look rich at all. Brother-in-law? The girl named Little Flower saw Fatty Lee and greeted him. Little Flower, is your sister here? Fatty Lee nodded and asked with a smile. Sister went out to buy groceries. I'm doing my homework, said Little Flower. These two are my friends. Let's go in and talk. Fatty Lee said to Little Flower. This is my wife's sister, Yang Hua. Fatty Lee introduced her to Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan. Brother Yang, it seems that she is from the same family as you. Hello, little sister. Yang Ming smiled and waved to the little girl. Yang Ming was a little surprised. This little girl actually spoke Chinese, but it wasn't surprising that her sister spoke Chinese with Fatty Lee. However, Yang Hua seemed to be afraid of strangers. She didn't dare to go forward. She reluctantly smiled at Yang Ming and continued to do her homework. The inside of the house was very simple. There were 2 small rooms and a large living room. Only the large living room had a writing desk. Yang Hua was doing her homework on it. If Yang Ming didn't know how much money Fatty Lee could make in his line of work, he couldn't believe that this was Fatty Lee's home. It was almost the same as the ordinary working class in Vietnam. It wasn't luxurious at all. He couldn't see any rich place at all. Fatty Lee may have also seen Yang Ming's doubts. He smiled and said, Do you think this place is very simple? Yang Ming nodded. Fatty Lee lowered his voice and said, I don't want people to notice them. After all, there are too few rich people in this area. If their life is too extravagant, it will attract some people's attention. Yang Ming suddenly realized that Fatty Lee was trying to be low-key. He also asked in a low voice, Do they all know what you do? They know a little. Fatty Lee smiled bitterly. Didn't you see that Yang Hua is hostile to you? She thinks that my friends are in the same line of work as me. It turned out to be like this. I thought the little girl was shy with strangers. Yang Ming smiled. Not long after, there was a knock on the door in the yard. Yang Hua quickly stood up again and ran out to open the door. This time, it was a woman in her 20s who came in. She looked similar to Yang Hua. She was holding a little boy who looked only 2 years old in her arms and carrying a basket in her other hand. When the woman saw Fatty Lee, she was suddenly delighted. Her face showed a sweet smile. You're back? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could buy some food? Hey, there are guests? When the woman saw Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan, she was obviously very surprised. She knew more about Fatty Lee than Yang Hua. She also knew that Fatty Lee never brought his friends here, but today, 2 people came. The woman was naturally a bit baffled. And they are friends from the other side of the river. They can be absolutely trusted. Fatty Lee nodded and introduced, This is Yang Ming, Brother Yang. That is his girlfriend, Wan Xiaoyan. Brother Yang, this is my wife, Yang Mei. Hello. Fatty Lee just said that we are from the same family. Yang Ming smiled enthusiastically at Yang Mei. Hello, welcome to be a guest. Yang Mei, like Yang Hua, spoke fluent Mandarin Chinese. Should I buy some more fish? No need. Yang Ming quickly said, It's fine if it's simple. We didn't come here to eat. Seeing Yang Ming say so, Fatty Lee also waved his hand. then make it simple. You don't have to be polite with Brother Yang. Fatty Lee also knew that Yang Ming definitely had a lot of food. What couldn't he eat in China? There was no need to come here to eat, so he no longer insisted. When Yang Mei heard Fatty Lee say so, she gave up. She handed the little guy to Fatty Lee and then went to the kitchen to work. If you can stop, then stop. When Yang Mei went to the kitchen, Yang Ming said to Fatty Lee, I can see that sister-in-law is very worried about you. Your business is not easy to do. If you can clear your name, then clear it. I think so too. After a few years, I will hand over these underworld businesses to Old Kung. I will take Yang Mei and the child back to China or go to Europe and the United States. Fatty Lee sighed. But now such a thing has happened. It seems that I have to do it for a while. You just need to grasp it well. After all, Yang Ming and Fatty Lee were not particularly good friends, so he did not say much. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Yang Hua was also Fatty Lee's concubine, but when he saw Yang Hua, he denied this idea. She was just a child, and there was no such meaning in Fatty Lee's eyes when he looked at her. Yang Ming thought that Fatty Lee was a good person. He was not so lecherous. Yang Mei was very good-looking, but in comparison, Yang Hua was more beautiful. During the conversation, it might have woken up the baby in Fatty Lee's arms. The little guy suddenly cried. Don't cry, baby. Fatty Lee was obviously not an expert in coaxing children. He was suddenly at a loss. However, when Yang Hua heard the child's cry, she quickly put down the homework in her hand and ran over. She took the little guy from Fatty Lee's hand and coaxed him. After a while, the little guy regained his silence. Fatty Lee scratched his head with some embarrassment and said to Yang Ming, the little guy doesn't recognize me. He comes here less often, so he is close to his mother and aunt. Fatty Lee's wife was obviously a housekeeper. It didn't take long for a few dishes to be served. Although they were plain, the aroma was overflowing. During the meal, Yang Hua knew that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were not friends of Fatty Lee, but came over from China. Her attitude was obviously better. Obviously, although the little girl did not say anything, she also knew something about what Fatty Lee usually did. This was why she was hostile to Yang Ming. Several people talked about domestic topics, and they did not mention anything about Fatty Lee. It could be seen that Yang Mei and Yang Hua were still very curious about domestic matters. However, under the conversation, Yang Ming understood that Yang Hua and Yang Mei's fathers were Chinese. Their mothers were Vietnamese, but later, their fathers provoked an enemy that they could not afford to provoke, which caused their whole family to move to Vietnam. At that time, Yang Hua was still very young, and her memory was not very deep, but Yang Mei had already remembered. Naturally, she knew how big the gap between Vietnam and China was. Although it was just a verbal description, the two sisters listened very attentively, which made Yang Ming feel very emotional. No wonder many Vietnamese girls want to marry into China. The life here is really poor. In the evening, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were arranged to stay in the room of Yang Mei and Fatty Lee. Yang Mei and Yang Hua were squeezed into a room. Fatty Lee went out to deal with the matters in the gang. It was believed that many people would be involved tonight. Among them, there were people who were related to Old Kung, but there were also many innocent people. But Yang Ming did not stop anything. Every environment had the rules of the game in every environment. Yang Ming had no obligation and no need to care about these. Since these people chose this path, then they should have thought that there would be such a day. As for He Lao San, it depended on whether he provoked Yang Ming. If he really provoked Yang Ming, regardless of whether he had power here or not, Yang Ming would still let him die without knowing how he died. Today, when Old King held me hostage, were you nervous? Wang Xiaoyan lay next to Yang Ming and asked quietly. I was a little nervous at first, but when I saw you give me a look, I knew you could deal with him. Yang Ming smiled. However, this is the advantage of going out with you. I don't have to take care of you too much. You just have to take care of yourself. Is that good or bad? Do you like me, or Chen Mingyan? Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and continued to ask. Yang Ming broke into a sweat after listening, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to ask this. As a matter of fact, Wang Xiaoyan had never talked about similar topics with him before. What happened today? Why do I feel that she is like a little woman who is jealous? This? I like both. Yang Ming said awkwardly. Yen Yen, why did you suddenly ask this? Didn't you not care about these things? Why? Do you hate me? Wang Xiaoyan snorted and stared at Yang Ming unhappily. It's not that I hate you. I just feel a little strange. Yang Ming said quickly. There is nothing strange. I just suddenly wanted to ask. Wang Xiaoyan knew that Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, so she didn't ask anymore. She just sighed and said, I found that I seem to really care about you. I really don't know what will happen in the future. It's good that you care about me. I have always regarded you as my girlfriend. Yang Ming said, in the future, I will find ways to integrate you into Chen Mingyan's circle. I'm not talking about this. It's about my family. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. My family's power is really big. I don't know if we can deal with it. Who cares? Maybe our power won't be small at that time. Yang Ming was a little amused. Wang Xiaoyan's words obviously meant that she was with him to deal with her family. I hope so. Wang Xiaoyan said. Right at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the window, followed by loud banging on the door, and noisy shouting. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't need to say anything to Wang Xiaoyan. The two jumped up from the bed tacitly and rushed to the living room outside the house. Yang Mei and Yang Hua had already woken up. When Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan rushed to the living room, the door of the two people's room was also pushed open. Yang Mei was holding the child in a panic, and she pulled Yang Hua to be at a loss. Has this happened before? Yang Ming wasn't nervous. Even if the people who came were the enemies of Fatty Li, they didn't dare to go too far. After all, this was a residential area. If things got out of hand, it wouldn't be good for anyone. No. Yang Mei shook her head. No one knows here, and we don't have any friends. Yang Ming nodded and said, Don't panic. Call Fatty Li to understand the situation. I will go out and take a look. Then, you have to be careful. Yang Mei nodded and quickly instructed. Yang Ming actually didn't need to go to the door. He could see the situation outside. Outside the courtyard door, there were 3 macho men standing. At the moment, they were vigorously slamming the door panel. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. It might be because they were only dealing with 2 women and a child, so there was no need to use any weapons. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Yang Ming didn't know what these people were doing. Because of the language barrier, Yang Ming couldn't communicate with them. After knocking for a while, no one opened the door. There was a conversation outside the door, but it was all in Vietnamese. Yang Ming couldn't understand even if he wanted to listen. However, because Yang Ming could read lips, although he didn't understand what they were saying, he could remember the mouth shape and pronunciation of these people. Yang Ming remembered a few words they said and then returned to the house. How is it? Did you contact Fatty Li? Asked Yang Ming. I contacted him. He said that everything is fine. He is on his way back. Yang Mei said, I said that someone was knocking on the door outside the house. He said that he sent people to protect us. They can be trusted. Protect you? Can he be trusted? Yang Ming suddenly frowned after listening. Fatty Li would send people to protect here? It doesn't seem to be the case. He knew the strength of himself and Wang Xiaoyan. Never mind the 2 of us, if we were alone, we wouldn't put an ordinary group of people in our eyes. Never mind sending these 3 guys who didn't seem to be very strong? Yes, you see. Should we open the door and let them in? Yang Mei hesitated and asked. Wait. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I have a few words that I don't understand. Please. Translate. What words? Yang Mei asked. Although the sentence wasn't so obvious, they could directly hear the unusualness in the middle. These people were definitely not sent by Fatty Li. The people sent by Fatty Li wouldn't say so. These people weren't sent by Fatty Li. Yang Ming listened to Yang Mei's translation and said straightforwardly. Then, what should we do? These people won't rush in, right? Yang Mei was also a little scared. Rush in? Hee hee, whatever. Yang Ming shrugged and said, I still want to invite them in. Yan Yan, let's go. Help me. Keep them alive. Don't kill them. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't afraid of anything. When Yang Ming said it, she gladly agreed. You guys. Yang Mei didn't know what Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were going to do. She was a little worried. Don't worry. We will deal with it. Yang Ming smiled and walked to the door with Wang Xiaoyan. The people outside the door were still knocking on the door. Yang Ming smiled and opened the door abruptly. The people outside were unguarded. As the door opened inwards, they suddenly stumbled in. However, just as they rushed in, before they could react to what was going on, Yang Ming gently knocked on their necks, and they fainted. At Yan and seeing that their companion accidentally fell in, the other two macho men quickly called out, but when they saw that there was no movement after he went in, they were suddenly somewhat inexplicable. The two men looked at each other and faintly felt that something was wrong, so they shouted. At. Yen ### yen. Yang Ming naturally didn't understand what the two men were saying. He walked directly out of the door with Wang Xiaoyan. The two of them took one of the macho men at the door and directly put them on the ground. Both of them were assassins. They never fought head-on. They emphasized accuracy, ruthlessness, and stability. If they could defeat the enemy with one move, they would never use a second move. Therefore, these two people were knocked unconscious without any suspense. It couldn't be said that the behind-the-scenes bosses of these three people underestimated the enemy. They were just Vietnamese punks. How powerful could they be? It was absolutely impossible to compare them with professional assassins. But in any case, these three people were more than enough to deal with Yang Mei and Yang Hua. After closing the door, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan tied the three men with ropes. The funny thing was that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't need to find another rope. These three people had very strong ropes on them. They were supposed to be used to tie Yang Mei and Yang Hua, but they didn't use them on themselves. After tying the hands and feet of the three people, they tore a few pieces of cloth from their clothes and stuffed their mouths before throwing them in the corner of the yard. As for the questioning, Yang Ming was too lazy to ask. These things were handed over to Fatty Li. Anyway, he didn't speak the same language as them. He couldn't ask for the reason. He just had to fulfill his obligation. Yang Ming didn't intend to help Fatty Li do anything. These grievances and disputes were caused by him. As Yang Ming thought before, these things couldn't be distinguished who was right and who was wrong. It couldn't be said that Fatty Li was right, and it couldn't be said that He Lao San was wrong. Even from the perspective of Old Kung, it couldn't be said that Old Kung was wrong. He had suffered in silence for more than 10 years just to have a day to turn things around. It could only be said that these people lived in the same circle. Peers were always enemies. No one was right or wrong, and no one could tell who was right or wrong. Because what they did was illegal, it was a gray industry. Yang Ming made a move today because he and Fatty Li were friends, and he happened to live with Yang Mei and Yang Hua. If he didn't make a move, it wouldn't be justified, but it didn't mean that Yang Ming would continue to help Fatty Li kill He Lao San. Back in the room, Yang Mei and Yang Hua were worried. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were fine, Yang Mei was relieved. It's great that you are fine. Fatty just called and said that he found out that his phone had been swapped. He told us not to trust the call from the previous number. I told him what happened before, and he said that someone must have picked up the call. With a voice changer. He also told me not to open the door, and he said that he would bring people back immediately. Don't worry. It's just 3 little thieves. They have been solved. They were tied up with ropes and thrown in the yard. Yang Ming said faintly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. There was no emotion in it at all. Ah? Yang Mei didn't expect Yang Ming to solve the 3 people who came to catch them so easily. However, it could be seen that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would lie. Fatty Li was polite to him. Obviously, he was a very capable person. So when Yang Mei heard that Yang Ming caught the 3 people outside the door, she was relieved. It's good that you caught them. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yang. Fatty Li was a cautious person. Yang Mei was also very clear about this. Therefore, Fatty Li could trust Yang Ming so much and bring him home. It showed that Yang Ming was really a trustworthy person. Otherwise, with Fatty Li's character, it was impossible to bring Yang Ming here. As a matter of fact, this was Fatty Li's last base. If Yang Ming wasn't someone he absolutely trusted, he wouldn't leave Yang Ming here and leave alone. It's nothing, sister-in-law. We are from the same family. It's okay for you to call me younger brother. If you call me Mr. Yang, it's a bit estranged. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Okay, then I'll call you younger brother. Yang Mei smiled. I'm definitely older than you. You won't suffer a loss. As they talked and laughed, the tense atmosphere in the room also eased a lot. Even Yang Hua was relieved. Although she was not old, she knew a lot of things. She also knew a little about what her brother-in-law did every day. This kind of worrying life was really difficult for a 15-year-old girl to cope with. However, seeing that her sister and Fatty Li were really in love, and the two of them had a child, Yang Hua couldn't persuade her sister to leave Fatty Li. Her sister seemed to have accepted this kind of life, so Yang Hua couldn't say anything. In the past, this kind of dangerous situation was not unheard of, but at that time, Fatty Li was by their side, and they could be safely transferred. This time, Fatty Li was not there. If Yang Ming didn't stop her sister from opening the door and personally deal with those people, the two sisters might have been caught as hostages to threaten Fatty Li. Although Yang Hua also wanted to persuade Fatty Li to stop as soon as possible and let them live a peaceful life, her sister didn't say anything. It was even harder for a child to say it, so she could only bear it silently. As the two were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door again, and it was mixed with Fatty Li's anxious shout, "Little Mei, how are you? Open the door?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "Fatty Li is back. Sister-in-law, you go and open the door. This time, it won't be wrong." It must be Fatty Li. In fact, before Yang Ming said this, he used his special ability to look at the situation outside the door. After confirming that it was Fatty Li who brought people back, Yang Ming dared to let Yang Mei open the door. Otherwise, who knew if it was faked by a voice changer this time? Therefore, Yang Ming had to be careful, lest he deal with the difficulties in front, but in the end, he lost everything because of carelessness. Yang Mei went to open the door, and Fatty Li rushed in anxiously. "Little Mei, are you okay?" "Of course, I'm fine. Otherwise, who did you see?" Yang Mei looked at Fatty Li's nervous appearance and said with a smile. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. You scared me to death." Fatty Li patted his chest and said with a sigh of relief, "Mother ****, it's so hateful. I learned from a remnant of Old King that the car driven by Old King was installed with a GPS satellite positioning system, which allowed He Lao San's people to know my whereabouts at any time. Although the people in the gang have been dealt with, this satellite positioning system has become a time bomb. I'm afraid that they will come to you. It's fine now. My people have completely protected this place. They just came." Yang Mei nodded and said. "They came? Where? You didn't open the door, right?" Fatty Li listened to Yang Mei's words and was suddenly shocked. "I don't know. It was younger brother Yang who opened the door." Yang Mei smiled and said, however, younger brother Yang said that he had caught the three people outside the door. "Caught? That's great. That's great." Fatty Li touched his chest. Today's things were too messy, but fortunately, Yang Ming was present. He could easily deal with these emergencies. Otherwise, Fatty Li himself was not sure if he could deal with it easily if he was alone. Fatty Li was very fortunate. At this moment, Fang Tian could trouble him with something, and he even sent Yang Ming, a guy who was like a god, to come over. It was as if Yang Ming deliberately came to solve the trouble for him. "Where are the people?" Fatty Li asked quickly. "Over there." Yang Ming also came over at this time. He pointed to the corner of the yard and said, "They are all there. They are all unconscious, but they are not dead. They are waiting for you to ask." "That's great." When Fatty Li heard that the people were not dead, he suddenly became excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "Hey Lao San, this time, if I don't ask where your headquarters is, I will not give up. It's also time for me to fight back. This is your business. I originally wanted to help you ask, but I didn't understand what they were saying. Yang Ming shrugged. So, I will leave it to you to ask. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and yelled a few words outside the door. A few black-shirted men came in. Fatty Lee pointed to the 3 people who were knocked down by Yang Ming and gave a few instructions. Then, these people rushed over and dragged the 3 people out. It seemed that they were going to interrogate them inhumanely. However, these people had no sympathy. Yang Ming naturally would not care about their life and death. How is it? What about your side? Asked Yang Ming. It's almost done. This time I really troubled you. Fatty Lee said with some excitement, Brother Yang, you can rest assured. If there is anything I can help in the future, just ask. I, Lee, will not refuse. Hee, before, weren't you going to try your best to help me? Yang Ming smiled. I just saw it, and I just happened to encounter it, so I made a move. But, you still have to solve He Lao San's matter yourself. Of course, I am already very grateful. Brother Yang doesn't have to worry about He Lao San's matter. I will take care of it myself. Fatty Lee nodded and said. Yang Mei and the Yang Hua sisters were rushed to the house to sleep by Fatty Lee. He had been guarding here with his men nearby and asked the 3 people about He Lao San. Although Yang Ming was proficient in the art of inquiry, he did not participate. He let Fatty Lee and the others solve it themselves. These 3 people were obviously not ruthless characters. Sure enough, it didn't take long for these 3 people to tell all the things they knew. Fatty Lee also knew the current hiding place of He Lao San. Without saying anything, he directly mobilized people and went to He Lao San's lair. This night was destined not to be peaceful for Fatty Lee. Yang Ming was very relaxed and slept with Wang Xiaoyan. He believed that he didn't have to worry about these things. Fatty Lee could handle it. Otherwise, Fatty Lee had been in vain for so long. Sure enough, early the next morning, Fatty Lee rushed back with a smile. Yang Ming didn't have to ask. He knew that the matter was definitely resolved. You seem to be in a good mood? He Lao San, this guy, finally asked me to kill him. Fatty Lee said very straightforwardly, I didn't want to conflict with him. We didn't interfere with each other's business, but I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to find me. Then, don't blame me. It's still the same sentence. If you can stop, try to stop. After all, you are also a person with a family. Yang Ming patted Fatty Lee's shoulder and comforted him. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded. I will consider this issue even if you don't say it. Right, I will invite you to have a big meal to celebrate in a while. I have already contacted the flight tonight. Okay, everything is up to you. Yang Ming nodded. At noon, Fatty Lee arranged a feast for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan in the most luxurious hotel here. It was said that this was originally He Lao San's contact point, but it was taken by Fatty Lee. It seemed that Fatty Lee was still a very capable person. Yang Mei and Yang Hua also came over. Obviously, Fatty Lee defined this meal as a family feast, not a social event. During the meal, it could be seen that Yang Mei wanted to say something several times, but she stopped. Although Yang Ming found it strange, he didn't say much. In the evening, Fatty Lee drove a brand new Toyota off-road vehicle to the destination with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was said that this car was also copied from He Lao San. Yang Ming thought it was a little funny. In the beginning, when Bao Sanli copied Yu Xiangda's industry, it was also like this, right? This car is better than the one I blew up. Overall, it is still a profit. Fatty Lee said with some pride. Fatty Lee was obviously familiar with this road. At first glance, he often drove here. When the car finally stopped in front of the barbed wire of a courtyard, Yang Ming discovered that it turned out to be a small military airport. Fatty Lee actually got a plane to Africa from here. It could be seen how big his local power was. The car was parked in front of the gate. There were soldiers who were responsible for guarding the gate. These people did not know Fatty Lee, but Fatty Lee's license plate was also the local military's license plate, so they did not ask much. Fatty Lee took out his mobile phone and made a call. He said something that Yang Ming did not understand, but not long after he hung up the phone, the gate opened. Apparently, the soldiers at the gate got the order from inside. Fatty Lee started the car and drove the car directly in. Then the gate behind him closed again, and the previous peace was restored. Fatty Lee obviously did not come to this place for the first time. He drove the car to the front of a loft and stopped. A thin and tall middle-aged man standing in front of the loft came over. Fatty Lee also got out of the car and shook hands with the thin and tall man with a smile. He spoke Vietnamese cordially. Yang Ming did not care about what they said, but he thought that it was also some mutual greetings. Although the two people were using each other, they still had to do enough homework on the surface. After the thin and tall man and Fatty Lee exchanged greetings for a while, he looked up at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and nodded. Then, he said something to Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee suddenly smiled happily. "This is Commander Wan." Fatty Lee turned his head and whispered to Yang Ming, "He is the person in charge here." Yang Ming nodded and said nothing. He was not very clear about the things here. It was useless to say more. Under the leadership of Commander Wan, Fatty Lee and Yang Ming entered the airport and came to the front of a small passenger plane. Then Commander Wan said something to Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee nodded and said to Yang Ming, "The things here have been arranged. You don't have to say anything. Just sit in it." "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Yang Ming smiled and knew that he did not have to be too polite with Fatty Lee. "Have a safe trip. Call me before you come back, and I will arrange it for you." Fatty Lee also smiled and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Obviously, Fatty Lee and Commander Wan were very familiar with each other. There was no need to say anything. He directly arranged for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to get on the plane, and then the plane slowly took off in the twilight. Except for the two pilots, there was no one else on the plane, but looking at the pilots' actions and words, they should be soldiers under Commander Wan. The two people's driving skills were good. Although the small plane's balance was not as good as the big plane, it was still okay. "We are going to land," the pilot said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. The plane slowly fell and finally landed smoothly. However, the landing site was not in Africa, but on an unknown island. Perhaps because there was no way to enter the country, they chose this way. After getting off the plane, a ship came to pick them up. Obviously, Fatty Lee arranged it properly. The pilot here led Yang Ming to the ship and was ready to return. This was a small motorboat. There were two people on board. One was Asian, and the other was black. "Fatty Lee introduced you?" The Asian's voice was very feminine, which made people feel uncomfortable. His Chinese was also somewhat unfamiliar. It seemed that he was not from China. "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Let's get on board." The Asian glanced at Wang Xiaoyan and looked up and down at Yang Ming. Then, he said. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan got on the boat together. Then the Asian said something to the black man in English, meaning to let him sail the boat. Through a simple conversation, Yang Ming learned that the Asian was called Wulong. He didn't know where he was from, and he didn't say. The black man was called Jim, and he was a native of Africa. There was still some distance from Country X in North Africa. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were arranged in a cabin on the ship. Yang Ming looked around. There were only 3 cabins on the whole ship. Lying quietly in the cabin, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't sleep. This was not the time to sleep. If the previous pilot of the plane could be trusted, Yang Ming still had some confidence. But now the 2 people on board were not so reliable. These 2 people were not direct friends of Fatty Lee. It could be said that they knew each other indirectly through Commander Wan or others. Therefore, Yang Ming had to be careful. The speed of the boat was not very fast, but Yang Ming didn't insist on anything. In this kind of place, it was good to have such a boat. Yang Ming could now barely accept a sampan boat. The 2 were quietly closing their eyes to rest. Suddenly, they heard a bang sound. Yang Ming quickly opened his eyes, but he saw the Asian, Wulong, come in with a pistol in his hand. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, "You go out. The woman stays." Yang Ming was stunned at first, then he saw Wulong's obscene eyes and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Looking at his fearless appearance, it was not the first time he did this kind of thing. Wang Xiaoyan was not stupid. When Yang Ming understood, she also understood. She nodded slightly to Yang Ming, indicating that Yang Ming that she could handle it herself. Then, Wang Xiaoyan's expression turned into a horrified expression. What are you going to do? Yang Ming was somewhat helpless, but he did not stop her. After all, this trip was a bit boring. Wang Xiaoyan was powerful, but she was just an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She also had a childish heart that loved to play. Since Wang Xiaoyan wanted to play a game with Wulong, then Yang Ming naturally let her be. What am I going to do? You will know in a while. Wulong held the pistol and said lecherously. We spent money. Wang Xiaoyan said in a hurry. Spent money? So what if you spent money? Wulong snorted disdainfully. The women who were played by me all spent money to be smuggled, but so what? You want to sue me? You want to sue me? It's good enough that I don't arrest you as a smuggler first. Although Wulong was a bit rampant, Yang Ming also knew that he was telling the truth. As a result, the women who were insulted by him could only swallow their anger. It was impossible to do anything to Wulong. However, even if he knew, Yang Ming couldn't change anything. Since he chose the path of smuggling, if he didn't have enough strength to protect himself, then he could only be trampled on. Even if Yang Ming killed Wulong, it wouldn't help. If he killed him, there would still be other smuggling organizations that would do the same. Well, don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't want to die, go out and stand. I guarantee that you will be fine. Wulong pointed his gun at Yang Ming. Okay. In order to cooperate with Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming had to pretend to be weak and incompetent. He walked helplessly to the cabin door. Wulong's face showed a smug smile. He had used this trick countless times, and it worked every time. Even if these two people were friends of Fatty Li, so what? Fatty Li couldn't care less about him. Before, when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan boarded the ship, Wulong noticed Wang Xiaoyan. She had a beautiful face and an exquisite figure. It was extremely tempting. Therefore, although Fatty Li had taken care of him before, Wulong still had crooked thoughts. It was also because he had played with countless women smugglers over the years, and there were no accidents, so he became so unscrupulous. Therefore, after Wang Xiaoyan boarded the ship, Wulong waited for the opportunity to make a move. Originally, Wulong wanted to wait for the two to fall asleep. Then, Wulong sneaked in and made a move, but later, Wulong couldn't help it, so he went in with a gun. He wanted to drive Yang Ming out, and then he staged a rape scene. Yang Ming was forced out of the cabin. The black man, Jim, was standing outside. When he saw Yang Ming, he said, "Sorry," with a blank expression. He pushed Yang Ming into another room and then locked the cabin door from the outside. Yang Ming could see through the cabin door panel through his X-ray vision. The black man, Jim, was guarding the door of the cabin where Wang Xiaoyan was located. He was motionless like a black door god. After a while, Wulong's powerful groan came from Wang Xiaoyan's cabin. Although Jim was curious why his boss was so loud today, it was not good to disturb him. After all, it was normal to groan a few times when doing that kind of thing. However, it didn't take long for the cabin door to open. Wulong crawled out of the cabin. The black man, Jim, was stunned. He was about to break in, but he was stopped by Wulong. Don't, it's okay. It's okay. It's a misunderstanding. Wang Xiaoyan walked out of the cabin with Wulong's pistol and looked at Wulong coldly. If you don't want to die, you can sail the ship with peace of mind. But, when are you going to give me my antidote? Wulong begged with an ashen face. If you perform well, we will naturally give it to you before we get off the ship. Wang Xiaoyan snorted and said. Okay, okay. Wulong hurriedly nodded his head. When Yang Ming saw that Wang Xiaoyan had played enough, he didn't need to continue pretending. He directly raised his leg, kicked the cabin door in front of him, and walked out from inside. The loud noise shocked Wulong and Jim, but when they saw that it was Yang Ming, Wulong quickly lowered his head again. He was sad in his heart. This person was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He can kick the iron door with one kick. Is he a simple person? His woman is also powerful enough. Not only did she use him as a sandbag to practice sanda, but she also forced him to eat a poison. If I knew that this man and woman were so difficult to deal with, I would be a fool to provoke them. Yan Yan, are you okay? Although Yang Ming knew that Wang Xiaoyan was fine, he still asked subconsciously. Of course, I'm okay. Wang Xiaoyan stretched and said, after sitting on the plane for so long, I finally stretched my muscles. Wulong broke into a sweat. Are you using me as a fitness machine? However, although he thought so, he didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. Otherwise, if she was angry and didn't give him the antidote, then he, Wulong, would be f***ked. He didn't dare to say more. Wulong pulled Jim to sail the ship honestly, but Wang Xiaoyan's interest was greatly increased. After returning to the cabin with Yang Ming, she said, Yang Ming, why don't we do it again here? That's not very good, right? Yang Ming felt that this cabin was quite unsoundproof. Hee, it's just to let that guy, Wulong, hear it. It will make his heart itch and torture him to death. Wang Xiaoyan said viciously. You are really bad. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly and said, right, what medicine did you give him? An aphrodisiac. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly lowered her voice and said sneakily. What? Yang Ming was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you harming him? Where did you get it? I found it in this room. I fed him one, but he didn't see what medicine it was. Haha. Wang Xiaoyan said proudly. Then you are not afraid that after he hears us, he can't help it? Yang Ming was afraid that this guy would be blinded by lust again and come to destroy the good thing between them. Then, Yang Ming really couldn't help but want to kill him. Does he dare? Humph. Wang Xiaoyan said disdainfully, at most, he can't help but do it with that black guy Jim. Wah-ha, am I very evil? Haha, it turns out that you also have such a playful side. At this time, Yang Ming really felt that Wang Xiaoyan was also a girl in her youth. Occasionally, she would have some bad thoughts. Yeah, how is it? Do you like the previous me or the current me? Wang Xiaoyan nodded and asked. The current you? Yang Ming smiled and said, you seem to be happier now. Compared to the previous you who was indifferent and wanted to make a big assassin organization, you are more energetic and more charming. Really? Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and said, I also feel very happy now. Come on. The cheerful voice passed to Wulong's ears from the cabin. Wulong only felt that his lower body was as hard as iron. Although his heart was very itchy, he thought that if he went now, he might lose his life. So, Wulong still dispelled this unrealistic idea. That little girl was not someone he could touch. Not to mention her own means. Even if her man casually gave him a kick, that Wulong would directly explode and die. Seeing the deformed iron gate on the ground, Wulong suddenly shuddered. However, his physiological needs were not reduced at all. Helplessly, Wulong could only stand on the edge of the deck and start the great undertaking of 5 against 1. When the sun rose, the ship also docked. This was the first time that Yang Ming set foot on the land of Africa. He was a little fresh and a little nervous. Heroin, my antidote. Wulong naturally would not forget to ask for his antidote. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were ready to get off the boat, he quickly asked. Oh, the antidote. Wang Xiaoyan patted her head and smiled. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. My lady, you must not forget. It's okay if you forget, but I am finished. Wulong said humbly. And, here you are. Wang Xiaoyan took out an antidote from her pocket and threw it into Wulong's mouth. Thank you, thank you. Wulong's heart settled down. Otherwise, he was always worried that Wang Xiaoyan would not give him the antidote. If she did not give him the antidote, he could not snatch it. Even if he snatched it, he could not snatch it. Then, he could only wait for death. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoyan was still a trustworthy person. She finally gave him the antidote. However, for Wang Xiaoyan's straightforwardness, Wulong still had some doubts, so he asked, Heroine, is this really the antidote? Are you lying to me? Why would I lie to you? It's up to you to believe it or not. Wang Xiaoyan frowned and said impatiently. I believe. I believe. I just want to make sure. Wulong quickly said with a smile. When we go back, we may have to take your boat. If you die, who am I going to find? Wang Xiaoyan glared at him. Okay, don't dawdle. We have to go. Okay, okay. When he heard Wang Xiaoyan's words, Wulong was relieved. Wulong watched Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan leave until Wulong got on the boat. Jim also knew that his boss had suffered a big loss this time. He felt a little funny, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He had to endure it. It was very uncomfortable. Wulong seemed to see the smile in Jim's eyes. He glared and said, "Laugh, laugh, what are you laughing at? You almost lost your life." Wulong didn't feel that there was anything to be ashamed of in this matter. If his strength was not as good as others, then he had to admit defeat. The result of a head-on fight was death. Stepping on the land of Africa, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and smiled. After a few days, they finally arrived at their destination. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, it was still smooth. "What antidote did you just give him?" Yang Ming was a little puzzled. "This aphrodisiac doesn't need an antidote, right?" "It's still an aphrodisiac. I gave him another one," Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile. "Sweat, you are really ruthless." Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. "Do you know how ruthless I am? If you make me unhappy, I will also give you one." Wang Xiaoyan snorted. "Give it to me?" "Huh." Yang Ming suddenly laughed after listening. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Xiaoyan frowned and asked. "If you are not afraid of being killed by me, then give it to me." Yang Ming still couldn't help but laugh. Wang Xiaoyan also felt that if she gave it to Yang Ming, it was equivalent to harming herself. Her face was red, and she closed her mouth. This place belonged to a small country in the north of Africa. Although it was in the territory of Africa, it actually did not belong to Africa. This was a country controlled by armed forces. Here, the alternation of political power was like the change of day and night. Sometimes, yesterday, a temporary government was in charge, and today, another regime was in charge. General Kars was a relatively large armed force here, but the strength of his opponent, General Houghton, was not weak. Moreover, General Kars had already lost his vitality because of the struggle for power a while ago. Now, if there was a conflict with General Houghton, it was still unknown who would win. The target of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan this time was General Houghton, the political enemy of General Kars. In fact, in the war-torn land of Country X, the so-called titles such as generals were self-titled. Even the leader of an armed force with only a few thousand people was self-titled as a general. In this small Country X, such a small place, there might be dozens of generals or even more than the average big country. In fact, it was not difficult to assassinate the leader of an armed force. Although the armed forces of these leaders were strong, most of them relied on hot weapons to fight. Their individual strength might not be so strong. However, even so, there were not many assassins who were willing to come here to take on the task. Assassins were skilled in killing, not brute force. Although they were good at killing, they often needed the cover of the environment and some external factors. In such a war-torn place, no one was willing to accept the task even if it was easy. The reason was very simple. Although assassins were better at assassination, most of them were not good at head-on conflicts, especially in this kind of war with hot weapons. A group of soldiers used guns to shoot you. No matter how powerful you were, you would be shot into a sieve. This was why Kars offered such a high price, but still no one took on this task. Who would take their own life as a joke? They might not even see the target of the task, and they would be robbed and killed in the war. This was something that was hard to say. The first thing Yang Ming had to do when he arrived here was to see General Kars. After all, Yang Ming did not know where General Houghton was stationed. He wanted to get first-hand information from General Kars. Country X had a large foreign population, so Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, the two yellow-skinned people, were not very eye-catching. Most of these people were like Huang Leilei's family, they came here to speculate. Many people thought that this war-torn country was a paradise for speculators and adventurers, but after they went bankrupt, they found that the rules of the game here were not what they were familiar with. Here, connections and money were of no use. Even if you knew the most powerful interim president here, maybe he would step down in 2 days, and your network would be in vain. Money was not useful. No matter how rich you were still the meat in the mouth of others. Therefore, only when you had an absolutely powerful armed force could you occupy a foothold in this war-torn country. Therefore, people like Huang Leilei's family, who came here to take risks and seek for gold, as long as there was a change in the regime, their momentary glory would be instantly annihilated. Of course, Fang Tian's diamond mine was an exception. No matter which armed force was in power, their leader wouldn't be stupid enough to offend a top assassin. They couldn't wait to curry favor with this kind of person, so why would they offend him? Offending such a person would not benefit them at all. Therefore, after General Kars came to power, he still did not take back Fang Tian's diamond mine. Not only that, but he also personally called to express goodwill. This series of actions showed that he could not afford to offend Fang Tian. Although Yang Ming did not know where General Houghton was, Yang Ming could easily find General Kars. The capital of Country X was Xianxia City. Yang Ming had also translated it based on the transliteration because there was no relevant information on the internet. But before departure, Fang Tian got a military map of Country X from General Kars. Yang Ming could easily find the capital of Country X, Xianxia City. The traffic in the city was relatively chaotic. In order to survive, some people had to rely on various armed forces or big forces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive. There were no buses here, only some large trucks operated by the army as a means of transportation. Of course, these trucks were currently under the operation of the Kars regime. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan stopped such a car on the road and asked the direction of the car. The two got behind the car, and the truck headed to the capital of Country X. The common currency here was different from the currencies of other African countries. The US dollar was used, but fortunately, Yang Ming had prepared some in advance. The cost of the ride was $3 per person, depending on the distance. This was the first time that Yang Ming had come to such a war-torn country, but it was better than what he imagined. Yang Ming originally thought that this war-torn country would be the kind of war-torn country with ruins everywhere. However, now it seemed that this was not the case. Although the development of the city was not very high, probably at the level of the country in the 70s and 80s, it was also well organized. When various armed forces were in conflict, they would tacitly choose some sparsely populated places, and they would not destroy the existing city construction. Otherwise, if the city was destroyed, it would not be a good thing even if they obtained political power. If they wanted to rebuild, it would cost a lot of money. This was an astronomical figure for these temporary regimes that were already short of funds. Therefore, regardless of whether the regime changed alternately, these normal towns and cities would not be damaged too much. Even so, some small businesses on the street looked particularly bleak. Halfway through, some locals got on the car, but most of them looked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and lowered their heads. They did not feel anything strange. The territory of Country X was not large, it was not even as big as a small domestic province, so the car soon arrived at Xianxia City, the capital of Country X. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan got off the car and rushed to General Kars' temporary government. The location of the temporary government was very easy to find. They could just ask anyone. No matter how the regime was handed over, the temporary government's office location would not change. The appearance of the temporary government was not very luxurious, and it was even a little shabby, but it was understandable. Every president here knew that he would not be able to do it for a long time, and he would not invest the limited funds in the construction of the government building. It could be 1 year, 5 years, or 1 month. A temporary government would be replaced by another group of armed forces. However, in front of the temporary government, there were soldiers guarding it strictly. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan could naturally claim that General Kars invited them, so they could enter from the main entrance. However, Yang Ming did not intend to directly reveal his identity, but he chose to sneak in secretly. On the one hand, he could show his and Wang Xiaoyan's abilities. On the other hand, he also wanted to give General Kars a deterrent effect so that he would not underestimate him. In this way, in the future negotiations about Huang Leilei's family's gold mine, Yang Ming could grasp the initiative. As for the deterrence of General Kars, Yang Ming naturally had another deep meaning in it, but this idea was not very mature now. Yang Ming did not mention it to anyone around him. Although it seemed that there were some armed soldiers guarding here, when it came to the degree of security, these people were far worse than the guards at the government gates of those big countries. These people were temporarily drawn from their own armed forces and had not been professionally trained. So, when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan secretly climbed the wall and entered the temporary government compound, no one found them. Yang Ming had seen General Kars from the information. He was a European Caucasian in his 40s, but he had established his own armed forces in Country X very early. Finally, he launched a coup at the beginning of this year and controlled the political power of Country X. Using his special ability to scan the interior of the temporary government building, Yang Ming easily found General Kars' office. At this moment, General Kars was sitting in the office, looking at a military map. He frowned and drew on it with a marker. This kind of temporary government seemed to be heavily guarded from the outside, but the inside was very loose. Outside General Kars' office, there were no guards, not even surveillance videos. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan easily entered the office building from the bathroom on the second floor and then came to the door of General Kars' office on the third floor. Yang Ming knocked on the door, and the voice of General Kars came from inside. "Please come in." General Kars spoke English, but Yang Ming focused on learning English. There was no problem with normal conversations. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan directly pushed the door and walked in. Then, under General Kars' somewhat surprised gaze, they sat on the sofa opposite General Kars' desk. "You guys." General Kars was stunned and subconsciously touched the gun on his body. "Don't be impulsive." Wang Xiaoyan raised the pistol from Wulong and pointed it at General Kars. General Kars' movement stagnated there, and his face became ugly. Because there was a muzzle pointed at him, he did not dare to make any other moves and slowly raised his hand. "Who sent you? Can you tell me? Houghton? Or?" General Kars was worthy of being on the battlefield, and his expression returned to calmness. "Let me introduce myself. We are from the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. My surname is Yang Ming. This is my partner, Wang Xiaoyan." Yang Ming was not afraid to reveal his identity to General Kars because people like General Kars would not publicize anything. Moreover, Country X did not join the United Nations, so Yang Ming did not need to worry about anything. "You were introduced by Mr. Feng." General Kars suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and asked. "Yes, so I told you not to be impulsive." Yang Ming smiled and turned his head. "Yan Yan, you can put down the gun. You scared me to death, but you are really powerful." General Kars said sincerely, "If you were sent by Houghton, then I am already dead. Your defense here is not tight." Yang Ming faintly reminded, "It is easy for someone who wants to come in. If you are not too short of money, it is best to install a monitoring system. Otherwise, you may die at any time." Of course, even if there is a monitoring system, it does not make any sense to us. General Kars suddenly had a cold sweat. Indeed, if Yang Ming chose to assassinate him, then he was already dead. Yang Ming did not expect that General Kars' temporary government's preventive measures would be so poor. The soldiers patrolling outside were more intimidating. "I will do it as soon as possible." "Mr. Yang, thank you for reminding me." General Kars did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Ming. He quickly stood up humbly and said very respectfully, "Mr. Yang, when can you act? Give me Houghton's information, and then get me a car." Yang Ming said, "But this time, I want to take over Mr. Feng's previous diamond mine. Is there any problem?" "No, no." General Kars shook his head and smiled. "The diamond mine is very good. It can be mined at any time. I thought you sold it to someone else again." Yang Ming shrugged and said, "I heard that you will take back the minerals that were given out before when you changed the regime here." "Huh." General Kars was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Take back anyone's, but I dare not take back Mr. Feng's. If you and Mr. Feng want to take my name, isn't it easy? It's good that you understand it. I thought you didn't know." Yang Ming's previous teasing expression suddenly changed into a serious expression. General Kars didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly said this, but Yang Ming was someone he could never afford to offend, so he had to smile awkwardly. He didn't know how to continue this topic. "Well, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the assassination target." Yang Ming didn't need to say too much now. It was enough to scare General Kars a little. As for Huang Leilei's matter, it would not be too late to solve it after the mission was completed. During this mission, Yang Ming also planned to ask Li Chang to bring people to Africa. While receiving the diamond mine here, he would build a strong armed force. However, even if it was not very strong, General Kars would not offend the people here. It was just that Li Chang and the others were strong enough. Probably even the regular army under Kars was not their opponent. As for the way Li Chang came over, it was not as troublesome as Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan. After all, Yang Ming intended to ask them to come over, and he was not going to let them go back. Therefore, they could come to Africa from the normal channel, and then go inland to Country X. Houghton's armed forces are located in the eastern mountains of Country X. As General Kars introduced, he unfolded the map in his hand and began to mark it. In addition to Houghton's armed forces, there is another armed force in the vicinity. It is the armed force led by Kevin. Fortunately, he and Houghton are not on good terms. Otherwise, if they join forces, their strength cannot be underestimated. As General Kars spoke, he also marked the location of Kevin. Yang Ming quietly looked at the location of the armed forces on the map. This Kevin, does he not pose a threat to your regime? There is no threat for the time being. Kevin is a very conservative person. He has been occupying the southern part of Country X. He has occupied the mountain as the king, but he does not attack. This situation has been going on for several years. He has not expanded his forces, said General Kars. What about their forces? Yang Ming continued to ask. Houghton's forces are bigger, but Kevin is not weak. Because there is no conflict with the outside world, his people can't be underestimated now. In fact, everyone understands that he is conserving his strength, but he can't do anything in the near future, said General Kars. In addition to these two forces, is there anything else nearby? Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that General Kars was not a fool, he still had some brains. No, there are only these two armed forces. But for now, Houghton is a bigger threat to me. We are originally enemies. Now that I am on the stage, he will definitely not be reconciled, so it is only a matter of time before he deals with me. I naturally have to make the first move, said General Kars. Make the first move? Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. In fact, I don't want to hide it from you. Houghton is also offering a reward to kill you. It's just that I chose to help you because of Mr. Fong. Ah? This guy actually wants to hire an assassin to kill me? General Kars was shocked after hearing it and said angrily, it seems that I really can't keep him. However, after venting, General Kars fell into contemplation again. After I kill Houghton, will there be a group of Houghtons? At that time, I don't have the help of Yang Ming. What should I do? Although General Kars was ready to step down on the first day he came to power, the longer he sat in this position, the more reluctant he became. He didn't want to step down. He wanted to sit in this position all the time, but obviously, this was not realistic. The lessons of history told him that other regimes would replace him in 5 years at most or a few months at least. General Kars sighed and fantasized in his heart. If Yang Ming was the power around him, how good would it be? In this way, he would not have to be afraid of anyone. But obviously, this idea was not impossible. A person like Yang Ming would never be a subordinate of General Kars. If he were to be a subordinate of General Kars would not necessarily accept him. Although General Kars seemed to be powerful, Yang Ming's wealth might not be less than General Kars, and a temporary president like General Kars was respectful to Yang Ming. After obtaining General Houghton's photos and information, Yang Ming left General Kars and asked him to wait for his news here. As for the car, General Kars was ready. It was a military green jeep. The origin and brand were unknown. It might have been assembled and produced by a local car company, but there was a document of General Kars' authorization in the car. With this document, a lot of trouble could be avoided, and there would be no obstacles along the way. Of course, when they arrived at the station of General Houghton and General Kevin, this document was no longer useful. After Yang Ming left, General Kars fell into contemplation. Obviously, the arrival of Yang Ming made his mind become active. Even though his current power wasn't as great as he had imagined, Karsi still enjoyed this feeling. The car here was a right-steering car. When he first got started, Yang Ming was still not used to it. Fortunately, there were not many cars driving on the road. Occasionally, they would pass by, but they were the public trucks or some military material transport vehicles. However, no matter what kind of car, when they saw Yang Ming's military green car with a special license plate, they would avoid it. It could be seen that some towns and roads near the temporary government were completely controlled by General Kars. This car belonged to General Kars government. These people were obviously very clear. Later, Yang Ming learned that this car was one of General Kars' cars. No wonder it had such great authority. However, it could also be seen that General Kars' finances were really tight. Even his own car was very bad. No wonder he wanted to exploit Huang Lele, a businessman without roots and power, as soon as he took office. Because Country X implemented military control, there were soldiers standing guard on the streets not far away. Yang Ming was unimpeded all the way. No one stopped him even when he drove the car at the highest speed. However, when he left Xianxia city, a pair of soldiers checked Yang Ming's car. Obviously, although they knew General Kars' car, they did not know Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. In order to prevent accidents, they still checked Yang Ming. Yang Ming also cooperated and took out the authorization letter signed by General Kars. After the soldiers confirmed the authenticity of the authorization letter, they immediately saluted and let him go. Yang Ming also knew that the cars and documents in the vicinity were still useful, but as he went further and further, these things would become less useful because Kars did not control several armed forces near the border of Country X. Gradually moving away from Xianxia city, the capital of Country X, Yang Ming also became low-key. According to the military map, this area was no longer under the control of General Kars because there were already other vehicles with military license plates nearby. For the license plate of Yang Ming's car, although these people did not do anything too hostile, their eyes were obviously not right when they saw Yang Ming. There was no previous respect, but vigilance and caution. After all, this was a town. It belonged to General Kars' territory nominally, but the people here no longer paid taxes to the Kars government, but paid money to the nearby garrison armed forces. Yang Ming found a place where there was no one, got out of the car, took off the license plate, and put it in an iron box behind the car with General Kars' authorization letter. Yang Ming's car became a black car without a license plate. Fortunately, the traffic management here was very irregular. All the cars did not have a driving license, and the license plates were arranged internally by each armed force. There were many cars like Yang Ming's without a license plate. They belonged to those private mine owners. These people did not belong to any armed force, so it was normal for the car to not have a license plate. After Yang Ming took off the license plate, the people who passed by on the road looked at them more normally. After all, there were many Asians who invested here. No one doubted the purpose of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Gradually, out of the last town, it began to become sparsely populated. There were no shops and pedestrians, only rugged dirt roads. Obviously, this was already the territory of those armed forces. In a while, let's see if we can see General Houghton through the normal way. Yang Ming had already thought of a way to get close to General Houghton on the road, but he didn't know if it was feasible. Normal way? Wang Xiaoyan asked, go directly to see him? Yes, we are going to see him as businessmen who invest here. Let's see if we can see him. Yang Ming said, according to common sense, their armed forces are in need of funds. They should give a warmer reception to foreign businessmen. Of course, after the reception, if you bring the money, you are at the mercy of others. That's also true, but at least before we invest, we should be treated with friendliness. Wang Xiaoyan also understood the face of these armed forces, but they were here to kill anyway, not to invest. At most, they were just fooling them. At noon, Yang Ming found a house nearby and gave them some money to buy some food. In this kind of country, it was very difficult to find a restaurant unless it was near the capital. The farther away from the capital, the fewer business circles there were. Even small shops could not be seen doing business. Even if there were, they were some processing plants and mining. However, the people in the house were still relatively friendly. Yang Ming gave them $10 and asked them to help get some food. Then he talked to them. We are businessmen who want to invest here. Which sphere of influence does this place belong to? Of course, Yang Ming used English, the official language of Country X, when he talked. When it comes to sphere of influence, General Houghton manages more. Although General Kevin is also nearby, he rarely interferes with local government affairs. The male owner earned $10. He was obviously very excited and talked happily with Yang Ming. That is to say, if we want to open a mine or something here, we have to consult General Houghton's opinion, asked Yang Ming. This is the case, but, I still don't want to say it. The male owner shook his head and closed his mouth. Why don't you say it? What's wrong? Yang Ming asked curiously. You see, General Houghton and General Kevin, they are very powerful now. They are in power, but I can't say when. The male owner sighed. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but I still want to remind you that you must be cautious when investing. After Yang Ming listened to the male owner's words, he smiled and said, Don't worry. We are doing short-term investment business. Short-term is okay. If it is long-term, you have to be careful. The male owner breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. This country is a small place, and there are so many civil wars. I don't know when we can live a peaceful life. Soon, this day will not be too far away. Yang Ming said with a smile. The male owner thought that Yang Ming was comforting him, so he didn't think much about it. He also nodded with a smile. Right, we are going to see General Houghton. Can he see us? Asked Yang Ming. If you are going to see General Houghton himself, it seems to be a bit difficult. The male owner thought about it and said, Generally, businessmen who come to invest are received by General Houghton's adjutant, Mr. Wixon, the civil affairs officer of this area. Wixon? Yang Ming frowned. Is this place not within the scope of General Kar's government? Nominally, yes, but the people here no longer pay taxes to the Kars government. Instead, they hand it over to Officer Wixon. The male owner introduced. It turns out to be the case. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that the development of things is not going in the direction I expected. If I want to see General Houghton, it is obviously a bit far-fetched to use the excuse of investment. However, no matter what, let's give it a try first. Take one step at a time. Maybe things will take a turn for the better. In fact, in terms of civil affairs, Officer Wixon's words are equivalent to General Houghton's words. As long as he makes the decision, your investment here is completely fine. You don't have to see General Houghton. The male owner thought that Yang Ming was afraid that Officer Wixon couldn't make the decision, and he didn't have the strength to make it difficult. That's not it. Yang Ming smiled and said, I just think that it is better to see the highest person in charge for this kind of thing. Yeah, but you can fight for it. Maybe you will see General Houghton. Although the male owner didn't know how much Yang Ming wanted to invest, it was definitely not a small amount. There was nothing to be picky about if they were careful. After eating, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan said goodbye to the male and female owner and left the house. Although the meal was simple, it was very appetizing. Yang Ming didn't need to eat any delicacies as long as he was full. At least it was much better than some fast food. It seems that things are not easy to do. Yang Ming said, we just use the excuse of investment. We shouldn't be able to see General Houghton. What can we do? Let's try it first. Wang Xiaoyan didn't make any suggestions in the house, but she also listened to what the male owner said. Yang Ming originally wanted to meet General Houghton in the name of selling firearms, but he gave up on it after thinking about it. After all, they bought firearms from fixed merchants. His sudden appearance would cause General Houghton's vigilance, and it would be even harder to make a move. So, he still tried it for normal investment reasons. In the afternoon, Yang Ming easily found the location of General Houghton's garrison according to the markings on the military map and the male owner's guidance. This was a very spacious area where the garrison was built. There were no buildings nearby, and there was no place to hide. It would be extremely difficult to carry out an assassination in such a place, unless they used missiles to blow it all up. However, it was obvious that none of these armed forces could buy missiles. Otherwise, the country would definitely be in chaos. Seeing the terrain, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan also directly dispelled the idea of sneaking in to carry out an assassination because it was completely impossible. Unless they could be invisible, they would have been stared at from a long distance. Just like now, Yang Ming had. been noticed by the soldiers on guard when he was driving close to the garrison. Before he got close to the gate of the garrison, a military jeep that was more dilapidated than Yang Ming's car drove over here. It stopped not far from Yang Ming. A few soldiers jumped off the car and then signaled Yang Ming to stop. Yang Ming didn't intend to have any conflict with them. Here, it was very unwise to have conflicts with these people as an obvious target. Therefore, Yang Ming followed the person's signal, stopped the car, and jumped out of the car. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" asked a leading soldier. "We are businessmen who are going to invest here. We want to see General Houghton." Yang Ming replied in English in a friendly manner with a natural expression. The soldier looked up and down at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and nodded. "About the investment, you go to the town's administrative office and find Officer Wixon." "Officer Wixon?" Yang Ming hesitated and said, "This is the case. After all, we are not familiar with this place. We want to meet the highest military officer here, General Houghton." "No need. General Houghton is very busy. There is no time to see you." The soldier waved his hand and said, "This is a military restricted area. You should go back quickly. If you go forward again, we will shoot." "Well, since this is the case, then forget it." Yang Ming shook his head, returned to the car, and started the car. Obviously, the attempt failed. They didn't even enter the garrison base before they were blocked. However, it was normal to think about it. General Houghton couldn't meet everyone. Anyway, he was also the highest military officer in a place. He couldn't be met casually. Turning the car around, Yang Ming drove away from the military station. It failed. Yang Ming shrugged. Although he had already expected such a result, Yang Ming was still a little frustrated. If the direct meeting was not successful, then it would be difficult to enter the garrison in other ways. Yang Ming was an assassin, not Superman. Although his kung fu was really good under Fang Tian's strict training, it was impossible to fight against 100 people, and it was impossible to be invulnerable. Now it seemed that someone had come to stop him before he got close to the station. Yang Ming also used his special ability to look at the terrain inside the garrison territory. After entering the wall, there was a large open space and a military drill area. The office area was located in the center of the entire military base. If he wanted to sneak in, he would be discovered unless he was airborne or underground. This also increased the difficulty of the assassination. Yang Ming sighed. In this way, he had to take other ways. "You can't say that." Wang Xiaoyan said, "We just came here for the first day. If this mission could be completed so easily, we wouldn't have received it. Someone else would have received it. It's good that you have this mentality." Yang Ming nodded. Wang Xiaoyan was right. They had only been here for a day. They were not in a hurry to perform the mission. It was better to find a place to rest first, and then it would not be too late to make plans. Yang Ming drove the car and went with Wang Xiaoyan to the nearest town nearby, which was also General Houghton's sphere of influence. Officer Wixon was in charge of the area. The economic development here was obviously much worse than Xianxia City. It looked very bleak because very few outsiders would come here. The people here were all locals. After looking for a long time, they found a snack bar where they could stay, but the environment was okay. Yang Ming paid the money and went upstairs with Wang Xiaoyan to the guest room. Obviously, no one had stayed here for a long time. There should not be many guests in this town, and the main business of this shop was not a hotel but a small restaurant. Yang Ming ordered some simple dishes and carefully checked the room with Wang Xiaoyan. Although there should be no monitoring equipment in this kind of place, it was still better to be careful. However, the result of the inspection was that there was really no monitoring equipment here. "It seems that we are really too careful," Wang Xiaoyan said with some self-deprecation. "Even General Karst's presidential palace has no monitoring equipment. It is impossible for this town's hotel to have it." Yang Ming smiled, but it was not wrong to be careful when they were outside. Moreover, the two usually talked about some sensitive topics. It was not good if they were overheard. After dinner in the evening, Yang Ming called and told Fang Tian everything that happened here. Fang Tian just told Yang Ming not to worry and to be careful. He did not say much. "What did your master say?" Yang Ming hung up the phone, and Wang Xiaoyan asked. He told us to be careful and not to worry. Yang Ming said, what else can he say? He can't do anything? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. He didn't say that, but in this case, no one can do anything. Yang Ming said, we can't wait for Hayatan to come out, and then we kill him, right? Let him come out? After Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, she suddenly fell into contemplation. After a while, her face showed an unexpected smile. Yes, just wait for him to come out. This is a good idea. Wait for him to come out. Yang Ming was also stunned. You mean, lure the snake out of its hole? Yang Ming naturally would not be stupid enough to think that Wang Xiaoyan meant to wait here because it was impossible for a character like Hayatan to go out casually. Many things did not need to be done personally, so it did not make any sense for him to go out. And it is to lure the snake out of its hole. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said with some excitement, only this time is the best time to kill him. Your idea is very good, but the key question is, how do we lure him out? There is nothing outside that can attract him out, right? Yang Ming was not pouring cold water, but it was not a simple matter to let General Hayatan come out. This is indeed a problem. It needs to be studied carefully. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, anyway, there is still time. We are not in a hurry. Let's rest first. We have been busy these days. Yang Ming nodded and let Wang Xiaoyan lie on the bed first. He picked up the satellite phone and called Li Chang. He asked them to prepare and pack up to meet him in Country X in Africa. Li Chang did not ask for the reason, but just asked how many people were brought. When he heard Yang Ming say all of them, Li Chang said a word of good. For Li Chang's performance, Yang Ming was quite satisfied. What he wanted was absolute obedience. Li Chang had obviously done it now, but his strength needed to be improved. But then again, this kind of war-torn country in Africa was a great help to improve strength. Yang Ming called Li Chang over because he wanted them to develop and grow here. For 2 days, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't think of a suitable method to lure General Houghton out. Because there was nothing worth Houghton's attention at all, even if he paid attention, he didn't have to come out personally. This made Yang Ming feel very embarrassed. After all, Houghton was not an ordinary person, but the leader of an armed force. Even if he wanted to maintain his prestige, he would not simply walk on the street. Therefore, it was not a simple matter to lure Houghton out and wait for the opportunity to kill him. However, with Fang Tian's comfort, Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Every day, in addition to flirting with Wang Xiaoyan in the room, the two people regarded this mission as a leisure trip. When they had nothing to do, they would walk around and take photos as souvenirs. They had a lot of fun. The owner of the hotel also regarded this pair of young people as tourists who came to play. Of course, he did not think that they came here from Asia, but thought that they were relatives or children of a nearby mine owner. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Li Chang took a group of people and sneaked into Country X in Africa. Yang Ming had already told Li Chang the latitude and longitude of the location through the GPS, so Li Chang could easily find this place with the GPS device. Yang Ming had to sigh at the power of modern technology. If it were in the past, it would be difficult for the two groups to meet in a strange country, but now it was extremely simple. Li Chang and the others acted at night. They did not enter the town, but stopped 2 kilometers away from the town and stationed there. After all, Li Chang and the others had too many people. If they rushed into the town, it would definitely attract the attention of others. At night, Yang Ming drove the jeep and went with Wang Xiaoyan to the place where Li Chang and others were stationed 2 kilometers away from the town. The militarized management, the concentrated training of the assassins, and the essence of Chinese martial arts formed Li Chang's powerful team. The on-duty personnel patrolling outside the station found that Yang Ming's car was coming this way and immediately reported to Li Chang. The entire station entered an emergency state of facing the enemy. However, after Li Chang confirmed that the visitor was Yang Ming, the station lifted the alarm. Li Chang, Lu Chao, Wang Peng, Golden Bull, and Lu Xinyang stood outside the station, waiting for the arrival of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Brother Yang, sister-in-law. Li Chang and others waited for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to park the car. They quickly trotted over and shouted loudly. Even Golden Bull, who had been following Wang Xiaoyan, changed his address at this moment. At this point, Black Widow and Li Chang's original group had completely merged together and formed a new group, the Black Butterfly Organization. Golden Bull also became a member of Li Chang's circle. Naturally, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He changed the name of Wang Xiaoyan. After all, at this moment, he also understood the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Respect for Yang Ming was equivalent to respect for Wang Xiaoyan. Calling her sister-in-law seemed to make Wang Xiaoyan happier. Yang Ming looked at the neat and orderly station and nodded slightly. He praised, "Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have impressed me, especially Golden Bull. Your original men have also changed their previous habits and integrated into this group. This makes me very happy." Yang Ming praised Golden Bull, and Golden Bull's face naturally showed a look of joy. In fact, what Golden Bull was most afraid of was that Yang Ming's men were xenophobic and did not accept him and his brothers, but now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. In this organization, there was only cooperation and unity. They trained together and suffered together. No one regarded them as outsiders. Therefore, this was also an important reason why Golden Bull and others were able to change their previous habits in such a short time. Everyone must understand that the domestic environment is not suitable for your survival, and it is not suitable for our development and growth. Yang Ming looked at Li Chang and others and said, "So, if our organization wants to establish a foothold in the world, North Africa is the most suitable place. There are no laws and no rules. Everything depends on strength and fists. Whoever is powerful is the boss. I think that here, you will be able to realize yourself and make a name for yourself." Indeed, Yang Ming was right. Because of the domestic environment, Li Chang and others were timid in their work and training. They did not dare to make a big fuss, but it was different here. They had long heard that North Africa was the world of armed forces and mercenary groups. Therefore, after listening to Yang Ming's words, their faces showed excitement and expectation. "I won't say anything unnecessary. After all, the road ahead is up to you. I have already taught you the training methods. Whether you can gain a foothold here will depend on your strength." Yang Ming said very seriously. "Brother Yang, you can rest assured. We are the strongest. We will definitely be able to stand firm here." Li Chang and others said. "Well, I will help you solve the problem of the weapons as soon as possible. In these few days, you should first familiarize yourself with the nearby environment." Yang Ming instructed. "Yes, Brother Yang." Li Chang and others said quickly. Yang Ming nodded. As he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Xinyang on the side. He was stunned and then touched his head. How could I forget him? This is a ready-made military advisor. It would be a waste not to use him. Lu Xinyang, you go back with me. The others stay here. If there is anything, contact me with the satellite phone at any time," Yang Ming said. When Lu Xinyang heard Yang Ming calling him, he quickly trotted over and got into Yang Ming's car. Li Chang and others also returned to the station to discuss how to make a big impact in Country X. "Brother Yang, are you looking for me?" After getting into the car, Lu Xinyang asked carefully. "Well, there is something I want to discuss with you," Yang Ming said as he drove. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, I will do my best to do it," Lu Xinyang said quickly. "Things are like this." Yang Ming told Lu Xinyang about his purpose and the trouble he was now in. After all, Lu Xinyang and the others were people that Yang Ming trusted. Yang Ming didn't need to hide anything from them. They were about to become part of Yang Ming's ambition and realization of his ideals. Sister-in-law's idea is very good. Lure the snake out of its hole. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Lu Xinyang nodded with certainty. This is the only way at present. As you said, it is almost impossible to see General Houghton. No matter what reason you use, the other party will not easily let you meet General Houghton directly. Therefore, to carry out the assassination plan now, we can only let General Houghton come out by himself. There is no other way. I know this too. Do you have any good ideas? Asked Yang Ming. What good ideas can I have? Lu Xinyang shrugged and smiled bitterly. Sister-in-law's idea is already very good. I just plan it in detail on the basis of her idea. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood that Lu Xingyang was being modest. He said this to show that he already had a way, but he was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would be embarrassed, so he said this deliberately. Well, if you have any good ideas, just say it. For these conspiracies, Yan and I can't do it. No one is better than you. Yang Ming said with a smile. It's not a good idea. Lu Xingyang also smiled. What kind of person can make General Houghton see him in person? Of course, it is someone who is similar to him. Our advantage is that in this place, there is an armed force that is comparable to General Houghton's power, the power of General Kevin. So, here, the only person who can make General Houghton see him in person is General Kevin. Continue. Yang Ming did not interrupt Lu Xingyang, but made a gesture to let him continue. For a long time, General Houghton and General Kevin have been getting along peacefully. Brother Yang, what do you think the leaders of the two armed forces, Houghton and Kevin, will do if there is a conflict between the two groups? Lu Xingyang paused and continued, obviously, it is unwise to start a war directly, because in an environment like North Africa, one more friend is always 10 times or 100 times better than one more enemy. Even if they are not friends, it is always better than being enemies, right? Yang Ming nodded. You are right. In this environment, it is very unwise for the two armed forces to start a war and become enemies. So, the most likely thing they will do is to negotiate. Right, it is to negotiate. Lu Xingyang said, as long as they negotiate, our opportunity will come. The two groups have just had a conflict, and their trust in each other has plummeted. Therefore, General Houghton is unlikely to go to General Kevin's station to negotiate, and General Kevin is unlikely to go to General Houghton's station to negotiate. If they want to negotiate, they can only choose a place that does not belong to each other's territory. It is very likely that they will choose a small town for two people to negotiate. This is the time for us to make a move. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan listened to Lu Xingyang's analysis and both showed a look of approval. This Lu Xingyang was really a rare talent. The two of them had thought about it for a long time, but there was no solution. Lu Xingyang pointed out the whole plan, and the feasibility was very high. As for the conflict between the two groups, it was simple. Yang Ming brought so many people over, so he would pretend to be General Houghton and General Kevin's people and create a conflict with the other group. He believed that it would not take long for the relationship between the two sides to become tense. Very good, Lu Xingyang. I will leave this matter to you. How to create a conflict? You go back tonight and discuss with Li Chang. Yang Ming said with some excitement. After all, the matter was solved, and Yang Ming was also very happy. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, although he was not in a hurry these days, traveling with Wang Xiaoyan, in fact, Yang Ming was still very anxious in his heart. This was his first mission with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming did not want to give up halfway. It was said that a good beginning was half the success. Although Yang Ming was not superstitious, he also wanted to maintain a good mood. After a few years of short peace, this border town finally began a 3-day armed conflict. In these 3 days, Li Chang, Lu Chao, Wang Peng, and Golden Bull were divided into 4 groups, pretending to be General Houghton, General Kevin, and Chief Executive Wixon's subordinates. When they saw military vehicles, they smashed, robbed, and plundered. For a time, the entire town was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. People hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. Wixon's administrative office was also destroyed, and his men were also injured to varying degrees. What does this Kevin want to do? Does he also want to intervene in the town's political power? Wixon complained angrily to General Houghton, the administrative office has been destroyed. I really don't know what he is thinking. The town is in a mess because of him. Okay, Wixon. General Houghton waved his hand and said, it stands to reason that this town should be managed by both of our armed forces, but General Kevin did not intervene in the town's affairs. In the past few years, we have also obtained a lot of military funds in the town. General Kevin is dissatisfied with this. It is normal for him to want a share of the pie. But, there should be a first-come, first-served rule, right? Besides, even if he wants a share of the pie, he doesn't need to do this. Can't he just say it directly? Wixon still said angrily. Indeed. If he says it, we can't not share a share of the pie. General Houghton nodded. Yes, I think he is asking for a beating. Teach him a lesson and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wixon said angrily. Don't be impulsive. General Houghton waved his hand and said, if I fight with General Kevin, it is not good for anyone. Originally, there was no hostile state. It has been peaceful. Once we fight, there will be one more enemy. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. Maybe both sides will be injured. In this way, the happiest person is Carsey, that bastard. Ah. Wixon was shocked. After listening to General Houghton's analysis, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. I didn't consider it thoroughly. That's right. Once there is a conflict, won't Carsey reap the benefits from the fisherman's side? It's like this. Go and ask someone to send a letter to General Kevin. I want to negotiate with him. General Houghton commanded. At the same time, in General Kevin's encampment, General Kevin and his adjutant were also urgently discussing a solution to this armed conflict. It had been 3 days, and if this continued, things would only get worse and worse. This General Houghton is too much. General Kevin's adjutant scolded, we have been tolerant enough. The town's political power is completely given to them. We just buy some necessities in the town. We never take the initiative to make trouble. They are good. They took the initiative to attack us. Do they want to drive us out of here? We are not easy to provoke. We don't compete with them, but it doesn't mean that we will swallow our anger. Don't be noisy. General Kevin waved his hand and sighed. Let me think about it. It stands to reason that General Houghton is not the kind of person who likes to find trouble. If I fight with him, no one will have a good result. Then why did he do this? Said the adjutant anxiously. Perhaps there is someone around him who is encouraging him. General Kevin said, let's do this. Find someone to send a letter to General Houghton, saying that I want to talk to him. It can't go on like this. Yes. I will instruct someone to do it, said the adjutant quickly. Of course, what happened at the headquarters of these two armed forces did not escape Yang Ming's sight. While Li Chang was provoking them, Yang Ming was in the hotel room, quietly monitoring the movements of both sides with his special ability. When they made the decision to negotiate at the same time, Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and a pleasant smile appeared on his face. The news from both sides was transmitted quickly. When General Houghton and General Kevin both received the message of the negotiation, they agreed. After replying to each other's messengers, they began to negotiate by phone. They were scheduled to negotiate in a tea house in the town in the morning the day after tomorrow. Both of them tacitly chose the location of this third party. After all, the other person would not feel at ease negotiating in anyone's territory. This way, it was beneficial to each other's safety. However, how could they have thought that in this way, their safety was even less? Your subordinate named Lu Xinyang is really amazing. Things developed exactly as he expected. After the matter is done, we have to reward him. Wang Xiaoyan said with some excitement. There is no need for a reward. Too many rewards are easy to make people proud. Yang Ming smiled and said, but it can be encouraged. That's also true. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She didn't understand much about these people. For the negotiation location of the two armed forces, Yang Ming had already figured it out through his special ability. Now, he was waiting for the right time to make a move. The town seemed to become quiet again because the two forces had reached an agreement. In fact, it was because Yang Ming let Li Chang and the others stop. Of course, only Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan knew the reason for this. Because General Houghton and General Kevin had little contact with each other, they were not familiar with each other's people. Therefore, they all ignored this third-party force. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan began to appear in the streets again and became a traveling couple. Although the hotel owner advised them not to travel recently because it was not safe, Yang Ming naturally knew what was going on. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan went out today to examine the terrain of the tea house to see if there was a place that was conducive to making a move so that they could prepare in advance. This was the only opportunity. The opportunity was now or never. If they missed it, it would not be so easy to lure General Houghton out again. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were very clear about this, so both of them were very focused on this matter. In these 2 days, Yang Ming didn't stay idle. Instead, he contacted Fang Tian and told him his plan. I know a lot of arms dealers, but most of them are in Asia. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. You need it urgently. I can't guarantee that you can get so many arms in a short time. Although Fang Tian had a wide network, there were some things that couldn't be rushed. Yang Ming didn't have much hope for this, but he felt some regret for missing this opportunity. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to pick up the phone several times to call home to ask for help, but she put it down. It was said that she would use her own strength to build the most powerful force in the world and not rely on her family. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how to call back. I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I really can't ask for help from my family. Wang Xiaoyan sighed and said apologetically. It doesn't matter. Since you don't want to rely on your family, don't ask them again. Otherwise, they will use you against you in the future. Yang Ming said comfortingly, anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Otherwise, Africa and Europe are very close. Wang Xiaoyan said with some unwillingness, if we transport weapons from home, it won't take a day. Europe? Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and suddenly had an idea. How could she have forgotten about him? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a person, and his face suddenly showed an excited expression. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's strange expression and asked, baffled. I thought of a friend in Europe. This time, we may still have hope. As Yang Ming said this, he picked up the satellite phone and dialed a number. Old Buffon had just finished his breakfast, and then he began to practice martial arts according to his master's words. Recently, old Buffon had clearly felt that his body had become stronger and younger. Last night, old Buffon tormented his wife in bed. Old Buffon felt that he was just like this 30 years ago. As a result, Mrs. Old Buffon, who couldn't take it, agreed to let old Buffon bring his lover back to the manor the next day. This was unprecedented. The jealous Mrs. Old Buffon finally compromised. Old Buffon was very happy in his heart. Money had no meaning for a person of his status. The family controlled the local underworld and legal underworld, and even held shares in many international enterprises. They did not need to work to be able to enjoy prosperity for generations. Therefore, old Buffon put extra effort into his interest and health. Originally, old Buffon was obsessed with Chinese martial arts. Later, he heard that people who practiced martial arts could live to 100 years old. Taiji Zhang Sanfeng lived to be 212 years old. Old Buffon was extremely envious. However, through many efforts and almost using all the power that the family could use, he could not find a martial arts master. However, he met Yang Ming by chance. Old Buffon naturally cherished this legendary martial arts master. He used all his tricks and finally succeeded in becoming Yang Ming's apprentice. Therefore, old Buffon was very happy. He felt that he had done the wisest thing in his life. It was just that his master was too busy and had no time to contact him. This made old Buffon a little disappointed. However, old Buffon had not mastered some of the martial arts moves that his master had taught him, so he was not in a hurry to learn new moves. However, even if it was just a beginner, old Buffon already had a feeling of invincibility. The last time he competed with one of his bodyguards, he beat a professional bodyguard in his prime to the ground within 10 moves. Old Buffon, your phone. Mrs. Old Buffon took a ringing phone to the garden and shouted at old Buffon. Old Buffon was just about to start practicing martial arts. He was shocked by his wife's shout. He immediately frowned and said unhappily, "Didn't I say? Don't disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts. It's easy to go berserk. You stupid woman. But, it's your private phone that's ringing." Old Buffon's wife explained, "Isn't your phone number only known by important people?" Old Buffon nodded when he heard that his private phone was ringing. He took the phone from his wife's hand impatiently. Indeed, the people who knew this number were some politicians and the heads of family businesses. They were looking for old Buffon for some important matters. However, looking at the caller ID on the phone, it was not very familiar, so old Buffon's attitude was not very good. "Hello, hello. I'm old Buffon." Old Buffon picked up the phone, but his tone was not very good. Disturbing his practice was simply a heinous thing in his opinion. Old Buffon, I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming heard that the familiar voice on the phone was a little stiff, so he asked, why? Is there anything wrong? Ah. Old Buffon was shocked, and his face suddenly showed an extremely excited expression. Master. It's you, old man. That's great, you're finally calling me. Old Buffon quickly said in Chinese. And, how is your practice going recently? Is there any difficulty? Although Yang Ming had a request for Old Buffon, it wasn't the right thing to ask him for help right away, so he greeted him with a few words first. Very good, very good. I feel that I have made a breakthrough. After I succeed, I will wait for Master to give me further guidance. Old Buffon said quickly. And, I've been quite busy recently. When I'm done with the things here, I will go to your place as a guest and guide you along the way, said Yang Ming. That's great. Old Buffon shouted, Master, you must come. And, it depends on whether the things on my side are smooth or not. Yang Ming said, if it's smooth, then we will meet soon. If it's not smooth, I'm afraid we have to wait for a while. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Old Buffon said quickly. Yang Ming was waiting for this sentence. Since Old Buffon said it himself, Yang Ming could continue to say, it's like this. I have something to do in Africa, but I urgently need a batch of weapons. However, I don't know anyone here. It's a bit difficult to get weapons. Do you have any connections? Weapons. Old Buffon breathed a sigh of relief after listening. He was afraid that Yang Ming's matter was too complicated and he couldn't solve it. Then, he had to wait anxiously for Yang Ming to finish the matter in the torment of time. Now, it was great. Yang Ming's request was very simple. Old Buffon said, this is too easy. My family has shares in many arms companies in Europe, and they are all major shareholders. Master, just tell me what weapons you want. Aircraft carriers, tanks, bombers, missiles, submarines, rocket launchers, but nuclear weapons are a bit difficult. That's not easy to get. I can get the rest for you at any time. Yang Ming was shocked after listening. He thought, damn, does this old Buffon want me to destroy Country X? Even aircraft carriers are here. Originally, Yang Ming thought that it was good to be able to get things like machine guns and armored vehicles, but he didn't expect old Buffon to be even more awesome. Forget about the aircraft carriers and submarines. As for the rest, see what you can get and get a batch as soon as possible. I am in Country X in North Africa. After you send someone here, just contact me through my satellite phone, said Yang Ming. Okay, no problem. Old Buffon promised. After hanging up the phone, Old Buffon looked excited. He hummed a song and returned to the villa. When he saw his wife, he was very happy to give her a hug. Dear, you are so great. This phone call was delivered at the right time. Otherwise, I almost missed the opportunity to meet my master. When Mrs. Old Buffon saw that her husband was so happy, she was very happy. She also knew that Old Buffon had a master as his master. Moreover, Mrs. Old Buffon also saw the recent changes in Old Buffon, so she was very respectful to this master. When she heard that Old Buffon was going to meet this master again, she was also very happy. Old Buffon didn't dare to delay. He began to call his family members and subordinates without stopping. An order was issued from Old Buffon's villa, and the huge power of the entire Buffon family immediately showed. It didn't take long for a ship full of modern weapons to dock at the Buffon family's private island in the high seas. You are going personally. Will it be dangerous? Mrs. Old Buffon looked at her husband with some worry. What kind of place is Country X? I heard that there is war everywhere. Don't let anything happen to you. Don't worry. With my master here, there can't be any danger. Old Buffon's self-confidence was unprecedentedly strong. Mrs. Old Buffon knew that her words didn't have much power and couldn't change Old Buffon's thoughts, so she could only carefully remind Old Buffon to prioritize safety and not act recklessly. The person driving the ship was a local underworld leader, but he was also a distant relative of the Old Buffon family. He was able to have what he had today entirely because of the support of the Buffon family. Otherwise, he was not even worth a fart. Therefore, he was also very respectful to old Buffon. "Grandpa Buffon, please board the ship." Old Buffon nodded and boarded the ship. The underworld leader followed and ordered his men to prepare for departure. As a result, a small aircraft carrier full of modern weapons sailed to the coastline of Country X. Yang Ming hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Wang Xian, "It's done. You can inform Li Chang and the others to prepare to receive the weapons." "No way? It's so easy to get it done? Then why were you so troubled just now?" Wang Xian said, puzzled. "It's also because you mentioned Europe that I thought of him." Yang Ming shrugged. "Otherwise, I almost forgot." "Who the hell is this person? You can send weapons over with just a phone call?" Wang Xian was very inexplicable. "If this is the case, it means that your relationship with him is very unusual." "How can you forget him?" "It's one of my apprentices." Speaking of which, he is a foreign old man. He is a very interesting person. I just taught him kung fu for a few days, but this old man is very grateful. He said that a teacher for a day is a father for life." Yang Ming smiled and said, "When you have the opportunity, you will know when you see him." Listening to you, this is indeed a very interesting person." Wang Xian listened to Yang Ming's words and smiled. "Right, he is also quite powerful over there. He can get so many firearms in such a short time. He is not a simple character. His name is Old Buffon. I heard that he is the patriarch of a very powerful family in Europe. I don't know much about the situation in Europe." Yang Ming said. "What? You said that he is Old Buffon?" Wang Xian suddenly widened her eyes after listening. "He is your apprentice?" "Yeah, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Why do you have this expression?" Yang Ming looked at Wang Xian, baffled. "That is one of the most influential families in Europe. The patriarch of the Buffon family is actually your apprentice." "Yang Ming, you are so unexpected. Do you know that with the help of old Buffon, our goal can be achieved faster?" Wang Xian said excitedly. She grew up in Europe, and her family was also in Europe, so Wang Xian could be said to be familiar with the Buffon family. I really have no choice, so I thought of him. However, I think it is better to rely on ourselves in the future. Although old Buffon will not refuse my request, I don't want to always trouble him." Yang Ming said. "This is also true." Wang Xian nodded and said. Late that night, Yang Ming led Li Chang and others to the coast of Country X, waiting for the arrival of old Buffon's people. Soon, they saw a ship slowly approaching from the sea. "They are here." Yang Ming said to Li Chang next to him, "Let the brothers be ready." "Okay." Li Chang nodded and quickly ordered his men to be ready to receive the ship. When the ship approached, Yang Ming saw that old Buffon was actually standing at the bow of the ship. He was looking at them with a telescope excitedly. When he saw Yang Ming, he suddenly began to wave. Yang Ming felt a little strange and helpless. Old Buffon is actually here. This guy really can't wait. When he heard that Yang Ming was here, he came to find Yang Ming in a hurry. Soon, the boat reached the shore. Old Buffon didn't wait for the deck to be lowered. He jumped down from the bow excitedly and landed firmly on the beach. From his skills, he didn't look like an old man at all. His footsteps were vigorous and powerful. Yang Ming couldn't help but look at him in a new light. It seems that old Buffon really did not slack off during this period of time. It is amazing to be able to achieve such results. Old Buffon rushed to Yang Ming quickly. Li Chang was shocked. He thought that this person was going to attack Yang Ming. He quickly rushed over and wanted to stop old Buffon. Old Buffon was excited. When he saw someone blocking him, he was somewhat unhappy and called. "Eh?" Li Chang did not expect that this old man actually knew kung fu. He immediately raised his vigilance and grabbed old Buffon to prevent him from moving forward. Old Buffon was not to be outdone. His body moved slightly and escaped Li Chang's grab. Although Li Chang did not take old Buffon seriously, a person who could escape his grab was indeed amazing. He quickly put down his contempt and planned to fight with old Buffon. "Li Chang, step back. He is my apprentice, old Buffon." Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. He did not take care of them, and these two people almost fought. When he heard Yang Ming's words, Li Chang quickly stepped back. He thought, this person turns out to be Brother Yang's apprentice. No wonder he knows some kung fu. But looking at his posture, he is not very powerful. If he gets the true teachings of Brother Yang, then I am definitely not his opponent. Old Buffon, why did you come here personally? Yang Ming looked at old Buffon with some blame. The situation here is unstable. It is very dangerous. I really miss you so much, master. Moreover, with you by my side, I am not afraid of anything. Old Buffon said quickly. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Well, since you are here, I will not drive you back. However, you have to stay quietly in a safe place while I am working. You can't act on your own. Don't worry. I am very obedient. Old Buffon heard that Yang Ming was willing to let him stay and said very happily. The people present were very puzzled. How did Yang Ming accept such an apprentice? However, they did not ask much. Under Li Chang's leadership, they were ready to board the ship to transport the firearms. Yang Ming looked at the things on the ship and was a little dumbfounded. Old Buffon, did you really bring the bomber? I'm thinking that this thing is more useful. If you can finish your business as soon as possible, you can visit my place earlier. Old Buffon scratched his head and showed a childlike smile. So, I brought everything that I could. Of course, there are some confidential things that I can't decide. This is already very good. Yang Ming looked at the weapons and equipment in front of him and shook his head. It was possible for Li Chang and the others to directly overthrow General Kar's regime. Li Chang and the others were obviously people who knew the goods. When they saw the firearms and equipment on the ship, they all showed surprised expressions. They had also dealt with the local armed forces in the past few days, and they also had some understanding of the weapons here. However, compared with these in front of them, the weapons here were simply primitive. Never mind the tanks, even the armored vehicles were the oldest kind. With these things, it was easy to flatten General Houghton's base. Yang Ming did not expect old Buffon to be able to get these. If so, even if he did not lure General Houghton out, he could forcibly blow up General Houghton's base. However, with these pieces of equipment, Yang Ming was also more determined in his thoughts. He was ready to do a big job here. For the old man in front of her, Wang Xiaoyan's mood at the moment could only be described as shocked. Although old Buffon had never seen her, she had seen old Buffon's photo from some information. This person was the current patriarch of the Buffon family, one of the most powerful people in Europe. However, looking at his current performance, he was almost like a child. He didn't look like a dignified old man at all. Is this the master's wife? How experienced was old Buffon? Naturally, he could see that Wang Xiaoyan, who was next to Yang Ming, had an unusual relationship with Yang Ming, so he quickly greeted her enthusiastically and respectfully. Wang Xiaoyan never thought that she would become old Buffon's elder one day. As a matter of fact, he was a figure on the same level as her father. Although her family was also very powerful, old Buffon's family was not bad either. Therefore, the relationship between the two families could not be said to be very good. It could only be said to be neutral. However, if she could get the help of old Buffon's family, the matter between her and Yang Ming would obviously become much less resistance from her father. Now it seemed that if Yang Ming asked old Buffon to do anything, as long as it was within his ability, he would not refuse. Hello, Mr. Buffon. Wang Xiaoyan nodded politely. Why are you calling me Mr.? Just call me old Buffon. Old Buffon said indifferently. Old Buffon, don't underestimate Yin Yin. Her kung fu is not weaker than mine, so it's the same to ask her to give you some pointers when she is free. Since Yang Ming had decided to confirm the relationship with Wang Xiaoyan as a couple, he recommended these resources around him to her. The assassin group was not Yang Ming's ultimate goal. Therefore, in the future, the assassin group's affairs would still be handed over to Wang Xiaoyan. These relationships would also be handed over to Wang Xiaoyan. For Yang Ming's words, old Buffon naturally believed it. When he heard that Wang Xiaoyan was also a master, his eyes immediately showed a look of worship. Master's wife, please give me more pointers in the future. If I have time, I will give you pointers. Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile. She was very happy. She didn't expect that she would have such a day. Yang Ming's true identity and strength made Wang Xiaoyan increasingly suspicious. Although Yang Ming did not say anything, and his usual performance was very ordinary, Wang Xiaoyan felt that he was very unusual. Li Chang and others were well trained. They unloaded the arms on the ship in an orderly manner, but when they saw the fighter jets and tanks, they were a bit embarrassed. These people were all from martial arts schools or assassins, but they had never been exposed to these things. Yang Ming suddenly regretted it. If I knew this, I would have brought Ho Zhenhan over. He must know more about these things. Brother Yang, you see. Li Chang looked at Yang Ming in a dilemma. To be honest, although they didn't know how to operate these things, they also wanted to get them. After all, these things would have a decisive improvement in their strength. Old Buffon, you gave me these things. My people don't know how to use them. Do you have people who know how to operate them? Give my people a simple training. Yang Ming turned to Old Buffon and asked. That's easy. Old Buffon greeted the underworld leader next to him. Lex, you go and find some people who know how to operate them to train my master's men. Yes. The underworld leader, who was called Lex, quickly responded and began to call for people. On this side, Li Chang also found a few more clever underlings to learn how to operate a fighter jet and a tank from Lex and others. Of course, after these people learned it, they could pass it on to others. This time, Yang Ming and others set up camp 5 kilometers away from the town. These tanks, armored vehicles, and other behemoths were too eye-catching. It was easy to be discovered by others, so it was better to be careful. In order to make the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Old Buffon stronger, Yang Ming did not teach Old Buffon Kung Fu, but let Wang Xiaoyan guide him. With Wang Xiaoyan's Kung Fu, it was more than enough to guide Old Buffon. At this moment, Old Buffon finally knew how brilliant Wang Xiaoyan's Kung Fu was. In addition to admiring, he also learned from Wang Xiaoyan very seriously. Wang Xiaoyan also got Yang Ming's instructions. The Kung Fu that she passed on to Old Buffon was mainly basic Kung Fu to strengthen the body. She rarely dabbled in some killing techniques. Even if Old Buffon wanted to kill someone, he didn't need to do it himself. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't need to teach him these things. Yang Ming was idle for 2 days. Li Chang and others were busy learning operating techniques from Lex. In 2 days, they were familiar with the operating techniques of fighter jets, tanks, and armored vehicles. On this morning, the 2 teams slowly drove to the town. General Houghton and General Kevin did not bring too many people. After all, this was a negotiation, not a war. If they brought too many people, it would seem insincere. It would make the other party wary, which was not conducive to the progress of the negotiation. Yang Ming did not covet General Kevin. This time, the mission was only General Houghton. For General Kevin, Yang Ming decided to let him go first. No matter how big his appetite was, he couldn't swallow these 2 armed forces. When General Houghton and Commander Wixon boarded the car and went to the tea house, Li Chang led the 2 powerful armed forces composed of air and land forces to Houghton's station. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan secretly lurked near the tea house with Golden Bull and others, waiting for the opportunity to act. Old Buffon and Lex stayed at the base and did not participate in this operation. Patriarch Buffon, that young man is actually your master? Lex asked incredulously. After 2 days of busy work, Lex finally had a chance to be alone with Old Buffon. Only then did he ask the question in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Old Buffon regained his usual majesty. What young man? Ambition is not dependent on age. Even if the master and master's wife don't dominate the underworld, they must be hidden masters. You have to be respectful. Do you understand? I understand. Lex was just asking casually. He didn't expect Old Buffon to get angry, so he nodded quickly. After you go back, call your men. I will give them training to ensure that their skills will improve greatly. Old Buffon had learned some fighting skills from Wang Xiaoyan, and he had no place to put them to use. Yes, master. Lex nodded. Outside the tea house, 20 people in different uniforms were scattered around the tea house. These people were the guards of General Houghton and General Kevin. Each of them only brought 10 people out, so that they could show each other sincerity. In their view, the town was the territory of the two people, and there was no need to bring too many people. After General Houghton and General Kevin entered the tea house, Yang Ming whispered to Golden Bowl next to him, "We can act now." "Do you want them alive?" asked Golden Bowl. Yang Ming shook his head faintly. Golden Bowl waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Act. Leave no one alive." Whether it was the bodyguards of General Houghton or General Kevin, they were not formally trained. They were just better people selected from their subordinates. The two groups of people knew that today's negotiations were peaceful, so they weren't too nervous. Although the guards were guarding nearby, they looked relaxed as they chatted. "Hey, old San, do you think there will be any danger since we only have a few people here?" One of General Houghton's guards said to another guard beside him. "How is it possible? This area is either our general's or General Kevin's territory. Who dares to provoke us?" The guard called Old San said indifferently, "You see, the people on the street are walking around us." "That's right. Our armed forces are nearby. It seems that I am too suspicious." The previous guard listened to Old San's words and smiled easily. "Yeah, you." Old San was talking to the previous guard, but he stopped in the middle of the sentence. This was because the guard from before had already fallen straight to the ground. His neck was still gurgling with blood. It was obvious that he couldn't survive. "What's going on?" Old San just shouted half a sentence when he felt a chill behind his neck. He didn't know anything else. How could these people be the opponents of Golden Bowl and others? Many people didn't have time to take out their guns, and Golden Bowl and others swarmed up and slit their throats. Some of them reacted quickly. Even if they took out their guns, they died before they could use them. 20 people were quickly taken care of. There were no ordinary people nearby. Those people were hiding in their homes and did not dare to come out. So, the incident just now did not even cause a ripple. It passed by calmly. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. In Golden Bowl's team, there were also several former Wang Xiaoyan's men. However, they had been fully integrated into this group. Everyone had learned to cooperate and had established a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, they could kill 20 people in an instant without leaving a trace. Wang Xiaoyan was also very pleased with the changes in Golden Bowl. It seemed that Yang Ming's training method was effective, allowing her original men to make a qualitative leap in such a short time. General Houghton and General Kevin entered a luxurious private room and sat at the table. "Long time no see, Kevin." General Houghton extended his hand in a friendly manner. The two were like friends who had not seen each other for many years. "Yeah, long time no see." General Kevin also shook hands with General Houghton in a friendly manner. "Speaking of which, we have been old neighbors for 4 or 5 years. "Yeah, we are all old neighbors. Because our political views and policies are different, we get along quite well." After General Houghton exchanged greetings, he entered the topic. "There is no war. It is relatively peaceful." "It is indeed like this." General Kevin took over the conversation and continued, "However, this is just in the past. I am afraid it is not like this recently, right?" "What do you mean by this?" General Houghton said, "Shouldn't I be the one to ask this question? Let's not beat around the bush. I don't want the town's political power, but my people go to the town to purchase necessities. You also want to interfere with this. Aren't your hands too far?" General Kevin was a little angry at General Houghton's acting dumb. "And?" General Houghton was stunned and then said angrily, "What's the matter with you?" "General Kevin, if you are interested in the town's political power, you can say that we can negotiate a solution. You don't have to do it, right?" General Kevin listened to General Houghton's words and suddenly became angry. He slammed the table and said, "Houghton, what do you mean by this? Aren't you clear about my development policy? I have no interest in the town's political power. I set up armed forces here mainly to make money and provide mercenary services to some small countries nearby. I have no interest in the political power struggle." Since you are not interested, don't do those things?" General Houghton was also angry. "Just say it. What do you mean? Do you think I am easy to bully? From what you're saying, you're not the one who attacked my subordinates." Kevin's eyes widened. I attacked your men? Isn't it your men who attacked my men? General Houghton also widened his eyes. Is it possible that there is a third-party force here? Listening to the dispute between the two, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little funny. However, he also knew General Kevin's intentions. This person was not a person with political ambitions. Indeed, his actions were very consistent with his current state. In this way, whether this person was eliminated or not, there was no conflict with Yang Ming's plan. Well, you don't have to argue. You are right. There is indeed a third-party force. Yang Ming pushed open the door of the private room and went in with Wang Xiaoyan. Who are you? Guards? When Houghton saw Yang Ming come in, he subconsciously knew that things were not good. He quickly shouted to the guard at the door. Are you shouting for your men? They are already dead. Yang Ming said faintly, Okay, Houghton, you can also die. Houghton touched his waist in horror. He wanted to get a gun, but before he could touch the pistol, there was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. He fell to the ground with a grievance. Golden Bull was holding a gun in his hand, and the muzzle was still smoking. General Kevin also realized the danger of the person who came. He did not dare to be rash. He sat there vigilantly and looked at Yang Ming and others. Kevin, right? Asked Yang Ming in English. Yes. General. Kevin nodded. May I ask who you are? Don't worry. I just came to take Houghton's life. It has nothing to do with you. Now you can go. Remember, don't interfere with the internal affairs of Country X, otherwise, the next one to die will be you. Yang Ming said calmly. You are, sent by General Kars? General Kevin was stunned, and then he understood something. It is not good for you to know too much. Yang Ming said noncommittally. Don't worry. Please tell General Kars that I have no interest in the regime of Country X. I just set up a mercenary group here to provide mercenaries to some of the surrounding small countries. General Kevin explained. I hope so. Yang Ming nodded and said, You can go. General Kevin did not expect Yang Ming to let him go so easily. He did not dare to delay. After quickly thanking him, he quickly left the private room. He was shocked by the strength of General Kars. He could actually send someone to take the life of General Houghton from so far away. General Kevin still knew a little about the contradiction between General Houghton and General Kars. He originally thought that with the power of General Houghton, he could fight with General Kars. But he did not expect General Houghton to be killed so quickly. This incident also made General Kevin more determined to not participate in the political power struggle of Country X. Only in this way could he protect himself. Otherwise, he would become a thorn in others' side. Out of the tea house, he saw a large number of armed forces that he was not familiar with. General Kevin was sure that these people did not belong to General Houghton's forces because the uniforms they wore were not the same as General Houghton's forces. The corpses on the ground also explained all this. His men and General Houghton's men all died there. When they came with people. When they left, they drove away by themselves. However, General Kevin was already very satisfied with this ending. Although he lost 10 of his own soldiers, he saved his own life. This was better than anything else. At the same time, at Houghton's armed station, the arrival of Li Chang and others had doomed the outcome of this war. This was originally an unfair war. This was one-sided. In front of the high-tech armed forces of Li Chang and others, Houghton's armed forces seemed so fragile. When several armored vehicles drove to the front of General Houghton's station, the people inside surrendered without much resistance. Most of these people were from poor backgrounds. They were local people who joined Houghton's armed forces in order to survive. Therefore, according to Yang Ming's instructions, as long as they surrendered, they would no longer attack and kill. The policy for these people was different from the previous guards brought by Houghton. The reason why Yang Ming killed all the guards brought by Houghton was that those people were Houghton's confidants. After leaving them behind, it would only raise a tiger. But these people were different. These people would not care whether their general was changed or not. They just wanted to eat and wear warm clothes. Only when they were full and wore warm clothes would they go to the battlefield. Especially when these people heard that General Houghton had been killed, there was no meaning in resisting. A person in charge who stayed at the station personally ordered his men to open the gate of the station and welcome Li Chang and others to enter. Because they also understood that resistance was impossible. That's impossible. Can you fight an armored car with your physical body? This was obviously unrealistic. Other people's equipment was 10 times or 100 times stronger than their own. They would only die if they went up. At this point, Li Chang and others easily occupied General Houghton's station without any effort. Li Chang quickly reported the good news to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also expected the situation that Li Chang and others encountered. In fact, here, the grassroots of these armed forces were basically a mob. Without any professional training, they were forced to become soldiers. In fact, their beliefs and loyalty had not been established, and they could be easily disintegrated. Well done. Put the person in charge of the station under house arrest first. The other soldiers will be reorganized and integrated into your team. I don't need to say more about this, right? Yang Ming instructed. Li Chang seized the political power of Houghton's armed forces. With lightning speed. Golden Bull also transported Houghton's body back to the base. In this way, those restless people would give up. Their former leader had completely become history. If they wanted to live and develop, they must absolutely obey the existing new leadership. The reason why Yang Ming wanted to establish his own armed forces in Country X was because he had his own ideas. Although General Kars knew the true identity of the diamond mine owner, the other armed forces did not know. It was inevitable that they would be greedy for the diamond mine and come to find trouble. Yang Ming could not go to General Kars every time there was a problem. In this way, he owed General Kars a big favor. If General Kars had any requests, Yang Ming would find it difficult to refuse. Therefore, Yang Ming considered establishing his own armed forces. In this way, he could effectively prevent the exclusion of other mine owners. As long as he had absolute strength, he could gain a foothold in this war-torn country. The middle-level leaders of the original Houghton's armed forces were put under house arrest to prevent those who were loyal to Houghton from causing a mutiny among the soldiers in the team. It did not take too long. After a month or two, the soldiers under General Houghton were disrupted and integrated into Li Chang and others. These middle-level leaders could no longer cause any trouble. No one would listen to their orders at all. There was also a reason why Yang Ming did not let Li Chang kill these middle-level leaders directly. The reason why these people could become middle-level leaders was definitely because they had outstanding abilities, so they were selected as leaders. If they were killed directly, it would be a pity. Therefore, Yang Ming put them under house arrest. When the soldiers did not listen to their orders, they would be evaluated for a period of time. After the evaluation, they could continue to be put in important positions. Yang Ming didn't say too much about these people's ability to judge people. The matters of the organization still depended on Li Chang and the others. After all, Yang Ming couldn't stay here to guide them for a long time, so they had to slowly figure it out by themselves. Fortunately, there was Lu Xinyang, the military advisor. There were some things that could be discussed with him. Li Chang and the others would not be too passive. Yang Ming went online through the satellite phone and emailed the photos of General Houghton's body to General Kars' mailbox. The mission was completed. Yang Ming had not yet asked Feng Tian what the reward was this time. After sending the email, Yang Ming called Feng Tian. "Old man Feng, the mission is complete." Yang Ming was in a very good mood. Although the beginning of the mission was not very smooth, it was completed very smoothly. Oh? Not bad. When Feng Tian heard Yang Ming say that the mission was completed, he smiled happily. "It seems that you have finally found a solution and didn't need my help." "I only completed it with the help of a friend," Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. "No matter what, this is what you did. Your friends are also part of your own forces. That way, I can rest assured," said Feng Tian. "Right, what is the reward this time?" asked Yang Ming. "Probably 2 gold mines. General Kars has just taken office, and there are no resources in his hands. It is already good that he can get 2 idle gold mines." Feng Tian said, "The things he gave are not very reliable. They can't be exchanged for cash." 2 gold mines? That's fine. Anyway, I plan to let my people develop here. If there is a gold mine, I will accept it. Yang Ming thought about it and said. Anyway, gold was also one of the raw materials of his jewelry company, so if there were gold mines, naturally, he would not complain about having too many. And that's good. You can go to Kars to accept it. Fang Tian said, I don't think he will renege on his debt. That's true. Yang Ming nodded and thought, after the previous sneak attack, General Kars is more afraid of me. It is absolutely impossible for him to do something like reneging on his debt. Sure enough, it didn't take long for General Kars to reply to an email. He expressed warm congratulations to Yang Ming for the success of his mission. He also said that after Yang Ming returned to the capital, Xianxia City, Yang Ming would be invited to a grand banquet. Yang Ming didn't care about the banquet. Now, he only needed to deal with Huang Leilei's family. Yang Ming decided to go to the gold mine where Huang Leilei's family was located to check it out. General Kevin was also a well-informed person. When he learned that Houghton's base had been uprooted and its flag changed, he became more careful. The soldiers who went to the town to purchase daily necessities were required to wear casual clothes, and they were prohibited from driving military vehicles. It was because the spies sent by Kevin also saw the true strength brought by Yang Ming. Not to mention anything else, just the dozen armored vehicles could flatten his base. While sighing, General Kevin doubted the strength of General Kars. Is this group of people General Kars' forces? However, regardless of whether they are or not, General Kevin would no longer care about the affairs of Country X. It was better to make money steadily. After resting for 2 days in place, Li Chong fully integrated General Houghton's men into his own team for unified training. Most of these people were also poor. Because their families were too poor or the years of war destroyed their family business, they went to General Houghton and joined his armed forces. Therefore, for them, as long as they could survive and have food to eat, it was the same no matter who they followed. Of course, this was just their previous idea. From now on, Li Chong would cultivate their sense of community and honor, making them loyal to the organization and Yang Ming. Because the number of General Houghton's men was too large, Li Chong and Golden Bull had to divide these people into several small teams, and their original men served as the leaders of the small teams. However, in this way, the original men had become small leaders, and they were very happy. In these 2 days, Wang Xiaoyan would give a few pointers to old Bufan when she was free. Old Bufan also learned seriously. When Li Chong's men saw that an old man was so serious, they trained even harder. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Ming planned to return to Xianxia City. Under Yang Ming's persuasion, old Bufan was persuaded to go back. In this environment, it was indeed not suitable for old Bufan to stay. In the beginning, old Bufan naturally did not want to leave, but in the end, under the threat of Yang Ming's statement that he wanted to sever the master-apprentice relationship, old Bufan obediently stepped on the boat home and left Country X. This time, Yang Ming went to Xianxia City with Wang Xiaoyan, Li Chong, and half of the base's power. Wang Peng, Lu Chao, Golden Bull, and Lu Xinyang stayed at the base. Because of the larger number of people, the speed of action was naturally slower. Moreover, Yang Ming was afraid of attracting the attention of other armed forces on the road, so he had to choose to travel at night. Now, Yang Ming did not want to have a large-scale conflict with the local armed forces, so everything was done in a low-key manner. The original half-day journey took Yang Ming and the others 2 nights to reach a mine near Xianxia City, the capital of Country X. This mine was the property of Huang Leilei's family. This is the property of your little Singaporean wife? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the mine not far away and asked Yang Ming with a smile. For Huang Leilei's matter, Yang Ming did not hide it from Wang Xiaoyan. The 2 people came together to Country X in Africa. Yang Ming still had to deal with Huang Leilei's family's mission. Even if he wanted to hide it from Wang Xiaoyan, he could not hide it. Moreover, the most important thing was that Wang Xiaoyan was not like Chen Mingyan, who was jealous of everything. It was just that recently, it seemed that Wang Xiaoyan had changed a little. She became more like a woman, and she began to be a little emotional about these things. To be precise, she is a lover, just like you. Yang Ming smiled and saw Wang Xiaoyan's emotions. He squeezed her little hand and said, "Humph." Wang Xiaoyan glared at Yang Ming and said nothing. A group of people headed to the gold mine factory. When they were about to reach the entrance of the gold mine factory, Yang Ming was stunned. Logically speaking, there should be no one here. Why are there people guarding the entrance of the mine? Who are you? Stop. The people guarding the entrance of the mine saw Yang Ming and the others coming over, and immediately stopped them. This is private property. You are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, you will be killed. Private territory? Yang Ming listened to the guard's words and suddenly frowned. What private territory? Who is your boss? Why do you care who my boss is? The guard's tone was very rude. If you don't leave, I will call for help. Call for help? Yang Ming looked back at his big team not far away and smiled. If you have the ability to call for help, then call for help. What's the matter? Who is making trouble here? A young Master Jadeface came out of the mine. Saying that he was a young Master Jadeface was praising him. In fact, he was just a gigolo. However, what surprised Yang Ming was that this gigolo actually spoke Chinese. Are you from the Huang family? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. According to Huang Rongjin, the people of the Huang family here had been withdrawn to Singapore. There should be no one here. Huang family? The gigolo snorted and said, this place is now surnamed Li, not surnamed Huang. Surnamed Li? Yang Ming suddenly said, isn't this the property of the Huang family? When did you come? Humph, whether you are from the Huang family or not, it depends on whether my brother married Huang Lele as my sister-in-law. However, Huang Lele, that woman, is so hesitant. I think this matter is going to be troublesome. The gigolo snorted and said, don't talk so much nonsense. What are you doing? What the hell do you want? If there is nothing, get out of here. Yang Ming listened to the words of this gigolo and suddenly remembered. This Li family was the Li family of Singapore that Huang Rongjin mentioned. It seemed that this gigolo was the younger brother of Xianxia. They probably took advantage of their relationship with General Kars to occupy this mine first. If Huang Lele married into the Li family, then it was fine. If she didn't marry into the Li family, then this mine would probably be taken over by the Li family. It turns out to be the Li family of Singapore. Yang Ming snorted and said, are you Li Tianjia's younger brother? How do you know? The gigolo was stunned. Who are you? I took over this mine on behalf of the Huang family. Now you can get out of here. Yang Ming said faintly. He didn't have a good impression of the Li family of Singapore, especially Li Tianjia. Now that he saw the arrogant and despotic appearance of Li Tianjia's younger brother, Yang Ming was even more upset. He waved his hand directly and signaled that he could leave. Who the F***ck are you? Representing the Huang family? Who the F***ck can you represent? Li Tianyu was anxious at the time. He pointed to Yang Ming and said, if you don't get out of here, you will be in trouble. Huang Lele is my wife, so I have the final say here. Yang Ming didn't want to talk nonsense with Li Tianyu. He grabbed his collar directly. With a force, Li Tianyu's thin body flew out like a kite. Whoosh, he flew out and fell directly to the ground. Li Tianyu was thrown, and the guard at the door was immediately anxious. He blew the whistle on his body and began to call for people. The people in the mine heard the whistle at the door and immediately rushed out. No one is allowed to move. If you move, I will kill him. It was time for Li Chang to appear. Since Yang Ming had made a move, he had no reason to stay there. Li Chang and his men each held an MP-7A1 submachine gun in their hands, which was a rare model in many countries' armies. The people who rushed out were immediately dumbfounded. How could they be the opponent of the armed forces? They operated the mine here, mainly relying on the relationship between the Li family and General Kars, so they were safe. The nearby armed forces also knew the relationship between the mine and General Kars, so they did not trouble them. In this way, Li Tianyu thought that Country X was his territory. He could do whatever he wanted. He didn't expect Yang Ming to bring armed forces here. How could Li Tianyu's men with iron rods be his opponent? Although Li Tianyu was more pretentious, he was not a fool. Knowing that there was a huge gap in strength between himself and the other party, the result of a head-on confrontation would be death, so Li Tianyu did not dare to be rash. He was scared and quickly gave in. Brother, I will go. I will take my people away. This Place belongs to you. Don't kill me. I am also executing the family's orders. This has nothing to do with me personally. Hurry up and get out. Looking at Li Tianyu's cowardly appearance, Yang Ming was disgusted and waved his hand impatiently. Yang Ming also thought about killing Li Tianyu directly, but after all, it involved Singapore. Before he figured out Huang Leilei's intention, Yang Ming did not rush to make a move. But he did not expect that letting Li Tianyu go was equivalent to letting the tiger return to the mountain. Let this guy go to find backup. Li Tianyu did not dare to stay for a long time. He quickly took his men and fled the mine in a hurry. Brother Yang, we? Li Chang looked at Li Tianyu's back and asked. Let them go. Yang Ming said, let these people stay for the time being. Li Chang nodded. Although he did not understand why Yang Ming did not let them kill Li Tianyu and others, he absolutely obeyed Yang Ming's orders. When Li Tianyu and others had evacuated, Li Chang took his men to the mine. Li Tianyu ran far away in one breath until he could not see the mine behind him. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. He wondered. How could the Huang family have such a powerful armed force here? If the Huang family had such a powerful armed force before, there was no need to ask the Li family for help. Although he could not understand, Li Tianyu was not reconciled. So, he began to think of a way. He also had a small armed force in Country X, but even if it was mobilized, it was not the opponent of the other party. So Li Tianyu thought about it. He could only ask General Kars for help. For the Li family's temporary occupation of the gold mine, General Kars had a tacit attitude, so Li Tianyu went to General Kars for help. He believed that General Kars would not sit idly by. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu dialed the phone number of General Kars' government office. Hello, I want to find General Kars. After the phone was connected, Li Xianxia said very respectfully. General Kars is in a meeting. Who are you? Asked General Kars' secretary. I am the second young master of the Li family in Singapore, Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu said quickly, please help me to tell General Kars that I have called the general. Okay, we will make a record here. General Kars' secretary finished and hung up the phone. Although anxious, Li Tianyu had no way. He could only wait silently for General Kars to contact him. However, with the relationship between the Li family and General Kars should give him a call back. Sure enough, after waiting anxiously for more than an hour, Li Tianyu received a call from General Kars. Previously, General Kars was in a meeting. He excitedly discussed with his men their strategic policy after eliminating General Houghton, so he was in a particularly good mood now. Otherwise, he would not personally return a call to a junior of the Li family. Is this Li Tianyu? I am Kars. Kars dialed Li Tianyu's phone and said concisely. General Kars, hello, hello. Li Tianyu quickly greeted, I am really flattered that you can personally call me back. Well, let's talk. What is the matter? General Kars did not have time to chat with Li Tianyu and went straight to the subject. This is the case. General Kars, you have to give me justice. Li Tianyu's voice suddenly had a crying tone. If there is anything, just say it. Why are you crying? General Kars said impatiently. Yes, yes. Li Tianyu did not dare to act anymore. He quickly said, this is the case. I just had a good time with my people in the gold mine, but someone claimed to be a member of the Huang family and drove us out with armed forces. General Kars, you have to help me get rid of them and return the gold mine to me. The gold mine is not yours. What do you want to return? General Kars snorted and said, you haven't paid me the rent of the mine. Now I am only lending it to you temporarily. This? Li Tianyu listened to General Kars' words and was suddenly speechless. Indeed, this mine was contracted to the Li family at half of the price. However, the Li family wanted the Huang family to pay half of the rent. The Li family reaped the benefits. Not only did the eldest son, Li Xianxia, marry Huang Leilei, but they also got half of the mine's management rights for free. It was simply perfect. What the Li family paid was nothing more than a familiar relationship with General Kars. But now the Huang family's half of the funds were not in place, so the Li family did not give General Kars money. At this time, General Kars asked, and Li Tianyu was a little guilty. General Kars, I will urge the family to pay as soon as possible. Li Tianyu said quickly. It doesn't matter if you pay the rent or not. I don't intend to rent this mine to you. General Kars had no good feelings for the youngest son of the Li family. He was stupid and had no brain. He always thought that he owed him. He would call him when there was a little trouble, and he never found a way to solve it himself. Moreover, Yang Ming's task was completed very well. General Kars was ready to give this gold mine to Yang Ming as a sign of goodwill. General Kars did not have many resources in his hands. He only had the 2 gold mines as a reward, but this was the reward promised before. Even if it was given to Yang Ming, he deserved it. Therefore, in order to establish a further friendly relationship with Yang Ming, General Kars decided to give something extra to Yang Ming. In this way, he could show his sincerity. After a meeting, only the Huang family's gold mine was currently idle. It could be given to Yang Ming as a gift. There was nothing else that could be used for the time being. The Li family's rent was not in place, so General Kars had more reasons to take back the gold mine. What? Li Tianyu was shocked and quickly said, General Kars, you can't do this. How can you not rent it to us? Our Li family is your loyal arm. From the beginning of your success. Don't say those useless things. I have reduced the mine's rent by half. This is already benevolent enough. General Kars said impatiently, but you have delayed the rent. Even if the relationship is good, there is no such thing as you. Well, there is no need to say it again. Your phone call reminded me. I will send someone to receive the gold mine. General Kars, I will call my family and let them prepare the rent. Li Tianyu said quickly. Wait until you are ready. General Kars hung up the phone impatiently. However, General Kars could teach Yang Ming a lesson for him. Li Tianyu was still very refreshed. He did not dare to delay and quickly call his elder brother, Li Tianyu. Li Tianjia was in a meeting in the company. Suddenly, the phone rang. When he saw that it was a number from Africa, he quickly made a gesture to wait and picked up the phone. Hello, hello. Because the call from Africa only showed the transit area code, but not the specific number, Li Tianjia didn't know whether the caller was General Kars or his brother, Li Tianyu. Big brother, it's me, Tianyu, Li Tianyu said anxiously. Tianyu, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Li Tianjia quickly asked. Brother, something happened. Li Tianyu said, just now, my brothers and I were in the mine, but suddenly an armed force rushed in from the outside. They said that they took over the mine on behalf of the Huang family. Huang family? Impossible. If the Huang family has that ability, they don't need to come to us. Li Tianjia said, baffled. That's right. Li Tianyu said, I also doubt the identity of these people, but their leader is also an Asian. He can speak Chinese, and he claims that Huang Lele is his wife. What nonsense. Li Tianjia frowned. I have never heard of such a powerful character in the Huang family. Didn't you mobilize our family's armed forces in Country X? They have the latest heavy machine guns in their hands. Our people can't be their opponents at all. Li Tianyu was not stupid. Their equipment is too advanced. They are professionals at first glance. No way? So powerful? Then it is even more impossible for it to be the Huang family. Is there a local armed force that knows about this and covets our gold mine? They want to take advantage of this fake reason to occupy our gold mine? Li Tianjia analyzed. I think there is also this possibility. What should we do now? Said Li Tianyu. Of course, we should contact General Kars. He is the arm of our Li family. Our business in Country X depends on him, said Li Tianjia. I have contacted him. Li Tianyu sighed. But General Kars said that our rent has not been paid yet. He has no intention of renting to us. He is going to take people to take back the mine. Brother, I am calling this time mainly to talk about this matter. What is the attitude of the Huang family? When will the money be paid? General Kars really said that? Li Tianjia frowned after listening. This was a big problem. There was no news from the Huang family. Could it be that this matter was ruined? Li Tianjia was really unwilling. The African gold mine was a big cake. Perhaps, the Li family could become one of the most prestigious families in Singapore. But now. It's true. Li Tianyu said, can I joke about such a big thing? Well, I will inquire again as soon as possible and raise funds. Li Tianjia did not dare to delay and said quickly. Okay, I will wait for your news here, said Li Tianyu. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianjia did not dare to delay and directly announced the adjournment of the meeting. The middle-level leaders of the company were very surprised. Why did the general manager stop the meeting after receiving a call? But it was not good to ask more. Seeing that the general manager had left the conference room, the others stood up and returned to their respective work posts. After Li Tianjia came out of the conference room, he hurried to the chairman's office where his father was sitting. Now, although Li Tianjia had the final say in many matters in the company, the final decision was still made by Li Tianjia's father, Li Ziqing. Seeing Li Tianjia rushing over, Li Ziqing, who was reviewing the documents, suddenly frowned. How old are you? You are still so reckless. What can you achieve? Father, something big has happened. Li Tianjia did not bother to explain and said hurriedly. What big thing has happened? Li Ziqing glanced at his eldest son. What big thing can it be? What a day for you. Father, something big has really happened. Li Tianjia said in a panic, something has happened in Africa. Africa? What the hell is going on? Li Ziqing was nervous when he heard it. A group of unidentified people claiming to be from the Huang family took armed forces and occupied the gold mine, said Li Tianjia. Huang family? Li Ziqing said, are you kidding me? How can the Huang family have such strength? Indeed, Tianyu and I also analyzed it this way. We suspect that other local armed forces know the inside story. They covet our gold mine and want to occupy our gold mine. Li Tianjia said, this armed force is very powerful. Our people are not their opponents at all. Oh? Did you go to General Kars? Li Ziqing asked quickly after hearing it. I did, but... Li Tianjia sighed. But General Kars said that our rent has not been paid yet. He is ready to take back the gold mine. Li Ziqing listened to Li Tianjia's words, and his face began to become gloomy. Indeed, the rent on his side had not been paid yet. It was normal for General Kars to have an opinion, but this money, Li Ziqing meant to let the Huang family pay, not himself, so he had not transferred the money. But now, it was obvious that it could no longer be delayed. General Kars was already a little impatient, so he had to hurry up. Okay, I got it. You go out first. I will contact the Huang family. Li Ziqing nodded and said to Li Tianjia. Yes, father. Li Tianjia exited his father's office and sighed. He already knew Huang Leilei's attitude. It was estimated that this matter was a bit uncertain. Unless the Huang family was very tough to force Huang Leilei to marry over, there was no hope. Ai. After Li Tianjia went out, Li Ziqing sighed and began to think. The gold mine in Country X in Africa was very rich. If they seized the opportunity to mine it, not only would they not lose money, but they could also make a lot of money. If the Li family funded it alone, it was not impossible, but Li Ziqing was somewhat unwilling. As a result, the Li family's domestic business would definitely be affected. Most of the funds would flow into Country X in Africa. If there were any mishaps, it would put the Li family in a position of eternal damnation. This kind of situation was not impossible. The Huang family was a living example of this. Although the Li family was confident in the strength of General Kars, anything could happen in that kind of war-torn country. General Kars was indeed glorious now, but who knew what would happen in the future? Therefore, Li Ziqing had to be cautious. After thinking for a long time, Li Ziqing finally decided to call the old man of the Huang family. Mr. Huang? I am Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing called the old man of the Huang family, Huang Xiaofei. Mr. Li, hello, hello. Huang Xiaofei said quickly, why are you calling? What's the matter? It's still the gold mine in Country X. I don't know what you think. General Kars said that if you don't pay the rent, he will take it back. Ah. Huang Xiaofei was shocked. They are going to take it back? What should I do? When Li Ziqing heard Huang Xiafei's words, he knew that the people in Country X were definitely not from the Huang family. Otherwise, Huang Xiafei would never have this reaction. Hurry up and raise funds, Li Ziqing said, and, how is Leilei's matter? I will hurry up here. You can rest assured. I will immediately persuade Leilei, but about the funds, what do you think? Huang Xiafei said with some difficulty. I can't do anything about the funds. You also know that our Li family has a lot of industries. The funds are not so easy to raise, so you have to find your own way, said Li Ziqing. Can't you give us a little support? Huang Xiafei was a little annoyed. He thought, what are you doing? Not only do you want my daughter to be your daughter-in-law, but you also want to share half of my gold mine. You don't want to take out a penny. How can you think of such a good thing? I'm afraid it won't work. Li Ziqing was now sure that Huang Xiafei had a favor to ask of him, so he didn't give in. Well, then I will think of another way, Huang Xiafei said helplessly. He really didn't want to give up the gold mine in Country X in Africa. If he gave up, the Huang family would simply lose face. And, you should hurry up. Time waits for no one. If General Kars takes back the gold mine, then everything will be too late. In fact, Li Ziqing was also very anxious. He didn't want to lose such a good opportunity to make money. I understand. Huang Xiafei sighed and hung up the phone. Although he was very angry with Li Ziqing's approach, Huang Xiafei couldn't help it. People had to bow under the eaves. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Country X, it was impossible without the power of the Li family. Thinking of this, Huang Xiafei had no choice but to call his eldest son, Huang Rongtian, into the study. Father, are you looking for me? Huang Rongtian was about to go to the company, but he was informed by the old butler that the master was waiting for him in the study. Huang Rongtian hurriedly took off his coat and came to the study. There is a big matter to discuss with you, Huang Xiafei said with a serious expression. What is it? Father. Huang Rongtian sat on the sofa opposite his father and asked respectfully. It's still about Country X in Africa, the gold mine. Huang Xiafei said, just now, the Li family's family master, Li Ziqing, called and informed me that if the funds are not in place, General Kars will take back the gold mine. Ah. Huang Rongtian immediately exclaimed after listening. Are they really going to take it back? Our previous contract is completely invalid? So this is the case. Huang Xiafei smiled bitterly. Who let the interim government change over there? Our contract has become a piece of waste paper. But, the group is now struggling to make ends meet. There is no spare money to pay the rent of the mine in Country X. Moreover, we are still in arrears with the bank loan, said Huang Rongtian. Leilei still has a sum of money. Huang Xiafei thought of the 40 billion patakas in Huang Leilei's hands. The money in Leilei's hands, can she take it out? Huang Rongtian smiled bitterly after listening. Dad, don't make it difficult for little sister. Rongtian, what's the matter with you? Haven't you always been on my side? How did you become a traitor? Huang Xiafei was stunned after listening to Huang Rongtian's words, and said with some anger. Father, I stood by your side before because of the family's standpoint, but now seeing little sister in a sullen mood, I can't bear it. Leilei has lost a lot of weight. Huang Rongtian said, moreover, although the gold mine in Country X in Africa seems to be very profitable, the risks are also very high. Just like before, we had signed a contract with the previous interim regime, but the interim regime changed, and our contract was invalid. In this way, the risk is too great. I think if we talk to Leilei about using this money to develop the family business in the country, Leilei will definitely agree, but if we still take it to Country X, I am afraid. I know there are difficulties. If there were no difficulties, I would have already asked for the money in Leilei's hands. Huang Xiafei said angrily, have you thought about it? If we withdraw now, what will the people here think of our Huang family? They will say that we are not capable, and they will look down on us. In the future, where will our Huang family put our face in the upper class? But, we can't take this risk because of our face. Huang Rongtian was still more rational. Father, I have also considered a lot during this time. We don't have such great ability. We can't play in Country X at all. So, regarding the gold mine, my opinion is to give up. Although it is not good to lose face, we can't lose our family fortune because of our face, right? What do you mean by lose our family fortune? We don't have the ability. Isn't there the Li family now? Huang Xiaofei said stubbornly, the Li family is very active in Country X, and they are very familiar with General Kars. Moreover, they also have their own armed forces in the local area. With his participation, how can we not make money? The Li family is indeed familiar with General Kars. This is true. But who can guarantee that General Kars will always be in power? If one day he falls, don't we still have to face the same fate? Huang Rongtian persuaded. Is the Li family easy to provoke? They also have armed forces in the local area, right? Said Huang Xiaofei. It's true that they have armed forces, and I've confirmed that. But they're armed forces. Huang Rongtian said until here and shook his head. If their armed forces are in our local area, they must be the underworld boss. But in Country X, it is really nothing. A force of less than 100 people, compared to the real big forces of the other party, was simply too lacking. If they really want to mess with you, the strength of 100 people is nothing. They will easily break through. As long as we make money, we can continue to expand our armed forces. For a while, General Kars is unlikely to step down. Taking advantage of this time, we will continue to strengthen ourselves. What is wrong with that? Huang Xiaofei insisted. Well, then let's discuss with Lei and see what she thinks. Huang Rongtian saw that he couldn't win against his father, so he could only helplessly push the decision to Huang Lei. Well, you go and call Lei. Come to my study. Let's discuss it together. Huang Xiaofei instructed Huang Rongtian. Huang Rongtian shook his head and left the room. In the beginning, he agreed to invest in Country X because of the rich profit reward. However, after the last incident, Huang Rongtian also hesitated. Especially after learning that Huang Lei still had 40 billion patakas in his hand, he planned to give up the investment in Country X. With these 40 billion patakas, he could develop some local businesses very well. There was no need to continue to take risks in Country X. Although the return was not as rich as the gold mine in Country X, the risk was almost zero. Therefore, after figuring out the key to the matter, Huang Rongtian also changed his previous thoughts. He did not support his father to continue to develop the gold mine business in Country X. But now it seemed that his father was a stubborn old man, and he took the problem of face very seriously. Young people and the older generation had different ideas. The older generation paid attention to pomp and face, but Huang Rongtian came back from studying in the United States. He did not care much about face and other things. In order to be afraid that he could not persuade his father alone, Huang Rongtian called his younger brother, Huang Rongjin, and asked him to rush home quickly. There were important things to discuss. Brother, what's wrong? I am holding a collection auction with my friends. I plan to sell some of my collection to relieve the economic pressure at home, said Huang Rongjin. After listening to his brother's words, Huang Rongtian was a little moved. After all, his brother had always been not very interested in the family business. He was just addicted to collecting, but he did not expect that when the family was in trouble, he would stand up and sell his beloved collection. Rongjin, don't sell your collection. Even if you sell it, you can't sell it for much money. You should hurry home to discuss the important matters. Huang Rongtian said, my father is going to let Lei take out the money and continue to invest it in the gold mine of Country X in Africa. I think it is better to do business in the local area with this money, but my father doesn't listen to me. That's why I called you. You should come back and persuade him. Ah. How can Lei's money continue to invest in gold mines? Isn't this a joke? Huang Rongjin was also a little angry. You wait. I will go back now. Yes, you should come back as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you take too long, I'm afraid father will get impatient and personally call Lei. Huang Rongtian instructed. Alright, I understand. I'll head back now. As soon as Huang Rongjin hung up the phone, he told his companions that he had something to do at home. Then, he hurriedly drove in the direction of his home. Fortunately, he had been in Singapore recently and did not travel far. Otherwise, he would not be able to make it back in time. Huang Lele was bored to death. The only thing she could do every day was to surf the internet, play games such as Bubble Bobble and Lian Lian. She didn't know when these days would end. In her heart, she hoped that Yang Ming could come as soon as possible and get the recognition of her family. Lele. Huang Rongtian came to Huang Lele's room and saw that his little sister was still playing games. He sighed helplessly. After this period of reflection, he also felt that Huang Lele was a bit pitiful. Big brother. Huang Lele looked up and saw that it was Huang Rongtian. She called faintly and then began to play computer games again. Lele, father just looked for me. He means that he wants you to take out the money and invest in the gold mine of Country X. Huang Rongtian sat on a chair and said tentatively. Impossible. I won't take out the money to invest in the gold mine. Huang Lele refused without raising her head. Big brother, if you want to persuade me about this, then don't waste your energy. Huang Rongtian obviously felt that during this time, Huang Lele's relationship with him was obviously alienated. Although the two were not born from the same mother, they were brother and sister anyway. Lele was the only girl in the family. When Huang Lele was young, Huang Rongtian still doted on her. It was just that when he grew up, he was busy dealing with the company's affairs and neglected this little sister. Especially a while ago, he stood in the wrong camp, which caused the sibling relationship to be even worse. Little sister, don't misunderstand. In fact, I don't agree with this matter in my heart. Huang Rongtian shook his head and said, Little sister, in fact, after this period of reflection, I also feel that the idea of letting you marry Xianxia is a bit of a neglect of your original thoughts. Here, big brother apologizes to you. And? Huang Lele was stunned. She looked up with some surprise and looked at Huang Rongtian. Big brother, is what you said true? Looking at his little sister's suspicious eyes, Huang Rongtian sighed bitterly. It seemed that his image as a big brother in Lele's mind had been completely destroyed. Of course, it's true. I just advised my father and told him that if the money is used in a legitimate business, I believe that Lele will not disagree. But to use it on the gold mine of Country X, it's better to forget about it. After all, we have already suffered a loss for that kind of risky thing. If we were to suffer a second loss, we would be fools, said Huang Rongtian. Big brother, you are right. If this money is really used in the family's legitimate local business, I will not hesitate to support it. However, if it is invested in the gold mine of Country X in Africa, I am obviously against it. Huang Lele said firmly, moreover, I will not marry that Xianxia. I didn't consider Xianxia's matter thoroughly. Huang Rongtian said, at first, I thought that marrying you into a rich family would be good for you, and your happiness would be guaranteed. But after thinking about it, you already have someone you like, so I can't break you up. Especially when I heard that your boyfriend is so powerful and has some achievements in gambling. If the family business is transferred to the gambling industry, it is not a bad choice. Hearing that her big brother approved of Yang Ming, Huang Lele's heart was very happy. She was not so angry about her big brother's indifference to her before. In fact, Huang Lele did not have so much hatred for Huang Rongtian. She was just a little annoyed. Now that her big brother had figured it out and also apologized, Huang Lele was no longer angry. As the two were talking, Huang Rongjin pushed the door and came in. Big brother, Lele, what the hell is going on? Second brother. Huang Lele and her second brother, Huang Rongjin, were still relatively close. When she saw her second brother come back, she was delighted. Huang Rongtian looked at the brother and sister with some jealousy. He thought, when I was young, Lele and I were also so close, right? After growing up, it seems that I really ignored her feelings. Thinking of this, Huang Rongtian decided that he really had to consider his little sister's feelings in the future and not let her do something she didn't like. Huang Rongjin nodded and quickly sat next to Huang Rongtian. Then, he looked at the two with questioning eyes. This is the case. Father intends to use the money in Lele's hands to invest in Country X's gold mine. Huang Rongtian explained. Then, didn't you persuade father? Huang Rongjin frowned and said, if he loses again, wouldn't everything be over? That's true. Huang Rongtian sighed and said, I tried to persuade him, but father didn't listen. He asked me to call Lele to go to the study. He wants to talk to Lele personally. Now that the time is almost up, and you are back, let's hurry up. Otherwise, if father is anxious, he will come to us personally. Then, let's go upstairs. Huang Rongjin nodded and said, Lele, no matter what father says, you don't let go. Don't take out the money, okay? N. Huang Lele responded. Even without Huang Rongjin's reminder, she would not easily take out the money. The three went upstairs together and came to the door of their father's study. After knocking on the door, they heard their father's voice. Come in. When Huang Xiaofei saw Huang Rongtian, Huang Rongjin, and Huang Lele, the three siblings, come in together, he was a bit baffled. Rongjin is back too? I just came back. I heard that there was a big deal to discuss, so I came in, said Huang Rongjin. Huang Xiaofei nodded and said, this time, there is indeed a big deal to discuss. It is related to the survival and glory of our Huang family. Dad, if it is about the investment in country X in Africa, you don't have to say it. I don't agree. Huang Rongjin did not wait for his father to speak and took the lead to express his opposition. It is useless for you to object. It is not asking you to pay. You just listen here. Huang Xiaofei said faintly. Huang Rongjin listened to his father's words and had to smile bitterly. Indeed, he had no money, and his words were not effective. He had always been an image of a prodigal young master. He only cared about spending money and not making money, so these big moves in the family were rarely asked for his opinion. Lele, what do you think? Huang Xiaofei looked at Huang Lele. Didn't we talk about it? Everything will wait until Yang Ming comes here. Before that, I don't want to say anything. Huang Lele shook her head and said. But, the situation is very critical now. The Li family called and said that if the rent is not in place, General Kars will take back the gold mine. Huang Xiaofei said, if this opportunity is missed, there will be no more in the future. Dad, is that gold mine really so important? Our Huang family has a lot of industries. There is no need to keep an eye on the gold mine, right? Huang Lele said with some puzzlement, Dad, let's give up. We have invested so much money. It is really a pity to give up now. Huang Xiaofei said, moreover, I, Huang Xiaofei, am also a reputable person in the upper class. If people know that I ran back after failing to invest in country X, what will others think of me? Are other people's views so important? Huang Lele frowned. Dad, we are businessmen, not politicians. We don't need to care about other people's views. If we make money, we will succeed. Who will care if you have failed? Oh, you don't need to teach me this. I know better than you. But I can't afford to lose this face. Huang Xiaofei waved his hand and said, well, Lele, as for your marriage to Li Xianxia, I will fight for it again, but the money in your hands must be invested in country X in Africa. Well, since this is the case, then I have to ask Yang Ming. After all, the money is earned by him. If he agrees, I have no opinion. Huang Lele had no choice but to push the decision to Yang Ming. Good. You go and ask Yang Ming. I will negotiate with the Li family again. Huang Xiaofei suddenly decided. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin could only smile bitterly. Huang Lele ignored those. In her opinion, as long as Yang Ming came over, all the problems would be solved. Huang Lele didn't know why she had such confidence. After Huang Rongtian, Huang Rongjin, and Huang Lele went out, Huang Xiaofei dialed Li Ziqing's phone. Hello, Mr. Huang, how is it? Have you considered it? Said Li Ziqing. In terms of funds, there should be no problem, but Lele firmly refuses to marry Li Xianxia. I can't help it. Now, young people are emphasizing free love and not arranged marriages. Huang Xiaofei said with some difficulty. And? Li Ziqing frowned. Since there is no marriage, then why should our Li family participate? Didn't half of the management rights have been given to you? Huang Xiaofei also felt that the Li family was a bit too much. They had already given half of the management rights, but they still wanted a marriage. Management rights are management rights. Without a marriage, how can we ensure that our cooperation will proceed smoothly? Li Ziqing sneered and said, Africa is so chaotic. To put it bluntly, when I am here, it is fine. But when I am not here, after Xianxia takes power, he will directly kick your Huang family out. What will you do then? In these words, there was a great threat. Huang Xiaofei naturally heard it. He was angry, but he couldn't find anything to be angry about. Wasn't Li Ziqing reminding him kindly? He was hinting that if there was no marriage, the cooperation could not last long. Maybe the Li family would not only take the money but also the gold mine. Instead, they would kick the Huang family out. They would operate independently. What would you do then? Huang Xiaofei was shocked and angry, but he had no way. After taking a deep breath, he said, well, I will persuade Lei again. And, you persuade her again. Do it as soon as possible. It is very urgent here. Li Ziqing said indifferently. In fact, his heart was also very anxious. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to make money. After all, he could get half a gold mine without investing a penny. All he needed to do was to invest in interpersonal relationships. Where could he find such a good thing? Huang Lei marrying Li Tianjia was completely an additional condition. Even if the Huang family insisted on not adding this condition, Li Ziqing would eventually agree. However, there was still a possibility now, so he had to give Huang Xiaofei some pressure. If it really didn't work, he would make another plan. Huang Xiaofei knew Huang Lei's temper. He had been lobbying for so many days, and there was still no result. If he continued to lobby, there would definitely be no result. Now, the Li family's attitude was so tough, which made Huang Xiaofei very embarrassed. He didn't know what to do. Father, how is it? Li Tianjia came to his father Li Ziqing's office and asked anxiously. The Huang family replied that there is no problem with the funds, but Lei doesn't agree to marry you. What do you think? Asked Li Ziqing. This? Li Tianjia's heart was a little unhappy. How am I bad? Huang Lei actually doesn't like me? However, for the sake of the family's interests, Huang Lei's matter was not a big deal. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. And, I think so too. After all, the gold mine in Africa is a rare opportunity. It can't be missed, and it won't come again. Li Ziqing nodded. We can get half a gold mine for free. That is indeed the case. Dad, Lei's matter, if it really doesn't work, then forget it. I will fight for it myself. Li Tianjia nodded. It's great that you can think like this. I was afraid that you would have some opinions. Li Ziqing said, you call Tianyu now and let him talk to General Kars. Our funds will be in place as soon as possible. Okay. I will make this call now, so as not to wait for a long time. General Kars will change again. Li Tianjia said, and quickly left his father's office to call Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu hid far away on the road of the gold mine, waiting for General Kars to arrive and expel Yang Ming. However, his elder brother did not reply, and Li Tianyu's heart was also in a mess. The funds were not in place. Even if Yang Ming was expelled, the gold mine could not be given to him, so he still had to wait for his elder brother's call. A ringtone sounded, and Li Tianyu was delighted. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello, hello. Tianyu, I am your elder brother. Father has contacted the Huang family. The funds are not a problem. Li Tianjia said hurriedly. Oh? The Huang family agreed to our conditions? Li Tianyu was also delighted. After the gold mine was won, the matters here would be handed over to him so that he could stand firmly in the family business. There are some changes in Lei's matter. The Huang family did not agree, but they agreed to the funds, said Li Tianjia. Li Tianyu didn't care if Huang Lei would marry his elder brother. This matter had nothing to do with him. As long as the funds were in place, he could be the person in charge of the gold mine. Oh, it is good that the funds are in place. Brother, I say, free love is still better. If you like Huang Lei, go after her. Li Tianyu said with some excitement. Huh, you think so, too? I plan to do the same. Li Tianjia didn't know that Li Tianyu was being perfunctory, so he replied to him happily. yes, that's what I think. Li Tianyu said casually, elder brother, I will contact General Kars and tell him about this. Okay, then I won't bother you. After you contact him, call me and tell me the result. Li Tianjia said quickly and hung up the phone. Brother Yang, our people have explored the entire gold mine. There is no one else in it. Li Cheng let all his men explore the entire mine and reported to Yang Ming. Well, you did a good job. Yang Ming also guessed that with Li Tianyu's character, he would not leave people in the mine, but to be on the safe side, he still sent people to investigate. It was better to be safe than sorry. In case Li Tianyu had any bad intentions and left any hidden dangers in the mine. The mine has been fully taken over. What are we going to do now? Li Cheng followed Yang Ming into the office of the mine, sat on the sofa opposite Yang Ming, and asked. Li Cheng, do you know why I asked you to come here? Yang Ming put away his joking expression and said to Li Cheng seriously. Brother Yang, you want us to build a powerful armed force here and become the world's first assassin mercenary organization, said Li Cheng firmly. Well, that's the case, but not all of it. As Yang Ming spoke until here, he paused and continued, you say it again. It doesn't matter. Tell me your true thoughts. Also, you want us to operate and protect these mines here. Li Cheng looked around and asked tentatively. This is one of the reasons, but it is not the main purpose. Yang Ming nodded and said, it doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about anything. If you have any ideas, just say it. Then. Brother Yang, I will say it. Li Cheng hesitated as if he had made a great decision. You say it. Yang Ming smiled. Anyway, just treat it as a private topic between us brothers. Just say whatever you want to say. Li Cheng nodded and hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother Yang, in the past few days in Country X, we have also experienced and seen a lot of things. I also understand the system and politics of this country. It is not difficult to obtain the highest political power in this war-torn country. Brother Yang, do you want us to? Hearing Li Cheng's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. This Li Cheng wasn't as rough and honest as he looked. He still had a clever side to him. That's right. I called you here because I want you to integrate and annex all the armed forces here, but not to control the political power here. Yang Ming nodded. Control all the armed forces, but not the political power? Li Cheng was stunned and asked. And, yes, it is to control the armed forces, not to control the regime. Yang Ming nodded. I intend to continue to support General Kars. Brother Yang, do you mean that we control the military power of Country X, and let General Kars be in charge of the political power of Country X, but in fact, he is a puppet leader? You can understand it this way. You are not stupid, kid. Yang Ming smiled and said, internal affairs are too tiring. We don't have so much energy. But if we want to gain a foothold in this land and develop a stable career, we must have absolute power. It turns out to be like this. Li Cheng nodded. This is a very good idea. In this way, we can establish absolute authority in this land. How long will it take to do it? Asked Yang Ming. 1 year, at most 1 year. Li Cheng said with confidence. Well, I will give you 1 year. Don't let me down. Yang Ming patted Li Cheng's shoulder and said. Do not worry, Brother Yang. I will definitely hand over a powerful force to you. Li Cheng nodded and said. The two were talking, and suddenly there was a knock on the door outside the room. Li Cheng frowned and thought, I am discussing important things with Brother Yang. These underlings really come to disturb me at this time? But he still asked, who is it? What's the matter? Report. Captain Li, there is a group of armed forces outside who claim to represent General Kars. They want to take back this gold mine, said Li Cheng's underling. General Kars, take back the gold mine? Yang Ming frowned after listening. Let's go. Let's go out and see. Li Cheng also nodded and followed Yang Ming out. Li Tianyu was so angry that he wanted to curse. Just now, when he saw a group of soldiers coming in the direction of the gold mine, Li Tianyu quickly stepped forward and asked the leading soldier, Big brothers, are you sent by General Kars to help me take back the gold mine? Who are you? Asked the leading soldier coldly. I am Li Tianyu, from Singapore's Li family. I am a loyal partner of General Kars, said Li Tianyu quickly. I haven't heard of it. The leading soldier shook his head. Don't hinder us. We still have to perform official duties. Ah? Didn't General Kars tell you? Let you help me take back the gold mine? Li Tianyu asked with some doubts. It's true that we are going to take back the gold mine, but to help you. General Kars did not say this. The leading soldier said impatiently, do you still have something to do? If not, get out of the way. Wait a minute. Maybe General Kars forgot. He didn't tell you, but this gold mine is indeed ours. After it was invaded, I found General Kars. I will call him and talk to him, said Li Tianyu quickly. Then hurry up. The leading soldier waved his hand and said. Although he didn't know if what this person said was true, this person kept mentioning General Kars. It seemed that he was very familiar with General Kars, so the soldier didn't dare to offend this person. Otherwise, how did this person know that he was going to take back the gold mine? Maybe it was really General Kars who had forgotten. General Kars was busy every day, so he really couldn't remember this. Li Tianyu quickly took out the phone and called General Kars. The person who answered the phone was still General Kars' secretary. Li Tianyu quickly said respectfully, hello, please help me find General Kars. I am Li Tianyu of the Li family in Singapore. You wait a minute. The secretary had also confirmed that General Kars knew this person, so the secretary's attitude this time was better than the last time. I will connect you. After a while, the voice of General Kars came from the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, General Kars. I am Li Tianyu of the Li family in Singapore, said Li Tianyu quickly. And, what else do you want? General Kars snorted and asked. It's like this. I saw the people you sent, but this soldier said that they were here to take over the gold mine, not to help me take back the gold mine. You see, did you forget to tell them? Li Tianyu hurriedly asked. They are here to take back the gold mine. There is no mistake. General Kars said coldly, I have given enough face to your Li family, but you have been in this gold mine for so long, and you haven't given me a penny. Can I continue to rent this gold mine to you? I have now decided to take back the gold mine and use it for other purposes. General Kars, I have just contacted my family. The rent will be paid in 2 days. Li Tianyu was anxious and said quickly. Humph. As soon as I take back the gold mine, you have money? You can get the money? General Kars sneered. I think you wanted to deliberately delay and not give it to me before, right? No, it's really not. Our family has just raised the money. Li Tianyu's head had a cold sweat, and he quickly denied it. However, General Kars couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. Anyone would think so. Previously, your rent was delayed. Now that you want to take back the gold mine, you immediately have money. You even said that you just raised it. Who can believe this? Is there such a coincidental thing? General Kars obviously did not believe Li Tianyu's words. I think your Li family has no sincerity. Let's just forget about this. Don't, General Kars. You can't do this. Li Tianyu said anxiously. Do I still need to tell you what I am like? General Kars snorted coldly. The relationship with your Li family ends here. You should take care of yourself in the future. After that, General Kars hung up the phone. Li Tianyu looked sluggish and looked at the phone in his hand dejectedly. It's over. Everything is over. What's the matter with you? What did General Kars say? Are you okay? The leading soldier saw Li Tianyu in a daze and frowned. You guys go. Li Tianyu shook his head helplessly, waved his hand, and said decadently. Are you sick? When the soldier saw Li Tianyu's appearance, he knew that he called General Kars. General Kars did not support him, so the soldier's attitude toward Li Tianyu was not good. Looking at the back of the soldiers, Li Tianyu was somewhat angry and somewhat helpless. He even complained about his father. Why did he always want the Huang family to take the money? Even if the Li family paid for this gold mine, it was still a profiteering business. Li Tianyu took out the phone and called his elder brother in Singapore. Tianyu, how are things going on your side? Li Tianjia looked at the phone number and guessed that it must be Li Tianyu calling. It's over. Li Tianyu said in frustration. General Carr said that the gold mine must be taken back and used for other purposes. What? How could this be? Didn't you tell him that our funds have been raised? Li Tianjia was shocked and asked quickly. I said it, but General Carr said that we have occupied the gold mine for so long. He has given enough face to our Li family, but the funds are not in place. When he wants to take back the gold mine, our funds are in place. Isn't this obviously trying to drag on and not give him money? When he is angry, he said that he has severed ties with our Li family. He asked us to take care of ourselves. Ah. Li Tianjia suddenly said anxiously, did General Kars really say that? For such a big thing, can I lie to you? Said Li Tianyu. Is it because you are speaking too impulsively? It is not nice to hear, and you made General Kars unhappy? Li Tianjia asked unwillingly. Am I speaking too impulsively? Li Tianyu was a little displeased and complained, what does it have to do with me? Isn't it all because of you? The money is not in place, and it is delayed again and again. Isn't it normal for General Kars to have ideas? Originally, even if the Huang family did not contribute, we would have contracted the gold mine ourselves. It is already very profitable. It is you who are too greedy, which led to the current situation. Well, Tianyu, don't complain. This is father's decision. What is the use of you saying that? I have to report this matter to father immediately to see if there is any remedy, said Li Tianjia quickly. Father? Humph, if you didn't insist on marrying that Huang Lele and put forward such an additional condition, the Huang family would have already agreed and taken out the money, right? Li Tianyu said sourly. Li Tianjia suddenly blushed. What Li Tianyu said was not unreasonable. On the Huang family's side, the biggest dispute was Huang Lele's matter. Moreover, now the Huang family had agreed to take the money, but they did not agree to Huang Lele's marriage. This point was also fully proven. Okay, you quickly let father find a way to remedy it. Li Tianyu did not force Li Tianjia too much. After all, with this weakness in his hand, he was not in a hurry to use it for a while. In the future, on the road to seize power in the company, this matter might become his own trump card. Therefore, the gold mine was not contracted. It was a bad thing for the family, but it was also an opportunity for him. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu's mood was a lot better, and he was not as troubled as before. After Li Tianjia learned that General Kars was going to take back the gold mine, he did not dare to stay any longer. He rushed to his father's chairman's office without stopping. This time, he did not even knock on the door and hurriedly rushed in. What are you doing? Li Ziqing was flirting with his young secretary, and one hand was still under the secretary's skirt. The secretary was also leaning on Li Ziqing's body and panting. She was shocked by Li Tianjia's intrusion. Li Tianjia caught his father having an affair with the female secretary. His face was also embarrassed, but now the matter was urgent, so he could not care so much. He said anxiously, Father, there is something. What's the matter? Li Ziqing pulled his hand out from under the female secretary's skirt and said with some embarrassment, How many times have I told you? Can you not be so impatient? You are already an adult. You are already a general manager, yet you are still so reckless. Father, Africa sighed. Li Tianjia glanced at the female secretary, and the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. Li Ziqing waved to the female secretary and motioned her to go out. After she went out and closed the door, Li Ziqing said, What are you doing? Can you knock on the door first next time? Father, mother has been dead for so many years. I don't object to you looking for another one. You find a match. My brother and I don't object, but you are always messing around in the company. If others know about it, it is not good. Said Li Tianjia. You still want to teach me a lesson? Is there anything wrong with you? You came to me to say this? Li Ziqing glared at Li Tianjia and said angrily. Right, I almost forgot about the business. Li Tianjia touched the back of his head and said quickly, Father, something happened in Africa. Didn't I just say it again? I already know everything. What else happened? Li Ziqing looked at his son's anxious look and said with some resentment, You are so old, but you are not calm at all. No, father, it's different this time. Xianxia said quickly, Tianyu just called. General Carr said that he wants to take back the gold mine and will not rent the gold mine to us. Not rent? What happened? Didn't we already collect the rent? Why didn't he rent it? Li Ziqing asked curiously, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Xianxia smiled bitterly. What misunderstanding? General Kars rented the gold mine to us and only collected half of the rent. He has already given us a lot of face, but our rent is not in place. When he wants to take back the gold mine, our funds are immediately in place. What will he think? He thinks that we have been in arrears with the rent and don't want to pay. Tianyu told you this? Li Ziqing suddenly frowned. It's not Tianyu who said it. General Kars said to Tianyu, and General Kars said that his relationship with our family ends here. He wants us to take care of ourselves, said Xianxia. What? Li Ziqing was immediately shocked after listening to Xianxia's words. You said that General Kars said that he wants to sever ties with our family? Tianyu said that General Kars did say so. Xianxia said with some helplessness, Father, I think you should call General Kars personally. Communicate with him and see if you can save it. I will contact General Kars. Li Ziqing nodded and did not bother to pursue the matter of Xianxia disturbing his flirting before. Li Ziqing quickly connected the phone to General Kars' office, and the secretary transferred it to General Kars' desk. General Kars' secretary was still very puzzled. Why did I receive several calls in a row today? They were all from the Li family in Singapore. However, since General Kars did not say no, the secretary still honestly transferred the phone call to him. Hello, I am Kars. General Kars still had some respect for Li Ziqing. After all, he had received Li Ziqing's favor when he started. Hello, General Kars. I am Li Ziqing. My son is not sensible and may have offended you. Please don't take it to heart. Li Ziqing heard the voice of General Kars, and the first thing was to apologize. Nothing. General Kars said faintly, your son is not wrong. But, I heard that you want to take back the gold mine? Li Ziqing said sincerely. It seemed that Xianxia was right. It was indeed General Kars who was angry because of the rent. Li Ziqing, we are also old acquaintances. You also understand my temper. General Kars said, in this matter, I have given you enough face. I am worthy of you as an old friend. However, you really don't want my face. My funds are already tight. You still delay the rent. I have no choice. I can only take back the gold mine and use it for other purposes. General Kars, my funds are really tight. It is also a coincidence that our funds are also together today. You see if you can make an exception. Li Ziqing said humbly. I can't make an exception. We have already decided this matter in a meeting. General Kars said, this can't be changed. But looking at the face of an old friend for many years, let's forget about this matter. I told the child before that our relationship was broken. Those were just words of anger. If there is anything good in the future, I will inform you again. Okay. Li Ziqing heard General Kars' tone was very firm. He knew that there was basically no hope for this matter, so Li Ziqing no longer insisted because it was useless to insist. General Kars said that they could continue to maintain a friendly relationship. If there was something good in the future, he would think of them. Such a result was acceptable. In front of General Kars, Li Ziqing did not dare to be too soft. Contact me again if there is anything. I am still very busy here. General Kars said perfunctorily and hung up the phone. Li Ziqing sighed. It seemed that there was no turning point in the matter. The gold mine could only be given up. If he knew that there would be such a result, it was better to collect the money and buy the gold mine. He did not have to wait for the Huan family. However, Li Ziqing still vented his biggest resentment on Huan Xiaofei. In his opinion, if it weren't for Huan Xiaofei's hesitation, this matter might have already been settled. All the consequences were caused by Huan Xiaofei. Li Ziqing picked up the phone and was ready to call Huan Xiaofei to scold him to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, when the phone was dialed, Li Ziqing quickly hung up the phone. An extremely evil idea rose in Li Ziqing's mind. He thought of a very bad idea. He had suffered a loss in Country X, so he had to get it back from Huang Xiafei. Li Ziqing chuckled, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed Huang Xiafei's phone. "Mr. Huang, how is it? Have you thought it through?" Huang Xiafei was thinking about how to make Huang Lele submit, but there was no good way after thinking about it. As he was worried, Li Ziqing's phone call came in. Huang Xiafei picked up the phone nervously. When he heard Li Ziqing's voice, he quickly said, "Mr. Li, I haven't figured out a way yet. You also know that Lele's thoughts are more avant-garde. He doesn't listen to me." "Oh, if it really doesn't work, then forget it." Li Ziqing didn't ask for Huang Lele to marry him now. He wanted to implement a more evil plan. "I have discussed it with Xianxia. He also said that it is better to pursue feelings by oneself. That's why he plans to pursue your Lulu personally." "Ah. That would be for the best." Huang Xiafei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief after listening. He thought that Li Ziqing was forcing him to abdicate, but he did not expect that Li Ziqing was here to compromise. "Hee, I think so, too. Everyone is happy." "Right, when will your money be in place?" "General Kars is in a hurry. You also know that this can't be delayed." Li Ziqing changed the topic and said with a smile. "I see." Huang Xiafei began to have a headache again. He didn't know how to tell Lele. AI, it was another problem. "When is the deadline over there?" "By tomorrow morning at the latest. If I don't transfer the money, then the gold mine will be taken back and will not be given to us. So you have to hurry up," said Li Ziqing. "Well, then I will implement this as soon as possible." Huang Xiafei rubbed his temples and said, "You should do it as soon as possible." Li Ziqing saw that things were about to be done, and he was very happy. "Then let's do this first. After you have raised the money, call me to inform me." "Don't worry." Huang Xiafei nodded and promised, "Before tomorrow, I will transfer the money to you." After hanging up the phone, Huang Xiafei began to feel troubled. His own Country X investment plan, he did not expect the three children to disagree. Even the eldest, Huang Rongtian, disagreed. They all unanimously advised him to invest the money in a legitimate business, but how could a legitimate business be more profitable than a gold mine? It was simply a world of difference. Huang Xiafei wanted to call Huang Rongtian, but he gave up the idea. Huang Rongtian was not on his side this time. How could he let Huang Lele take out the money obediently? Right. Huang Xiafei suddenly had a brainwave. Didn't Huang Lele say it before? If the money was used in a legitimate business, she would support it. Then, he would pretend to do a legitimate business and then cheat the money. In this way, wouldn't it be up to him to decide what to do? Thinking of this, Huang Xiafei was excited. He quickly went out of the study and walked to Huang Lele's room. Huang Lele's restrictions had recently been lifted, and she could use a mobile phone. However, when she called Yang Ming, it was either unreachable or turned off. She couldn't contact Yang Ming. How could she know that Yang Ming was already in Africa at the moment? He was helping her family solve the problem in Africa. She originally wanted to ask Yang Ming's opinion and ask his opinion on the use of the money. But the phone couldn't be connected, so Huang Lele had to give up. However, in fact, Huang Lele also understood that since Yang Ming gave the money to her, it was acquiescing to let her freely use the money. How to use it was actually up to Huang Lele herself. In fact, Yang Ming also thought so. When he gave Huang Lele the money, he had already hinted. Yang Ming was busy every day. Huang Lele also knew that, so she couldn't contact Yang Ming, so she no longer continued to contact him crazily. She quietly played games online, waiting for Yang Ming to take the initiative to contact her. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Please come in." Huang Lele's mood was still good recently. At least, her father agreed that Yang Ming would come to the house. So, Huang Lele was not as depressed as before. "Lele, it's me." Huang Xiafei smiled and pushed the door and walked in. "Dad? Why are you here?" Huang Lele was a bit baffled. Generally, if her father had something, he would call the servant or the butler downstairs to find them and go to her father's study. her father rarely went downstairs to their room in person. Lele, Dad just thought a lot. Previously, maybe Dad's thoughts were too stubborn. Huang Xiaofei sat in the chair opposite Huang Lele and said. "N?" Huang Lele was stunned. "Dad, what are you talking about? Dad always thinks that if you marry Li Tianjia, you will be happy, but now I think that this idea may be wrong." Huang Xiaofei sighed and said, "You won't blame Dad, right?" "Dad. I didn't." Huang Lele heard her father say so and took the initiative to admit his mistake to her, so she couldn't say anything more. "It's good that you didn't." Huang Xiaofei smiled and continued, "Moreover, in Africa, I don't plan to do it. I have lost once, and I should learn from the experience, so I think it's better to forget about it." "Dad, it's great that you can think like this." Huang Lele finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, she didn't have to call Yang Ming. But now there is something I want to ask you for." Huang Xiaofei sighed slightly and pretended to be troubled. "And this matter, I can only ask you. Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. I am your daughter. Don't say anything about begging." Huang Lele said with some embarrassment. "Then, I will say it." Huang Xiaofei paused and said, "This is the case. Didn't we invest all the funds in the gold mine in Africa a while ago? We also borrowed a lot of money from the bank." "Yeah, I know this." Huang Lele nodded and said. "Now, on our side, the bank is urging me to repay, and the company's normal operating funds are insufficient, so you see. If you can take out your money and use it as the turnover fund for the family business?" Huang Xiaofei said. "This way." Huang Lele was a bit embarrassed. After all, her father's current request was normal. The family business was also very difficult, and there was a lack of funds. This was what Huang Lele couldn't refuse. "Lele, I originally wanted to stake everything and continue to get the gold mine in Africa, but now I think about it. After all, the family business is the foundation. It can't be lost, so I still think that we should do some legitimate business." Huang Xiaofei said earnestly. "Then, you promise not to mention Li Tianjia's matter? You won't limit my freedom? Can I go back to work?" Huang Lele put forward her own conditions. "Of course, Dad won't limit you anymore, and you can go back to work at any time. As for Li Tianjia's matter, he said that he wants to pursue you with his own ability. Then, don't bother about him. Whether you give him a chance or not is up to you." Huang Xiaofei said. "Okay then." Huang Lele saw that her father said that the money would be put into legitimate business, and she got her father's guarantee. Huang Lele nodded and planned to take out the money. After all, the money was used for legitimate purposes, so Huang Lele didn't think much about it. Even if Yang Ming knew, he would definitely agree. However, how could Huang Lele think that her father could lie to her? Since she was a child, her father had always said what he wanted. Although he was somewhat stubborn and tough, he had never lied to anyone. Therefore, Huang Lele didn't notice that this time was a little different, and she chose to directly believe in her father. "Okay, when will you transfer the money? The bank is very anxious." When Huang Xiaofei heard that Huang Lele agreed, he was overjoyed. He was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble, so he quickly said. "Then do it now. Anyway, there is online banking. I can get it immediately." As Huang Lele said this, she opened the professional version of online banking on the computer and entered her password. For a moment, Huang Xiaofei only felt that his heart stopped. This was the first time he lied in front of his children, and it was such a big thing. However, in order to be able to achieve glory in the future, Huang Xiaofei still gritted his teeth and lied. "Dad, what is your company's account number?" asked Huang Lele. "The company's account is..." Huang Xiaofei said this, hesitated, and then said, "How about this? You transfer it to my personal account first. It is more troublesome to transfer it to the company's account." "Oh, that's fine too." Huang Lele did not doubt it and nodded. "Tell me the account number." The reason why Huang Xiaofei did not transfer it to the company's account was that Huang Rongtian could also monitor the company's account. If he found that there was such a large amount of money, he would definitely ask Huang Xiaofei. At that time, he would definitely be exposed. Therefore, for the sake of safety and insurance, Huang Xiafei still let Huang Leilei transfer the money to his personal account, so that Huang Rongtian would not find it. My account number is. Huang Xiafei told his account number to Huang Leilei, and Huang Leilei entered the account number on the computer in turn. After Huang Xiafei confirmed that there was no mistake, he said, "Yes, you can transfer the money." So, Huang Leilei pressed the button to transfer the money. After a while, the system prompted, "Transfer successful." "Okay, Dad, you can confirm it," said Huang Leilei. Okay. Huang Xiafei was now so excited that he couldn't control himself. He was afraid that he would be exposed if he stayed in Huang Leilei's room for a long time. He quickly left Huang Leilei's room and ran to the study. Huang Leilei didn't feel anything. After the transfer, she continued to play computer games. It was just that she couldn't contact Yang Ming recently, which made her a little irritated. Huang Leilei suddenly thought of Wang Mei. She didn't know how she was doing now. She hadn't contacted Wang Mei for a long time, especially during this time when she was isolated at home. Huang Leilei almost forgot about this former good friend. She picked up the phone and dialed the new number in Songjiang that Wang Mei gave her. Soon, the call was connected. "Hello?" Wang Mei's surprised voice came from the phone. She wasn't very familiar with the number. It was the kind of number that was transferred from an international long-distance call. "Wang Mei, it's me, Leilei." Huang Leilei heard Wang Mei's voice and said happily, "Ah. It's you." Wang Mei suddenly screamed in surprise. "Leilei, what happened to you? You didn't call me for so long. I thought you forgot me." "Something happened at home. I went back to Singapore. I just called you when I could." Huang Leilei said apologetically. "How is it? Is the matter solved?" Wang Mei asked with some concern. "It's nothing. It's basically solved." Huang Leilei said, "How are you over there? Are you okay?" I'm okay. Zhang Bin's original wife came to me." Wang Mei didn't hide this from Huang Leilei and frankly confessed. "Ah." Huang Leilei was shocked. When she heard Wang Mei say this, she also thought of herself. "Yang Ming also has a girlfriend, right? Why? Are you scared?" Wang Mei heard Huang Leilei scream and said with some amusement, "Yang Ming has a lot of girlfriends. What does that have to do with me?" Huang Leilei denied with some panic, "I'm not going back to get involved." "Huh. In fact, Sister Zhao. Zhang Bin's girlfriend is good to me." Wang Mei smiled and said, "She didn't reject me. She didn't say anything bad to me. It's fine as long as you're doing well." "I'm relieved." Huang Leilei nodded. "Right, do you know how Yang Ming is doing recently?" "Yang Ming? Why? Didn't he contact you?" Wang Mei asked, baffled. "I contacted him before, but now the phone can't be reached. I don't know where he is." Huang Leilei said. "Oh, yes, I remember. Zhang Bin said a few days ago that Yang Ming was going on a long trip to Africa to contact the jewelry company about your problem. He has been gone for a few days. There may be no phone call there." Wang Mei suddenly said. It turned out to be like this. Huang Leilei was relieved after hearing it. As long as Yang Ming was fine, it was fine. Moreover, Yang Ming went to Africa. Was he going to solve her family's problem? Although she felt that Yang Ming was unlikely to know people in Africa, she was still very happy to hear Wang Mei say so. "Are you worried about him?" Wang Mei asked with a smile. "I'm not." Huang Leilei's face was red. Wang Mei did not force her, so she changed the topic. The two talked for more than half an hour before they reluctantly hung up the phone. However, Huang Leilei gave Wang Mei her phone number in Singapore so that she could contact her at any time if something happened. Yang Ming and Li Chang walked to the door of the mine together. Before they reached the door, they saw a pair of soldiers confronting their own people at the door of the mine. The weapons on the soldiers were much worse than the weapons on Yang Ming's people. The number of people was not as large as Yang Ming's side, so they did not dare to be presumptuous. They just stood at the door and waited for Yang Ming and others to come out. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming did not need to say much. Li Chang had already asked first. Report. One of Li Chang's men immediately trotted to Li Chang. After standing straight, he gave a military salute. Captain Li, these people claim to be from General Kar's government. They are ordered to take over this mine. You didn't tell them that this mine belongs to the Huang family in Singapore. Have you signed a contract? Asked Li Chang. No, before we get the order, we don't dare to speak casually, said the man. Yang Ming nodded secretly at the side. The discipline of these people was still very strict. They would not act on their own initiative. You tell them that now. Yang Ming instructed the man. Yes, Mr. Yang. The man obviously knew that Yang Ming was Li Chang's boss, so he did not hesitate to execute Yang Ming's order and trotted in the direction of the door. Our boss said. This is the gold mine of the Huang family in Singapore. The contract has been signed. The man quickly ran to the door and said to the soldiers at the door. Your contract was signed with the previous government. It is invalid. The soldier said after listening, now, you should evacuate the square immediately. Otherwise, you will be punished for disobeying the military order. Since he already knew the boss's opinion, the man didn't care. With a wave of his hand, the people behind him picked up their submachine guns and aimed at the soldiers at the door. We don't care what you stand for. In my eyes, my boss's order is a military order. These soldiers of General Kar's, when they saw that they were not the opponents of others at all, they did not dare to fight head-on. They quickly made a gesture to wait, took out the phone, and called General Kar's. General Kar's did not expect that today's phone call would be so busy. However, when he heard the secretary say that it was his captain of the guards, he quickly picked it up. Hello? What's the matter? Said General Kar's. Reporting to General Kar's, the gold mine is occupied by a group of armed forces. According to their leader, they represent the Huang family in Singapore. Said the captain of the guards. And? General Kar said, didn't you tell them that the contract with the Huang family is invalid? Said General Kars. I said it, but they didn't listen. Their military equipment is obviously better than ours. We can't forcibly incorporate them, said the captain of the guards. What's going on? General Kars frowned. A small gold mine was so troublesome. There were so many things happening in one day. First, it was the Li family. This time, it was the Huang family. What made General Kars feel very strange was that the Huang family had no power, right? How could they suddenly have such a powerful armed force? We don't know what's going on. But this group of armed forces is obviously much stronger than us. It should not be around here, because the armed forces nearby are stronger than us. The captain of the guards also said very strangely. So, you see if you can let the leader of the mine answer the phone. I will talk to him. General Kars was not stupid. He heard the chief guard say that the armed strength of the mine was obviously stronger than his own. Naturally, he could not fight head-on. Previously, he only took back the Huang family's gold mine because the Huang family did not have much strength. They did not have their own armed forces here. The other mine owners had their own armed forces, so if General Kars took back their mines, it was bound to trigger a war. However, now the Huang family's gold mine was actually occupied by a group of more powerful armed forces, so General Kars did not dare to act rashly. He had to find out the details of the other party first. I'll give it a try. The captain of the guards said. So far, he had not seen the person in charge of the gold mine. All he had seen were small fries. The captain of the guards took the phone and walked towards the mine. However, when he saw the black muzzle of the other party's gun, he was a little scared. Helpless, he could only raise his hands. What are you going to do? Li Chang's subordinate asked. Our general would like to speak with your leader, said the guard captain. What general? Does he deserve to speak to our leader? Li Chang's subordinate said disdainfully. Who were they afraid of? General Houghton was so bad *SS, but wasn't he still killed and incorporated into his subordinates? The captain of the guards listened to the words of Li Chang's subordinate. He was angry but did not dare to speak. The other party's strength was indeed strong, which he could not compare to. Let him bring the phone. At this time, Yang Ming and Li Chang also stepped forward and gestured to Li Chang's subordinate. Li Chang's subordinate listened to the order and said to General Kar's captain of the guards, "I asked you to bring the phone over. Didn't you hear it?" General Kar's captain of the guards resisted his anger and handed over the phone in his hand. Yang Ming took the phone handed over by his subordinate and picked it up. "Hello, who is this?" "I am General Kars." General Kars introduced himself, but he felt that the voice on the phone was familiar. He did not know where he had heard it. "Which side are you from? This gold mine is now an official mine. You have no right to occupy it privately." "Privately? I represent the Huang family of Singapore. This mine was originally ours," Yang Ming said faintly. "It used to be, but not now." General Carr said, "According to the regulations, you need to pay the rent again." "Really? Have other people's mines been taken back?" Yang Ming asked with a sneer. "This?" General Kars was suddenly speechless. "Yes, I haven't taken back other people's mines. Only the Huang family's mine has been taken back." "You think the Huang family is easy to bully, and you don't have anyone, right?" Yang Ming said straightforwardly, "But that was in the past. Now, I have occupied this mine." General Kars listened to Yang Ming's words, and his nose was crooked. However, there was no way. According to the captain of the guards, his own equipment was not as good as the others. If they really fought, he might suffer a loss. "Do you mean that the war is over?" General Kars had not been threatened like this since he came to power, so he was a little angry. "War? Whatever." Yang Ming said faintly, "I am a person. If there are no benefits, I generally don't like to kill people. But this time it is my own business. There is no reward. I can reluctantly kill you." "What do you mean?" General Kars was already angry. Now that he was threatened by Yang Ming, he was even angrier. "Nothing." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Although I helped you kill General Houghton, it doesn't mean that I am on the same side as you. If I am not happy, I can kill you at any time." You are Mr. Yang." General Kars was shocked. He finally knew who was talking to him on the phone. He suddenly had a cold sweat. No wonder I felt that this voice was familiar before. It turns out to be Yang Ming. This frightened General Kars. He did not expect that Yang Ming would have a relationship with the Huang family. He would accept this gold mine on behalf of the Huang family. General Kars was very glad that he did not do anything irrational. Otherwise, he might be like General Houghton now. "Did you recognize my voice?" "Heh." Yang Ming smiled slightly. "Huang Lele is my concubine. She said that she was bullied here. She asked me to vent her anger for her. I didn't expect that the one who bullied her was you." Although Yang Ming's words were plain and peaceful, General Kars took a deep breath. Although he didn't know who Huang Lele was, when he heard the surname Huang, he knew that she must be a member of the Huang family in Singapore. "I didn't expect that someone in the Huang family is actually Mr. Yang's concubine. Isn't this too amazing? I thought that the Huang family is a soft egg that can be bullied at will. Now it seems that they are the least soft." He had seen Yang Ming's strength. Not to mention the new military equipment mentioned by the captain of the guards, even Yang Ming himself couldn't handle it. Thinking of this, General Kars quickly said, "Mr. Yang, in fact, this is the case. This gold mine, I also intend to give it to you to promote the cooperative relationship between us. Since this gold mine is already yours, then it seems that I am superfluous. I will find another gift for you. Of course, the 2 gold mines as a reward will not be less than yours. It turns out that you wanted to give it to me long ago? But these are 2 different things. This gold mine is originally the Huang family's. I just came to accept it for them." Yang Ming listened to General Kars' words and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. Seeing that Yang Ming relaxed and no longer complained, General Kars breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Mr. Yang, you wait there. I will come over right away to celebrate for you. My captain of the guards has offended you before. Please don't be offended. Those who don't know are innocent." Yang Ming said faintly, "If you come over, it's fine, but you have to be quick." I have to go to the Huang family in Singapore to meet Huang Leilei's family. I will go now. General Carr said quickly, I will not delay your business. Please give the phone to my captain of the guards. Yang Ming nodded and handed the phone back to the captain of the guards. The captain of the guards took the phone and said, General Kars, what should I do now? You didn't offend Mr. Yang, right? Asked General Kars in a hurry. Mr. Yang? Who is it? The captain of the guards was stunned. It is the owner of the mine. You didn't be rude to him, right? General Kars explained. No. I am calling you right away. The captain of the guards didn't know why General Kars asked this, but he still replied truthfully. It's good that you didn't offend him. General Kars breathed a sigh of relief. If he offended him, it would not be good. You bring people back immediately. If you want to apologize to them, your attitude must be respectful and humble. You have to respect them more than me. Do you understand? Ah? Yes. Although the captain of the guards did not understand, he still obeyed General Kars' orders. The captain of the guards finished the phone call and said carefully to Yang Ming and the others, I have offended you just now. I am really sorry. I will immediately take people to evacuate from here. You can go. Yang Ming waved his hand and let the captain of the guards leave. This matter had nothing to do with him. He was just carrying out General Kars' orders. Yang Ming did not want to embarrass him. When the captain of the guards walked back, General Kars also put down his official duties without stopping. He asked for a car and rushed to the gold mine with his guards. He absolutely could not afford to offend people like Yang Ming. General Kars regretted his superfluous action. His good intentions turned into bad things. The gold mine belonged to Yang Ming. What else did he have to worry about? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hate the Li family. This Li family didn't explain how much power the Huang family had, and they still blindly interfered in the middle. The Huang family had Yang Ming's help, so why would they need the Li family? On the way, he met his captain of the guards. General Kars did not have time to talk nonsense with him. He just gestured for him to go back, and then he rushed in the direction of the gold mine. Yang Ming did not expect General Kars to come so quickly. The phone call had not been hung up for a while, and General Kars' car arrived at the door. The underling reported that General Kars was asking for an audience. This use of words made Yang Ming feel very funny. General Kars was the highest person in charge of Country X, right? He actually used the word asking for an audience. However, since General Kars had this awareness, Yang Ming did not need to talk nonsense. It seemed that his idea should be realized soon. If General Kars wanted to sit in this position now, he could not do without his help. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Now, Yang Ming was not prepared to be too arrogant. After the underling reported, he went out with Wang Xiaoyan to greet General Kars. In front of Yang Ming, General Kars did not dare to put on any airs. He hurriedly got off the car and ran quickly to Yang Ming. Then, he took the initiative to extend his right hand and shook hands with Yang Ming. Congratulations, Mr. Yang. The mission is successfully completed. I am very happy. It's a piece of cake, said Yang Ming faintly. Although the process was a bit complicated, Yang Ming would never say these words to General Kars. The simpler and easier he acted, the more mysterious and powerful General Kars would feel that he was, and the more powerful he would be. General Kars would not underestimate him. For Mr. Yang, it is naturally a piece of cake, but for me, this Hao Barton is undoubtedly a big problem. General Kars was more in awe of Yang Ming in his heart. Please come in. Don't stand here and talk. Yang Ming made an inviting gesture and led General Kars in. To be honest, this was the first time General Kars had come here. Although he wanted to take back this gold mine before, he had never been here. For him, this kind of place did not need to come in person. But now it was different. General Kars looked at the minerals in his territory for the first time. The two walked side by side to the reception room of the mine. Wang Xiaoyan followed Yang Ming. General Kars' guards were nervous to protect General Kars. Seeing this situation, General Kars waved his hand and signaled that he could not follow. With Yang Ming by his side, this guard was almost equivalent to a figurehead. If Yang Ming wanted to kill him, 10 guards could not stop him. If Yang Ming did not want to kill him, then there was no need for a guard. Yang Ming could deal with the danger casually. When they came to the reception room, General Kars looked at the situation inside. He did not take a seat, but he gave the main seat to Yang Ming. After Yang Ming sat down, he sat on the side. Yang Ming did not decline modestly. What he wanted was this absolute strong momentum. Although this time he was not prepared to have a showdown with General Kars, this kind of superior pressure still had to be applied to General Kars. These are the transfer books of the 2 gold mines and a diamond mine. General Kars couldn't figure out Yang Ming's temper, but he also knew that Yang Ming definitely did not like the nonsense, so he went straight to the subject after sitting down and put Yang Ming's reward on the table. Yang Ming also took the transfer book without hesitation. After checking it, he pushed it to Wang Xiaoyan on the side and let her keep it first. Yang Ming was not afraid that General Kars would play word games on the contract. Also, this is the transfer book of this gold mine. I wanted to give it to you together, but since the gold mine is already yours, it doesn't make sense. I will help you make up a transfer book. General Kars handed another transfer book to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at it. It was indeed the transfer book of the current gold mine. It seemed that General Kars was still a determined person. If he went to Singapore, he could raise his eyebrows in front of the Huang family. I am already very satisfied with this. Yang Ming nodded and took the power of attorney. It is good that you are satisfied. General Kars was afraid that Yang Ming was not satisfied and took the opportunity to find fault. But now it seemed that Yang Ming really did not want to embarrass him. General Kars also relaxed his nerves. I think our cooperation will be long-term and pleasant. This is just the beginning. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time through Li Chang. Yang Ming said and introduced Li Chang to General Kars. This is Li Chang, my capable man. He has also made a great contribution to the assassination of Houghton. Hello, nice to meet you. General Kars quickly got up and shook hands with Li Chang. He also understood in his heart that everyone around Yang Ming could not be provoked. All of them were ruthless characters, and he could not neglect them. Hello, General Kars. After Li Chang shook hands with General Kars, he continued to stand behind Yang Ming in a well-behaved manner. I am going to leave Li Chang here. One is to take care of the gold mine for me. The other is to establish an assassin and mercenary organization here. What do you think? Asked Yang Ming. General Kars was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to set up a base here. Yang Ming's strength was so strong. General Kars was a little worried that Yang Ming would seize power. If Yang Ming wanted to seize power, it was simply a piece of cake. However, it was useless to worry about this kind of thing. If Yang Ming wanted to take him down, he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. If Yang Ming didn't want to, then establishing a powerful assassin group here would be a great help to his career development. Therefore, there was a good side and a bad side. It all depended on Yang Ming's intentions. That's good. In this way, we can have in-depth cooperation. General Kars said quickly after he understood this. Hee, you can rest assured. I am not interested in the civil affairs here. I just want to make money. Yang Ming also saw General Kars' worries, so he gave him a dose of precaution. It was just that Yang Ming said that he was not interested in civil affairs, but he did not say that he was not interested in the armed forces. When he had military power, General Kars would only be a temporary president that he supported. I don't mean that. General Kars was seen through by Yang Ming, and he was a little embarrassed. In this place, except for the minerals that are valuable, Mr. Yang really doesn't care about the rest. However, I asked General Kars to take care of the Huang family's business here. Yang Ming still had to return this gold mine to the Huang family and let them manage it themselves. Yang Ming's people couldn't always stay here. He could only give them some help when needed. They usually still had to rely on General Kars' help. No problem. This is easy to talk about. General Kars said quickly, you can rest assured in the future. If the Huang family has anything, you can look for me at any time. If I can't solve it, you can do it. With your words, it's fine. Yang Ming smiled. It seemed that the Huang family could run amok here in the future. He no longer had to be careful. It's a piece of cake. Even without me, Mr. Yang can still handle it. General Kars also laughed. Now it seemed that the relationship with Yang Ming was developing well. If possible, General Kars naturally wanted to maintain it. However, Yang Ming couldn't stay in Africa all the time. As long as General Kars said this, Yang Ming was relieved. Several people talked happily. In the evening, General Kars invited Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and Li Chang to a banquet in his presidential palace. Although this war-torn country lacked supplies, the banquet was still sumptuous. However, vegetables and fruits were relatively fewer, not as much as meat. Probably because these things were not easy to grow because of the war, they were all shipped from foreign countries. Mr. Yang, I hope that our friendship will last forever. In the future, we will cooperate happily. General Kars was glowing at the moment. He could be said to be the first president of Country X who had a deep relationship with a powerful foreign aid. If he could continue to cooperate with Yang Ming, then he might be able to sit in the position of the president forever. Moreover, maybe he could remove the word temporary and become an official president. General Kars thought of this, and his eyes shone brightly. General Kars drank a lot of wine, but Yang Ming did not drink at all. In this war-torn country, Yang Ming had to keep his mind clear at all times. General Kars did not force him. After all, he also knew Yang Ming's identity. He probably guessed that Yang Ming would not drink to affect his reaction ability. However, Yang Ming did not restrict Li Chang and let him drink with General Kars. It was not very pleasant. Both of them drank very happily, especially General Kars, who was very happy. Early the next morning, Li Chang took people to receive the 2 gold and diamond mines. Yang Ming didn't need to worry about these things. Li Chang and the others could handle it. Under the urging of Old Buffon, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had to embark on a journey to Europe with Old Buffon. Although Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan did not have legal procedures and passports for this trip, with Old Buffon, these were not problems at all. No one dared to check Old Buffon's guests. Even when Old Buffon's ship entered the port, the staff on the dock stopped the work in their hands and stood neatly in a row to welcome Old Buffon's ship into the port. The general manager of the port had already received the notice. He stood at the front of the row of staff at the port early. With his big beer belly, he was lecturing his men. In a while, you all have to be smart. The ship of the respected Buffon family patriarch will enter our port. This is the glory of our port. If Mr. Buffon is satisfied, the chairman will also praise us and give you a raise. But if Mr. Buffon is not satisfied with your service, then you, including me, have to pack up and leave. Do you hear me? Yes. The staff at the port said in unison. They also knew some things about the Buffon family. Although the Buffon family was not their direct leader, the Buffon family was one of the major shareholders of this port. Even the chairman could only take office with the support of the Buffon family. Therefore, the weight of the Buffon family patriarch was naturally heavy. No one dared to neglect, so everyone stood on the edge of the port in high spirits, waiting for Old Buffon's ship to enter the port. There is one more thing. I heard that Mr. Buffon has an important guest. You all have to perform better. Don't let Mr. Buffon's guest find fault. The general manager of the port instructed. As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of the ship entering the port came from not far away from the port. The port manager immediately stopped talking and stood at the front solemnly. Master's wife, this is my hometown. How is it? Is it beautiful? Old Buffon said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan who were standing on the deck. Not bad. The air is very good. Yang Ming was telling the truth. The port here was indeed much better than Country X's. The difference was like heaven and earth. Mr. Buffon, the port has sent us a signal. We can enter the port now. Do you want to go in now or enjoy the scenery at sea for a while? Lex saw that Old Buffon was enjoying the scenery with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He didn't dare to make a decision, so he asked for instructions. Master's wife, what do you think? Old Buffon didn't know what Yang Ming meant, so he asked. Of course, we should enter the port. Although the scenery here is good, it won't make people forget to eat and sleep. Yang Ming smiled and said. Lex quickly trotted back to instruct the first mate and sailors on the ship to prepare to enter the port. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and old Buffon left from the port's dedicated VIP channel. They didn't use the channel for other tourists. On the VIP channel, no one came forward to check Yang Ming's or Wang Xiaoyan's documents. It could be seen that old Buffon's influence in the local area. Yang Ming asked himself that he couldn't be as influential as old Buffon at Songjiang's port. At most, he would choose to sneak ashore in Songjiang. Old Buffon, on the other hand, was justified in bringing the stowaways ashore, and no one dared to check. Out of the port, they saw a luxury Bentley extended version of the Arnage limousine. This was a commemorative limousine that was limited to only 20 in the world. Although the price was only £270,000, it was enough to show old Buffon's power to own one. The car slowly started, passed through the downtown area, and then drove to the suburbs. Old Buffon was also a person who liked quiet, so he didn't set his residence in the city center. Anyway, all the matters such as shopping were done by his subordinates. Old Buffon didn't travel easily, so there was not much difference where he lived. However, the air in the suburbs was better, which was suitable for him to practice martial arts. After passing through a farm, the car drove onto a small road. At the small intersection, there was a sign clearly stating that this was a private territory, and it was strictly prohibited to enter without permission. Around the path, there were gardens and gardens. Through the window, there were workers and gardeners working hard. This was already old Buffon's family private territory. Going forward, a small farm could be seen. It was probably used to grow some commonly used vegetables and fruits. This kind of rural life made Yang Ming very fascinated. If one day, I can have a private manor like old Buffon, how great would it be? Of course, if I told old Buffon would definitely fund to help Yang Ming build a manor anyway, but that was not Yang Ming's original intention. Yang Ming wanted to achieve all this through his own efforts. The current plan of Country X in Africa was naturally the first step. If everything went smoothly, then it wouldn't be difficult to fulfill his wish. On the periphery of the manor, many servants and staff could be seen. When old Buffon's car passed by, they all put down the work in their hands and stood neatly, welcoming old Buffon's car as it passed by. However, when they drove into the most central villa area of the manor, there were few servants and staff. This was also why old Buffon liked to be quiet and did not want to be disturbed. In particular, old Buffon still had to practice martial arts. He did not like to be watched by others, and he was even more afraid that these servants would steal his skills. Therefore, in the villa area, other than the old butler and a few necessary servants, no one was allowed to enter casually. Master, this is my home. The villa in front is prepared for you and Master's wife. Moreover, I plan to make it your permanent residence after you leave. You can come to my place at any time, said old Buffon. Hee, that's not necessary. When we come, just be ready at any time. Yang Ming smiled and refused. How can that be? You are my elders. I should respect you. Besides, there are a lot of vacant villas here. This one is not bad. Old Buffon said in a hurry. All right then. Yang Ming did not insist. Since old Buffon said so, then let him be. Old Buffon wanted to hold a family banquet and gather all the members of the Buffon family to attend, but it was vetoed by Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not want to make such a big fuss. Therefore, only old Buffon and Mrs. Old Buffon were left at the banquet. However, the smaller the banquet, the easier it was to say some words without so much precaution. After Yang Ming said some precautions when practicing martial arts, old Buffon was particularly excited. Although Mrs. Old Buffon did not understand what her husband was saying, she was naturally very happy to see her husband so happy and his body getting stronger day by day. She was old Buffon's second wife. His first wife died more than 10 years ago. When she married old Buffon, she was only in her early 20s. Now, she was only in her 30s, but old Buffon was already old, so there was no joy in their bed life. However, as the first lady of the Buffon family, she could not complain about anything. It was even more impossible for her to have an affair, so she could only endure silently. Unexpectedly, since old Buffon started practicing martial arts, his body had become extremely strong. He was more energetic than a young man in his 20s. This made old Buffon's wife overjoyed. Therefore, no matter what, she was still very grateful to Yang Ming. Therefore, she was very enthusiastic at the dinner table. Right, master, how is the founder's company? Is the information that I asked someone to bring over okay? Why don't I contact some more partnerships here? Old Buffon said with a red face. No need. It is already very good now. You still have to rely on yourself to develop. However, if there is any latest technical information that can be shared, then it is naturally what I want. Yang Ming said very shamelessly. Forget about the cooperation. The other party would definitely have the initiative of the technology. However, the sharing of information would be an advantage for free. This is not a problem. Old Buffon nodded and said, I will ask my subordinates tomorrow to sort out some of the information that can be shared. However, if it really involves some military secrets, I can't do anything. Although I am a major shareholder, I also have to abide by the confidentiality regulations. Of course, I won't embarrass you for those things. Yang Ming naturally knew this. Never mind old Buffon, even the president of a country who wanted to release some confidential information was not an easy thing to do. If it was not done well, he would be collectively impeached by the members of parliament. Similarly, even if old Buffon was a dictator, it was impossible to do something that would offend the public. What he could do was to do what he could and help Yang Ming to the greatest extent possible. However, this was enough. For a private enterprise, it did not need those confidential military technologies. As long as it was far ahead in civilian technology, it could already establish a foothold in the world. Master, it is good that you understand. Old Buffon was most afraid that Yang Ming would not agree. If Yang Ming insisted that he get some confidential information, old Buffon would be in a difficult situation. Old Buffon also read a lot of martial arts novels. If the disciple did not obey the master's orders, it would be a heinous crime, a traitor to the sect, and a scum of the martial arts world that everyone despised. Therefore, if Yang Ming really wanted him to get some information, old Buffon would either take the risk or lose his master, Yang Ming. Therefore, he was nervous. Fortunately, Yang Ming was reasonable and did not care about this at all. Old Buffon breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. However, Yang Ming was not as complicated as old Buffon thought. I can't force him, right? If Yang Ming knew that old Buffon had just thought a lot, he would probably only smile bitterly. After dinner, Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and the old Buffon couple sat together in the villa's living room to watch TV. The rear projection in the living room had already been changed. Yang Ming was very interested in the clarity of this kind of thing. He planned to change it with Wang Xiaoyan when he went back. In the past, Yang Ming heard people say that the rear projection was very clear, but it was not popular in China, so Yang Ming did not care. Now that he saw it at old Buffon's place, he felt that it was not bad. Asia's popular little queen, Miss Xianxia, will be holding a 4-day concert tour in the city's Grand Theater recently. Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared in the entertainment news on TV. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Xianxia's career had actually developed to the European and American side. This made Yang Ming very surprised. Old Buffon, is Xianxia very famous here? Xianxia? I think so, right? Old Buffon did not expect that Yang Ming would suddenly be interested in a celebrity. Old Buffon was obsessed with martial arts. He had no interest in other things such as music, film, and sports, so he was naturally not familiar with the entertainment industry. Xianxia is very famous. She only entered the European and American market at the beginning of this year. However, when she appeared, many young people were conquered by her unique and clear voice. Mrs. Buffon often watched some entertainment news. When she saw that old Buffon did not know, she explained that little girl, Alice, is also a fan of Xianxia. Ah, Alice is also a fan of Xianxia? This is very rare. Isn't that little girl very arrogant? Old Buffon nodded suddenly. It seems that Xianxia is really famous. Yang Ming suddenly heard the name Alice and felt that it was familiar. However, when he thought about it, isn't there a world-famous song called For Alice? It is probably because of this that it is familiar. Master, are you interested in this Xia? Although old Buffon did not care about the entertainment industry, he also knew that some people liked to play with celebrities, so he was not sure if Yang Ming was such a person. Hee, I like her very much. Yang Ming said bluntly, can you get tickets for the concert? Of course, this is not a problem. Old Buffon nodded quickly and secretly planned to contact the company tomorrow to see which company was the organizer of Xia's concert. If possible, arrange a chance for Xia and Master to meet alone. With Master's handsomeness, he would definitely be able to capture the beauty's heart. Yang Ming naturally did not know old Buffon's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely stop him from doing so. In this foreign country, especially with Wang Xiaoyan around, it was not very convenient to meet Xia. Besides, foreign reporters were everywhere. Yang Ming was also afraid of bringing trouble to Xia. Huang Xiaofei returned to his study and took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. His hands trembled as he turned on the computer in the study. Watching the progress bar of the system on the computer slowly rolling, Huang Xiaofeng felt that the computer started so slowly for the first time. Finally, he entered the system. After successfully connecting to the internet, Huang Xiaofeng quickly opened his online bank account. After seeing that his account had 40 billion patakas, Huang Xiaofeng was so excited that he wanted to scream. The money was finally in his hands. Although he deceived his daughter, he had to do it now. He wanted to continue to invest in the gold mine of Country X in Africa. Under the opposition of his children, Huang Xiaofei had to take the risk. After confirming that the funds had been transferred to his account, Huang Xiaofei dialed Li Jiqing's phone. Mr. Huang, how is it? Is the funds in place? Li Jiqing was also anxious. Huang Xiaofei should not go back on his words. Then, his plan would be ruined. It is in place. Huang Xiaofei said, what do I do now? Transfer the funds to you? Can you write me a receipt? Li Jiqing was stunned. He did not expect Huang Xiaofei to ask him to write a receipt. If this receipt was written, how could he embezzle his money? So Li Jiqing said, this fund is not transferred to me. It is directly transferred to General Kar's account. I will give you the account, and you can transfer the money directly. Well, that's good too. Then we'd better meet and do this together. Huang Xiaofei had to be cautious about such a large sum of money. Okay, then let's do it tonight, said Li Jiqing. He looked at his watch. There was still a long time to work on this matter. Okay, then let's do it tonight. Huang Xiaofei was also afraid of long delays, so he agreed readily. Of course, he did not know that what was waiting for him was a scam. He lied to Huang Lele, and Li Jiqing lied to him. This was a series of lies, but Li Jiqing was still unaware. Li Jiqing hung up the phone and began to get busy. First, he called his youngest son, Li Tianyu. Tianyu, how are you? Li Jiqing dialed Li Tianyu's phone. Father, the gold mine has been completely occupied by others, but it seems that General Kars has not recovered the gold mine. I think it is because their armed forces are too strong, so General Kars does not dare to act rashly. Li Tianyu analyzed. He did not know the relationship between General Kars and Yang Ming. He thought that General Kars was afraid of Yang Ming's armed forces, so he did not make a move. In fact, General Kars was afraid of Yang Ming. Of course, these armed forces were also a factor. Really? General Kars actually did not make a move? Li Jiqing was also very puzzled. This General Kars was simply bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but so what? In that kind of war-torn country, it was the law of the jungle. There were no rules. Whoever was stronger would be the boss. According to Li Tianyu, the other party's armed forces were very strong. It was normal for General Kars to be afraid. No, General Kars came in person later, but he did not recover the gold mine. Li Tianyu said, I don't know what happened after that. I have now withdrawn to our own iron mine. It is safe now. Ai. Li Jiqing sighed and said, who? Made our strength not good enough? But that kind of place is definitely not a place where businessmen like us can play. Although the Li family also had a small armed force, it was just some strong men with rifles. It was enough to protect the safety of their little iron mine, but if they wanted to go to war with others, it was not enough to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. Li Ziqing also understood that if his armed forces were strong enough, General Kars would not treat him with this attitude. Not to mention respect, at least there was some respect in his words. Now, he was completely humbling himself to please the other party. Thinking of the gap between them, Li Ziqing could only helplessly endure it. Fortunately, there was still the big head of the Huang family. He could still trick him. "Father, what should we do now?" Li Tianjia didn't want to give up just like that. He had always been in charge of his family's overseas business. However, there was only one iron mine in Country X, and the income was far worse than the family's local company. He thought that after this gold mine investment was successful, his status in the family would also rise, but it ended in failure. This was what he didn't want to see. "What else can we do?" Li Ziqing sighed. "We can only put it aside for now." Is there no other way?" Li Tianyu asked anxiously. "Tianyu," Li Ziqing suddenly said earnestly, "in fact, your father also knows what you are thinking. You want to use the investment in the gold mine in Country X in Africa to improve your status in the family business and let me notice you. Is that so?" Li Tianyu was embarrassed when his father saw through his thoughts. He squeaked and denied, "I didn't. Father, I also want to make money for the family." "Hee, you don't have to deny it." Li Ziqing said with a smile, "Your father also understands your little thoughts. Your elder brother is a few years older than you, and he took over the company before you. No matter who it is, they will have emotions. It is understandable." "Father." Li Tianyu refused to admit it and quickly wanted to deny it. "Don't rush to deny it. Listen to me." Li Ziqing interrupted Li Tianyu's words and continued, "In fact, you want to use the investment in Country X in Africa to increase your capital. This is understandable. However, Tianyu, you are still young. You don't have to be in a hurry. Your father's body is still very strong. I won't die in a short time, so you still have many opportunities to succeed." "Father, I got it." Since his father had already understood his thoughts, Li Tianyu naturally couldn't deny it, so he nodded and admitted it. "And, now I want you to cooperate with me to do something. If it is done well, the income will be much better than the income of your gold mine in Country X." Li Ziqing said, "If this matter is successful, I will give you a great merit." "Good. Father, you can rest assured. I will definitely cooperate with you." Li Tianyu quickly said after listening, "What is it?" "Father, you can say it. This is the case. Aren't we cooperating with the Huang family to contract the gold mine?" "The Huang family has already prepared the rent, 40 billion patakas," said Li Ziqing. Isn't the matter of the gold mine already impossible? What is the use of preparing the rent?" Li Tianyu said without understanding. "It is true that there is no need to pay General Kars rent, but he can give the money to us." As Li Ziqing said this, he sneered and said, "We, the Li family, have been working for so long. We can't be working for nothing, right?" "Father, you mean?" Li Tianyu was stunned, and then he understood something. He trembled and said, "Father, you want to swallow the Huang family's money? But how is this possible?" "What is impossible?" "As long as you cooperate well, then this impossible will become possible," said Li Ziqing affirmatively. "But, how do you want me to cooperate? The Huang family is not a fool. If the money is given to us, and he can't contract the gold mine, will he give up?" Li Tianyu asked puzzledly. "I took his money. Of course, he won't give up, but what about others?" Li Ziqing snorted. "For example, General Kars, what else can he do? Last time, he lost so much money and suffered such a big loss. He still didn't dare to speak up. Can't he swallow the bitterness in his stomach?" "Father, do you mean that you want to pretend that this money was accepted by General Kars? Is that so?" Li Tianyu was not stupid. He immediately understood his father's meaning. "But, if General Kars received the money, and the Huang family did not get the gold mine, can he do it? Can't he come and find it?" General Kars went back on his word once. Can't he go back on his word a second time? Li Ziqing sneered. Besides, let's say that General Kars has agreed, but the gold mine is occupied by another group of armed forces who claim to be the Huang family. What can the Huang family do? If he has the ability, he can go to the armed forces and ask for the gold mine. So, but it works. Li Tianyu nodded after listening and said, but, isn't this a scam? It's not good, right? If the Huang family knows the truth, how can he know? Besides, the 40 billion patakas this time may be the last of the Huang family's assets and life-saving money. If this money is gone, the Huang family will be finished. In the future, there will be no Huang family in our business world. What is there to be afraid of? Li Ziqing said indifferently. This is also true. Li Tianyu thought about it and said, father, you are so astute. You don't suffer any losses. That's right. You brothers have to learn. Whoever learns to be as treacherous as me in the end can take over the family. Li Ziqing said, do business? You can't be too kind. That is the truth of all businessmen. Father, I understand. Just tell me what to do. Li Tianyu listened to his father's tone and said quickly. You go and send someone to open an account in a bank in Africa. It is best to forge an identity document and open an account in the name of General Kars so that the Huang family will not be suspicious. Li Ziqing said, this is the first step. There is no problem, right? No problem. Father, you can rest assured. This is a piece of cake. Li Tianyu promised. Well, then, you look at your men. Is there anyone who speaks like General Kars? Even if it is not very similar, it doesn't matter. Originally, Huang Xiaofei did not call General Kars, and it is normal for the voice transmitted through the phone to be distorted. He will not be suspicious. Huang Xiaofei said. Li Ziqing said, when the time comes, I will call you. You will pretend to be General Kars and deal with me. Okay. This is easy to handle. I will choose the best candidate in a while. Li Tianyu nodded and replied. But there is no way to determine the content of the conversation now because Huang Xiaofei is on the side. He may ask some questions. This requires you to adapt to the situation, but this is not a big problem for your IQ, right? Li Ziqing smiled. Don't worry, father. This is easy. I am the best at it. Li Tianyu promised. What you have to do is this. It seems simple, but don't make any mistakes. If so, our plan will fail. Li Ziqing advised. You don't have to worry about this. I will not let you down. Li Tianyu said. Li Ziqing said, and hung up the phone with relief. On this side, he had to plan how to tell Huang Xiaofei in a while. Old Buffon did not wait until the next morning. After returning to the room that night, he called the city's councillor, the owner of the opera house, Mr. Locklearing. Hello? Who is it? Locklearing rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the clock on the bedside. It was more than 11 o'clock in the evening. Who is calling so late? So Locklearing's voice was not very friendly. It was no wonder. He was a rich man in the city, a member of the upper class, and a councillor of the city. It was natural for him to be arrogant. It's me, Old Buffon. Old Buffon introduced himself. Old Buffon? Who is it? Locklearing was stunned and immediately sobered up. Patriarch Buffon, is that you? It's me. Old Buffon said affirmatively. I'm sorry, Patriarch Buffon. I was a little confused when I slept. I was a little rude just now. I'm really sorry. Locklearing suddenly changed his expression. Yes, never mind him, even the mayor of the city was respectful when he saw Old Buffon. He did not dare to have the slightest neglect. With just a word, the mayor could step down, let alone a councillor like him. Besides, the music group that his head office belonged to was still controlled by Old Buffon's family. If it was really based on seniority, he was just a small underling. It doesn't matter. Old Buffon was eager to do things for Yang Ming, so he would not pursue these small details. There is a matter. Do you have tickets for Miss Xia's concert? Ah? Locklearing was stunned. He thought, why would patriarch old Buffon go to the concert? But even though it was strange, he quickly said, yes, of course. I have as many tickets as you want. Although Xianxia was not as popular in Europe as she was in Asia, she was also a very popular celebrity. Especially among young people, she was even more popular, so the ticket sales were still very hot. However, if patriarch old Buffon wanted tickets, there were as many as he wanted. Lochering would rather not sell a whole concert ticket and give it all to old Buffon. He was willing to do so. Even if the head office pursued it, Lochering was not afraid. The chairman of the head office's chairman was respectful when he saw old Buffon. Okay, help me reserve 4 tickets. The seats must be better. Old Buffon said, how much is it? I will ask my family to send it to you. This is a gift from me to you. Why do you still need money? How would Lochering dare to ask for money? Besides, it was just 4 tickets. It was not a big deal. Then, I will accept it. Old Buffon did not say much. In his opinion, there was no need to decline back and forth because of these small things. Right, do you know which company is organizing Xia's concert? The organizer is the parent company of our theater group, Xianxia Music Group. Lochering said, however, the specific matters are handled by the local opera house. Patriarch Buffon, what can I do for you? This is the case. I have a very important guest. If we talk about it, he is also my elder. He likes Miss Xianxia very much. Can you see if you can arrange for them to meet? Said old Buffon. This? Lochering hesitated. He was very troubled in his heart, but he obviously misunderstood old Buffon's meaning. Why? Is there a problem? Old Buffon asked, do you want me to say hello to Xianxia Music Group? That's not necessary. Lochering had to say truthfully, Patriarch Buffon, Miss Xianxia is a VIP invited by us. She is not a singer under our music group. There are some things that we can't control. Miss Xia's family is also very prominent. She was once invited by Miss Alice. If your friend treats her. When old Buffon heard Lochering say this, he suddenly laughed. Lochering. You misunderstood. I just said that I want you to create an opportunity for them to meet. It is just a simple meeting. There is no need to ask for anything else. Whether or not he can get Miss Xia's favor completely depends on my friend himself. So that's the case. Lochering breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that patriarch old Buffon's friend wanted to play some unspoken rules, which made things difficult for him. After all, this was not a singer under his own company. He couldn't ask for anything from her. Then I am relieved. I'm sorry. I just misunderstood. You also know that in my position, there are many rich people looking for me to introduce small celebrities to them. Lochering apologized. Hee, I understand. Old Buffon didn't say anything. This is not a problem, right? No. I can invite you and your friend to participate in the celebration banquet. What do you think? Said Lochering. There are too many people at the celebration banquet. You see if there are any small banquets, such as a reception banquet. It is best if there are only a few people, said old Buffon. Okay, then I will arrange it, said Lochering. After you arrange it, give me a call. My phone number is. This is my private phone number. You can just call directly. Old Buffon told Lochering his private phone number. Lochering suddenly had a burst of excitement. This is the private phone number of patriarch old Buffon. You know how many people want to have this phone number but can't. I actually have it. How can I not be happy? No matter what, I must do this matter well. Patriarch old Buffon's request was not high. It was just to attend a banquet together. It was no big deal. Lochering hung up the phone and took out his work log. He recorded this matter and prepared to study it tomorrow. However, when Lochering just hung up the phone rang again. Lochering thought that it was still old Buffon who called. He forgot to explain something, so he quickly picked up the phone respectfully. Do you have anything that I can help you with? Counselor Lochering, you did a good job. I called you with my son's phone. You are so polite when you see an unfamiliar number. I think you are a counselor who is close to the people. The voice of the city's mayor, Mark Vader, came from the phone. Hello, Mayor Mark Vader. Lochlering was shocked. He thought to himself, what happened tonight? Why are all the big shots calling me? However, I didn't expect my respectful tone to get the mayor's approval. This made Lochlering very happy. Councillor Lochlering, I heard that your opera house is going to hold a concert recently, right? Said Mayor Mark Vader. This is the case, Mayor Mark Vader. Lochlering said, it's the concert of the Asian star, Miss Xianxia. That's not bad. I have something to trouble you. My son, Malajben, is a fan of Miss Xianxia. I want to ask you for a few concert tickets, said Mayor Mark Vader. No problem. Lochlering quickly agreed. It's a small matter. I will send someone to send it to the mayor's office tomorrow. Then I'll trouble you. Mayor Mark Vader said politely, there is one more thing. Can you see if you can arrange for my son and Miss Xianxia to meet alone? This kid, Malajben, is very obsessed with Miss Xianxia. This? Lochlering was a little embarrassed. Mayor Mark Vader's family's young master, Malajben, was a typical playboy. He ran a trading company and had some money on hand, but he spent it all on pursuing starlets. There was almost no surplus in a year. However, Mark Vader only had one son at his old age, so he spoiled him very much. Fortunately, Mark Vader had a daughter who opened an investment company with good returns. Mark Vader didn't expect his son to have a great future. Why? Is there any difficulty? In Mayor Mark Vader's view, this wasn't a difficult thing at all. There were very few starlets who didn't love money. As long as they gave more money, they didn't have to worry about not being able to do it. Mayor Mark Vader, Miss Xianxia is a foreign singer, and her family is prominent, so I can't ask for anything from her. Lochlering explained. A foreign singer. Her family is prominent in the local area. There is no power here. Can't you just hint? In Mark Vader's view, with his own power, he didn't have to worry about Xianxia not complying. Mayor Mark Vader, Miss Xianxia is a VIP invited by Miss Alice, and Miss Alice is also her fan. If there is a problem. Lochlering hinted. Ah. Mark Vader was shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to know Miss Alice. Then, this matter was difficult. Even if he was given another courage, he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to Xianxia anymore. The power that Miss Alice represented was not something that he could possibly resist. Is that so? Then, you see. Can you let them meet? It will be fine if they meet once. Otherwise, Malajben. AI, if that kid messes with me. Mark Vader said with a bitter smile. That's fine. Lochlering said in his heart. Anyway, Patriarch Old Buffon also made the same request with me. At that time I will arrange it uniformly. With Patriarch Old Buffon, I believe Malajben won't dare to be rash. That's good. Mark Vader breathed a sigh of relief. If this request was rejected, then he really had no place to put his face as the mayor. However, even if Lochlering refused, Mark Vader couldn't say anything. After all, he was not as strong as Alice. Well, I will call you after I arrange it. Lochlering said. Thank you for your trouble. Mayor Mark Vader said politely. Malajben. Is. Mark Vader frowned and said, how many times have I told you to knock on the door before entering? Have you forgotten? I'm sorry, father. I'm just impatient. Malajben said indifferently. He didn't mean to apologize at all. Hee. Who asked you to be my father? If you don't help me, who will help me? Malajben smiled. Father, I have been coveting Xianxia for a long time. I haven't tasted an Asian celebrity chick yet. Don't talk nonsense. Mark Vader glared at his son. I heard that Miss Xianxia's family background is not ordinary. Your money is probably nothing in her eyes. Don't have any unrealistic illusions. Although I don't have much money, I have an identity. Don't I have you? Father Mayor. Malajben said disapprovingly, if Xianxia wants to develop a career in Europe, she also needs connections, right? Who can have more connections than you? In short, don't mess around. Mark Vader warned, don't use force. Otherwise, if something happens, I can't help it. Look at what you said. When did I cause you trouble? Malajben said indifferently, didn't I settle it with money every time? Even if my money is not enough, isn't there still my sister? Our family assets will be ruined by you sooner or later. Mark Vader shook his head. He originally wanted to talk about Miss Alice, but he thought that his son would not know who Alice was. After saying it, it would seem that he was incompetent. He didn't want to lose face in front of his son, so he didn't mention much about Miss Alice. In his opinion, he had already instructed his son, so his son would definitely not mess around. No, a few days ago, I got in touch with the lieutenant governor's son. He wants to partner with me to do a big business. At that time, the money will come rolling in. Malajben said proudly. Mark Vader nodded. He didn't object to his son contacting the descendants of other politicians, especially when it came to doing business together. Mark Vader agreed with both hands. I have already talked to Rockloss. He will arrange a small banquet for you to attend. Then, you can get in touch with Miss Xianxia. It's not a private meeting. Malajben was slightly disappointed. This is already good. You know, although Lockcase is a counselor, his background is not worse than mine. He has the support of the May Music Group. If it weren't for his young age and unstable foundation, he might have been a candidate for the next mayor. Mark Vader said. I know. Malajben raised his hands and smiled. Okay, this is also fine. As long as I can meet her, I am not afraid that she will escape from my palm. Malajben did not put his father's words in his heart. He was a fearless young master. Especially after knowing the lieutenant governor's son, Xianxia, Malajben felt even more arrogant. In this state, he could do whatever he wanted. After returning to his room, Malajben called Xianxia on the phone. Malajben, it's so late. Why are you calling me? Don't you know that I am picking up girls? Xianxia's cynical voice came from the phone, and the heavy metal music in the background. Obviously, he was in a place like a disco bar. Xianxia, things are done. Rockloss will arrange for us to attend a small cocktail party. Xianxia will also attend. At that time, we can get close to her, said Malajben. Good job. Xianxia nodded and said with satisfaction, you don't have to worry about other things. Just listen to my arrangements. That's for sure, said Malajben. Well, that's it for now. Don't affect me picking up girls. Today, this girl is so hot. Oh! Xianxia screamed. Malajben no longer bothered Xianxia. He quickly hung up the phone, hummed a song, and played the game console. What's the matter with Xianxia? Wang Xiaoyan did not believe that Yang Ming would be a groupie. Based on her feelings, there must be something between Yang Ming and Xianxia. Yang Ming did not expect Wang Xiaoyan to be so sensitive. He just mentioned a few words to old Buffon, and Wang Xiaoyan guessed something. Yang Ming was a little emotional. Wang Xiaoyan had really changed. She was no longer as indifferent as before. He had to admit that she was becoming more and more like a little woman. She also had the emotions and haggard feelings that a woman in love should have. Although in many cases, she would suppress her emotions and would not make trouble with Yang Ming could also feel the change in her mind. Yang Ming did not know whether this was good or bad, but one thing was certain. After Wang Xiaoyan returned to her true self, she became a lot happier. Therefore, Yang Ming would not deliberately avoid Wang Xiaoyan's occasional jealous questions. Because Yang Ming also knew that Wang Xiaoyan was just asking a lot of times, that was all. When she knew the answer she wanted, she would put these things behind her mind. She would not cry with Yang Ming because of this, and she would not add more troubles to herself because of this. This was the character that Yang Ming appreciated the most. But fortunately, Chen Mingyan was also developing in this direction, which made Yang Ming very pleased. Do you really want to know? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What do you think? Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? If you want to know, it's okay to tell you. Yang Ming sighed and slowly told the story of himself and Suya to Wang Xiaoyan. From the initial acquaintance to the forced separation, until the two met again in Macau. Although the whole story seemed simple, it was full of twists and turns, joys and sorrows. For a time, Wang Xian listened attentively. When she heard what Wu Qiren did, Wang Xian couldn't help but grit her teeth. Tell me where he is? I will go back and kill him. He has already gotten the retribution he deserves. Otherwise, do you think I can still keep him? Yang Ming pinched Wang Xian's cute little face and couldn't help but laugh. That's true. Wang Xian nodded. You are better than me. I don't have to kill him. Later, she continued her concert tour. This stop was probably in Europe. The things after that haven't happened yet, so that's the end of it. Yang Ming said his experience of meeting Suya in one breath. In other words, when you went to Macau that time, you were actually looking for Shuya, and you met me by chance? Wang Xian asked with some surprise after listening. Yeah, when I saw you, an acquaintance, almost get killed, so I helped you. I didn't expect you to want to kill me. Yang Ming shrugged and said with a wry smile. You still say it. Who told you to always be perverted and take advantage of me? Wang Xian now thought of the past, and she felt a little sweet in her heart. The process of meeting Yang Ming can also be written into a novel, right? Before meeting Yang Ming, the word love did not exist in Wang Xian's life dictionary. Although there were times when there would be longing and anticipation, it was only a dream. However, after meeting Yang Ming, it completely subverted Wang Xian's previous ideas. Although Wang Xian felt that her love experience with Yang Ming was not perfect, she was very happy now. But thinking about it carefully, wasn't it a special experience when Yang Ming and I went from enemies to lovers? Isn't there a similar plot in many bubble romance dramas? Every time she thought of this, Wang Xian felt very satisfied. She felt that this month with Yang Ming was the happiest time in her life. If it could continue, it would be great. When did I take advantage of you? It's you who accidentally let me see your naked body every time. Yang Ming said with grievance. Forget it. Anyway, I am used to being looked at by you all the time. I am too lazy to pursue you. Wang Xian waved her hand and said generously, I didn't expect Suya to be your first girlfriend. I always thought it was Chen Mingyan. He. Yang Ming didn't know how to answer this question, so he could only laugh twice. Okay, I won't make fun of you. Take advantage of this opportunity. Wang Xian said, it seems that Suya is more miserable than me. She can't see you more than a few times. I thought that my underground lover was miserable enough. Are you still not satisfied? In fact, I have been with you for the longest time. In this month, I almost slept in your house every day. Yang Ming saw that Wang Xian took advantage of him and said helplessly. Isn't that because you want to develop a tacit understanding? Wang Xian smiled slyly. The two lived in a separate villa, and there were no outsiders around. It was just like home. They could do whatever they wanted, and they did not have to care about anything. So, the two resumed their previous life of developing tacit understanding. Huang Xiaofei had been dazzled by the glory in his vision, and he did not consider the consequences of things. Now, his mind was completely filled with the scene of a few years later, when he returned to his hometown in glory and became the object of envy. Indeed, if the gold mine was profitable and mined properly, it was not difficult to become the richest man in the city. After Huang Xiaofei adjusted his emotions, he went out of the study. He was afraid that his family would see his abnormality, especially Huang Lele, whom he had to avoid. Dad, are you going out? Huang Rongjin had learned from Huang Lele that his father had asked for the money. Huang Rongjin intuitively felt that his father changed a little too fast, so fast that it was somewhat incredible. Well, I am going to the company. Huang Xiaofei said with a normal expression. Okay, then you pay. Attention to your safety. Although Huang Rongjin was suspicious, he didn't see anything wrong, so he nodded and instructed. Besides, he had no right to interfere with his father's behavior. Huang Xiaofei went out of the villa and did not dare to ask the driver to drive. Instead, he went to the garage to get the car and drove to Li Ziqing's Li Group. Li Ziqing made an appointment with him to meet at the company at 4:30 in the afternoon. Huang Xiaofei had not driven for a long time, and he felt a little rusty. When he was waiting for the red light, he almost did not stop and hit the car in front of him. Fortunately, the light turned green at this time and the car in front started, so there was no accident. Otherwise, if an accident really happened, it was inevitable that Huang Rongtian and the others would notice the commotion, and his plan might be ruined. This time, Huang Xiaofei began to be careful and did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Finally, he safely parked the car in the parking lot of the Li Group, and Huang Xiaofei breathed a sigh of relief. If I knew it was so difficult, I would have taken a taxi. Huang Xiaofei complained. Hello, Mr. Huang. The security guard of the Li Group had long been instructed by Li Ziqing to greet Huang Xiaofei here. Although he wanted to cheat, he still had to do it on the surface. Do you know me? Huang Xiaofei was a little surprised. This was his first time coming to the Li Group. He did not expect the security guard here to know him. The chairman personally arranged for me to greet you here. I have seen your photo from the chairman, said the security guard respectfully. I see. This feeling of being valued made Huang Xiaofei very happy. When he walked, he was even more proud. You lead the way. I am going to find your chairman, Mr. Li. Okay, Mr. Huang, please come with me. The security guard politely nodded to Huang Xiaofei and led Huang Xiaofei in the direction of the elevator. They went directly to the top floor of the building, where the chairman's office was located. Please come here, Mr. Huang. The security guard led Huang Xiaofei to the door of an office and then bowed. You can go in. Huang Xiaofei nodded and knocked on the door. Li Ziqing's voice came from inside. Who is it? Please come in. Huang Xiaofei pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Li Ziqing saw that it was Huang Xiaofei and quickly stood up. Mr. Huang, you are here. Welcome. Huang Xiaofei saw that Li Ziqing's attitude was not bad, and he was very satisfied. After all, this was a cooperation between the two sides. If Li Ziqing was very strong, then he would not have any right to speak in the future. How is it? Has General Kars arranged everything? Mr. Huang, I have contacted General Kars. As long as the funds are in place, the contract can be faxed immediately, said Li Ziqing. That's great. Then let's do it quickly. Huang Xiaofei was also afraid of long delays, so he said quickly. Okay, I will call General Kars. Let's confirm it. Li Ziqing saw that Huang Xiaofei had already taken the bait, and he nodded happily. In a while, can you let me talk to General Kars? Huang Xiaofei did not think that Li Ziqing could lie to him, but he wanted to get close to General Kars. No problem. Li Ziqing agreed readily. Anyway, the other side had been arranged. He was not afraid that Huang Xiaofei could see through it. The reason why Li Ziqing was so fearless was that he knew that Huang Xiaofei had not directly dealt with General Kars, so he was unlikely to find any flaws. Li Ziqing picked up the phone and pretended to dial the newly applied phone number of his son, Li Tianyu, in Africa's country X. Seeing that the area codes were all in Africa, Huang Xiaofei did not suspect anything. After a while, the call was connected. Hello, this is General Kars government. What can I do for you? The speaker was a chick that Li Tianyu brought to Africa. She was Li Tianyu's lover. Otherwise, Li Tianyu's aesthetics would not be able to accept it. Li Tianyu had arranged for her to pretend to be General Kars' secretary to answer the phone, but in this way, she would know a lot of his family's secrets. It was impossible to get rid of her in the future. Li Tianyu's lover, Xiaoli, also had the same idea. When she learned that Li Tianyu asked her to help participate in the fraud, she was very happy. Xiaoli was a waitress in a karaoke hall. She had no family background, but she was beautiful. Li Tianyu liked her and brought her to Africa. She also knew that she was just Li Tianyu's lonely playmate. Sooner or later, Li Tianyu would get rid of her. However, she held the idea that she could live one day at a time because Li Tianyu gave her a lot of money every month. She had accumulated a lot of money, which was also a backup plan for herself. Now, since Li Tianyu let her participate in the family's business, it showed that Li Tianyu had developed trust in her. Moreover, Li Tianyu would not get rid of her in the future, so Xiaoli was particularly excited. Li Tianyu couldn't help it. The only woman he could trust around him was Xiaoli. If he didn't ask her to pretend to be General Carr's secretary, then who would? Anyway, Li Tianyu definitely couldn't marry Xiaoli, but it was not impossible to be a long-term lover. Hello. I am Li Ziqing of the Li family in Singapore. Please help me to connect to General Kars. I have something to discuss with him. Li Ziqing said seriously. Okay, please wait a moment. Xiaoli said in fluent English. English was one of the official languages of Singapore, so there was no language barrier at all. After a while, Xiaoli's voice still came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Li, General Kars is in a meeting. I have made a record of your matter. General Kars will call you back later. That's good. Thank you for your trouble. Li Ziqing said solemnly, but in his heart, he was thinking, Tianyu is not bad. He even pretended to be a busy man by pretending to be General Kars. It really did seem like that. It seemed that this kid's brain was not bad, and he deserved to be praised. Li Ziqing thought. On the other hand, in Africa's country X, Li Tianyu anxiously cursed, F***ck, why is Daniel squatting in the toilet and not coming out? When it comes to important moments, they don't stop peeing or shitting. We are waiting for him to pretend to be General Kars. I don't know either. Li Tianyu's underling from Singapore, Xiao Lazy, said, should I go and take a look? Alright, hurry up and go. Pull him out of the toilet. Li Tianyu said angrily, Mother f***ker, we still have serious business here. What if he doesn't finish? Xiao Lazy asked hesitantly. If he's not done, then let him find a plastic bag and stuff it in his pants. Li Tianyu said angrily, anyway, no matter what, you get it for him. Okay. Xiao Lazy nodded and ran in the direction of the toilet. After a while, Xiao Lazy pulled a big man and ran over here. The big man was Daniel, the person who pretended to be General Kars. Young Master Li, I'm sorry. Daniel said embarrassedly. Okay, don't dawdle. Hurry up. Li Tianyu glared at him and said angrily. Okay. Daniel said quickly. According to Li Tianyu's instructions, he dialed the phone number of the Li family in Singapore. Li Ziqing glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone respectfully. Hello, I am Li Ziqing. Mr. Li. I am Karsi. Daniel scratched his crotch and said in a serious tone. Hello. General Kars. Li Ziqing said sincerely, this kid, Tianyu, is not bad. The voice of the person he found is quite similar. They are all so rough. Suddenly, I will mistakenly think that it is the real General Kars. What's the matter? I was in a meeting just now. Daniel said in his heart, I was in a meeting with peeing and shitting in the toilet. Huh. This is the case. It is still about the gold mine contract. Li Ziqing said, our funds are ready. When can you sign the contract? The contract. Daniel glanced at Li Tianyu and said, now is fine. I will ask the secretary to fax the contract to you in a while. Okay. Li Ziqing quickly replied, right, my partner, Huang Xiaofei, wants to say a few words to you. Okay. General Kars agreed. After Li Ziqing covered the microphone of the phone, he said to Huang Xiaofei, don't you want to talk to General Kars? General Kars is waiting. Okay. Huang Xiaofei nodded and took the phone. He said respectfully, General Kars, hello. I am Huang Xiaofei. And, hello. Daniel said majestically. The gold mine matter, please. We are also sincere in cooperation, said Huang Xiaofei. And, if you are not sincere, I can't contract the gold mine to you. Daniel said according to Li Ziqing's hint. That is. Huang Xiaofei sighed. His previous money was in vain. This time, he hoped that General Kars would not step down. Well, that's it. We will transfer the money to you in a while. Okay. Then I will ask the secretary to fax the contract to you in a while, said Daniel. Huang Xiaofei handed the phone to Li Ziqing. After Li Ziqing said a few words, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Huang Xiaofei was also relieved. After all, he had a direct conversation with General Kars. It didn't take long for the office to receive a fax signal from Country X in Africa. the contract was sent over. Li Ziqing received the contract and asked the secretary to call the legal counsel over. In fact, this contract was drafted with the help of this legal counsel. After the legal counsel pretended to read the contract, he handed the contract to Li Ziqing and nodded. There is no problem. It is okay. Okay, then let's look at it again. Li Ziqing took the contract and placed it between himself and Huang Xiaofei. Huang Xiaofei also understood that this kind of contract was only effective for the interim government. Once the interim government changed its president and General Carr stepped down, the contract would become a piece of scrap paper. Glancing at it roughly, it was similar to the contract he had signed before. He nodded and said, "You see that there is no problem. Let's sign it." "Okay, if there is no problem, let's sign the contract," Li Ziqing said as he took out a signature pen. He first signed his name on the contract and then handed it to Huang Xiaofei. Huang Xiaofei took the signature pen, took a deep breath, and then signed his name on the contract. After all, the gold mine belonged to him again. How could he not be happy? After Huang Xiaofei signed, he handed the contract back to Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing took it. After checking that there was no mistake, he put the contract into the fax machine again and dialed General Carr's phone number. Soon, the phone was connected. The voice of General Carr's secretary, Xiaoli, came from the other side. "Hello, this is General Carr's office." "Hello, I am Li Ziqing from the Li family in Singapore. We have signed a contract with General Carr's. It is faxed to the fax number on your side. Please check it and help to pass it to General Carr's," said Li Ziqing. "No problem. The contract has been received. I will pass it to General Carr's," said Xiaoli, hanging up the phone. Li Ziqing smiled at Huang Xiaofei and said, "Okay. It's done. Let's wait for General Carr's call, and then we can remit the money." Huang Xiaofei nodded and sat anxiously on the sofa, quietly waiting for the news. The matter of the gold mine had already annoyed him to the core. Now that the dust had finally settled, it could be considered a major event. This time, General Carr's call came very quickly. Li Ziqing picked up the phone and said, "Hello, General Carr's. Have you received the contract?" "Yes, I have received it." General Carr said, "If there is no problem, I will give you my account. You can remit the contract rent to my account." "Okay, no problem." "Go ahead," said Li Ziqing. "My account is ***********. The account name is my name, Carr's XXXX, said General Carr's. "I have written it down. Let's check. The account is ***********. The account name is Carr's XXXX, right?" said Li Ziqing. "Yes, after you remit the money, just call my secretary," said General Carr's. Okay, said Li Ziqing quickly. Hanging up the phone, Li Ziqing picked up the account number he had written down and said to Huang Xiaofei, "This is the account number. You can transfer the money first." "Is the account number correct?" Huang Xiaofei asked cautiously, "Don't make a mistake, or it will be over." "Yes. I confirmed it with General Carr's. It is this account number." Li Ziqing nodded affirmatively. "That's good." Huang Xiaofei took the account number and said, "Then I will transfer the money. Do you have a computer with internet access here? I will log into the online bank and transfer the money to him." "Yes, my computer can do it." Li Ziqing pointed to the computer on his desk. "You can use this computer." Li Ziqing logged into his online bank. According to the account Li Ziqing had written down, he transferred 40 billion patakas to the account of General Carr's and clicked the confirm button. After a while, the system prompted, "Transfer successful." At this point, all the money in the account was transferred to the account of General Carr's. "Okay. The transfer is done. You can call General Carr's secretary and inform them that the money has been transferred," said Huang Xiaofei. He didn't know why, but he always felt a little nervous. "Okay." Li Ziqing resisted the excitement in his heart. This was 40 billion patakas. It was so easy to get it in his hands. It was so exciting. "I will call General Carr's secretary." Although Li Ziqing was too lazy to continue acting, he had to do it properly. So, he picked up the phone and called Xiaoli, the secretary of General Kars. He told her that the money had been transferred to the account and asked her to check it. It's done. You can go back and wait for the good news. Li Ziqing smiled at Huang Xiaofei. I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Okay. Then I will go back and wait for the news. When can I go to Africa's country X to receive the gold mine? Asked Huang Xiaofei. Wait for the reply from General Kars. It may be in the next few days, said Li Ziqing perfunctorily. That's fine. I will go first. If there is news, contact me at any time. Huang Xiaofei stood up and was ready to leave. The more Huang Rongjin thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he called his elder brother, Huang Rongtian. Huang Rongtian was in the company, preparing to get off work. At this time, he received a call from his younger brother. Hello, Rongjin, what's the matter? Brother, did father go to the company? Asked Huang Rongjin. The company? No, why did he go to the company? Isn't he at home? Asked Huang Rongtian. Previously, about half an hour ago, father said that he was going to the company. Didn't he go? After Huang Rongjin listened to Huang Rongtian's words, he faintly felt that something seemed to be wrong. No, I am almost off work. The people in the company are almost gone. What is he doing at this time? Said Huang Rongtian. Moreover, if father comes, my secretary will definitely inform me. What a joke. The chairman is coming to the company. Such a big thing, how can the secretary not tell Huang Rongtian? It's bad. Huang Rongjin's thoughts were verified, and he suddenly became nervous. Brother. Just now, father looked for little sister and said that he had figured it out. He no longer wanted to deal with the gold mine in Africa's country X. He was ready to do business in the country, so he took all the money in little sister's hands. After that, I saw that he was going out. I asked him where he was going, and he said he was going to the company. What? Lele gave all the money to father? Huang Rongtian was also shocked after listening. He was shocked. No way? Why did she give the money to him? Ai. Don't you know what kind of person father is? He is very stubborn. Did he take the money to the Li family's people? Ah? What should I do? Huang Rongjin was also shocked after listening and asked quickly. I will go back now. You call father and ask where he is, said Huang Rongtian quickly. Okay, brother, then you come back quickly. I will call father. After listening to his brother's analysis, Huang Rongjin also knew that something had happened. After Huang Rongjin hung up the phone, he did not dare to delay. He immediately called his father's cell phone. Huang Xiaofei had just walked out of the Li's group at this time. He was about to get in the car when he heard his cell phone ring, so he picked it up. Hello? Rongjin? What's the matter? Said Huang Xiaofei. Father, where are you? Asked Huang Rongjin quickly. I am on the way home. I will be home soon. The matter had been done, so Huang Xiaofei didn't care. Then where did you go? Brother said that you didn't go to the company. Asked Huang Rongjin. Oh, I didn't go. I went to do something else. Huang Xiaofei said, why? What's the matter? That is. Huang Rongjin wanted to talk about the money, but after all, he was not in charge of the family business. The family business was in charge of the elder brother, so some things should be said by his elder brother. Okay, if there is nothing, I will hang up first. Huang Xiaofei got in the car and said, let's talk about it when we go home. I still have something important to announce to you. After that, he hung up the phone. When Huang Rongjin heard his father say that there was something important to announce, his heart suddenly went thump. This is not a good sign. What is the big thing? Huang Rongjin frowned and looked at the phone in his hand. He was a little uneasy. His intuition told him that what his father was going to say was definitely not a good thing. Not long after, the elder brother, Huang Rongtian, came home first. When he saw Huang Rongjin, he quickly asked, Rongjin, how is it? Where did father go? Have you contacted him? I have contacted him. Huang Rongjin frowned and said, father said that he went to do something, and he has something important to announce to us when he comes home. I am afraid that he is going to deal with the gold mine again? Ah. It's over. We are still one step too late. It's over now. Father must have gone to the Li family group. Huang Rongtian sighed and sat on the sofa helplessly. Rongjin, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't expect father to go to the Li family group. Besides, how can I stop father from doing things? Huang Rongjin shrugged and said with a bitter smile. Huang Rongtian nodded. Indeed, what father wants to do, how can I stop him as his son? Even if Huang Rongjin told me earlier, it would take some time for me to come back. At that time, my father would have already left. Moreover, whether I can convince my father or not is another matter. At this point, I can only resign myself to fate. Everything can only wait for my father to come back and make a decision. After Huang Xiaofei left, Li Ziqing suddenly laughed. He laughed very happily and very treacherously. He finally succeeded. He thought that it would take a little trouble, but he did not expect that Huang Xiaofei was so easy to fool. He only made a few phone calls and drafted a fake contract, and he was successfully hooked. In fact, it was not that Huang Xiaofei's vigilance was poor. If he was really poor in vigilance, it was impossible to build such a big company. It was just that Huang Xiaofei's mind was recently thinking about the Country X gold mine. He had been dazzled by this matter and lost his mind. At this time, people often would not give up until they achieved their goal. Therefore, as long as the ultimate goal could be achieved, Huang Xiaofei had almost ignored the process, so it was so easy to be fooled by Li Ziqing. If it were other times, Huang Xiaofei would still be vigilant. How could he easily transfer so much money directly to a foreign account? Li Tianyu proudly listened to the cold female voice on the phone announcing the amount in his bank account, but at this moment, the voice became so sweet. Li Tianyu really wanted to listen to it a few more times. Did I succeed? Li Tianyu was very proud. He hugged his secretary, Xiaoli, and kissed her on the cheek. Xiaoli, you've done a great service this time. Don't worry. In the future, even if I, Li Tianyu, have to eat porridge and pickles, I won't leave you behind. Xiaoli wanted Li Tianyu to say this sentence. After listening to Li Tianyu's promise, she was very happy. She finally integrated into the Li family and became a member of the family. She also made a great contribution to the family. Young Master Li, my performance is not bad. Daniel also scratched his head proudly and scratched his crotch. He said, my general course is not bad, right? And, your performance is not bad. Don't worry. I will definitely give you a bonus. Li Tianyu nodded and said. That's great. Thank you, young Master Li. Puff. Danielle farted and said with some embarrassment, young Master Li, I just pooped halfway. My stomach still hurts. Alright, hurry up and go. Li Tianyu laughed and scolded, you really can't do anything big. Hee hee. Young Master Li can do big things. We are young Master Li's followers. Danielle smiled and ran to the toilet. This kid. Li Tianyu shook his head. At this moment, the phone rang. After Li Tianyu made a silent gesture to Xiaoli, he picked up the phone. Hello, how are you? This time, it was his private phone that rang, so there was no need to ask Xiaoli to pick up the secretary who pretended to be General Kars. Tianyu, it's me. Li Ziqing's voice came from the phone. Father, hello. Li Tianyu said quickly, how was my performance? I didn't reveal any flaws, right? No, everything is fine. Especially before, your secretary said that General Kars is in a meeting and will call me back later. She said. It very arrogantly. There was a sense of superiority like General Kars. Not bad, praise him. Li Ziqing said. Bang. Li Tianyu was stunned. He thought to himself, no way. Danielle said that because he was in the toilet. I didn't expect him to be so cool. But of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. He chuckled and said, yes, we've simulated it many times, striving for the best results. Well, but Tianyu, you've made a great contribution this time. Isn't this 40 billion patakas? Take out 100 million as your reward. Give it to your subordinates as a token of appreciation. Also, that little lover of yours is not bad. You should give her some appreciation. Li Ziqing was in a particularly good mood. In the past, he didn't look up to Xiaoli, but today was different. Xiaoli could be considered as a meritorious servant. Thank you, father. Li Tianyu was overjoyed when he heard that he could be given 100 million as a reward. He quickly thanked him. You don't have to thank me. Li Ziqing waved his hand and said, you just have to work harder. Don't worry, father. If there is such a thing in the future, tell me at any time. I will cooperate. Li Tianyu felt that this 100 million was so easy to earn. Xiaoli was closer to Li Tianyu, so she heard Li Ziqing's words. When she heard Li Ziqing praise her, Xiaoli was very happy. After Huang Xiaofei returned home, he found that his two sons were sitting on the sofa in the living room. He wondered, Rongtian, Rongjin, what are you two doing? Father, where did you go? Where is the money that little sister gave you? Why didn't it go to the company's account? Huang Rongtian had just checked the company's account, and there was no deposit at all. Hee, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. Huang Xiaofei smiled and said, yes, I just went to the Li family group. I went to study the gold mine contracting. And Leilei's money, I also used it on the gold mine contracting. Father, why are you so confused? After Huang Rongtian heard his father's words, he was shocked and angry. I have figured it out. Haven't you figured it out yet? The investment in Country X's gold mine is simply an unrealistic idea. Our Huang family doesn't have so much strength to play with Country X's affairs. If they want to play us to death, isn't it a matter of minutes? Yes, father. Huang Rongjin also said, isn't it good for us to do business honestly in China? Don't you still do well? It's useless for you to say this. I have already remitted the money to General Kar's account. The gold mine contracting has become a foregone conclusion. It can't be changed. Li Ziqing waved and said, you don't have to say any more. What? The money has already been remitted? How is it so fast? Huang Rongtian looked at his father incredulously after listening. What else is there to be unhappy about? It's just signing a contract and remitting the money. Isn't it done? Said Li Ziqing. Father, you mean, you didn't go to Country X in Africa, and you didn't see General Kars? You just remitted the money? Huang Rongtian suddenly frowned. Things had come to this point, and he couldn't change it. Now he was thinking about how to do things more securely. There is no need to go. The Li family has already contacted them. They will send the contract directly, and then fax it after signing it. Huang Xiaofei said, I will remit the money to General Kar's account. Isn't it done? Can that be accurate? Huang Rongtian frowned. The Li family won't lie to you, right? Lie to me? Huang Xiaofei was stunned. He really hadn't considered this issue before. It shouldn't be. Why would he lie to me? Moreover, he called General Kars in front of me. I also talked to General Kars personally. Can it be fake? Are you sure that it is General Kars? Huang Rongtian asked with some doubt. Huang Xiaofei was a little worried when Huang Rongtian said this. It should be, right? His secretary also helped to transfer the call. Where is the account given to you? Huang Rongtian couldn't help but be careful. After all, that was 40 billion. Now that what was done could not be undone, he had to be more secure. It's in Africa, and the account name is General Kars. Huang Xiaofei said, there should be no problem. I hope there is no problem. Huang Rongtian shook his head. Dad, how can you be so impulsive? It's not your turn to teach me. Do I still need to tell you what to do? Huang Xiaofei said impatiently, now that the contract has been contracted, what we have to study is how to manage the gold mine in Country X in Africa, instead of complaining. Huang Rongtian looked helplessly at Huang Rongjin next to him. He sighed and nodded. Well, father, then you say it. Huang Xiaofei had been planning the new development ideas of Country X's gold mine in the past few days, so he had already formed a very complete plan in his mind. Now that he said it, it was refreshing for Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin. Huang Xiaofei's plan was to increase the monthly gold output under the premise of sacrificing the total output. As a result, although the total mining time of the gold mine was reduced, the monthly income was greatly increased. It suddenly became twice the previous estimate. If this continued, the gold mine would recover its cost in less than 2 years, and it would be pure profit in the future. However, this plan was really effective in a war-torn country like Country X. Because this time, no one could guarantee how long General Kars would be in power, so the gold mine was still facing the danger of being taken back. Therefore, in the limited time, they had to increase the mining effort as much as possible to create more profits. After listening to his father's idea and analysis, Huang Rongtian slowly accepted his father's approach. If it was really as expected, then this business could still be done. Father, things have come to this point. I think we should still greet Lei first. After all, this money is hers. Huang Rongjin listened to his father's idea. Although he didn't know much about business, it sounded like it could make money, so he could only accept his father's approach. Well, you should tell Lei. You go and call Lei. Huang Xiaofei was not afraid that Huang Lei would regret. The money had already been remitted. Even if Huang Lei regretted, it would not help. After Huang Lei knew about this, she did not make a fuss with Huang Xiaofei. She just said, "I know," and went back to her room. At this moment, Huang Lei was completely disappointed with her father. She did not expect that her father would actually fall to the point of cheating her money. Huang Lei did not have the mood to listen to her father's ideas. She would just let him be. If this could be exchanged for her father's guilt to her, and he would not interfere in her affairs from now on, then Huang Lei would be satisfied. However, for 2 days, Huang Xiaofei did not receive a call from Li Ziqing. He was a little anxious and quickly dialed Li Ziqing's phone. At this moment, Li Ziqing had already transferred the money in his account to a safe account through his own channels. He was not afraid of what Huang Xiaofei could do. "Hello? Mr. Huang, what's the matter?" Li Ziqing said. "Mr. Li, how is the matter of the gold mine going? When can we go to Africa's Country X to take over the gold mine?" Huang Xiaofei asked anxiously. General Kars hasn't replied to me yet. I don't know. I think it may be soon?" Li Ziqing said with a smile. He thought, "Mine? Mine my ass. That's good. Then you urge General Kars. If we leave earlier, won't we make money earlier?" said Huang Xiaofei. That's true. Okay, I will contact General Kars again, said Li Ziqing. If there is news, inform me immediately. Huang Xiaofei said. No problem. Li Ziqing said so, but he said in his heart, wait. Wait for a lifetime. Even if you die, there will be no news. After waiting anxiously for a day, there was still no news from Li Ziqing. Huang Xiaofei's heart was also a little panicked. He quickly found Huang Rongtian and Huang Rong to analyze. Rongtian, Rongjin, you help me. Why is there still no news from General Kars? It has been a few days since the contract was signed. Logically, there should be no problem, right? Huang Xiaofei looked at his 2 sons anxiously and said. Father, what did the Li family say? Asked Huang Rongtian. I just called the Li family. Li Ziqing said that General Kars has not contacted him yet. Huang Xiaofei said, I asked him to take the initiative to contact General Kars. He said that he would give me news after contacting him. Then we can only wait for the news now. Huang Rongtian sighed. I am afraid that the Li family can't guarantee it. You reminded me before. I didn't take it seriously. Now that I think about it, it is really a bit difficult. No, I have to urge the Li family again. Having said this, Huang Xiaofei picked up the phone again and dialed Li Ziqing's phone number. Hello, Mr. Huang, you see, I just wanted to call you. Li Ziqing's voice came from the phone. Oh? Why? Do you want to call me, too? Asked Huang Xiaofei quickly. Yeah, this is the case. I called General Kars, and he said that there is a problem with the gold mine, said Li Ziqing. How is the gold mine? When can we go? Asked Huang Xiaofei anxiously. There is a problem with the gold mine. General Kars is trying to solve it, said Li Ziqing. Problem? What's the problem? Huang Xiaofei's heart tightened and asked quickly. The gold mine is occupied by an unknown armed force. General Kars is trying to drive this armed force away, said Li Ziqing. Ah? Was it occupied? How can that be? We are the legal contractors. Huang Xiaofei was shocked and said quickly. We are the legal operating contractors. General Kars did not say that we are not. However, the gold mine is contracted to us. It is reasonable to say that this is already a private dispute. We should be the ones to drive away these armed forces. General Kars can help us solve it. It is already very good. He only did this because of my face. Then when can we go to the gold mine? Asked Huang Xiaofei. I don't know about this. It depends on the news from General Kars, said Li Ziqing. Aya, what is going on? How can such a thing happen? Said Huang Xiaofei helplessly. I can't help it. Who knows? How can such a thing happen? Said Li Ziqing very helplessly. Well, if you have news, tell me as soon as possible. Huang Xiaofei had to hang up the phone. Father, how is it? What did the Li family say? Huang Rongtian also heard that something was wrong. After Huang Xiaofei hung up the phone, he quickly asked. Li Ziqing said that the gold mine was occupied by a group of armed forces. General Kars is trying to drive them away. Huang Xiaofei sighed and said. That won't do. This gold mine has been occupied. I don't know how long it will take to get it back. The contract fee has already been paid. Why don't we get the money back first? Huang Rongtian was also a little worried. Wouldn't this situation go down the drain again? Yes. No, I have to call Li Ziqing again and talk to him about this. Huang Xiaofei nodded, picked up the phone again, and dialed Li Ziqing's phone number. Hello? I say, Mr. Huang, why are you calling again? Li Ziqing also faintly felt that Huang Xiaofei seemed to have noticed something, but he was not sure, so he still spoke politely. This is the case, Mr. Li. You see, isn't Country X in Africa at war? Can you see if you can talk to General Kars and return our money first? Huang Xiaofei asked tentatively, when things are done over there, can we remit the money? How is this possible? Do you think it is a child's game? You remit and return the money as you wish. General Kars is not a person who has nothing to do. How can he have the time to do these things for us? Li Ziqing flatly denied. Moreover, he has already contracted the gold mine to us at a very cheap price. If we do it over and over again, isn't it annoying? If he doesn't contract to us, what should we do? Besides, if we are so capricious, General Kars will be angry. He will not directly contract the gold mine to us, and the money will not be refunded. Won't we suffer in silence? This. Huang Xiaofei listened to Li Ziqing's words and began to worry. Indeed, this kind of war-torn country really could not be measured with common sense. So, let's wait for the result quietly. Li Ziqing saw that Huang Xiaofei was speechless, and he was very proud. If that's the case, then okay. Indeed, Huang Xiaofei didn't know what to say. He had to agree with Li Ziqing's statement. Then that's it. I still have something to do. If there is new news, I will inform you as soon as possible, said Li Ziqing. Well, then that is the only way. Huang Xiaofei sighed. Now the initiative was completely in the hands of others. He had no way at all. Okay, let's not talk about it. I am in a meeting. As Li Ziqing spoke, he hung up the phone. Hello? Hello? Huang Xiaofei still wanted to say something, but he saw that Li Ziqing had hung up the phone. He had to take the phone away from his ear helplessly. N? Huang Xiaofei suddenly found that the phone's call time was still running. Did Li Ziqing not hang up the phone? Huang Xiaofei quickly put the phone on his ear again and said, Hello, hello? Mr. Li? Hey, Huang Xiaofei, this stupid thing. It seems that he hasn't realized that he was fooled. A man's voice came from the phone. It sounded like Li Ziqing's son, Li Xianxia. Yeah, I used the reason that General Kars would not refund the money to brush him off, but he will definitely call again. This time, the person who spoke was Li Ziqing. But what if he calls again? Asked Li Xianxia. Call again? Then let's call. If he urges me again, I will tell him that I have already urged General Kars. General Kars said to wait. Li Ziqing said indifferently. Then we can't keep pushing it like this. After a long time, Huang Xiaofei, the old man, will definitely doubt it, said Li Tianjia. That's true. Li Ziqing sneered. However, this is better. If he urges more, I will say that General Kars is impatient and broke the contract. The money will not be refunded, and the gold mine will not be given. In this way, isn't it over? This method is really good. Father, only you can think of it. Li Tianjia said after listening, in this way, we have no responsibility at all. The Huang family can only suffer again. Reasoning with General Kars will exhaust them to death. That's right, so our family has a net of 40 billion patakas. This business is so cost-effective. Only Huang Xiaofei can believe it. He has suffered a loss once. I didn't expect him to still be such a fool, said Li Ziqing. If he is not a fool, how can he give us so much money for nothing? Li Tianjia laughed. Huang Xiaofei held the phone, and his whole body was trembling. He was going to explode. Li Ziqing actually made a scam to deceive him. What General Kars? What contract? All these seemed to be forged by Li Ziqing. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin also heard the conversation on the phone because Huang Xiaofei directly turned on the hands-free mode of the phone. The faces of the family became extremely ugly. Huang Xiaofei yelled at the phone, Li Ziqing, you bastard, you dare to lie to me? However, there was no response from the other party. Obviously, Li Ziqing did not find out that his phone was not hung up, and Huang Xiaofei's voice could not reach his ears. Huang Xiaofei resisted his anger, hung up the phone, and then dialed Li Ziqing's phone again. Li Ziqing was talking to Li Tianjia when he saw the phone ring again. Seeing that it was Huang Xiaofei, he picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Huang, what's the matter? Didn't I say that I am in a meeting? Meeting? Huang Xiaofei sneered. You were having a meeting to study how stupid I am, right? If I urge you again, you will say that General Kars broke the contract and is impatient, right? You. What do you mean? Li Ziqing was shocked and asked. What do you mean? Did you forget what you said just now? Huang Xiaofei snorted. Don't deny it. You didn't hang up the phone just now. I heard what you said. You heard everything? Li Ziqing was also shocked and asked. What do you think? Li Ziqing, what do you mean? You tell me clearly today. Otherwise, this is not over. Huang Xiaofei roared. Not done yet? Haha, how could it not be over? I'd like to hear it. When Li Ziqing saw that Huang Xiaofei knew about it, he simply tore his face. What do you want me to say? If you return the money to me, then this matter is settled. I won't hold you accountable for anything. If you don't return the money to me. Huang Xiaofei's words were interrupted by Li Ziqing before he finished. What if I don't return it? Li Ziqing sneered. Who did you give the money to? Did you give it to me? Your money was given to General Kars. Why don't you ask him for it? Why do you ask me for it? Are you sick? What General Kars? Isn't it your disguise? Huang Xiaofei questioned. Disguise? You gave the money to General Kars' account. What disguise? If you have the ability, go and sue General Kars. Don't say these useless things. Li Ziqing said calmly, evidence. Everything must be based on evidence. What evidence do you have to prove that I lied to you? You didn't give me the money. I am still a victim. I am your partner, and I also lost half of the gold mine. You. Huang Xiaofei was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His heart was suddenly in pain. Huang Xiaofei covered his heart and couldn't speak. Indeed, he had no evidence at all. He blamed himself for being blinded by the gold mine. He didn't even leave something like a receipt or cooperation certificate. He just muddle-headedly remitted the money to the account of a person named Kars XXXX. Psycho, don't call me if there is nothing. Li Ziqing said as he hung up the phone and turned off the phone directly. Huang Xiaofei only felt a rush of blood to his head, followed by a sharp beating of his heart, and then he didn't know anything. Father. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin saw that Huang Xiaofei had fainted and were shocked. They quickly went to check, but Huang Xiaofei was leaning on the sofa motionlessly. Huang Rongtian quickly took out the phone and dialed the emergency center. Then he said to Huang Rongjin, I have contacted the hospital. You go to the underground garage to get the car. We will send father to the hospital immediately. Okay. Huang Rongjin nodded and didn't dare to delay. He quickly picked up the car key and ran out of the house. Although Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin were extremely indignant about Li Ziqing's behavior, at this time, it was not the time to pursue their responsibilities. The most important thing was to send their father to the hospital first. They sent their father to the hospital, and Huang Xiaofei was pushed into the operating room. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin waited anxiously outside the emergency room. Rongjin, this time, our Huang family can be said to be in a dead end. If father has another accident, it is hard to say if our Huang family can still occupy a place in Singapore's business circle. Huang Rongtian sighed and said, Father is really muddle-headed. Brother, now is not the time to complain. We should think about how to recover the loss. We can't let the Li family take advantage of it, right? Said Huang Rongjin. What can we do if we don't take advantage of it? Huang Rongtian also said very helplessly. Li Ziqing also said that we have no evidence. Father's money was remitted to Kars. It has nothing to do with him. He can only admit that he was cheated. I reckon that this matter is most likely hopeless. Ai. Huang Rongjin listened to his brother's words and had to accept this reality helplessly. It couldn't be helped. Who asked his father to be so careless? His mind was muddled, and he gave the money to others. Right now, the most important thing is to get my father back to health. Otherwise, our Huang family is finished. Huang Rongtian anxiously looked at the emergency room, anxiously waiting. Finally, the lights in the emergency room went out, and several doctors walked out from inside. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin quickly greeted them. Doctor, how is my father's situation? The head attending doctor glanced at Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin and said, Are you the patient's children? The patient's situation is not very good. It has temporarily stabilized, but because of the anxiety, it caused a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. We need to perform a craniotomy immediately. Please sign on the operation sheet. Ah. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin were shocked. Of course, they knew how serious a cerebral hemorrhage was. It would be fine if he recovered. Otherwise, he would be paralyzed or in a vegetative state. Well, don't waste time. Hurry up and make a decision. Who can make the decision? The doctor asked anxiously. The patient can't be delayed. Okay, I will sign it now. Huang Rongtian nodded quickly. He took the operation sheet and the signature pen handed over by the nurse on the side and signed his name on it. Then, please perform the surgery as soon as possible. Okay. After the doctor glanced at the operation sheet, he gathered people to perform the surgery for Huang Xiaofei. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin were waiting outside the operating room with a sigh. Brother, should we tell Lei about this? Huang Rongjin thought that when he left in a hurry, he had not told Huang Lei yet. Huang Lei did not know about Huang Xiaofei's hospitalization. Let's not talk about it first, lest Lei is worried. Let's wait until father is out of danger. Huang Rongtian thought about it and said. All right. Huang Rongjin nodded. Li Ziqing, I will never let you go. What if you don't let him go? Do you want to kill him? Huang Rongtian said helplessly, At present, we really have no way to deal with Li Ziqing. We can't win the lawsuit, and we don't even have evidence. Huang Rongjin was just saying it. As his brother said, he really had no way. Littleya, Mr. Locklearing, the general manager of the Grand Theatre, just came. Shuya's assistant, Suli, returned to the hotel room and said to Shuya. What's the matter? Asked Xianxia. He said that he wants to hold a small cocktail party tomorrow and invited you to attend. It's a welcome dinner for you. Said Suli, tell him to thank him for his kindness. I am a little tired. I have to take a good rest these 2 days so that I can have the energy to hold a concert, said Xianxia. Littleya, this is not the main thing, but Locklearing hinted that there are several young people with strong backgrounds who are your fans. They want to meet you privately," said Suli. Xia immediately frowned after hearing it. "Why is the entertainment industry here like this?" Suli suddenly smiled and said, "Little Ya, the entertainment industry is like this. In Hong Kong, with Mr. Shu's power, no one dares to do anything to you. But here, if you want to get the support of these people, you have to deal with these powerful young masters." Xia nodded slightly. Before it developed internationally, she had heard of similar unspoken rules in Hong Kong, but because of her family's strong background, few people would have ideas about her. But it was different abroad. If she wanted to develop, she had to go to social events. Xia suddenly had a headache. Although she was reluctant, the other party's request was just to attend a cocktail party. Xia could still reluctantly accept it. But if there were other requests, Xia would not do anything out of line even if she did not want the European market. "Then you can reply to Mr. Lochlering. I will attend the cocktail party, but only the cocktail party. If there are other social events, I can't accompany you." Xia hesitated and agreed. "Okay, I will reply to Mr. Lochlering." Suli nodded, stood up, and went back to the room to call Lochlering. Back in the room, Suli thought about her own words and dialed Lochlering's phone. In many cases, this kind of communication could only be done by the agent. Most celebrities were proud and would not easily bow their heads, especially international superstars like Xia. However, many concert organizers and company people also had very deep backgrounds. The coordination between the two could only rely on the agent. Therefore, Suli's conversation with Lochlering naturally could not be as tough as Xia's. She had to find a suitable reason to persuade Lochlering. "Mr. Lochlering? I am Miss Xia's agent, Suli," said Suli. "Hello, Miss Suli." Lochlering said enthusiastically, "What is Miss Xia's opinion?" Miss Xu said that she just came here. She has not recovered from the jet lag, and she is a little tired. Suli first said the objective reason, and then said, "However, since it is Mr. Lochlering's invitation, Miss Xu said that she will naturally give you face. She will attend." "Oh? That's great." Lochlering suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard Suli say that before, he thought that things were hopeless. He was worried that he couldn't explain it to Patriarch Old Buffon and Mayor Mark Vader. Now that Xia agreed, it was easy to handle. "Miss Xu really gives me face. Miss Suli, then tomorrow night, I will send a car to pick you up." "Okay, but there is one thing I have to say in advance. Miss Xu is just attending the banquet. She will not attend other activities. Can you understand what I mean?" Suli hinted, "Miss Xia is not short of money. Her family is also very powerful." "I understand this." How could Lochlering not understand Suli's meaning? He quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry. She is just attending the banquet." "Okay, then I am relieved. If there is nothing else, let's leave it at that," asked Suli. "Wait a minute, Miss Su. I still have some things to tell you." Lochlering hesitated and said, "These VIPs are very powerful. One of them is the guest of Mr. Buffon, the patriarch of the Buffon family, one of the most powerful families in Europe. The other one is the young master of the city's mayor, Mark Vader, and the young master of the lieutenant governor. They are all very powerful people, so I hope you can tell Miss Xu that she can take care of the overall situation tomorrow." Ah. Suli did not expect that these young masters actually had such a background. This was what she did not expect before. She thought that she could just deal with it, but these people were not easy to deal with. Of course, she did not realize how powerful the identity of Miss Alice's guest was, so she did not mention this to Suli, which made Suli a little worried. After all, these people had great power in the local area. Even if Xia was very powerful in Hong Kong, she could not do it here. After Suli told Xia the identity of these people, Xia was also very worried. After all, these people were not easy to deal with. It was enough to give Xia a headache, but she had already promised. If she backed out now, it would not be good. It couldn't be helped. Although she was unwilling, Xia still had to bite the bullet and attend this banquet. Xia was really tired. Sometimes, she really wanted to quit the music industry and live a carefree life with Yang Ming, but she could only think about it. If she really did this, then not only would it hurt the hearts of hundreds of millions of fans, but it might not be a good thing for Yang Ming. Yang Ming was in the stage of career development, and Xianxia did not want to give him too much pressure. Now, both of them were still young. If they wanted to enjoy life, there would be opportunities in the future. Therefore, Xianxia still wanted to work hard for a few years. When Yang Ming really had a successful career, she would give up everything now. Master, the general manager of the Grand Theater here will hold a small banquet tomorrow. Miss Xianxia will attend. I have already informed her. Master, you should also attend. Old Buffon said flatteringly. Ah? Yang Ming did not expect old Buffon to arrange this. Yang Ming's original intention was not to meet Xianxia directly, but he thought that old Buffon was also kind, so it was not good to say anything, so he nodded and said, well, then we will attend together tomorrow. That's great. Old Buffon said, then I will arrange the car, and then ask someone to order some evening gowns and send them over. You don't have to do that. I will wear this. Yang Ming looked at his casual outfit and said, it's not a formal occasion. It's just a small party. Isn't it the same what I wear? That's true. Old Buffon naturally listened to whatever Yang Ming said. Getting clothes for Yang Ming was completely out of respect, not out of consideration for Lochlering's face. Asking Yang Ming to give face to others? They were not worthy. Old Buffon naturally thought so in his heart. At 4 o'clock the next night, old Buffon invited Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to the extended Bentley. Old Buffon personally drove, and the three of them drove to the place where the banquet was held. Old Buffon knew that Yang Ming did not like to emphasize on ostentation, so he did not bring too many attendants. He did not even bring a driver. Only the three of them were very low-key. Who else is attending this banquet? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming was not a good person. Naturally, he knew that the purpose of this banquet could not be as simple as welcoming Xianxia. Since he could attend, there would definitely be other dignitaries attending. Therefore, Yang Ming needed to figure out who was at the banquet to prevent some people from harboring ill intentions towards Xianxia. I haven't investigated this. Why, master? Is there anyone you don't want to see? Asked old Buffon quickly. That's not it. I want to see what other dignitaries are at this banquet, said Yang Ming. Oh, who cares who he is? Master, you can rest assured. As long as it is someone you like, I will see who dares to make a move. Old Buffon said confidently. Yang Ming nodded. He believed in old Buffon's words. From the situation in the past few days, it could be seen how terrifying old Buffon's local influence was. Although old Buffon was respectful to him like a child, this was only in front of him. Yang Ming could naturally imagine how majestic he was in front of others. With your words, I am relieved. Yang Ming knew that old Buffon was also giving him a guarantee. In other words, in this world, no matter how big a problem Yang Ming caused, old Buffon could settle it. Moreover, old Buffon was also very willing to do something for Yang Ming. After all, he was Yang Ming's apprentice. He had to learn kung fu from Yang Ming. If he didn't often pay some tuition fees, he wouldn't feel at ease in his heart. This was a small private clubhouse. Its appearance looked very ordinary. It had a simple wall, a simple yard, and a simple door. It was just like an ordinary house without any noble luxury. But when the car drove in and came to the underground parking lot, it could be seen how luxurious it was. Inside the parking lot, there were some exquisite wall carvings and inlaid stones. Moreover, the cars parked here were also some world-famous cars. They were all brands and models that Yang Ming rarely saw. Most of them were limited edition and collector's editions. From this, it could be seen that the identity of the people who came to this clubhouse was not ordinary. Otherwise, ordinary people couldn't afford such a car. Even if they could afford it, it was impossible to get this kind of limited edition car without a certain identity and status. When Yang Ming and old Buffon got out of the car, a middle-aged man with a beer belly ran over quickly. Hello, Patriarch Buffon. I didn't expect you to come in person. My guest's identity is not ordinary. I have to follow him at all times and listen to his instructions. Old Buffon nodded and said very calmly. In front of outsiders, Yang Ming didn't let old Buffon call him master. After all, it was a bit weird. Although old Buffon felt that it was a bit impolite, he would definitely do what Yang Ming told him. Ah. Lochering was shocked. Just now, his attention was completely focused on old Buffon. He did not pay attention to the young man and woman next to old Buffon. After listening to old Buffon's words, Lochering quickly reached out in front of Yang Ming. "Hello, sir, beautiful lady. Welcome to the private cocktail party hosted by me. I am Lochering, the general manager of the XY Opera House." "Hello, Mr. Lochering." Yang Ming reached out and shook Lochlering's hand gently before releasing it. Lochering also felt Yang Ming's contempt, and from the fact that Yang Ming didn't introduce himself at all, Yang Ming didn't seem to put him in his eyes at all. However, Lochering did not have the slightest displeasure. Instead, he felt that it was quite normal. Since old Buffon said that sentence, Lochering could not guess the identity of Yang Ming. How many people in this world could let old Buffon be a follower? In Europe, there were very few people who could be on an equal footing with patriarch old Buffon, let alone people with a higher status than old Buffon. Even if the identity of patriarch old Buffon was more honorable, such as the country's prime minister or a member of the royal family, patriarch old Buffon would at most be respectful to them. It was impossible to follow around like a follower. However, what Lochering couldn't figure out was that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were obviously Oriental people. Such people should have no intersection with patriarch old Buffon. Moreover, the two were so young. What kind of identity did they have to make patriarch old Buffon like this? However, Lochering also knew that if old Buffon respected such a person, then he had to respect even more. Otherwise, they could kill him no matter what, so Lochlering's face always had a flattering smile. Originally, Lochering wanted to introduce that the lieutenant governor's young master and the city's mayor's young master were in today's banquet. However, he thought that with patriarch old Buffon's identity, never mind the governor's and the mayor's young masters, even if the governor and the mayor were here, patriarch old Buffon might not be able to put them in his eyes, let alone the two mysterious friends around patriarch old Buffon. They even treated patriarch old Buffon as a follower. How could they pay attention to those small fries? Therefore, Lochering was afraid that he would ask for a rebuff, so he stopped talking and did not introduce the guests inside. "Has Miss Xia arrived?" Yang Ming glanced at Lochering and asked. "Not yet, but she will be here soon," Lochering said quickly. However, for Yang Ming, Lochering still had some headaches. Miss Xia was a guest invited by the Alice, so this identity was already quite honorable. But for old Buffon, Miss Alice was just his junior. This name could not scare him. Now, patriarch old Buffon was respectful too. Yang Ming, so Yang Ming should be even less interested in Miss Alice, so Lochering had no idea what would happen in a while. It was easy to deal with the young masters of Mayor Mark Vader and the lieutenant governor. If they had any bad intentions, just a warning would be enough. But for Yang Ming, he really did not dare to say anything. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and old Buffon followed Lochering into the inner hall of the clubhouse. It was an ordinary clubhouse outside, but it was a different world inside. Yang Ming casually found a corner and sat down, while Wang Xiaoyan and old Buffon followed and sat next to Yang Ming. The banquet had not started yet. Lochering still had a lot of things to do, but it was not good to leave, so he stood awkwardly. Yang Ming saw Lochlering's awkwardness, so he said, "Mr. Lochering, if you have anything to do, you can do it first. I prefer to be quiet." Okay, then I will go first. If you need anything, just call me." Lochering smiled gratefully. Yang Ming gave him a way out so that he could leave here, which made him very happy. Although it was inconvenient to bring Wang Xiaoyan to see Xia, Xia would know about this sooner or later. Xia knew that Yang Ming had other girlfriends. She did not make any extreme reaction, but accepted it calmly. So Yang Ming dared to attend this occasion with Wang Xiaoyan. "Malajben, is the car ready for you?" asked Savon Geese. "I am ready. I am driving the Mercedes-Benz RV." Malajben said with some hesitation, "But, is it okay to take Xia away here? You know, this is Lochlering's territory. He is a member of parliament. Even my father has to give in to him." Malajben remembered what his father said before. After all, Lochlering's identity and status were there. If he really messed around, it was hard to guarantee that Lochlearing would not stop him. What are you afraid of? He is just a small member of parliament. Savon-Geese said disdainfully, my father is the deputy governor. Does Lochlearing dare not to give face? He won't offend me because of a small foreign star, right? That's true. Thinking of Savon-Geese's identity, Malajben's courage grew. The car is parked in the parking lot downstairs. I have already gotten a bed in the back according to your instructions. Good job. Savon-Geese nodded and said, how is the soundproofing performance of the car? Don't worry. It's very good. You won't be able to hear karaoke inside. Malajben said, Savon-Geese, who do you think will take the lead in a while? What do you mean? Who takes the lead? Savon-Geese did not quite understand Malajben's meaning. That is, who goes first? Malajben explained. Is it not the same who goes first? Why don't we play together? Savon-Geese said with a lewd smile. Of course, it's different. Didn't you see the reports on the internet? It is said that Xianxia is still a virgin. There has never been a scandal. Malajben whispered. Virgin? Is it true? Isn't it just hype? Savon-Geese obviously didn't believe it. Now these little stars, many of them lie for hype. Isn't it just for hype? The Hollywood movie star that we played last time, didn't she declare that she was a virgin? D***mn, it's almost ruined. I'm afraid that I will get sick. Savon-Geese, this Xianxia is really different. Her family is very powerful in Hong Kong. She doesn't need to rely on these things to gain fame. Malajben said with a knowing look, I have done a detailed investigation and bribed several entertainment media reporters. They have not gotten any news of Xianxia and a man together. That is to say, Xianxia is likely not to have even been in a relationship. Oh? That's interesting. Savon-Geese's eyes suddenly lit up. Is your news true? If that was the case, that would be awesome. To be honest, I haven't played with a virgin star yet. Malajben snorted in his heart. He secretly thought, who isn't? But he also knew that he probably wouldn't be able to take the lead. It must be Savon-Geese. Although he was not very happy, he had to make a normal expression on his face. Definitely. Let's check it in a while. It must be checked. Savon-Geese nodded and said, then I won't be polite. I'll go first. Right, Malajben, you won't fight with me, right? Of course not. Malajben smiled against his heart. For this kind of good thing, of course, Savon-Geese, you go first. Hey, do you think I don't know your thoughts? Savon-Geese pretended to be obedient. You are afraid that something will happen, so you let me take the thunder in front, right? Not at all, not at all. Malajben scolded in his heart. So hypocritical. Is this still a big deal? Do I need you to take the thunder? But I can't say anything. My father is just a mayor, and his father is the lieutenant governor. Moreover, the most important thing is that Savon-Geese has a large trading company. He has a lot of channels in his hands. Only by having a good relationship with him can he make his company bigger. Then, he can hold his head high in front of his father and sister, so Malajben had to continue to flatter Savon-Geese at this moment. Do you think I don't know about your little tricks? Savon-Geese snorted disdainfully, but he was also happy in his heart. This time, he made a lot of money. He felt cool just thinking about it. Right, Savon-Geese, how do we do it in a while? It is not easy to get her into the car in public, said Malajben. Isn't this simple? While she is in the bathroom, let's follow her, said Savon-Geese. This is a good idea. Malajben nodded and said, very good, then let's do this. Hee, it seems that I didn't come in vain today. It's very good. Savon-Geese said with some pride, Malajben, you did a good job this time. Don't worry. I will give you the greatest help in the company. That's great. Malajben was overjoyed when he heard it. This was the result he wanted most. Everything else was fleeting. Only money was serious. With money, what could he not have? Why care about a woman? Thinking of this, Malajben immediately became happy. With the guarantee of Savon Geese, he was willing to let him go first. In fact, Savon Geese was not stupid. How could he not see Malajben's displeasure just now, so he was relieved and gave some care to Malajben about the trading company. "And, you can rest assured. I won't treat you badly," said Savon Geese. "Who are the people here?" Yang Ming glanced at the people in the banquet hall and asked Old Buffon. "I don't know. Maybe they are some powerful young masters." Old Buffon looked at some young people in the banquet hall and said. With Old Buffon's identity, it was naturally impossible to know these powerful young masters. Old Buffon would not put their elders in his eyes, let alone talk about these people. Therefore, Old Buffon simply did not look at these people. In his eyes, there was only Yang Ming. Only by serving Yang Ming well, this was his intention. Yang Ming nodded and said with some sarcasm, "These people are probably coming for Xianxia, right?" Old Buffon listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but laugh. He thought, "Aren't you also coming for Miss Xianxia?" However, in Old Buffon's view, it was normal for Yang Ming to have ideas about Xianxia, but it was not okay for others to do so, so he said, "Do you need to find someone to drive them out?" "That's not necessary." Yang Ming shook his head and said faintly. In fact, Yang Ming was not the kind of person who bullied others. He would not be so overbearing as to clear out all the other people in that place. Yang Ming's main purpose was that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them. Therefore, in many cases, Yang Ming would not take the initiative to provoke anyone. However, if someone really provoked Yang Ming would never be soft-hearted. Previous experience and lessons told Yang Ming that he could not be soft-hearted to the enemy. If he could eliminate the root of the problem, he must not leave it behind. Old Buffon nodded. Since Yang Ming said that he did not need to drive these people away, he would not be nosy. He sat quietly, like an old butler. If those celebrities in Europe saw this scene now, they would be so shocked that their mouths would be wide open. How could Old Buffon become someone else's follower and butler? However, in the distance, although Lochlering was busy with the things at hand, his eyes drifted to Yang Ming's table from time to time. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Finally, after Lochlering arranged everything that should be paid attention to, he came to Yang Ming's table again. "Hello, Patriarch Buffon, and two distinguished guests. After introducing Miss Xianxia, I will introduce a few guests present. Can I introduce you? Mr. Yang, what do you think?" Old Buffon turned his head to Yang Ming, which further confirmed the thoughts in Lochlering's heart. Yang Ming and others were not ordinary people. The uniqueness of their identities was probably unimaginable. "Forget it. I don't like these things." Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Lochlering. "Patriarch Buffon, what about you?" Lochlering nodded and asked Patriarch Old Buffon. "Mr. Yang has already said that he doesn't like these things. Why should I, as a follower, join in the fun?" Old Buffon glared and said angrily. He was annoyed that Lochlering was so unobservant. Lochlering was shocked and quickly said with a smile, sorry, then I won't bother you." After that, he quickly left. Lochlering turned to Savon Geese and Malajben and said, "Two young masters, hello." "Uncle Lochlering, hello." Savon Geese and Malajben smiled and greeted Lochlering. Although their father had a higher status than Lochlering, after all, it was the identity of their father. It was not theirs, so they still had to respect Lochlering on the surface. No matter what, he was the host of the party and the city's councillor. "After I introduce Miss Xianxia, I will introduce a few special guests of the party. You see, how about I introduce you too?" Lochlering was not so polite to these two. After all, they were just two juniors. "Okay, that's great." Malajben agreed without thinking. "What do you say, Savon Geese?" "And I was worried that there was no way to be in the limelight. This is a good opportunity." Savon Geese nodded. If he could hook Xianxia in a normal way, he was still very willing. After all, the pleasure of rape was far less than that of flattery. So Savon Geese said, "Then, I will trouble Uncle Lochlering to introduce us properly." "No problem." Lochlering nodded. This was easy for him, and it did not violate any principles, so Lochlering readily agreed. "Don't worry. I promise to let you two earn enough face in front of the beauty." Hee hee, thank you, Uncle Lochlearing. Malajban also said with a smile. Lochlearing nodded and turned to leave. He went to register other guests, but these were not important people. Lochlearing simply recorded them, and he didn't pay much attention to them. After all this, Lochlearing returned to the backstage. At this time, Xianxia had already arrived and was putting on makeup in the backstage. Xianxia's agent, Suli, was negotiating with the staff about the process of the banquet. Hello, Miss Xianxia. Lochlearing politely walked to Xianxia, but because Xianxia was being put on makeup by the makeup artist, she could not shake hands with him, so he bowed politely. Hello, Mr. Lochlearing. Xianxia nodded to Lochlearing. It will take about 20 minutes, and my hair will be done. Okay, then I will get ready here. After 20 minutes, the banquet will officially begin, said Lochlearing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the private banquet hosted by me, Lochlearing. First of all, let's welcome our special guest star, Miss Xianxia. After Lochlearing elegantly made a gesture of invitation, the lights in the venue suddenly focused behind Lochlearing. Xianxia wore a white evening dress and walked toward Lochlearing like an angel. There was a burst of applause and cheers in the venue. However, there were also witnesses with bad intentions. They looked at Xianxia lecherously. Savon Guy smacked his lips and said somewhat impatiently, it turns out that the real person is much more beautiful than the poster. She is simply an elf who has fallen into the mortal world. She is so beautiful. Yeah, if I can have sex with her, it's fine even if I die. Malajban's breathing also became a little faster. Of course, the wretched dialogue of these two people did not affect anything. The atmosphere in the venue was still very warm and positive. Yang Ming sat quietly in the corner, admiring Xianxia, his first love in childhood. Before Xianxia went to Macau, she left a gift for Yang Ming. However, because Yang Ming was in a hurry to go to Macau to find Xianxia, he never opened it. Later, after returning to Songjiang from Macau, Yang Ming put Xianxia's gift in his home because of many things. He had not taken the time to go back, so until now, he still didn't know what Xianxia gave him. Now that he saw Xianxia, Yang Ming suddenly remembered the gift. It seemed that after he returned to China, he should go home. Even if it wasn't because of Xianxia's gift, he had to go back to see his parents. Ever since he established his own business and bought a house outside, Yang Ming rarely returned to his parents' home. Although his parents' jobs were getting better and better, it couldn't replace the happiness of a family. Yang Ming decided to spend more time with his parents after he returned. After all, his parents were not young anymore. Thinking back to his high school days, it felt like a lifetime had passed. After more than a year, Yang Ming felt that he had really grown up. He was no longer as immature and hesitant as he was a year ago. Instead, it was replaced by shrewdness and decisiveness. Whether it was feelings or resentment, it was all the same. Yang Ming felt that if he went back to a year ago, he would definitely take down Zhaoying on that moonlit night, instead of delaying and waiting until now with no result. It was the same for Wang Jitao. Not to mention that he framed Yang Ming and almost went to jail. Just the things he did to Zhou Jiejia were enough for Yang Ming to kill him. However, the potential enemy had always made Yang Ming feel a little uneasy. Who was the behind-the-scenes boss? This person seems to be very familiar with me, but the target doesn't seem to be me. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan next to him, Yang Ming was very confused. Several times, the boss actions were targeted at Wang Xiaoyan. After his own analysis and summary, the boss who targeted him and the boss who targeted Wang Xiaoyan should be the same person. However, in this way, Yang Ming was even more confused. He didn't know what the ultimate goal of the boss was. However, no matter what his ultimate goal was, if Yang Ming found him one day, he would not hesitate to kill him. However, Yang Ming thought so at the time. Some time later, when Yang Ming really met the behind-the-scenes boss, there was only shock left. Xianxia walked gracefully to Lochlearing's side and smiled slightly to the people present. Hello, everyone. I am very happy to make friends in a foreign country. I wish everyone a happy evening. Although Xianxia smiled and spoke generously, Yang Ming saw a trace of helplessness and perfunctory attitude from her eyes. Suddenly, he felt sad. Yang Ming really wanted to rush up immediately, take Xianxia away from here, and go home together. However, Yang Ming's reason was better than impulse. He also knew that doing this was not good for Xianxia at present. He was destroying Xianxia's career. In fact, girls who had a little opinion of their own were not willing to be a vase at home for the rest of their lives. Yang Ming also understood this very well, so he never interfered with their careers. Instead, he let them go and let them fight for their own world so that they would have no regrets in life. Xianxia became a big star because she liked to sing. She liked to sing and wanted to bring her most beautiful voice to everyone. At this point, Yang Ming had already felt it when he was in junior high school. Xianxia was completely born for art. She was a natural singer. Next, please allow me to introduce a few special guests in the venue. After introducing Xianxia, Locklearing began to introduce other people. Let's welcome our guest, the president of XY Company, the young master of the lieutenant governor, Mr. Savon Geese. When Savon Geese heard Locklearing calling his name, he walked over happily. He pretended to wave to the people present as he walked, but the main purpose of doing so was to attract Xianxia's attention. Many people present cheered, especially those single ladies. Naturally, they paid special attention to single aristocrats like Savon Geese. However, Xianxia always stood aside with a shallow smile. She did not pay too much attention to Savon Geese. This made Savon Geese very depressed, and he secretly swore in his heart. I must get this little girl into the car and let her pay the price of looking down on me. Next, I want to introduce the young master of the city's mayor, Mr. Malajben. Please invite Mr. Malajben to the stage. After Locklearing introduced Savon Geese, it was naturally the city's young master's turn. For the second person to introduce himself, Malajben had no complaints at all. Who made Savon Geese's father not only stronger than his father, but his own company was also bigger than his own small company? From the fact that Locklearing did not introduce his company, it could be seen how small Malajben's company was. It would only be shameful to say it out loud. However, the name of the mayor's young master was enough to attract attention. Malajben was also very proud to walk to Savon Geese's side and threw a wink at Xianxia on the side. Locklearing looked at Malajben's coquettish appearance and sighed helplessly, but he couldn't say anything. The banquet officially began. Although most of the people here were fans of Xianxia, only those who dared to approach Xianxia were the descendants of the powerful. Savon Geese and Malajben were the two most enthusiastic people. Miss Xianxia, welcome to our place. As the host here, I warmly welcome your arrival. Savon Geese said to Xianxia shamelessly as if he was the lieutenant governor. Xianxia was very disgusted with this kind of rich and powerful children. Their arrogant and conceited faces made Xianxia very annoyed. But sometimes she had to face it. After all, this was not Hong Kong, not the territory of the family. Sometimes when she thought about it, the concert held in Songjiang was the most successful. No one dared to harass her. It was probably because of the presence of Yang Ming, the underworld boss, that such a scene would appear. Hello, Mr. Savon Geese. Xianxia politely greeted Savon Geese. Miss Xianxia, would you like to dance with me? Savon Geese did not say more than a few words, and he showed his original lustful face. Xianxia suddenly frowned. When she saw Savon Geese's appearance, she knew that he was not simply looking for her to dance. He definitely wanted to take advantage of her, so how could Xianxia give him this opportunity? I'm sorry, Mr. Savon Geese. I just arrived in Europe for 2 days. I haven't gotten over the jet lag yet. Now I'm still very sore. I can't walk around at will. Xianxia smiled slightly and said apologetically. Savon Geese listened to Xianxia's words and suddenly felt that he had no face. Never mind this city, even in the entire state, there were very few people who did not give him face. So after Savon Geese was rejected, his face suddenly became a little ugly. However, because this was a public place, and it was Locklearing's territory, Savon Geese did not get angry on the spot. However, Savon Geese did not get angry, but Malajben was unwilling. This prince was the local tyrant. Seeing that Xianxia did not give him face, he was immediately unhappy. Miss Xianxia, have you thought about it? This is not Hong Kong. You don't even give face to Savon Geese? This was already a blatant threat. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed after hearing it. Indeed, if she offended these people, her career here would become difficult. However, Xianxia would never do it for the sake of her career and even sacrifice her body to please these people. Seeing that Xianxia did not mean to compromise, but she was in a deadlock with Malajben, Savon quickly mediated. He was also afraid that it would have a bad influence in public, so he winked at Malajben and said, "Forget it. Since Miss Xianxia does not give face, then let's not embarrass her." When Malajben saw Savon say this, he had to snort coldly. He closed his mouth bitterly and turned to leave with Savon "Savon, why didn't you ask me to vent your anger for you? Could it be that in my dad's territory, we are still afraid of anyone?" Malajben said disdainfully. "Indeed, we are not afraid of anything, but this is a public place after all. We also have to pay attention to some of the influence. Otherwise, if we are caught, it will not be good." Savon said, "As for getting Xianxia, that chick, into the car, isn't it up to us? At that time, we can do whatever we want. Then, she can't sue us afterward, right?" Although Malajben was not afraid of anything, he was not a brainless person. After all, Xianxia was an international celebrity, not an ordinary person. "Sue? Sue my ass." Savon said disdainfully, "What is Xianxia's identity? An international celebrity, a pure and innocent girl. If this matter is blown up, it will only affect her career. Does she dare to make it public?" "That's right." Malajben nodded after listening and said, "Then we will get in the car and kill her in a while. She dares not to give you face. This will let her know what the consequences are." "Hee, that's for sure." Savon also nodded very lasciviously. "Is everything ready?" "What is it?" Malajben was stunned. "Knockout drug, idiot." Savon glanced at Malajben and asked him to lower his voice. "Don't be so loud. Do you want others to hear it?" "Sorry, haha, knockout drug. Of course, it is ready. It is in my pocket. When do you want to use it?" "Just give me an order," said Malajben. "In a while, just act according to my signal," said Savon The behavior of the two people harassing Xianxia naturally fell into the eyes of Yang Ming. Yang Ming quietly watched what the two people did. If they were slightly disrespectful, Yang Ming would definitely make a move. But fortunately, the two people just said a few words and left, so Yang Ming held back and did not move. Why are these two people so annoying? Wang Xiaoyan also saw the behavior of Malajben and Savon harassing Xianxia. Suddenly, she was disgusted. "Yang Ming, do you want me to find a chance to kill them?" After Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words, he suddenly sweated. An assassin is an assassin. Little girl Wang Xiaoyan's character is really tough. Fortunately, I am better than her in Kung Fu. Otherwise, I would have become a ghost under her knife. Not first. Let's wait and see. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled at Wang Xiaoyan. Don't kill people for no reason. Although it doesn't matter whether these two people are dead or not, it is not good for a girl to always talk about fighting and killing. Oh, then I won't say it in the future. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, just kill them directly. Wang Xiaoyan deliberately pretended not to understand Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded, but he had no way to deal with Wang Xiaoyan. Old Buffon also broke into a sweat as he listened. He thought, sure enough, she is the master's wife. She is indeed extraordinary. She can kill a person so quickly as if she is crushing an ant. However, that also proves that she has this strength. If people without strength want to kill others, they have to worry about whether they can be killed by others or not. For the consequences of Wang Xiaoyan killing Malajben and Savon old Buffon did not consider it. In his position, there was no need to consider these things. No matter how big the matter was, as long as it happened in Europe, old Buffon's family had a way to solve it. It didn't take long for the banquet to begin. The exquisite dishes were served one by the well-dressed chefs, and the waiters began to shuttle through the entire banquet venue. "Sir, madam, what would you like to drink?" A waiter walked to Yang Ming and others and asked politely. "Juice," Yang Ming said casually. "He came here just to see Xianxia, that's all. He didn't come here to drink." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." After the waiter finished speaking, he went to prepare. At this time, Malajben and Savon each holding a wine glass, walked to Xianxia again. Miss Xianxia, it was my fault just now. I would like to toast you. Please forgive my previous rashness. Malajben came in front of Xianxia and said very politely, changing his previous ugly face. Xianxia was stunned. She did not expect Malajben's attitude to take a 180-degree turn. She looked at Malajben with some amazement. Sorry, I can't drink. Can I use juice instead? Looking at the wine glass raised by Malajben, Xianxia said. Red wine is actually similar to juice. Xianxia said on the side. Of course, he would not let Xianxia drink juice because he had put the drug in the red wine. If Xianxia drank the juice, then wouldn't his efforts be in vain? As he spoke, he did not wait for Xianxia to refuse. He picked up an empty glass beside Xianxia and personally filled a glass of red wine for Xianxia. He handed it over and said, Miss Xianxia, we sincerely apologize to you. Then, okay. Xianxia had no choice but to take the wine glass. After all, the red wine was a low-alcohol wine. She could still accept it. Well, Miss Xianxia is really a straightforward person. Then, I will drink first. Malajben drank the wine in his hand into his stomach and said, You Easterners like to drink in one breath like this. At this point, Xianxia had to drink. She had to pick up the wine glass and drink the red wine in the glass. Good. Malajben immediately cheered excitedly. Of course, most of the components in this were because Xianxia drank the drug. Yang Ming's eyes never left Xianxia. He naturally noticed that Malajben and Xianxia appeared in front of Xianxia again, but seeing that both of them were well behaved, he did not care much. How could he think that the two of them still had a conspiracy? After Xianxia finished drinking, she saw that Xianxia and Malajben still had not left, so she asked curiously, Is there anything else? Malajben and Xianxia were waiting for the drug to work. How could they leave Xianxia's side? If Xianxia fainted in the hall and was sent to the hospital by others, they would have no chance. Therefore, Xianxia and Malajben were unwilling to leave in front of Xianxia. Nothing. We just want to chat with Miss Xianxia and get to know each other more. Xianxia smiled. After Xianxia heard it, she frowned again. In her opinion, these two people probably took the opportunity to change the way to get close to her. Since the hard approach didn't work before, they used a soft approach. I'm a little tired. I want to rest alone. If you two have other things, then go ahead. Xianxia said faintly. Her words already had a hint of eviction. However, Malajben didn't know it. He sat on the chair next to Xianxia and said with a smile, It's okay. Anyway, we are also idle. Let's accompany Miss Xianxia to rest. Xianxia listened to Malajben's words and secretly thought, This kid still knows how to talk, so he also sat on the other side of Xianxia. The two of them sandwiched Xianxia in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. Xianxia was secretly disgusted, but she had to be perfunctory on the surface. Both of you are in the limelight. Many girls over there are looking forward to meeting you. Of course, Xianxia didn't say the second half of the sentence. That was, there are so many women waiting for you, so you don't bother me anymore. For the Orientals who only spoke half of the sentence, Xianxia and Malajben obviously couldn't understand the essence of it. Xianxia said, How can those mediocre women be compared with Miss Xianxia? Xianxia was a little helpless. She didn't know if this person really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. The actions of Malajben and Xianxia naturally fell into the eyes of Yang Ming. He thought that these two people were sincerely apologizing, but he didn't think that they still had impure intentions. A leopard can't change its spots. What Yang Ming saw, Wang Xiaoyan naturally saw it too. She couldn't help but curse, Yang Ming, why don't I kill them? Anyway, no one will know. Yang Ming was a little speechless. I just said not to fight and kill in the future, and then I changed it to kill. What is the difference between this and fighting and killing? Seeing old Buffon, who was snickering, Yang Ming couldn't help but point at him. Wang Xiaoyan immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming was saying that there was a third party present. How could no one know? Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan's gaze followed Yang Ming and drifted to old Buffon. Old Buffon was shocked at once. He broke out in a cold sweat and said quickly, I didn't hear anything, and I don't know anything. This mistress was much more valiant than master. How could old Buffon dare to offend her? When Yang Ming saw old Buffon like this, he couldn't help but find it funny. He comforted, "Old Buffon, you don't have to be like this. You are my apprentice, so you are considered one of us. Yan Yan won't kill you to silence you." That's right, that's right. Old Buffon breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If it weren't for my kung fu being too inferior, I would have volunteered to help Master's wife deal with those two bastards." As Yang Ming was talking, he suddenly saw Malajben's hand become a little dishonest. He wanted to hug Xia's waist from behind. Yang Ming was suddenly anxious. He didn't wait to say anything to Wang Xiaoyan. He quickly stood up and walked in the direction of Xia. "Miss Xu, hello. I have admired you for a long time. I don't know if I can do you the honor of dancing with me?" Although Yang Ming's clothes were extremely ordinary, his movements were very elegant. Xia was feeling uncomfortable and at a loss. Suddenly, she heard a very familiar voice in her ear. She was stunned and looked up, but she found that Yang Ming was looking at her with a smile. Xia was dumbfounded at the time. She couldn't believe her eyes. How can I meet Yang Ming here? In this foreign country, Xia could meet the person she missed day and night. This made it difficult for her to accept for a while. She even thought that she was in a trance, and she had a feeling of hallucination and auditory hallucination. Xia shook her head and felt that the pressure of her work during this time was really too great. She had hallucinations. Although she missed Yang Ming, this kind of trance was not a good phenomenon. It was the precursor of mental weakness. Therefore, Xia didn't think that Yang Ming appeared in front of her, but she thought that she really missed Yang Ming. Moreover, at this time, if Yang Ming could be around, he would definitely help her out. That was why such a situation happened. "Who are you?" Malajben was about to successfully hug Xia's waist, but he was interrupted by Yang Ming. He suddenly became furious. He stood up suddenly and no longer cared about his demeanor. He pointed at Yang Ming's nose and roared, "Do you know who I am? You actually dare to ruin my good deed? Who the hell are you?" Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Malajben. When he saw Malajben yelling at him, his face immediately sank. "This is the young master of the city's mayor, Mark Vader Malajben." At this time, a follower brought by Malajben immediately rushed up. This was the opportunity for him to show his skills. He was worried that there was no chance to appear. After this minor character said this line, he looked at Yang Ming proudly with a smug smile. Generally speaking, when he finished this sentence, no one dared to do it again. Although in the European political system, a city mayor couldn't cover the sky with one hand, people in the upper class knew that the mayor didn't represent a person, but a very powerful force. If each mayor, governor, and even president didn't have one or even a few strong supporters and big consortiums behind them, they couldn't get votes. Therefore, the name of the mayor's young master was still quite scary. After all, no one was willing to provoke such a powerful person. "Oh." Yang Ming glanced at Malajben and said faintly, "This motherf asterisk cur young master, I hate it when others point fingers in front of me. This is a public place, so I won't make you disabled, but I hope there won't be a next time." You. Although Malajben didn't know what motherf asterisk cur meant, it didn't sound good. Moreover, the most infuriating thing was that Yang Ming said what he wanted to say. If this wasn't a public place, he would have already asked his men to clean up Yang Ming. Would he still allow Yang Ming to point fingers in front of him? As a matter of fact, several of his men were good fighters in the underground boxing arena. One punch could probably beat this Oriental man in front of him into a meat patty. As I said, I don't want you to do anything to me. My patience is limited. Yang Ming glared fiercely at Malajben, hoping that he could stop. Otherwise, Yang Ming didn't mind making him unable to take care of himself here. Malajben was about to explode. He had not suffered this kind of humiliation in this city, so he was a little anxious. Regardless of the public place, he waved his hand and ordered his men to take Yang Ming out to fix him. Xianxia saw that something was going to happen, so he quickly stopped Malajben and coughed. He meant that we have more important plans. Don't create more problems. Malajben also realized this. He frowned and endured this resentment. He snorted, "If it weren't for Xianxia, I would never let you go easily today." Okay, now you hurry up and get out. Yang Ming glanced at Savon Geese coldly, and then said, and you, that stupid plague chicken death, I am very unhappy with you. I hope you will pay attention to me. I don't want to kill people, but I don't mind killing you. Savon Geese's face suddenly changed. Just now, it was Malajben who was insulted and threatened by Yang Ming. It was nothing for him, but now it was different. Now it was his turn, so he couldn't sit still. However, when he thought that there was still something important to do, he had to endure it. Miss Xu, will you not give me this face? Yang Ming smiled and once again extended his hand to Xianxia, who was sitting there stupidly. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Until Yang Ming warned Malajben and Savon Geese, Xianxia realized that the person in front of her was really Yang Ming. Yang Ming really appeared here. Xianxia felt that every time she encountered difficulties, Yang Ming would suddenly appear, just like the last time on the Alice. This time, it was the same. This made Xianxia feel a little sweet in her heart. She felt that she and Yang Ming had telepathy. She happily extended her hand and shook Yang Ming's hand. Her mouth moved. She wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming didn't want to create any trouble for Xianxia. Although there were no reporters here, it was better to be careful. He hooked Xianxia's palm with his finger, and Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. She naturally understood the meaning of Yang Ming. The two looked at each other, and everything was understood without words. Xianxia stood up and walked to the dance floor with Yang Ming. The people on the dance floor suddenly became restless. Xianxia was originally the highlight of the entire banquet, but because Malajben and Savon Geese were beside Xianxia, other people had no chance to get close to Xianxia even if they wanted to. Now, seeing that Xianxia was actually dancing with an Oriental man that they had never seen before, they were a little surprised. However, most of these people looked at Yang Ming with envious eyes. After all, their status was not as prominent as Malajben, so they knew that they were not qualified to get close to Xianxia. However, Malajben and Savon Geese were extremely upset. Savon Geese had invited Xianxia to dance before, but Xianxia refused with the excuse of being tired. But now, she accompanied another man to the dance floor. This was what he could not tolerate. Moreover, he gave Xianxia red wine with a drug. Seeing that the drug was about to take effect, Yang Ming ruined his good deed. How could he not be angry? However, Savon Geese was more mature than Malajben. He could not understand Yang Ming's background. In this city and even the entire state, he knew almost all the upper-class figures, but he had never seen Yang Ming. He did not know his identity and who invited him to this party. Therefore, although Savon Geese was angry, he did not make any extreme moves because of this reason. After all, although his father was the lieutenant governor, there was still the governor above. He was not as arrogant and brainless as Malajben. Otherwise, he could not make the company so big. He dared to touch Xianxia because he felt that Xianxia's background was not strong enough in his eyes. No matter how powerful he was in Hong Kong, it was only Hong Kong. Could he reach out to Europe? Obviously, it was impossible. But he did not know the identity of Yang Ming. Although he was not afraid of anything, when it came to his father's identity and status, he was not someone who could be easily bullied. Most people could not shake his father's position. It was just that Savon Geese felt that there was no need to make enemies with Yang Ming at the moment. After all, it was very unwise to make an enemy because of a woman. Now what Savon Geese was thinking about was how to let Xianxia leave Yang Ming's side. Otherwise, when the drug took effect and she was sent to the hospital by Yang Ming, their plan would be completely ruined. It would not be so easy to do it a second time. Savon Geese, I can't help it. Let me teach this kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Malajben couldn't help but say. Wait a minute. I have never seen this person before. I don't know what kind of person he is. It is not worth making an enemy for a woman. Savon Geese waved his hand and said, let's take a look first. Okay. Since Savon Geese had spoken, Malajben had to give up. Yang Ming, is it really you? Xianxia did not believe her eyes. Indeed, things came too suddenly, giving her an unreal feeling, as if she was in a dream. Of course, it is me. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Little yeah, in fact, I came here this time because I have something to do. Just like the last time I met you, I did not come through the normal way, so I just wanted to look at you silently and then leave. But I didn't expect that the mother and the silly chicken kept harassing you. I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I came over. Ah. Xia had already remembered what happened on the Alice last time. Yang Ming killed Dorsk. Did Yang Ming also come to kill this time? However, for these things, Yang Ming did not say anything, and Xia would not ask more. She just listened to Yang Ming's misinterpretation of the two people's names. She could not help but feel a little amused. She rebuked, "Don't just curse people." "What mother, it sounds so bad." "Hee, maybe I heard it wrong. I thought the names of these two people were quite unique." Yang Ming pinched Xia's palm and comforted her, "You don't have to think too much. In fact, it's nothing. Sometimes you don't have to work so hard. Just do what you like to do. If it's just to make money, our family's money is enough for several lifetimes." Yang Ming's words suddenly made Xia's face turn red, especially when Yang Ming said the word "our family," which made Xia ashamed. She shyly replied in a soft voice, "I understand. Next time, if there is such a situation again, what if I am not by your side? Don't you want me to worry?" Yang Ming sighed and said, "Then I will listen to you. In the future, I will develop the Asian market with peace of mind. There is father and your power over there. No one can do anything to me." Xia saw that Yang Ming cared about her so much. She felt warm in her heart and said, "It's not that I don't want you to develop the market here. If you really want to develop the market here, I can introduce you to someone. With him as your backer, I believe that no one in the whole of Europe will dare to have any ideas about you." Yang Ming also knew that restricting Xia's development was not the most fundamental solution. The most fundamental solution was to remove these troubles and let Xia gain a foothold here once and for all. No one dared to provoke her. "Anne? Do you know someone here?" Xia was stunned and asked. "I have accepted an apprentice. I will introduce him to you another day." Yang Ming smiled. "Okay." Xia suddenly leaned over and then let out an "ah." "What's wrong?" Yang Ming suddenly asked with some concern. "Nothing. Maybe I haven't recovered from the jet lag. I am a little confused. I will go to the bathroom to wipe my face and touch up my makeup." Xia whispered. "You are very beautiful even without makeup." Yang Ming smiled. "That won't do. I always need to put on some blush in public. Otherwise, when I am too pale when I take photos, it will be scary." Xia shook her head and explained. I don't understand these." "Then you go. Do you want me to accompany you?" Yang Ming didn't understand these professional knowledge, but Xia must have some reason to say so Yang Ming no longer insisted. "I am going to the women's bathroom." "How are you going to follow me?" Xia rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and smiled. "Well, you go and come back quickly. I will wait for you over there." As Yang Ming said this, he pointed to the position on old Buffon's side. Okay." Xia reluctantly let go of Yang Ming's hand and walked in the direction of the bathroom. Xia didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little dizzy. She was a little confused, so she wanted to go to the bathroom to breathe in the outside air and wash her face with cold water to wake herself up. After all, she had to deal with it anyway before she could go back to the hotel to rest. Xia walked quickly in the direction of the bathroom, and Malajben and Savon Geese obviously noticed Xia's move. Savon Geese was suddenly delighted. The drug worked. "It seems that Xia is going to the bathroom. Let's find a way to follow her and then take her to the car." Great. Malajben was also excited. The two sneaked out from the back door of the venue and then quickly ran in the direction of the bathroom. Yang Ming's gaze had always been on Xia, but because Xia went to the women's bathroom, Yang Ming had to take back his gaze. It was fine to look at Xia. After all, she would be his woman sooner or later, but it was not good to look at others. Yang Ming was not a voyeur. His heart was very normal. At this time, it was somewhat inappropriate to look again. "How was the exchange just now?" "Looking at your affectionate look, I am a little envious." Wang Xiaoyan glanced at Yang Ming and said. Really? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. I didn't pay attention at the time. It can't be like what Wang Xiaoyan said, right? If it is, it won't be good if outsiders see it. Hee, I'm lying to you. Wang Xiaoyan said, at most, it's just I flirting. Isn't that the same? Yang Ming was a little helpless. Old Buffon just noticed that there seemed to be a little ambiguity between Yang Ming and Xianxia, but after all, it was far away, and he couldn't see it clearly. Now that Wang Xiaoyan said so, he felt that it seemed to be true. He couldn't help but admire his master. Malajban and Savon Geese were entangled for a long time, and Miss Xianxia was not tempted. When his master came out, he just reached out his hand, and Miss Xianxia danced with his master. This is enough to show that his master's charm is infinite. Right, what are you going to do with the two bastards? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. You mean Ma La Dabai and Ji Fengdai? Yang Ming waved his hand. Let them be. This is a public place. If I meet them outside in the future, I will just teach them a lesson. Ma La Dabai? Ji Fengdai? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned, and then she laughed out of breath. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ming, you are really something. You can even think of this kind of homophone. Haha, is master an ordinary person? Old Buffon was proficient in Chinese culture, and naturally understood the meaning of Yang Ming's two sentences. He also laughed and echoed, these two names are too appropriate. Although Old Buffon was proficient in Chinese culture, he did not learn the essence of it, such as the culture of flattery. Now Old Buffon's flattery was a bit too obvious, making Yang Ming a little dumbfounded. By the way, where did Xianxia go? Why don't you bring her over to meet me? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that Yang Ming came back by himself, so she asked. Xianxia said that she was a little dizzy. Maybe it was jet lag, so she went to the bathroom to wash her face and get some fresh air. She will be back in a while. Yang Ming said. Okay, then let her come over later. Wang Xiaoyan nodded, and suddenly said with some surprise, huh? Where are those two fellows? Where did it go? Which two guys? Are you talking about Mama Lobby *TCH and Stupid Plague Chicken Death? Yang Ming was stunned and asked. I've been paying attention to the two of them. I felt that they were sneaking around, so I wanted to find a chance to teach them a lesson. I didn't pay attention to them, so how did they disappear? Wang Xiaoyan said. What? Disappeared? Yang Ming was shocked and stood up. Oh no, they may be waiting for an opportunity to make a move on Suya. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he quickly ran to the exit of the venue, and Wang Xiaoyan followed behind Yang Ming. Xianxia felt a little dizzy, so she came to the bathroom. She thought it would be better, but she found that her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and her footsteps became heavier. It seemed that it was difficult to lift them up. Xianxia took a deep breath and leaned her body against the door of the bathroom. She wanted to call for help, but she found that she had no strength to speak. She was in a daze, and her eyes became blurred. She slumped to the ground. All right. Malajban saw it clearly in the distance. He clapped his hands and said to Savon Geese, it's done. Let's go. Get her to the car. Don't let others see her, said Savon Geese. The two men walked forward quickly, then picked up Xianxia and quickly ran in the direction of the underground parking lot. Because they were afraid of being seen by others, they did not dare to waste time on Xianxia at this moment. They could only rush to the car first. What are you looking at? Why don't you come and help? Malajban yelled at one of his men. Yes. The man quickly said and helped Malajban to open the elevator door. They went in and rushed in the direction of the underground parking lot. Yang Ming knew from Malajban's previous actions and eyes that he had been coveting Xianxia for a long time. If he met Xianxia in a place where no one was around at this time, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan ran out. Old Buffon, as a disciple of the two, naturally followed and ran out quickly. When Old Buffon ran, Lockering did not know what happened. He did not care about the matter at hand and quickly followed Old Buffon. Patriarch Buffon, wait for me. What happened? Lockering shouted as he ran. But how could Old Buffon have time to care about him? Although old Buffon did not understand why Yang Ming cared so much about Xianxia, it seemed that the master's wife was not only not jealous, but also cared about Xianxia's safety. This was really weird. In addition to admiration, old Buffon did not dare to neglect. He also knew that Yang Ming cared about Xianxia. If something happened to Xianxia in his own territory, then old Buffon simply had no face to see Yang Ming, his master. Yang Ming strode to the bathroom, but he stopped halfway because Yang Ming scanned the bathroom with his special ability. There was no one inside. Yang Ming's heart suddenly felt cold, and a bad idea floated in his mind. However, he could not panic in this situation, because even if Xianxia was caught by Malajban and Savon geese, she must not have gone far. She should be around here. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly searched the vicinity with his special ability. When Yang Ming's gaze stopped at the underground parking lot, he suddenly stagnated. Yang Ming saw that Malajban and Savon geese were carrying Xianxia into a Mercedes-Benz RV. Yang Ming saw such a scene and immediately shouted to Wang Xiaoyan next to him, downstairs, parking lot. Yang Ming was afraid that Malajban and Savon geese would drive away directly. In that case, although he could catch up with them, if they did anything to Xianxia in the car during this time, then Yang Ming would regret it for life. So Yang Ming went crazy. Without waiting for the elevator, he ran from the emergency passage to the underground parking lot. When Yang Ming ran to the parking lot, Malajban and Savon geese had already entered the RV. At the door of the RV, there were 2 bodyguards guarding. Yang Ming ran to the RV and was stopped by the 2 people. "What are you doing?" Yang Ming did not have time to pay attention to the 2 people. He gently pushed aside with his hand, and one of the bodyguards staggered. He stumbled and almost knocked his head on the butt of the car. The other bodyguard immediately became anxious and reached for his pocket. Because most countries in Europe and the United States did not have strict management of firearms, it was common for private bodyguards to carry guns. Yang Ming did not want to do anything to these 2 bodyguards. After all, they were paid to help others. Stopping him did not represent their own will, but they completely obeyed the instructions of Malajban and Savon geese. Seeing that another bodyguard wanted to touch the gun, Yang Ming suddenly frowned. Just as he wanted to make a move, he saw a transparent dagger had been inserted into the neck of another bodyguard. Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly. He only wanted to stun the bodyguard, but he did not expect Wang Xiaoyan to directly stab him to death. It seemed that little girl Wang Xiaoyan was more indifferent to human life than him. Yang Ming had to admire that this little girl was more ruthless than him. Wang Xiaoyan pulled out the dagger without changing her expression. The bodyguard's neck was bleeding, and he fell to the ground. Obviously, he could not survive. Wang Xiaoyan was originally an assassin. The position of her attack was often fatal, not giving the opponent a chance to breathe. However, since Wang Xiaoyan killed the bodyguard, Yang Ming had no pity. As a bodyguard, he had to be prepared to die at any time. This was understandable. Yang Ming did not have time to kill these bodyguards, but he pulled the door hard and found that the door had been locked from the inside. Although Yang Ming had the lily key in his pocket, his mind was blank at the moment. He lifted his leg and kicked the door. Bang! The solid door of the RV was dented by Yang Ming's kick. Old Buffon secretly clicked his tongue. He thought, is this still a human? Such a thick steel plate can actually be dented by kicking. He couldn't help but think of the Terminator, a weirdo who was not afraid of being hit by a car. However, old Buffon was still very excited. If he could learn the essence of master, then he would be invincible. The old people at his age had to think about whether they could break their bones if they fell when they went out, but old Buffon thought about kicking the steel plate with his feet. Only old Buffon himself understood the gap and sense of achievement during this period. As for Wang Xiaoyan killing people, old Buffon did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. These things were trivial. He did not need to speak. His family would settle it for him. Old Buffon was like a godfather behind the scenes, controlling the economy, politics, and underworld of Europe. Bang! He kicked again. The door of the RV was dented again. The connection between the door lock and the door had been deformed. Obviously, there were signs of breaking. Savon geese, what the hell is this guy doing? The sweat on Malajban's forehead suddenly fell down. When Yang Ming had a conflict with the bodyguards, Malajben had seen it clearly in the RV. At first, he did not feel anything wrong, but when Wang Xiaoyan killed a bodyguard with a knife, Malajben was shocked. Although he had killed others before, it was done under very secret circumstances. After that, he spent a lot of money and connections to settle it. However, it was the first time that he had seen someone kill someone in public like Wang Xiaoyan did. It was the first time that he had seen someone kill someone in public. Especially when he saw that Wang Xiaoyan did not even frown after killing people, he was even more scared. Because such a person was a veteran killer at first glance, there was no tension after killing people. His own background was so strong. After he raped a girl to death, he was so scared that he did not sleep well for a month. Until the matter was settled, he still did not dare to go out for a long time. Now, looking at other people compared to him, he simply did not call it killing. She was really ruthless. Originally, he was surprised enough by this, but after seeing Yang Ming kicking the door, Malajben was really scared. Although Malajben was shocked by Wang Xiaoyan's murder, he was not scared to the point of panic. After Yang Ming kicked the door, he also made fun of Yang Ming for being a fool. This RV was bulletproof. How could it be so easy to dent it? Don't worry about what he does. Damn it. This guy is not human. Hurry up and drive away from here. Savon-Geese was also scared. According to Yang Ming's kick, the door would definitely be kicked down in a few kicks. If he got on the RV and was kicked, wouldn't he be kicked to death? Thinking of this, Savon-Geese could not sit still and quickly ordered the driver to drive. The driver was also scared at this time. When he heard Savon-Geese's words, he quickly started the car. Yang Ming was worried about Suya's safety, so he did not think so much. At this time, when he heard the sound of the car engine, he was shocked and understood what they wanted to do. Yang Ming's mind immediately sobered up. He grabbed the bodyguard on the ground and took out a pistol that had not been used yet. He fired a shot at each of the RV's wheels. In an instant, the RV lost its balance and fell to the ground. Although it was still moving forward, it could not run at all. When Malajben saw this scene, he quickly took out the phone and dialed the number of the police. Hello, I am Malajben, the young master of the city's mayor, Mark Vader. I was attacked by thugs in the underground parking lot of the private clubhouse at XX Road. The situation is critical. Please leave and send someone to rescue. Malajben said in one breath. Now he had to ask for help from the police because Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were too fierce. With the pistol in his hand, Yang Ming remembered that it was more convenient to open the door lock with a pistol than with his feet, so he aimed at the door lock and fired 2 shots. Although the RV was bulletproof, the lock was not bulletproof. After 2 shots, the lock was destroyed. Yang Ming kicked again, and the entire door was immediately kicked down. Malajben and Savon-Geese looked at everything that happened in front of them in horror. The two of them were used to being unruly. When they went out, they were accompanied by bodyguards. They did not encounter any dangerous situations at all. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. Where is Xianxia? Yang Ming rushed into the car and shouted at Malajben and Savon-Geese, who were at a loss. However, there was no need for them to answer. Yang Ming had already seen Xianxia lying on a sofa in the RV at the moment, motionless. Yang Ming's heart was cold. He grabbed Malajben's hair and pulled him up. What did you do to her? Malajben was in pain and yelled, let go. My dad is the mayor of this city, Mark Vader. Do you know what you are doing? How could Yang Ming care about who his dad was? Now, Yang Ming was no longer the high school student Yang Ming. When Yang Ming dealt with Wang Jitao, he would take into account Wang Shifan's background. But now, even if the King of Heaven came, Yang Ming would kill him without hesitation. Initially, Malajben did not speak, but this made Yang Ming even angrier. Death is at hand, and he still doesn't know how to beg for mercy. He actually pretends to be bad *SS in front of me, claiming that XXX is his father. Isn't this looking for death? Yang Ming slammed Malajben's head against the window of the RV. This time, Yang Ming was still not satisfied. He continued to crazily hit Malajben's head. It was easy for Yang Ming to kill Malajben, but Yang Ming was almost crazy at the moment. These people wanted to make a move on his beloved Suya, which made Yang Ming almost lose his mind. Yang Ming even forgot the killing technique and forgot the acupuncture point. He just blindly beat Malajben in the most primitive way of fighting. However, only this way, Yang Ming was still not satisfied. Yang Ming also realized that if this continued, it would only make Malajben die faster. Now, Yang Ming didn't want Malajben to die directly. Yang Ming wanted revenge, a crazy revenge. Yang Ming released his hand that grabbed Malajben's hair. Malajben didn't even stand up, and he fell to the ground. He had been knocked unconscious. Kaka. For crisp sounds, Malajben's limbs were broken by Yang Ming. Malajben held and woke up with pain. Yang Ming knew that Malajben had lost his ability to act. He didn't need to care about him for the time being. He couldn't run away, so he walked quickly to Shuya and hugged her in his arms. Littleya, are you awake? Littleya? Shuya's breathing was steady, but there was no sign of waking up. Yang Ming opened Shuya's eyelids and looked at it. Her pupils were a little dilated. It should be the phenomenon after taking drugs. Suddenly, he was angry. He turned around and continued to teach Savon Geese. Savon Geese was frightened by Malajben's tragic appearance. He wanted to take the opportunity to slip out of the car, but Wang Xiaoyan was at the side. How could she let him go? Seeing Yang Ming like this for Shuya, Wang Xiaoyan's heart was slightly sour. However, when she thought of the time in Country X, Yang Ming always thought about her safety. Many times, he was the one who took risks and didn't let her intervene. Wang Xiaoyan's heart was a lot more balanced. Maybe one day when I have an accident, Yang Ming will also be like this, right? However, such opportunities were obviously not too many. Wang Xiaoyan kicked out and just kicked Savon Geese's crotch. Savon Geese's eyeballs immediately protruded outward, and the cold sweat on his forehead came out. He covered his lower body and squatted on the ground with a twisted face. Wang Xiaoyan would not be as coy as the average girl. She would not attack these more embarrassing parts. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. She emphasized fatality, so she would also choose these fatal places. Old Buffon watched from behind, and he was even more sweaty. He opened his eyes today. Master's wife seemed to be more ruthless than Master. Here, the most anxious one was Lochlearing. Xia had an accident here, and it was done by Malajben and Savon Geese, which made him very embarrassed. However, what was even more difficult was that old Buffon's guests actually participated in it. Not only did they kill a bodyguard of Malajben, but they also directly beat Malajben into a semi-disabled state. Lochlearing's brain began to work quickly. He knew that this time, he must have a position. In the current situation, if he still maintained an ambiguous attitude, it was the most undesirable. Indeed, he maintained a bystander attitude and did not help either side so that he would not offend anyone. But afterward, the people from both sides would not look up to him. Therefore, Lochlearing decided to switch sides. Although he was Mark Vader's man, his other identity was also Patriarch Old Buffon's man. Weighing the pros and cons, the size of the forces between the two groups, it was obvious that Patriarch Old Buffon's side had completely overwhelmed Malajben and Savon Geese's side. Although one of the two men's fathers was the mayor of the city, and the other was the lieutenant governor, they were overshadowed by Old Buffon. According to the gossip, the presidential election was inseparable from the support of Old Buffon, let alone a lieutenant governor. Therefore, Lochlearing immediately realized that it might be a good opportunity for him to take a clear stand on Old Buffon's side. An opportunity for him to reach the top in one step. Now, Malajben and Savon Geese had angered Patriarch Old Buffon's guests. From Old Buffon's current attitude, it could be seen that Old Buffon did not stop Yang Ming from beating people to death. Who was Old Buffon? Since Old Buffon acquiesced to this happening, it was enough to prove that Old Buffon had enough ability to settle this matter. Even Old Buffon did not put the forces behind these two men in his eyes. If Mark Vader fell from power, who would benefit the most from it? Obviously, it was not Patriarch Old Buffon. It was very easy for others to get rid of you, and Patriarch Old Buffon would not be interested in your position. In this city, there were only two popular candidates for the previous mayor. One was Mark Vader, and the other was him, Lochlearing. Although Mark Vader also hired Locklearing as the deputy mayor after he took office, Locklearing refused. Instead of being the deputy mayor, it was better to be a councillor. However, if Mark Vader fell this time, then the mayor's position would be vacant. As a result, the possibility of him being promoted would be very high. Thinking of this, Locklearing was excited. When Yang Ming saw that Savon Geese was kicked in the crotch by Wan Xiaoyan, he was relieved. However, Yang Ming did not intend to let Savon Geese off easily. Yang Ming could already tell from Xia's symptoms that she had been drugged with a kind of sleeping pill. Judging from Xia's previous symptoms of confusion and sleepiness, this was not the kind of aphrodisiac that would not cause any harm to the body. As long as she woke up from her sleep, she would be fine. Therefore, Yang Ming wasn't very worried about Xia's situation, so he had the time to teach these two scums a lesson. However, regardless of whether Xia's situation was serious or not, these two guys dared to drug Xia and had bad intentions. Yang Ming couldn't easily let them go. Malajben was already out of breath, and Savon Geese was just kicked. Yang Ming kicked Savon Geese's head and directly kicked him to the ground. What did you give Xia? Although Yang Ming probably determined that Xia was fine, it was still better to confirm it. If there were any harmful substances in it, Yang Ming would regret it for life. No, nothing. Savon Geese had learned from Malajben's mistake. He did not dare to be tough in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not care about Mayor Mark Vader and probably did not care about his lieutenant governor's father, so Savon Geese knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He quickly lowered his voice and said, "It's just an ordinary sleeping pill." Yang Ming was relieved after listening to Savon Geese's words. Is it really just an ordinary sleeping pill? It's true. I don't dare to lie to you. Savon Geese just hoped that the police could hurry to rescue him at this moment. Otherwise, God knew how this Oriental man would deal with him. Don't move. The people inside, you have been surrounded. Suddenly, a few strong lights came from the underground parking lot. A team of heavily armed policemen rushed in. The leader was holding a microphone, and the others were holding guns. Please raise your hands and put down your weapons, or we will not be polite, shouted the leader. Ah. Savon Geese seemed to see a savior and shouted, Bureau Chief Norton, it's you. Come and save me. I am Savon Geese. Bureau Chief Norton received a call saying that the mayor's young master, Malajben, was attacked by the thugs. He did not dare to neglect and immediately led his men to rush over, but he did not expect that the lieutenant governor's young master, Savon Geese, was also attacked. This gave Norton a headache. If things didn't go well, he might have to take the blame and resign. Thinking that the thugs attacked were actually the mayor's young master, Malajben, and the lieutenant governor's young master, Savon Geese, he was furious. Aren't these people too blind? Can you provoke these two people? Norton shouted, the thugs inside, listen up. If you don't surrender, we'll shoot. Norton thought, anyway, if something happens, your father will take care of it. I can only be credited for saving people. It is impossible for me to make any mistakes. Since Locklearing had already made a decision, when he saw Norton shouting at this time, he was a little annoyed. He walked quickly to Norton's side and glared at him. Bureau Chief Norton, what are you doing? Ah. Mr. Locklearing, why are you here? Norton was in a mess just now, and he did not notice that Senator Locklearing was here. He was stunned when he saw him. This is my private club. I am naturally here. Although Locklearing was only a senator, his influence in the city was not small. It was unknown whether Mark Vader could be re-elected. At that time, it might be Locklearing who would come to power. Therefore, Norton did not dare to neglect Locklearing. It turns out that this is the case. I received a call from the mayor's young master, Malajben. They said that they were attacked by thugs. Norton was a bit baffled. Logically, it was impossible for Locklearing not to know about this. Why is he still standing here leisurely and not stopping it? Although Locklearing was not afraid of Mayor Mark Vader, he could not be careless about this kind of major event. Thugs? Oh, you are talking about thugs. Locklearing nodded and said faintly, indeed, Malajben and Savon Geese kidnapped the celebrity, Xianxia, as thugs. Now they are being stopped by the heroes who are acting courageously for justice. Ah? Norton's brain couldn't wrap around it for a while. Why are Malajben and Savangis thugs? This doesn't seem right, right? But the people who beat the two have become heroes who are acting courageously for justice? Bureau Chief Norton, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. This is not something you can get involved in. Just stand aside and watch quietly. Lochlering said coldly. Mr. Lochlering, although you are a member of Parliament, you can't reverse black and white and stop us from handling the case. Norton felt that no matter what, he had to rescue Malajben and Savangis first. Patriarch Old Buffon is standing over there. The people who beat Malajben and Savangis are important guests of Patriarch Old Buffon. Patriarch Old Buffon said that he is just a follower of these two distinguished guests. Lochlering saw that Bureau Chief Norton insisted on stopping it, so he had to tell him that Patriarch Old Buffon was here. What? Patriarch Buffon is also here? Bureau Chief Norton was shocked and looked in the direction that Lochlering pointed. Sure enough, he saw that Patriarch Old Buffon was standing quietly, looking coldly at the Mercedes-Benz RV. I have said what I should say. You decide for yourself. Lochlering snorted and said. Bureau Chief Norton regretted it for a while. What is this? If I knew that Patriarch Old Buffon was here, I would not have come. This is great. Although Mark Vader is my immediate boss, I can't offend Patriarch Old Buffon. Bureau Chief Norton, save me. Seeing that the police did not respond, Savangis was anxious and shouted again. Yang Ming kicked Savangis's face. Savangis immediately made a woo sound, rolled his eyes, and couldn't speak. Norton didn't dare to go forward now. He quickly ordered his men to put down their guns, then he carefully walked forward and came to Old Buffon's side. He said with some subservience, Patriarch Buffon, hello. I'm the city's police chief, Norton. Old Buffon's eyes did not look at Norton. He just nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Norton was not angry with Old Buffon's contempt, but he asked with some flattery, excuse me. Are the two young Oriental man and woman inside your friends? Friends? No. Old Buffon shook his head and said affirmatively. Oh? Norton was stunned. He thought, Patriarch Old Buffon doesn't know the people inside? Doesn't that mean that I can go in and arrest them? Thinking of this, Norton just wanted to take action, but he heard Old Buffon speak again. The next sentence made Norton break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was not so impulsive. I'm just their follower. Old Buffon added faintly. Hey. Norton was immediately dumbfounded. Patriarch Old Buffon is actually their follower? What kind of identity do these two Oriental people have? When Norton thought of this, he felt that this was not a place for him to stay for a long time. He quickly said, then, Patriarch Buffon, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wait. Arrest these two criminals who molested Miss Xianxia in a while. Old Buffon pointed to Malajben and Savangis, who were lying on the ground and could not move. Norton was shocked. He was asked to arrest the mayor's young master and the lieutenant governor's young master. He did not dare to do this, but he did not dare to disobey Old Buffon's order. He was suddenly in a dilemma. Old Buffon seemed to see Norton's embarrassment. After all, he was different from Lochlering. He was the direct subordinate of Mark Vader. The consequences of this matter were very serious. If he did not handle it well, he would have to resign. Do as I say. It will not involve you. Old Buffon said faintly. Although Old Buffon did not continue to say it, Norton also heard Old Buffon's implication. If you do as I say, I will not involve you. If you don't do as I say, then I'm sorry, but you will definitely be involved. You will definitely be involved. However, with the assurance of Patriarch Old Buffon, Norton didn't have to worry about it. After all, he was the father of several children. He had to support his family. If he really did not have a job, his life would become extremely difficult. Now that Old Buffon said this, it meant that Old Buffon would protect him anyway. Even if he did not sit in the position of the police chief, Old Buffon would definitely arrange a decent job for him. Therefore, Norton had no more worries. He quickly nodded and said, yes, I understand what to do. Although Yang Ming knew that Old Buffon would not care if he killed these two people, Yang Ming saw that the police came, and he did not want to make things too big. However, he still kicked Malajban and Savon Geese's crotch. Malajban and Savon Geese were in great pain, but no one came forward to save them. At this time, Savon Geese probably understood that Chief Norton was afraid of the power of this Oriental man and did not dare to save him. Savon Geese was a very realistic person. He also understood that in the current situation, his resistance would be meaningless. He could only be beaten more, so he quickly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. I'm really sorry." Yang Ming snorted coldly. He was very contemptuous of Savon Geese's cowardly appearance, but at this time it was time to stop. He had to stop. Behind his back, he could do whatever he wanted to Savon Geese, but in public, it was better to pay attention. "Mr. Sheriff, please take these two guys away. My friend Xianxia was drugged by them. They intended to violate her, but I discovered and stopped them in time." Yang Ming turned to Norton and said. Yang Ming also heard the conversation between Old Buffon and Norton clearly, so at this time, he directly issued an order to Norton. "Okay, sir. Please rest assured, I will definitely bring these two bastards to justice." Norton promised. The two people who had been beaten were escorted to the police car, and Norton also led the police officers to leave Lochlering's private clubhouse. The whole process was neat and tidy. The parking lot, which had been full of screams, was restored to its former tranquility. "Patriarch Old Buffon, I'm very sorry that such a thing happened," Lochlering said apologetically. "Find a car and send Xianxia to the hospital." Yang Ming picked up Xianxia and said, "Hurry up." Even though Yang Ming had confirmed from Savon Geese that Xianxia did not have any physical problems, he still had some anxiety in his heart. After all, the person who took the drug was Xianxia. Even if there were a little side effect, it was enough for Yang Ming to feel distressed. "I have called the best doctor in the city. They will be here soon," Lochlering said quickly. He had already called and invited the doctor over. This was also a show of loyalty to Old Buffon. "Thank you very much." Although the matter happened at Lochlering's place, in fact, Yang Ming also understood that this matter could not be blamed on Lochlering, so Yang Ming did not say anything to Lochlering. Since Lochlering also invited the doctor, then Yang Ming should thank him. "You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do." Lochlering knew that Yang Ming's identity was honorable. How could he dare to accept Yang Ming's gratitude? He quickly waved his hand and said. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the doctor to come. Several doctors also knew the identity of Lochlering, but when they saw Lochlering being busy, they could guess that the identity of this patient was definitely not simple. They quickly took out a simple stretcher and then began a comprehensive examination of Xianxia. From the analysis of the components extracted from the residue at the mouth, Xianxia had indeed taken a common sleeping pill component, which had no major impact on the human body. After confirming that there was really no danger, Yang Ming was relieved. "Doctor, what should I do now?" Yang Ming asked quickly. According to the patient's current reaction, the amount of medicine taken is not large, so I personally do not recommend any medical means. The patient can wake up naturally after a few hours. What we can do is to give the patient gastric lavage. Although this can make the patient wake up as soon as possible, it will bring a lot of pain to the patient, so I don't recommend it," the doctor said carefully to Yang Ming. Although he was an emergency doctor in the city's most famous hospital, he also knew that these upper-class people were not easy to serve, especially those who even Lochlering had to bow down to. They did not dare to neglect, so the doctor waited again and expressed his opinion. "Okay, then I will listen to you." Yang Ming nodded. Indeed, if Xianxia's stomach was forcibly pumped, it would only increase Xianxia's pain. This was what Yang Ming did not want to see. "Wait a minute. I will prescribe some medicine for the patient. You can take it after the patient wakes up. In fact, it is some excretory medicine. It helps to expel the residual medicine in the stomach from the body," said the doctor. "Then I will trouble you." Yang Ming thanked him. Xianxia had no problem, so Yang Ming was relieved. Lochlering's cocktail party had to end early. Lochlering himself was also called to Old Buffon's car and returned to Buffon Villa with Old Buffon to discuss important things. Yang Ming was holding Xianxia and sitting on Old Buffon's extended Bentley. Wang Xian sat next to Yang Ming. Looking at Yang Ming's worried look, she advised, "Didn't the doctor say that? She will be fine." I know." Yang Ming sighed and said, "It seems that I really have to assign a bodyguard to Xianxia in the future. I will go and study with Li Chang and train a group of female assassins. Then, I will let them protect your safety." Yang Ming naturally referred to all his women, including Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and the others. Although Wang Xiaoyan did not need protection, she was still very happy when Yang Ming said so. She smiled and said, "I don't need it. It is not certain who will protect who. People who can hurt you need me to protect you personally." Yang Ming also smiled and said, "Who asked us to have special professions?" Hee hee. Wang Xiaoyan heard that Yang Ming wanted to protect her personally. She suddenly smiled happily. "It seems that my treatment is better than others." A bloody storm blew silently in this city in Europe. In Chief Norton's office, Norton had just returned from arresting Savon Geese and Malajben. Before he sat down for a minute, the phone call came in. However, Norton did not feel that there was anything strange, but he felt that it was quite normal. "Hello, hello." Chief Norton picked up the phone. "Norton. You have to give me an explanation. What the hell is going on?" On the other side of the phone, there was the roar of Mayor Mark Vader. "Explain what? Mayor Mark Vader?" Norton made his voice sound plain and innocent. "Why did you arrest my son? What crime did he commit? He should be a victim. It is said that he was beaten very badly. You actually sent him to prison. Do you not want to be the police chief anymore?" Mayor Mark Vader roared. "Dear Mayor Mark Vader, first of all, I want to say that your young master, Malajben, is suspected of deliberately hurting and raping a girl. We arrested him according to law. There is nothing wrong with this. I think I have been enforcing the law impartially." Chief Norton explained. Bullsh*T. Mark Vader couldn't help but curse. "My son was beaten. You say that he is a criminal? Are you kidding me? I think you really have to step down as the chief. I now order you to immediately release my son, Malajben, and the lieutenant governor's son, Savon Geese, and then bring the murderer who hurt them to justice. Otherwise, you can think about the consequences yourself." "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I can't do that." Chief Norton shook his head and said, "Things are already very clear. It is indeed your son who intended to do something bad to the big star, Miss Xianxia. He put a drug in Miss Xianxia's red wine. After Miss Xianxia fainted, he pulled her into the underground parking lot to rape her. At this time, it happened to be seen by the brave citizens who implemented assistance to stop Malajben's atrocity." "Okay. Norton, you are very good. You are very good." Mark Vader was so angry. He didn't expect Norton to not even listen to his words. In his opinion, this was not a difficult thing at all. As long as Norton was willing to help, he could hire a better lawyer to get his son off the hook. But the problem now was that his son was injured like this, and Norton still forcibly arrested him, which made Mark Vader very annoyed. After thinking about it, if he wanted to release his son at the moment, he had to go through Director Norton, so Mark Vader suppressed his anger and said to Norton, "Well, Director Norton, since this is the case, then let my son, Malajben, and Savon Geese be released on medical parole." "I'm afraid that won't do." Chief Norton denied. "The criminal facts of Malajben and Savon Geese are very bad, and Xianxia is a foreign star. This has involved an international dispute. I can't give them medical parole. But you can rest assured, Mayor Mark Vader, our police station will invite the best doctors to treat Malajben and Savon Geese." When Mark Vader heard Norton's words, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. "What international dispute? Isn't it just a celebrity? Even if she is Miss Alice's guest, my son didn't do anything to her, did he?" In Mark Vader's view, this was just a misunderstanding. As long as he explained, it would be over. He didn't expect Norton to be so serious. Director Norton, I have already said what I want to say. How to do it is up to you." Mark Vader snorted and said, "If I don't see Malajben and Savon Geese being released on medical parole within an hour, then you can forget about being the director. My lawyer is already on the way to the police station." After saying that, Mark Vader slammed the phone down. Although Director Norton knew that the matter involved the Buffon family, Patriarch Buffon still did not give him a clear attitude. Although Patriarch Old Buffon's words meant that he would not be mistreated, no one knew the specifics. Thinking of this, Director Norton felt that it was necessary to communicate with Patriarch Old Buffon again. He naturally did not have Old Buffon's phone number, but he had Lochlering's phone number. "Lochering, this is Norton," Director Norton said politely after connecting the phone. "Old friend, hello." Lochlering's tone made Norton somewhat flattered. His relationship with Lochlering was not very good. It could only be said to be ordinary. At this moment, Lochlering spoke to him in this tone. Is he hinting at something? Thinking of this, Director Norton quickly said, "Mr. Lochlering, aren't you very familiar with Patriarch Buffon? Can you help me contact him? I have something to report to the Buffon clan leader." Director Norton thought for a long time and decided to use the word report. Although Old Buffon was not his chief executive, the power of Patriarch Old Buffon was stronger than any of his superiors. Even to put it bluntly, in front of the president, Patriarch Old Buffon was on an equal footing, or even a little higher. "Hee, Norton, why are you so polite to me? I am at Patriarch Buffon's house. So, I will ask Patriarch Buffon." "You wait a moment," Lochlering said with a smile. After Norton listened to Lochlering's words, he was relieved. For people at the level of Patriarch Buffon, they could see whoever they wanted to see. It was not possible to see them without asking for permission. Since Lochlering said so, it meant that there was hope in this matter. Otherwise, Lochlering could have just ignored him directly. But what surprised Norton was what was the relationship between Lochlering and Patriarch Old Buffon. It seemed that the two people seemed to be very familiar with each other, and he was still a guest at Patriarch Old Buffon's house. I have never heard that Lochlering had such a strong backer. If Lochlering had the support of Patriarch Old Buffon, then the mayor's position would not have fallen on Mark Vader's head. So, did they just know each other? Thinking of this, Norton was shocked. Could it be because of today's incident that Lochlering got in touch with Patriarch Old Buffon? Norton was not stupid. He immediately realized that this was an opportunity to get the trust and support of Patriarch Old Buffon. If he had the support of Patriarch Old Buffon, he would not only not lose the position of the director this time, but he might also go further in his career in the future. There was no sound on the other side of the phone. After a long time, Norton was awakened by the voice on the other side of the phone. "Director Norton? I am Old Buffon." Norton was shocked. He didn't expect Old Buffon to be so polite to him. He was somewhat flattered. "Hello, Patriarch Buffon. It's me, Norton. How is it? Did Mark Vader call you?" asked Old Buffon. "Yes, Mark Vader ordered me to apply for medical parole for his son, Malajben, and the lieutenant governor's son, Xianxia," Norton said, "but I refused. And, so, if Mark Vader forces you again, you will take the initiative to resign," said Old Buffon. Norton was stunned, but then he understood Old Buffon's meaning. Since Old Buffon asked him to resign, he must have a backup plan. He would not let him lose his job in vain. So, he said, "Okay, I understand. I won't say more about other things. After this storm is over, you and Lochlering should get close. I believe you will cooperate well," said Old Buffon faintly. The phone call was hung up. Norton was still immersed in the deep meaning of Old Buffon's last sentence. After the storm is over? I will cooperate with Lochlering? Does Patriarch Old Buffon mean that after this time, Lochlering will be promoted to mayor, and I can be appointed as deputy mayor? If this is the case, it is really good, but Mark Vader's term is not over yet, right? But these were not things that Norton had to think about. What he had to do now was to hold on. Director Norton got Old Buffon's guarantee and completely turned to the Old Buffon family. After detaining Xianxia and Malajben, Director Norton was strongly protested by Mayor Mark Vader and the lieutenant governor. Through various pressures, Director Norton was in a very passive state. Mark Vader's lawyer came, but under Norton's tough attitude, he still failed to handle Malajben's medical parole. The lawyer was so angry that he scolded Norton for being insensible. When he left, he said fiercely, "Norton, you wait. You are the end of your career as a director. Norton just laughed it off after listening. He thought, I don't want to be the director for a long time. What is the use of your threat? It is better not to let me be the director, so that I don't have to resign. Sure enough, as Norton expected, soon, there was a draft from Mark Vader and the members of the House of Representatives. The bill to remove Norton from the position of police chief had passed the vote of the members. Norton was very straightforward. This draft was what he wanted now. Since Mark Vader removed his position, he did not even have to write a resignation letter. He simply left the police station. The deputy director of the police station, Croft, was Mark Vader's confidant. Mark Vader directly appointed him as the new acting director. With Norton around, Croft had always been very depressed. Now, he could finally hold his head high. He sat comfortably in the bureau chief's office and looked at the potted flowers on the windowsill. He thought to himself, Norton, you also have a day like this? For the case of Malajben and Savon Geese, Croft was naturally very clear, but because the case was supervised by Norton before, he couldn't intervene even if he wanted to. Now, he became the director. Wasn't he the one who had the final say? Just as he wanted to call Mayor Mark Vader to express his gratitude and ask how to handle the case, he did not expect Mark Vader's call to come in. Mayor Mark Vader, thank you for your promotion. Croft picked up the phone and said with some trepidation. You do a good job. Don't let me down. Mark Vader was not in the mood to listen to his words of loyalty. He said a few words perfunctorily, the most important thing now is to apply for medical parole for my son, Malajben, and Savon Geese. How about it? Is there any problem? There is no problem. No problem. Croft said quickly. Although there were instructions from the previous police chief, Norton, on the file, indicating that the two criminal suspects were involved in an international dispute and were not allowed to apply for medical parole, now that he was the police chief, he did not have to care about this. Although it was not so good to deny the previous police chief's decision, no one could say anything if Croft insisted on doing it according to his own intentions. Well, I am waiting for your good news. Mark Vader nodded with satisfaction. Hanging up the phone, Croft began to execute Mark Vader's orders. Regardless of the mistakes, he forcibly ordered his men to apply for medical parole for Malajben and Savon Geese, and then sent them to the best private hospital in the city. In fact, Yang Ming was very measured when he started. He could make these two people suffer, but it was not fatal. The two of them had long since woken up. Along the way, they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Looking at them, Croft was a little apprehensive. Just what kind of person did this? All the bones in their bodies were broken, but there wasn't a single fatal wound. The two people were in so much pain that they could no longer speak, so if Croft wanted to catch the murderer who hurt the two people, he could only start with the police officers who went with Norton to arrest them. Wake, were you with Norton at the time? Croft asked a police officer, who hurt Malajben and Savon Geese. We don't know. Wake said in her heart. Even if I know, I won't tell you. How can you be the police chief? You don't have any ability. Didn't you just flatter Mark Vader? How can you be as capable as Norton? Weren't you all present at the time? How can you not know? Croft frowned and asked angrily. It's true that we were present, but Norton didn't let us go forward. We just arrested the two suspects, Malajben and Savon Geese. We didn't do anything else. Wake explained. Norton is not the police chief. He is just an idle person now. I am the police chief. Croft was a little annoyed when he heard Wake calling Norton the police chief. Also, Malajben and Savon Geese are not suspects. They are the victims. Oh. Wake nodded perfunctorily. You are the police chief. You can say whatever you want. Anyway, it's up to me whether I listen to you or not. Croft also knew that he couldn't ask anything from Wake. He could only wait for Malajben and Savon Geese to wake up and make a decision. And? Wait, yes, there is another person who should know what happened. Isn't that person the big star, Xianxia? She should know the truth of the matter, right? Thinking of this, Croft said to his men, you go and summon Xianxia. Let her come to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Director Croft, Miss Xianxia is a foreign guest from Hong Kong. We have no right to summon her. According to the local law, to summon a foreigner, it must be approved by the local embassy, so this man said with some difficulty. Idiot. You go and catch her directly. Do you still need me to teach you? Croft was now only thinking about how to please Mark Vader. As for whether it was illegal for him to do so, he didn't know. Who cares? In his opinion, as long as he pleases Mark Vader, he could do anything. Norton, this idiot, was enforcing the law impartially. As a result, he offended Mayor Mark Vader and was dismissed. Yes. This man was Croft's man, so when he heard Croft say this, he nodded and agreed. He gathered a few people and began to contact Xianxia's agent. When Xianxia came, these contact information were on file in the police station, so it was easy to contact Xianxia's agent. Are you Miss Xianxia's agent, Suli? I am Hua a police officer in the police station. There is an important criminal case that we want to find her to understand. Please come to the police station to assist in the investigation, said Hua. Xianxia was drugged and has not woken up yet. The matter is very simple. There is no need to understand it. Suli said, Malajban and Savon Geese drugged Miss Xianxia with the intention of raping her. Is there any doubt about this? No, according to our understanding of the situation, Miss Xianxia was playing with Malajban and Savon Geese. As a result, the thugs came and attacked Malajban and Savon Geese without any explanation, so we need Miss Xianxia to help us bring the thugs to justice, said Hua. Thugs? Attack? Suli was stunned. She still didn't know that the chief of the police station had been replaced. She was somewhat inexplicable. Did you make a mistake? Malajban and Savon Geese are criminals. Miss Xianxia can't play with them. We will naturally investigate whether there is a mistake. Now, you ask Miss Xianxia to come to the police station immediately. Hua ordered. You wait a minute. Regarding what Hua said, Suli didn't know what was going on, so she quickly put down the phone and asked Yang Ming to see what Yang Ming said. Yang Ming was guarding Xianxia's bed at the moment, holding her hand. Although he knew that Xianxia was fine, Yang Ming was still very distressed to accompany her. He wanted to see her wake up. How about I go and kill those two bastards? Seeing Yang Ming's sad look, Wang Xiaoyan was also very upset. She said bitterly, I will dig out their eyeballs and step on them. I will cut off their chicks and step on them. After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. This kind of words could only be said by a ruthless person like Wang Xiaoyan. He shook his head and said, Old Buffon has arranged it properly. These two people will not live through tonight. It turns out that it has been arranged. I was still thinking about how to kill them, and you didn't tell me. Wang Xiaoyan said with some complaints. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were chatting. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming said, Please come in. Yang Ming, a police officer named Halser in the police station, called and asked Miss Xianxia to assist in the investigation. Listening to him, it seems that Malajban and Savon Geese are the victims. Suli came in and repeated the contents of the phone call to Yang Ming. Humph, it's normal. The police chief has been replaced. Norton has been removed from his position. Now, it has been replaced by Mark Vader's confidant. It is normal for them to do this. Yang Ming was familiar with old Buffon's plan, so when he heard Suli say that the police station called and said so, he didn't feel anything strange. What should we do now? Asked Suli. Tell them Xianxia's current address and let them send someone to arrest her if they have the ability. Yang Ming snorted and said disdainfully. Okay. Suli also faintly guessed the power represented by old Buffon because on the way here, the security outside and the Manor's land were enough to explain old Buffon's extraordinary identity. Therefore, since Yang Ming said so, he must be sure that the police did not dare to break in and arrest her, so she returned to the room and picked up the phone. Police Officer Halser, are you still there? I'm here. What did Miss Xianxia say? Asked Halser. Miss Xianxia is still very weak. If you really need her, send someone over personally. Our address is. Suli said the address here according to Yang Ming's instructions. Halser didn't expect Xianxia to be so straightforward. She even told them the address. Halser quickly took people to this address. "Boss, why are there so few people here? Did we come to the wrong place?" One of Halser's men who was driving asked, baffled. "We are almost in the suburbs." "Yes, this is what is written on the address. It's not far ahead, and the satellite navigation device will never be wrong," said Halser. "Oh, okay." Seeing that Halser had made up his mind, the driver didn't ask any more questions and continued to drive. When the car passed through many small paths and entered what seemed to be a manor, Halser also felt that something was wrong. "What is this place? Why haven't I been here before? Boss, I've been feeling strange for a long time. This doesn't seem to be within the boundaries of our city," the driver said. "Mother Cur, are you lying to me?" Halser cursed. "Let me call again and ask." "Stop the car." A group of fully armed men suddenly appeared and blocked Halser's path. Halser and the others were startled. The driver had no choice but to stop in front of the roadblock. Immediately, someone pointed a gun at his head. "Don't move. Get out of the car." Halser was shocked. He was a police officer and someone dared to point a gun at him. This was a provocation. He immediately shouted, "We are the police. Put down your guns. I don't care who you are." The leader of the group of fully armed men said, "This is already private territory. You have trespassed into private territory. Now, you have to go back with me for investigation. We are the police. You have no right to arrest us." Seeing that this group of people was going to get in the car to arrest them, Halser suddenly became anxious and shouted, "We are the XXX Army Unit. The President has ordered us to protect the safety of the Buffon family. We have the right to investigate anyone who trespasses here," said the fully armed leader. "Ah?" Halser was suddenly dumbfounded. Although he was a low-level police officer, he had heard of the Buffon family. This was a family that was high and mighty like a god. These low-level people couldn't get in touch with him at all. He didn't expect that he would break into the Buffon family's territory. Moreover, they were soldiers authorized by the president. Wasn't it very easy to arrest him for investigation? "Take them away." The armed leader didn't talk nonsense with Halser. He waved his hand directly and ordered his men to arrest Halser and the others. Halser cursed in his heart. "Did Suli, that woman, lie to me? How did I break into the Buffon family's territory? This is great. I didn't see Xianxia, but I was caught by the army garrison." Halser felt very wronged. He wanted to call Mark Vader and tell him, but his communication equipment was confiscated by others. He could only obediently follow them to be interrogated. In the hospital, Mark Vader saw his son, Malajben, who was beaten until he almost didn't recognize him. He saw that Malajben's handsome face was completely disfigured. All his teeth were knocked out, and his eye sockets and nose were all fractured. From the current state of the patient, there is no problem in recovering, but there may be some ugly scars on his face. The doctor said to Mark Vader, "Moreover, many bones on the face are broken. It is also very troublesome to get plastic surgery." Mark Vader hated the murderer who hurt Malajben. He couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. But at this moment, he was more concerned about whether Malajben could recover. "No matter how much money it costs, you must let my son return to normal." "Let's try our best." The doctor nodded. What Mark Vader didn't know was that the best hospital in the city was actually one of the hospitals under the medical group controlled by the Buffon family. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't think much about it. After all, he still didn't know that the person he provoked was related to old Buffon. On the night of the medical parole, an accident happened. Malajben and Savon Geese both died in the hospital because of medical malpractice. After learning the news, Mark Vader rushed to the hospital overnight. He was really a little exhausted. How could they be fine during the day, but they died at night? Moreover, this kind of injury was just some external injuries. The internal organs were not hurt at all, so there was no need for surgery. How could they die? When Mark Vader rushed to the hospital, he found that there were a lot of media reporters in the hospital that should have been very quiet. This made Mark Vader very puzzled, because this kind of thing, the hospital would generally deal with it in a low-key manner. How could it attract so many reporters? As a matter of fact, the bigger the matter, the worse it was for the hospital. At that time, everyone would know that there was a medical malpractice in this hospital. Then, who would dare to come here to see a doctor? But although it was strange, Mark Vader's brain had no time to think about this. What was left of him now was only anger. His son was killed by a doctor, and this matter could not be easily forgotten. Mark Vader got out of his private car and just took 2 steps, but he was surrounded by reporters. Although Mark Vader was very impatient, in front of the reporters, he had to maintain his good public image. He reluctantly stood up and dealt with it. It's so late. What's the matter? Mayor Mark Vader, I am a reporter from XX Weekly. I heard that your son died due to a medical malpractice when he was being treated in this hospital. Is this true? This was a question raised by a reporter from a very authoritative weekly. Yes, so I rushed here overnight, but what I want to say is that whether the person who died due to a medical malpractice is my son or not, I will let the medical management department intervene in the investigation and give justice to the deceased, said Mayor Mark Vader. Mayor Mark Vader, I am a reporter from XX Evening News. I heard that the lieutenant governor's son also died in this medical malpractice like your son. Is there any connection between them? The question was asked by a reporter from a local media, which made Mark Vader a little annoyed. In my territory, why are you joining in the fun? They were attacked and hospitalized together by the thugs. I don't know if there is any connection because I have just arrived here like you. I don't know the other situations yet, said Mark Vader. Is that so? Mayor Mark Vader, I heard that your young master and Savon Geese were not attacked by the thugs, but they were injured by the Good Samaritans because they intended to molest the international celebrity, Xianxia. This time, it was still a local newspaper reporter who spoke, but this newspaper belonged to the media group where Lochlearing was. Although the reporter's question was sharper than the previous people, Mark Vader had no way to deal with it. After all, Senator Lochlearing was not on good terms with him on the surface. They had been scheming against each other for a long time. How could his people let him go so easily in this case? There is no such thing. Mark Vader flatly denied, this is a rumor. These are some people with ulterior motives. They want to create some trouble for me, so they spread such rumors. Is it? I don't think so. The reporter continued, we learned that Chief Norton was dismissed by you because of his impartiality in enforcing the law. Instead, the newly appointed Chief Croft turned your son and Savon Geese, the 2 suspects, into victims and sent them to the hospital. This is slander, blatant slander. Mark Vader was suddenly anxious. He didn't understand why these reporters did not pursue this medical accident in the hospital, but pointed the spearhead at him. Under the instigation of the reporter, several liberal online media reporters also began to show their sharpness. According to the internal staff of the police station released them because of the intervention of Mayor Mark Vader. Is that so? That is to say, this incident is entirely because of you. If you didn't insist on letting your son and Savon Geese go, they would not be hospitalized. Then, there would not be this medical accident, right? Your son is equivalent to dying under your doting. Is this right? This is a punishment from God. A person who has done too many bad things will be punished eventually. Mark Vader was going crazy. He didn't understand how these inside stories were spread, and how these reporters knew about it, but one thing he understood was that once these news were published in the newspapers and the internet tomorrow, he, the mayor, would soon step down. Beads of sweat fell, and Mark Vader had to wave his hand. I am anxious to see my son's situation now. If there is anything, we will talk about it later. Then, you admit the previous facts, right? The reporter said unrelentingly. Mark Vader ignored these reporters and walked quickly to the hospital. So, the reporters recorded it in their notebooks. Mayor Mark Vader expressed his acquiescence to the above facts. Seeing his son lying in the cold morgue, Mark Vader only felt that he was going crazy. Am I really wrong? Is all this caused by me? At the same time, the lieutenant governor was also on his way to the hospital. Unfortunately, like Mark Vader before, he was surrounded by a group of reporters at the entrance of the hospital, and he was asked similar questions. However, the question asked became, "Excuse me, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Did you instruct Mayor Mark Vader to do this? This made the lieutenant governor very annoyed. Lieutenant Governor, what should I do now? Seeing the lieutenant governor in the morgue, Mark Vader quickly asked as if he saw a life-saving straw. Humph. The lieutenant governor was also very annoyed with Mark Vader. His son inexplicably died in the hospital. If Malajben didn't die with him, he would really tear Mark Vader apart. What can I do? The first task now is to clarify public opinion, and then investigate the cause of this medical accident. But those reporters. Mark Vader was very worried about this. After all, these bad things were done by him. He was the one who specifically operated it. The lieutenant governor just hinted at his affairs. I will look for my connections again. Although the lieutenant governor was also immersed in the pain of losing his son, there were some things that had to be dealt with. Moreover, he was stronger than Mark Vader. At least he had 3 sons, and Mark Vader only had 1 son. Unfortunately, the next day, the headlines of many newspapers and the headlines of online portals showed news reports of Mark Vader interfering with justice and causing his son's death. Mark Vader read these newspapers and web pages in the office, and he almost had a heart attack and was hospitalized. At this time, the phone rang at an inappropriate time. Croft, what's the matter? Mark Vader picked up the phone impatiently. Bro, this time something happened. You have to save me. I have only been the bureau chief for a day. I don't want to step down immediately. I still have many children at home waiting for me to support. I can't not have a job. Even if you help me deal with it, I can be an ordinary police officer. Croft didn't have much ability. He was nothing except for flattery. When he saw the report in the newspaper, he knew that he was done for this time, so he quickly called his backer, Mark Vader. He didn't think about it. At this time, his backer, Mark Vader, was already unable to protect himself. How could Mark Vader have the time to care about him? Sure enough, Mark Vader said perfunctorily, "Okay, I got it." "It's okay." "That's good. That's good." For Mark Vader, Croft could only trust him blindly. Originally, Mark Vader still had a glimmer of hope, but now, the pressure from the outside world was getting bigger and bigger. Many citizens called the city government to ask Mark Vader about the authenticity of the matter. Many voters who voted for Mark Vader also shouted that they were fooled. They spontaneously formed a forum to crusade against Mark Vader on the internet to crusade against Mark Vader's series of practices. Under the pressure, Mark Vader had to submit his resignation. It was impossible for him to continue to be the mayor. The council passed Mark Vader's resignation and voted to let Lochlering be the acting mayor for this term. Croft also stepped down. His dream of becoming a police officer could not be realized. He was taken away with Mark Vader for investigation. Norton, on the other hand, was once again the chief of police. All of this took less than a day for the dust to settle. Although Yang Ming didn't know much about politics, it was not difficult to see through a series of changes. All of them were instructed by old Buffon. Even old Buffon only hinted that everything would be handled by his subordinates. At the same time, the lieutenant governor also stepped down, but who replaced him was not Yang Ming's concern. But, without thinking, it must be old Buffon's people. Mark Vader's family was also ruined. Not only did he lose the mayor's position, but his son also passed away. However, he had no choice. When he later heard people hinting that he had offended the Buffon family, Mark Vader could only accept his fate. At this time, Xia had already woken up. She was lying in bed watching the news on TV. Yang Ming was by her side at the moment. Wang Xiaoyan had already left tactfully. Those who want to harm you have gotten the retribution they deserve. Yang Ming pointed to the TV screen and said. Ah, Malajben and Savon Geese both died from medical accidents? Suya widened her eyes and looked at the report on the news incredulously. Both of them are dead? If they aren't dead, would they still be alive? Yang Ming said very calmly, I will not let go of the people who hurt you. You also have power here? Suya was not stupid. Since Malajben and Savon Geese died from medical accidents instead of being assassinated, it proved that Yang Ming was also very powerful in the local area. Otherwise, it was impossible to operate such a result. Moreover, it could be seen from the resignation of both of their fathers that Yang Ming's power was not small. I have some power. In the future, if you want to hold a concert elsewhere, tell me first. I will help you arrange it. Then, you won't be bullied by others. You will also be asked to accompany others to drink. You will be bullied. Yang Ming held Xia's small hand and said, if this time I am not there, and something happens to you, what should I do? Xia was also scared for a while. It was also her first time holding an international concert. In the past, she had always been in her father's sphere of influence, and there had never been any accidents. This time, Xia also understood that being a celebrity was actually very difficult. I know. Xia nodded with grievance. I will tell you in the future. If it's too hard, don't be a celebrity. Just sing and perform for us at home. There are many audiences anyway. Yang Ming smiled. The girl before, who is she? Why haven't I seen her before? Xia blushed when she heard Yang Ming say this. She thought of Yang Ming's women and asked with slight annoyance. He, she is a partner in my career. Yang Ming didn't hide the identity of Wang Xiaoyan from Xia. He didn't know why, but in front of Xia, Yang Ming didn't want to hide anything. Is it really just a partner? Xia obviously didn't believe it, and Xia sensed something from Wang Xiaoyan's eyes when she looked at Yang Ming. Ugh. Yang Ming was suddenly embarrassed. He didn't expect Xia to be so observant. Wang Xiaoyan left the room after she woke up. Xia noticed something at that moment. What are you nervous about? Xia saw Yang Ming's embarrassment and smiled slightly. She is the same kind of person as you, right? Are you here to perform the mission together? Yang Ming's eyes suddenly showed a surprised look. Although Yang Ming said that Wang Xiaoyan was his partner, he didn't say what kind of partner it was, but Yang Ming guessed it at once. This made Yang Ming very impressed and surprised. Heh, don't be so surprised. In fact, I was just guessing. Xia saw Yang Ming's surprised look and smiled. If you come to talk about business, you must bring Zhang Ben or Chen Mingyan. You brought her, which explains some problems. You are not here to talk about business. Then, we met for the first time. She should also be your help in that aspect, right? Who are you here to kill this time? Is it Malajben and the others? No, I went to Africa to deal with some affairs. Yang Ming said, North Africa's country X, a small country. You may not have heard of it. It is so dangerous. Xia sighed. However, it is good to have a girl by your side who can take care of you. After all, we can't intervene in your affairs. It's good that you can understand. Yang Ming didn't expect Xia to be so open-minded. She didn't mind Wang Xiaoyan's matter at all. In fact, it was impossible to say that Xia didn't mind at all. After all, a girl's mind was always jealous and narrow-minded. However, she was not by Yang Ming's side for many years. She couldn't take care of Yang Ming at all, especially when Yang Ming often ran around the world. If there was a girl like him to take care of him, it could also reduce Xia's worry. Why can't I understand? Xia smiled and said, I'm not that kind of jealous woman. Take me to see her. Now? Are you feeling better? Yang Ming looked at Xia with some worry. I'm not sick. I just took some sleeping medicine. Not only am I not uncomfortable, but I have a good sleep. It's comfortable. Xia stretched a little and said, in the past few days, I haven't recovered from the jet lag, so I haven't been able to sleep well. Now, it's good. I can sleep peacefully. Is it because Malajben did a good thing with bad intentions? Yang Ming smiled and said, if I knew this, then I would have let them go. Oh, people are dead. You still say that. Good or bad? Xia didn't have much feeling about these killings. After all, the gangs in Hong Kong were even more so. Sometimes it was easy to kill a person. Xia's father had a gang, so Xia could usually get in touch with some inside information. Then, should I call Yan Yan for you? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. N. Xia nodded. You go. Yang Ming got up and went out of Xia's room. He didn't know why Xia was so anxious to find Wang Xiaoyan, but he still did as she said. How is it? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming coming out of the room and quickly asked with concern. Nothing, but little Ya said she wants to see you. Yang Ming felt that he was a little awkward when he spoke. See me? What do you want to see me for? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned and asked suspiciously. I don't know. You go. She knows our relationship. You don't have to deny anything. Right, don't quarrel. Yang Ming said. What are you quarreling about? What kind of person do you think I am? Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and walked into the room. As for what the two people said and did, Yang Ming could see it with his special ability, but he didn't do so. Sometimes, it was better to give them some free space. If he knew everything, then he would lose. The original joy of life. Walking in the direction of the living room, old Buffon and his wife were watching TV at the moment. Yang Ming glanced at the TV screen. It was actually the original Chinese version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It was the classic version of the 1983 version. Yang Ming didn't know if this TV series was released in English, but old Buffon was familiar with Chinese. It was not strange that he could understand the Chinese version. Old Buffon was very excited, but Mrs. Buffon had no interest in the fighting and killing. Her Chinese was not very good. Now, she was just watching with old Buffon. Master, is Master's wife Shu okay? Old Buffon had learned about the relationship between Yang Ming and Xia from Wang Xiaoyan. He also understood why Yang Ming was so angry. Therefore, old Buffon simply went all the way. After sending people to kill Malajban and Savon geese, he also destroyed their father. However, old Buffon really admired Yang Ming. The big star, Xianxia, was actually one of Master's lovers. No wonder Master was so enthusiastic about this star. He had already called Wang Xiaoyan as Master's wife. Old Buffon was a bit embarrassed about how to address Xianxia. If he called her Master's wife, it was easy to get mixed up. He didn't know who he was calling. If he didn't call her Master's wife, it would be disrespectful. So, after a long time of thinking, he came up with the idea of adding the surname in front, so it became Master's wife Wang and Master's wife Shu. This was also difficult for old Buffon. Even if it was a Chinese native, it was not easy to think of this name, let alone old Buffon. Nothing much. I slept. Now I am in good spirits. I am talking to Yan Yan. Yang Ming smiled and sat on the sofa. He pointed to the Legend of the Condor Heroes on TV and said, Do you also like to watch martial arts dramas? Old Buffon sighed in his heart. Master is so bad *SS. He can actually let the two masters' wives get along well, but I can't do it. Although old Buffon had a lover when he was young, he looked for it behind his wife's back. How could he dare to disclose it? Yeah, if only I could be like the heroes in this show. Old Buffon yearned for the skills of the people in the TV series. There are some exaggerated elements in the TV. Although Chinese martial arts are extensive and profound, it is definitely not to the point of leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls and internal strength. Yang Ming smiled and said, So, you don't have to be too persistent. But, it still has the effect of strengthening the body and quickly subduing the enemy. Of course, I know that there are exaggerated elements in the TV series, but it is not all of them. At least, Master, you are a master. You are proficient in the technique of pressing acupoints, and your external kung fu is good. Although I don't know if you can float on water, leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls is definitely possible. Old Buffon said very seriously. You don't have to flatter me. Even if you don't say it, I will teach you martial arts with all my heart. It's just that at your age, those leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls are really not suitable to learn. Don't mention the external kung fu of thrusting training. It can only be applied internally and externally to change your physique. Right, the Chinese medicine that I gave you before, did you take it on time? Asked Yang Ming. I take it on time every day. Old Buffon nodded quickly and said, The effect of this medicine is very significant. I obviously feel that my body is much stronger than before. And, I also noticed it, so this time I have to give you an appropriate change to the prescription. Yang Ming said to old Buffon, You go and find a pen and paper. I will write a new prescription for you. Okay. Old Buffon quickly stood up and went to find a pen and paper. In fact, these things could be ordered to be done by the servant, but old Buffon still went to get it personally. According to old Buffon's current situation, Yang Ming modified a new prescription for him. Old Buffon took it excitedly. As a matter of fact, this prescription was quite important. If he didn't meet Yang Ming by chance, he wouldn't be able to get it no matter how much money he had. Moreover, the previous prescription was already very precious. Yang Ming could rewrite the prescription according to his improved situation, which was even more difficult. Thinking of this, old Buffon was somewhat happy that he brought Yang Ming back to Europe as a guest. Although some unpleasant things happened, they were now resolved. He believed that his master was still very satisfied with the current handling method. "Master, this prescription, can my wife take it?" Old Buffon hesitated and asked. After all, old Buffon's situation had undergone a huge change. Mrs. Buffon also saw it. At first, Mrs. Buffon was dismissive of this bitter medicinal soup, but which woman didn't want to be beautiful? Didn't she want to be younger? Especially when old Buffon was getting more and more energetic, Mrs. Buffon was also anxious. Although she was much younger than old Buffon, if she were to develop according to the current situation, she might be the one to die first. Mrs. Buffon suddenly became anxious. When she boiled the medicine this time, she boiled more and drank some secretly. However, the result was vomiting and diarrhea. After old Buffon found out about this, he was very angry. He sternly reprimanded Mrs. Buffon and told her that the prescription was based on the person. Chinese medicine was different from Western medicine. Chinese medicine was tailor-made for each different person. Moreover, there was a difference between men and women. How could this medicine be drunk indiscriminately? Vomiting and diarrhea was considered good. It was good enough that she didn't die from drinking it. How would Mrs. Buffon understand this? She was shocked by old Buffon's words. She was so lucky that she managed to keep her life. However, although old Buffon reprimanded his wife's recklessness, he also wanted his wife to live a long life with him. Therefore, he was thick-skinned to ask his master for advice at this time. When Mrs. Buffon saw that old Buffon didn't forget her at this time, she was very sweet in her heart. Her eyes were full of deep love. "Hee, this is definitely not possible, but I can give her a new prescription and a simple training plan based on your wife's situation." Yang Ming laughed after listening. Ah! Old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon were both delighted at the same time. Mrs. Buffon now understood the importance of Yang Ming's prescription. She was so happy that she kept thanking him. "What are you still doing?" Old Buffon blamed his wife for her lack of judgment. He glared at her and said, "Hurry up and kneel on the ground to acknowledge your master." This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Old Buffon didn't want to miss it. Yang Ming didn't accept apprentices easily. Now that he had given his wife a prescription and a training plan, it was almost the same as being her master, so he immediately urged his wife to acknowledge him as her master. Mrs. Buffon didn't think as much as old Buffon. At this time, when she heard old Buffon asking her to acknowledge him as her master, she was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood old Buffon's meaning. However, she was a little hesitant in her heart. It wasn't because she had to kneel to Yang Ming, but because she was afraid that Yang Ming would reject her. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up!" Old Buffon urged impatiently. When he saw that Yang Ming didn't refuse, it should be an acquiescence. He was afraid that Yang Ming would regret it in a while, so he urged his wife with some resentment. Okay. Mrs. Buffon quickly knelt in front of Yang Ming. "Master, please accept your apprentice's worship." These words were said on TV with old Buffon all the time, so she was familiar with it. After 3 respectful kowtows, Yang Ming nodded slightly and said, "Okay, you can get up." Mrs. Buffon suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She was just afraid that Yang Ming would refuse. Now that Yang Ming said so, it was obvious that he had agreed to accept her as his apprentice. Congratulations, junior sister." Old Buffon was also very happy. He was particularly excited that Yang Ming could give him such a big face. "What junior sister?" Mrs. Buffon didn't react for a while and asked in a daze. "I entered the door first, so I'm the senior brother." "You're the junior sister." Old Buffon explained, "Why are you so stupid?" Haha, it turned out to be like this. Mrs. Buffon laughed after listening. Yang Ming gave her a Chinese medicine prescription according to Mrs. Buffon's situation, and then gave her a simple training plan. He let her practice for a few months to see how the progress was before making the next plan. Mrs. Buffon quickly thanked him. Old Buffon was also grateful to Yang Ming. He felt that he owed Yang Ming too much and couldn't repay him. As the saying goes, a master is like a father. If he teaches you kung fu, you can't repay him no matter how much you repay him. Old Buffon thought so at the moment. In fact, for Yang Ming, many of these were just a small effort. What old Buffon did had already compensated Yang Ming with equivalent value. But old Buffon didn't think so. He thought that what he did was just a small effort, and Yang Ming taught him kung fu. This was the most valuable thing. There were footsteps on the stairs. Yang Ming looked up but found Xianxia and Wang Xiaoyan walking down the stairs side by side. In front of old Buffon, Yang Ming still called Suya as Xianxia, but it was a bit messy. Yang Ming simply called her Little Ya. Little Ya, Yan Yan, why did you come out? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Why didn't Xianxia lie down a little longer? It was a little uncomfortable to lie down, so I wanted to get up and walk. Xianxia smiled. I haven't seen the night scene of Europe yet. Yan Yan suggested that we go out together? That's fine too. Yang Ming felt that it was also necessary for Xianxia to go outside and breathe some fresh air and relax. Now that Malajben's matter was solved, he was not afraid that someone would harass them again. I'm going to prepare the car. Yang Ming wanted to go out, so old Buffon was naturally the role of being at his beck and call, even though he was a role that had hundreds of responses in front of others. Yang Ming nodded and did not refuse. If he was always polite to old Buffon, it would bring psychological pressure to him. He would think that Yang Ming didn't really treat him as an apprentice, so Yang Ming simply let it be. Only when old Buffon fulfilled the obligation of being an apprentice, his heart would be at peace. The luxurious Bentley limousine drove out of old Buffon's manor. The driver was old Buffon himself, and Mrs. Buffon was sitting next to him. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and Xianxia were sitting in the back of the car. Yang Ming, the person driving in front, is from the Buffon family. Just now in front of old Buffon, Xianxia hesitated several times. Now there were only a few people in the car, so Xianxia could ask Yang Ming. Yes, he is the patriarch of the Buffon family, old Buffon. Yang Ming nodded and said, the person I'm talking about is him. In the future, if you have any trouble in Europe, you can find him. You don't have to be polite. Ah. It's really him. Xianxia was shocked when she heard Yang Ming's affirmation at the moment. She didn't expect that the patriarch of the Buffon family, who was high up, would actually be Yang Ming's follower, and he would personally act as Yang Ming's driver. There is nothing to be surprised about. Didn't you hear him call you master's wife Shu? Yang Ming smiled and said, he is my apprentice, and his wife has just become my apprentice. So, if you are polite to him in the future, he will think that I want to expel him from the sect. So, don't add any psychological burden to him. Hee hee. Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Yang Ming was becoming more and more mysterious. Although she knew a lot of things about Yang Ming, she didn't understand these little things. If she knew that Yang Ming knew the patriarch, old Buffon, then she wouldn't have to attend the banquet yesterday. What else have you not told me? Xianxia asked Yang Ming. These little things are too many. Otherwise, you don't want to be a celebrity and stay with me. Then, you will know everything. Yang Ming thought about it and instigated. I'm afraid this won't work. If I don't want to do it, there needs to be a process. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Give me some time. Believe me. I will quit. I understand. Yang Ming nodded. He also knew that a public figure like Xianxia couldn't quit just because she wanted to. There had to be a gradual process. Although old Buffon was very famous, there were not many people who had seen him. Most of these people were celebrities at the top of the pyramid. Now, old Buffon was like an ordinary old man, walking on the street with his wife. They were like a middle-aged couple. There was nothing special about them. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was holding Wang Xiaoyan and Xianxia as he walked in front of them. He looked like a playboy who came out to have fun, but it was not unusual. In fact, on the streets at night, most of the people like Yang Ming were playboys who came out to have fun. I haven't had this kind of ordinary feeling for a long time, old Buffon said emotionally as he held his wife's hand. When they came out before, they were either with a team or with many guards. There was no sense of freedom at all. Yeah, it turns out that this kind of tranquility is so good. Mrs. Buffon had not been so relaxed for decades. After marrying old Buffon, she lived a life of not leaving the house. Hee, but it is only when I come out with master and master's wife that I have such a sense of security. With them, even a team of guards can't compare to it. Old Buffon was somewhat complacent. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't need much makeup, but Xianxia was a public figure. At this moment, she had to wear a pair of large sunglasses to cover her face, but it couldn't hide her beauty. Walking on the street, she attracted a lot of young men's attention. Yang Ming. Look at that person. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyan, who was next to Yang Ming, squeezed his hand and said softly. In fact, without Wang Xiaoyan's reminder, Yang Ming had already noticed that there was a man in a black trench coat not far from them. This person was actually the god of racing, Charles, whom they met in Songjiang. What's wrong? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan with a little doubt. She didn't know why they suddenly stopped. I saw an acquaintance. Yang Ming whispered, but I don't want him to see us here. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had always been very ordinary in front of Charles, but it was somewhat inexplicable for them to suddenly appear in Europe. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan felt that Charles's behavior was sneaky, so they wanted to see what he was doing. They saw that Charles's cap was lowered, and the collar of his trench coat was raised, covering most of his face. If it weren't for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan having a deep impression of this person, they wouldn't recognize him immediately. Charles lingered there as if he was waiting for someone. Yang. You. Little Ya, you go with old Buffon first. Yan and I will go later. Okay. Old Buffon nodded and took his wife to leave first. He also understood that since Yang Ming said so, there must be something big. Xianxia also knew that Yang Ming must have something important to do. Since he asked Wang Xiaoyan to stay, Xianxia also guessed what it was. She nodded immediately. She was not an indecisive woman. She understood that staying here would only bring trouble to Yang Ming. If something happened and Yang Ming had to protect her, it would seriously affect the efficiency of Yang Ming's plan. Wang Xiaoyan was different. She didn't need Yang Ming's protection. The reason why Yang Ming handed Xianxia over to old Buffon and his wife was because he was very relieved. In Europe, no one dared to touch the old Buffon family. After the three people left, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan hid in the dark, quietly observing Charles's movements. After a closer look, Yang Ming found that Charles was not waiting for someone, but he was looking in the direction of a tea house in the distance, deep in thought. What is this guy looking at? When Yang Ming said this, he also looked in the direction of the tea house with his special ability. Who knows? Could it be that he wants to assassinate someone? Wang Xiaoyan guessed. There were not many people in the tea house. Looking at the situation, it seemed to be reserved. Many black-shirted people stood at the door and walked back and forth. Inside the tea house, only one person was sitting at a table. It was a somewhat dignified old man, quietly waiting for something. Next to him was a blonde girl. Although she could be said to be very beautiful, according to Yang Ming's Oriental aesthetic, he was not interested in this kind of European-style beauty. After a while, the old man looked at the watch on his wrist and frowned. It seemed that he was probably waiting for someone, and that person had not come yet. There is an old man and a young foreign girl in the tea house. They seem to be waiting for someone. Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoyan. Could it be that they are waiting for Charles? Wang Xiaoyan said casually. Waiting for Charles? Yang Ming was stunned. He originally thought that Charles was observing the target, but now it seemed that this was not the case. How did you see it? Wang Xiaoyan was a little curious. She and Yang Ming stood together. She didn't even see the person in the tea house, but Yang Ming actually saw it so carefully. My eyesight is better. Yang Ming could only explain it this way. He still hid something from Wang Xiaoyan. Why do I feel that you are like Conan with electronic glasses? Wang Xiaoyan glanced at Yang Ming and said, I will take a closer look. Maybe it is someone I know. After that, she walked forward without waiting for Yang Ming to speak. Although Yang Ming wanted to stop her, he thought about it later. This road was not very wide, and there was no shelter on the side of the road. If they were too close, they would inevitably be discovered by Charles. But even if Charles discovered it, he didn't care. At most, they could sit down and talk together. Yang Ming would not be afraid of him. The old man in the tea house looked at the time again and frowned suddenly. Yang Ming guessed that it was probably because the appointed time had passed, so the old man had this expression. The old man took out his phone and dialed a number. What made Yang Ming a little surprised was that Charles actually took out his phone at the same time. He glanced at it, then pressed the button to hang up. The old man frowned and put down the phone. Then, he picked up the phone irritably and continued to dial the number just now. Charles fumbled for his phone again. Hello? Charles picked up the phone. Where are you? When are you coming? It is already half an hour later than the appointed time, asked the old man. I have something to do at the last minute, so I won't go. Charles's confidence was obviously lacking. You are nearby, right? I will ask someone to find you. The old man hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then, he instructed a black-shirted man waiting beside him. The black-shirted man took the other black-shirted men out of the tea house and began to search in all directions near the tea house. After Charles hung up the phone and saw this scene, he suddenly turned around and ran toward Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan's attention was on the tea house over there. She didn't expect Charles, who was not far in front of her, to suddenly turn around and run toward her. Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly shocked. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know the conversation between the old man and Charles. When she saw Charles suddenly turn around, she thought that Charles found her trace. She didn't think about dodging but put on a posture of facing the enemy. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Ming wanted to call Wang Xiaoyan, but it was too late because Charles had already seen the existence of Wang Xiaoyan. There was also a hint of surprise on Charles's face. What are you going to do? Charles asked in a panic. He didn't understand why Wang Xiaoyan suddenly appeared here and blocked in front of him. Is she someone hired by my father? What am I going to do? Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly stunned. Didn't you discover me? What did I discover about you? Charles heard Wang Xiaoyan's words and knew that there must be a misunderstanding between the two. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Don't talk about it. Hurry up and run. We'll talk later. With that, Charles took to his heels. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan couldn't figure out the current situation, so they had to run with Charles. The three people were like a street marathon, running forward together. After running about 4 or 5 streets, Charles stopped. Fortunately, the three people were all assassins and had received strict physical training. So, after running so far, no one showed any signs of physical exhaustion or panting. They were all fine. Charles knew his own situation, so he was not surprised that he was fine. However, he had strong doubts about Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was reasonable to say that except for athletes, any normal person who had run such a long distance without any preparation would feel more or less uncomfortable. At the very least, they would gasp for breath. After all, exercising for such a long time would increase their lung capacity. However, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan did not have any adverse reactions. This made Charles very curious. Do you often exercise? Bed exercise. Yang Ming nodded and said seriously. Ah? Charles was stunned. Let's not talk about this. Why did you run just now? Yang Ming also saw Charles's suspicion, so he said bed exercise to divert Charles's attention. How can I not? Run? Didn't you see people coming out of the tea room to catch me? Charles said with lingering fear. Catch you? What do they want to catch you for? Asked Yang Ming. It's a long story. Charles was not familiar with Yang Ming, so he didn't say too much. Are you free? Sit down and have a few drinks together. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Let's go. We have nothing to do anyway. Yang Ming nodded and said. So, the three of them entered a small bar on the side of the road, found a small private room, and sat down. Charles, now you can't deny it, right? Do you have an industry in Europe? Asked Wang Xiaoyan with a half-smile. Charles didn't have a surprised expression. After all, when he talked to Yang Ming before, he had already admitted that he had an industry in Europe. It seems that you know me very well. Charles did not deny what Wang Xiaoyan said before. Who are you? I think we seem to know each other by accident. It's really just an accident. Yang Ming said, however, there is one thing that I don't think I need to hide. If there is no accident, we should be in the same industry. Same industry, what do you mean? Charles was stunned. You also race? You should understand what I mean. Yang Ming continued, I'm not a racer, but I'm an assassin. Yang Ming had learned from Wang Xiaoyan that Charles had no conflict with her. There was no deep hatred between the two, so Yang Ming didn't intend to beat around the bush with Charles. If he wanted to expand an unknown assassin group, in addition to his own strength, he had to work hard to get to know some helpers. Charles's family was the best helper. It was the third assassin group in the world, second only to the King of Assassins and the Butterfly family. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't want to have anything to do with the Butterfly family in his heart. Yang Ming was a more casual person. He didn't like the kind of life that others arranged for him. Although Feng Tian was his master, he didn't want to marry a so-called little princess of the Butterfly family according to his master's wishes. This kind of marriage without love was destined to fail and be a tragedy. Although the King of Assassins was ranked first in the world, its population was too thin. Except for Feng Tian, who was a general without an army, there were only two people left, Yang Ming and Dong Jun. Dong Jun was a master thief, not an assassin. Then, only Yang Ming could act. Although he had the title of the King of Assassins, the resources that he could borrow were limited. Yang Ming could rely on the power of the Butterfly family. He believed that the Butterfly family was willing to provide the necessary resources, but the marriage contract had become a thorn in Yang Ming's heart. He didn't want to trouble the Butterfly family. The more he owed them, the harder it would be to repay them. In the end, it would be cat up if he had to repay the debt with his body. Therefore, Yang Ming had no choice but to find a third party for help. After Yang Ming knew Charles's identity, he locked his eyes on Charles. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to find a suitable opportunity to talk to Charles openly after returning to Songjiang. However, he didn't expect to meet Charles in Europe by accident. Although this was a bit rushed, since Charles had already seen Yang Ming's existence, Yang Ming also made up his mind and revealed his identity. What? Charles's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually an assassin. However, people in the assassin world rarely knew that he was the heir of the family. How did this Yang Ming know? Don't rush to deny it. The reason why I told you so much is that there is no conflict of interest or hostile relationship between us, so we can sit together and talk so much. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Yang Ming smiled faintly. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Charles was obviously disdainful. Although he was committed to the traffic jam business, he had also undergone very strict assassin training since he was a child. Not everyone could kill him just because they wanted to. Really? Charles reached for the wine glass on the table disdainfully, but he suddenly found that the wine glass had disappeared. When he looked up, the wine glass was quietly placed in front of Yang Ming. Charles was suddenly shocked. When did Yang Ming take the wine glass? Charles didn't notice at all. If Yang Ming did something at this time, then he might be dead now. Thinking of this, Charles suddenly had a cold sweat. You, who asked you to come? No one asked us to come. Yang Ming shook his head. I didn't want to see you here. My idea was to find a chance to talk to you in detail after I returned to Songjiang, but I didn't expect to meet you here. What do you want? Charles looked at Yang Ming nervously. Nothing yet. I just want to contact you in this identity. Yang Ming said, I think we can talk about the specific plan in detail after we return to Songjiang. Do you mean that the two sides cooperate? Charles was not stupid. He immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. Almost. Yang Ming nodded and said. Since you know my identity, then you probably understand my situation. Charles suddenly smiled bitterly. I am actually not interested in the career of those assassins. My favorite career is racing. This is my ideal and pursuit. As for the family, I feel bored just thinking about it. I have heard of this. Yang Ming said, but, are you going to keep going like this? As far as I know, you are the only heir of your family. If you go racing, what will happen to your family? Yang Ming's words seemed to hurt Charles's heartstrings. Charles bowed his head in pain. He kept grabbing his hair with his hand, and his face was very painful. I understand what you said, but if I do something I don't like just for the family, I will go crazy. Really? Yang Ming looked at Charles's current appearance, and he had some sympathy in his heart. The children of these big families were doomed at birth. In the eyes of outsiders, although they had infinite glory, they had their own difficulties. They also wanted to have their own life. Charles in front of him was like this, but thinking about it, wasn't Wang Xiaoyan next to him the same? She created the world's #1 assassin organization. Wasn't it a tool for her family to compromise with her? I know, but everyone has their own responsibilities. This is decided at birth. There is no way to avoid it. Yang Ming sighed and said. The person in the tea room just now is my father. He asked me to go back in the name of matchmaking, but I know that he wants to catch me and put me under house arrest. I won't be fooled, said Charles. Charles's words made Yang Ming slightly stunned. He didn't expect the old man in the tea room to be Charles's father. This family is really dramatic. The father calculates the son, and the son calculates the father. So, I can't help you with the cooperation. I don't want to have anything to do with the family's affairs. Charles shrugged and said. I understand. Yang Ming didn't want to force Charles. He stood up and patted his shoulder. Then you take care. I hope to see you in Songjiang. Of course, I will go back. I still want to pursue Miss Zhou. Charles said seriously. D***MN, are you asking for a beating? Yang Ming listened to Charles's words and was dumbfounded. He punched the kid. What are you thinking about? Isn't your girlfriend Miss Wang? Charles didn't care. He looked at Yang Ming with a provocative look. What does Miss Zhou's matter have to do with you? Yang Ming knew that this kid was using Wang Xiaoyan to divide him. In his opinion, Wang Xiaoyan was his girlfriend, so at this moment, he would not refute Zhou Jiejia's matter. If he refuted, wouldn't he admit that he had a relationship with Zhou Jiejia? Charles's wishful thinking was very good, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Xiaoyan said indifferently after listening, I am Yang Ming's lover. Zhou Jiejia is his girlfriend. Huh? Charles was stunned. Did this chick eat the wrong medicine? She said it so straightforwardly. Charles was stunned for a long time, then he lowered his head helplessly. Well, I admit that you are bad *SS, but I still have the right to pursue Miss Zhou. Do whatever you want. You're on your own. Yang Ming snorted. I hope you still have this opportunity. What do you mean? Charles was dissatisfied with Yang Ming's words. How do you know that I don't have a chance? Your dad is here. Yang Ming pointed outside the bar mysteriously. D***MN, are you lying? Charles naturally didn't believe it and rolled his eyes. Don't deceive me with such a low IQ lie. I won't be afraid. Do as you please. Yang Ming shrugged and stood up. He then left the bar with Wang Xiaoyan. At the entrance of the bar, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly froze. She looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. How did you know that someone came to his house? I guessed. Yang Ming smiled and looked at the large number of black-clothed people coming from all directions. They were the people he saw at the entrance of the tea house. You guessed? Why do you think so? Wang Xiaoyan asked curiously. It's very simple. Do you think he can escape? His mobile phone was probably installed with a satellite positioning system by his father or something else on his body, said Yang Ming. That's right. That brat is unlucky. He doesn't even know it yet. Wang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. Yang Ming took out his phone and called old Buffon. Where are you? At Wharton Street, in a casino, said old Buffon. how did you go to the casino? Yang Ming suddenly frowned. He subconsciously didn't want Xianxia to come into contact with that kind of place. Hee, an old friend opened a casino. Since they invited me, I was embarrassed to not go. So, I came to look around. Where are you? Asked old Buffon. When Yang Ming heard that it was opened by old Buffon's friend, he was slightly relieved. He didn't want Xianxia to come into contact with these things in society. I don't know where I am. Yang Ming looked around. Just now, he was running wildly with Charles. Who knew where this place was? In this case, you stop a taxi, and then come to Alice Casino. Old Buffon said, it's very famous. All taxi drivers know about it. Okay. Yang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then, he said to Wang Xiaoyan, these people actually went to the casino. Let's go and see. Alice Casino? Wang Xiaoyan listened thoughtfully. I seem to have heard of it. Old Buffon also said that it's very famous. Let's go. Let's go. As Yang Ming said this, he stopped a taxi and went in the direction of Alice Casino with Wang Xiaoyan. I remember. Alice is a very famous person. In Europe's upper class, it is not much worse than the Buffon family's power. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly said, there is a famous cruise ship called Alice. Every year, celebrities from all over the world are invited to gather on this ship. Alice. Hearing this name, Yang Ming was shocked and remembered something. When I first met Suya, wasn't it on the Alice? Could it be that Alice? The mysterious woman who is rumored to have royal aristocratic blood and even has the support of a country's forces? Why? Have you heard of it? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. The first mission was on the Alice. Yang Ming whispered. Because the taxi here was not like the one in China, it was separated from the front and back. There was a partition in the middle, so if you whispered, the driver couldn't hear it at all. Mission. Alice. Could it be? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked and turned to look at Yang Ming. Dorsk. Did you kill him? Yang Ming nodded. It was a coincidence. At that time, this guy was trying to molest Xianxia. As a result, Xianxia saw the process of me killing him. At that time, I still wanted to kill him. I almost. Having said this, Yang Ming smiled with some self-deprecation. It was almost a tragedy. No way? Isn't she your first love? What's wrong with your eyes? Can't you recognize her? Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised and didn't quite believe it. There were some changes in the middle. Xianxia changed her appearance, so I didn't recognize her. When Yang Ming introduced Xianxia to Wang Xiaoyan, he was in a hurry, so he didn't tell her these details. It turned out to be like this. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin, so it was easier for her to accept disguises. The car stopped in front of a gorgeous palace. This was the Alice Casino that old Buffon mentioned. Yang Ming paid the fare and got off with Wang Xiaoyan, but he saw that old Buffon was already standing at the door waiting for him. This made Yang Ming a little surprised. A person of old Buffon's status, especially in this kind of public occasion, was still very respectful to him and didn't care about the views of outsiders. This was really rare. Mr. Yang. Old Buffon remembered Yang Ming's instructions. His address to Yang Ming outside changed from Master to Mr. Yang. Why are you waiting for me here? You can just ask someone to pick me up. Yang Ming said helplessly. Old Buffon personally picked him up, which made him become the focus of attention. How can that be? Old Buffon smiled and then whispered, don't worry. Master. These security guards don't recognize me. Yang Ming nodded and followed old Buffon into the casino with Wang Xiaoyan. They got on the elevator and came to the VIP room on the top floor of the casino. Pushing open the door of a room, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan walked in with old Buffon. They saw a girl about 15 years old, chatting happily with Xianxia. Mrs. Buffon was sitting by the side, listening to the two girls with interest. After Yang Ming came in, the girl smiled apologetically at Xianxia, then stood up and greeted Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. She said gracefully, hello, welcome here, Uncle Buffon's guests. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. This girl is the owner of this place? She is only 15 years old, right? Could it be that she is Alice? Seeing that Yang Ming was a little stunned, old Buffon quickly said, "Mr. Yang, this is Miss Alice, the owner of the casino." With old Buffon's affirmation, Yang Ming reached out his hand awkwardly and said, "Hello, Yang Ming. Nice to meet you." Alice shook hands with Yang Ming with a smile, then she pursed her lips and smiled. "Why? Are you curious about my age?" "No, you misunderstood." Yang Ming was exposed, and he was even more embarrassed. "I'm just curious. You should be a Westerner, the name Alice. My surname is AI, and my name is Alice. Can't I?" Alice glared at Yang Ming. She was obviously not satisfied with his excuse. "Okay, hee hee." Yang Ming laughed twice, and his heart was shocked. The legendary Alice is actually a 15-year-old Eastern girl. Moreover, the language she uses is actually Chinese. If old Buffon's Chinese was the kind of strange European and American Chinese, then Alice's Chinese was pure Mandarin. This made it hard for Yang Ming to imagine that a European girl would speak such a standard Chinese. Alice was a fan of Xianxia. She sat back on the sofa and chatted with Xianxia again. She didn't care about Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, old Buffon, and others. Yang Ming wasn't angry. Although Alice's identity might be very noble, in the end, she was still a 15-year-old child. Why would Yang Ming bother with her? "Alice is like this. Don't bother with her." Old Buffon smiled. For this somewhat mysterious Alice, Yang Ming had a feeling that he couldn't figure out for the first time. How can a 15-year-old girl support such a huge business group? Even if she is a genius and has magical powers, it seems impossible. If there was no force behind her to do all this remotely, Yang Ming didn't believe it. However, these had nothing to do with Yang Ming, right? Yang Ming simply regarded Alice as a child, and he didn't go to investigate further. After a while, Alice said something to Xianxia, then she stood up and said to the people present, "Sorry, there is a game today. I will leave first." "Game?" Yang Ming looked at old Buffon in confusion. A Korean gambling master came to challenge. It is said that he has won against several casino consultants in a row. Old Buffon said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's go and have a look." Forget it. Yang Ming didn't want Xianxia to come into contact with these gambling things. He didn't know why, but in his impression, Xianxia was still a pure little girl. "Well, then we won't go." Old Buffon said, "Alice, then we won't watch the game. We will come and see you again when we have time." "Okay, Uncle Buffon, but remember to bring Sister Xianxia along," said Alice. "Sure." Old Buffon smiled and nodded. Alice sent old Buffon and his wife, Xianxia, and Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to the elevator and left. After they entered the elevator, Alice took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. "Brother, I saw Yang Ming," Alice said faintly. It wasn't clear what was said on the other side of the phone. Alice nodded and hung up the phone. Xia's first concert tour in Europe opened as scheduled. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and old Buffon and his wife sat together in the VIP seats, watching Xia's performance on the stage. What surprised Yang Ming was that Alice also came, and she sat on the other side of Yang Ming. At this moment, she was holding a bag of popcorn and quietly watching Xia on the stage. It was a picture of a quiet girl, which made Yang Ming more and more surprised. How was the huge business group behind Alice established? Here, Xia's concert tracks were different from those in Asia. Many songs were replaced with English versions, and a few English old songs were added. However, Xia's reserved tracks were still in Chinese. For example, Childhood Love and The Boy at the Same Table, etc. Previously, it seemed that no one knew about the small political earthquake caused by Xia. Only a few people at the top knew about it. The fans present didn't know that such a thing had happened before. For the mayor's replacement, it was impossible for them to connect these things together. "Hey, I want to tell you something." Yang Ming was immersed in Xia's singing, but he was interrupted by Alice next to him. "What?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He and Alice didn't talk much. They just knew each other. He didn't expect Alice to take the initiative to talk to him. "I heard that you are very good at gambling. I want you to do me a favor," said Alice. "How do you know?" Yang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a move in his heart. I recognized you when I saw you at first sight that day. Alice said, I have seen your video record in Macau. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming sighed. He didn't expect that his limelight in Macau had been known by most people. What's the favor? Since Alice already knew, Yang Ming had nothing to hide and asked directly. That Korean, I lost. I want to ask you to help me win against him. Alice said, you can ask for any reward. Oh, are you so sure that I can win against him? Yang Ming smiled. Besides, I want your casino. Can you give it to me? Yes. Alice nodded with certainty. Alice Casino. I have 67% of the shares in my hand. I can give these shares to you as long as you can win against him. Originally, Yang Ming was just joking, but Alice's answer made Yang Ming somewhat stunned. Really give the casino to me? Are you kidding me? Yang Ming wants this casino, but he has no time to run it. Ugh. I'm just joking. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. A real man keeps his word. What's wrong? You don't keep your word? Alice looked at Yang Ming contemptuously. Well, I promise you, but I don't want the casino, said Yang Ming. Then what do you want? Asked Alice. I want you. Yang Ming decided to tease this little girl. I'm not an adult yet. Alice was stunned, and then she understood what Yang Ming was referring to. Her face was slightly red. It doesn't matter. I like young ones. Yang Ming said with a weird uncle look, and, according to your local law, 14 years old is considered an adult, right? Alice frowned. After a long while, she asked, are you serious? Yang Ming nodded. Okay, deal. Alice bit her lip and said, but be careful not to let Xianxia and Wang Xiaoyan know. Aren't you afraid that I will pester you? Yang Ming didn't expect Alice to agree to this excessive request, and he was a little surprised. He didn't want to compete with the Korean gambling master. Yang Ming came here to see Xianxia in addition to performing the mission, so he wanted to be low-key and didn't want to become a public figure again. So, after Alice made this request, Yang Ming began to ask for a sky-high price. The first time he asked for this chick's casino, he didn't expect her to agree so readily. So, Yang Ming began to ask for more and more and put forward more excessive requests. But what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Alice actually agreed. This made Yang Ming very surprised. She can agree to this kind of request? Yang Ming said with some helplessness, I'm just kidding. Are you a man or not? Why are you so fussy? Alice frowned and said with some disdainful sarcasm. Yang Ming was a little annoyed. He thought, I'm not a man? I just don't want to argue with you. Seeing that you are a child, I put forward a few difficult requests to let you know the difficulties and retreat. If it were another person, I would have refused directly. I didn't expect you to agree to these few requests. This made Yang Ming a little angry, especially when he heard Alice say that he wasn't a man. He was even more upset, so he said coldly, I am a clean freak. I don't like second-hand goods. In Yang Ming's view, if Alice could agree to his request, it proved that this chick was more open. He heard that there were many girls in Europe and the United States who had sex at the age of 12 or 13. It wasn't a rare thing at all, so Yang Ming said so. Don't worry. I'm very clean. It's the first time. Although Alice felt that Yang Ming's words were not so pleasant to hear, she still said it. Yang Ming was completely speechless this time. He didn't expect that his continuous difficulties were resolved by Alice. Well, when? Yang Ming sighed with a tone of helplessness. He didn't want to do anything to Alice. Although Alice seemed to have developed in the places that should be developed, this made Yang Ming feel a sense of guilt. Yang Ming had not reached the level of perversion. These 2 days, I will contact you after I arrange it, said Alice. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Let's talk about it after you arrange it. I hope I haven't left yet. I will tell Uncle Buffon to let you stay for 2 more days, said Alice. Yang Ming thought, Alice probably doesn't know my relationship with old Buffon. She thinks that old Buffon can interfere with my actions, but let her think whatever she wants. Yang Ming was not willing to explain too much. Charles looked at the backs of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and shrugged. He muttered unhappily, "Do you think you are a god? How can you know my dad's whereabouts?" Charles paid the bill and then staggered out of the bar. As soon as he went out, he was surrounded by people. Charles was obviously stunned. "Young master." The leader of the black-shirt men bowed to Charles and said, "Sorry, please come with us." "You? How did you find this place?" Charles was stunned and asked inexplicably. "The master is in the car over there," the leader of the black-shirt men said faintly. "Aye." Charles couldn't help it. He sighed helplessly. Since things had come to this point, he could only follow the black-shirt men to see his father. Old Charles was sitting in an RV not far away. He was holding a GPS navigation device in his hand. Yang Ming guessed correctly. In Charles's mobile phone, old Charles had already hidden a GPS chip. It was just not easily turned on. When he just called, old Charles felt that something was wrong. He felt that Charles should be nearby, silently observing the movement in the tea room. So old Charles started the GPS positioning device and found Charles's location. Sure enough, Charles was nearby, and he ran from the direction of the tea room to the direction of a bar. Old Charles smiled slightly, got in the RV, and rushed in the direction of the bar. Turning off the GPS device in his hand and hiding the device, old Charles saw his son get in the RV. "Dad." Charles got into the car unhappily and sat at the side. He lowered his head and looked like he was being bullied. Old Charles frowned. "Charles, what do you mean by this? Are you playing hide-and-seek with me?" "No," Charles said without looking up. "Then what do you mean? You came near the tea room, but you didn't come in and ran away?" Old Charles said this and did not forget to explain, "Don't think that my people didn't see you." "Humph? See me? I guess it's probably a GPS chip on my phone or something, right?" Having said that, Charles took out his phone and threw it in front of old Charles. Old Charles was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect this matter to be discovered by Charles. He coughed and changed the topic. "You are not young anymore. Why do you always play racing? Do you know that you still need to inherit the family business?" "Dad, I understand what you mean." Charles suddenly raised his head and said firmly, "Dad, let's have a good talk." "Talk?" Old Charles was stunned and then said, Okay, then let's talk. I'll see what you want to talk to me about." "Dad, I'm not joking. I'm talking to you about this very formally. Also, I hope you can complete this conversation with an equal and fair attitude. I don't want you to always use your own subjective consciousness as the topic." Charles hesitated for a moment and then said, "Oh?" Old Charles smiled. "Interesting. Well, I will listen to you. What do you want to talk about?" "Let's talk." "Okay, Dad, I hope you will abide by your promise. After listening to my words, you can be more rational and don't yell," said Charles. "Okay, I am an adult. I am still more rational than you." Old Charles took a breath and said sternly. He also realized that this time, Charles might want to talk to him about the future of his life. Old Charles also knew that in the past few years, the relationship between the father and son had obviously become tense. Old Charles was very sad. He was old, and what he wanted most was for his son to often come to see him and talk to him. But because of the tension, Charles simply ignored him. Charles also avoided him, which made old Charles's heart very uncomfortable. "Dad, in fact, you also know that my ambitions and interests are not to do the assassin's career at all. I have no interest in those things." Charles said, "My hobby is car racing. Only in car racing can I find the joy of my life. Everything else is boring to me." "I know this, but if you don't manage the family business, what about the family's businesses?" Old Charles sighed and said, "I am not young, and I can only hold on for a few years. What should I do then? Don't I care about these brothers who have gone through life and death together? Watch the big assassin group that I built be ruined and disbanded. I really don't want this. Dad, in fact, to put it bluntly, if the family business is in my hands, the ending will still be the same because I am not good at this." Charles said, "Everyone has their own strengths. Everyone has their own ideals. I don't want you to bind me and let me do things I don't like to do. Not only will I not be happy, but I believe you will not be happy either. You really thought about it? You want to race as a career in the future? Old Charles said such a sentence after a long while. He looked at Charles with some old age. Are you sure? Yes, father. Charles said firmly, I have thought about it. This is my career and my pursuit. I don't want to be an assassin. I want to be a racer and gallop on the track. But, what about the family business? Old Charles was a little helpless. It could be seen that Charles was determined. Otherwise, he would not be so determined. Charles was also a little embarrassed. He also understood that his father valued the family business very much. I personally created a small organization left by your grandfather into a deified assassin world and became the third assassin organization in the world. You can't imagine how much effort I have put in. For me, this assassin group is like my son. Although it is not as important as you, it is also a part of my life. Old Charles said with some helplessness and regret. However, if I had to choose between the assassin group and you, son, I would not hesitate to choose you. Charles's tears flowed down in an instant. He originally thought that the career was the first in his father's heart, but he did not expect that his father would say this today. This made the hostility and dissatisfaction in Charles's heart toward his father disappear in an instant. Dad. Charles held his father's hand, and the invisible barrier between the two of them disappeared. Son. Old Charles patted Charles on the shoulder. Well, you are right. I have figured it out. Everyone has their own dreams and pursuits. My dream is to make the assassin group that my father left for me bigger and stronger. I have done it, and I feel the joy of success. So, I shouldn't stop your dream. Since you want to race, then do it. From today onwards, I won't interfere with you anymore. Really? Charles couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Is this still my stubborn father? Of course, it's true. Old Charles smiled lovingly. Your father is not as unenlightened as you think. At this moment, I have figured everything out. Whatever you want to do, you can do it boldly. I support you. Thank you for your understanding, father. Charles said very excitedly. What is there to say thank you to your own father? Old Charles smiled. But your assassin group. Charles had never considered the assassin group. Whatever he wanted to do had nothing to do with him. However, as the relationship between the father and son eased, Charles had to consider his father's feelings. For the assassin group, I can still support it for a few years. Old Charles said, at that time I will see if I can find a suitable person to entrust it to. In short, I can't let this assassin group dissipate. It's just that there are too few people who have this ability. Charles listened to his father's words and suddenly thought of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan whom he met today. Aren't they looking for me to cooperate? Can they take over my family's industry? Wasn't Wang Xiaoyan interested in my family's industry before? Thinking of this, Charles said, Dad, I know two friends who are also assassins. They are trying to talk to me about cooperation. I refused because I don't care about my family's affairs. Now that I think about it, can you cooperate with them? Oh? Old Charles was stunned. You also know people in the assassin world? How do they know your identity? I am also very skeptical about this. My identity has always been very confidential. I don't know how they know. Charles shook his head. Then you have to be more cautious. Don't be a person with bad intentions. Old Charles said, what are their names? I have the business card they left me. Wait a minute. I will find it for you. As Charles said this, he took out the business card that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had just left him from his pocket and handed it to his father. Black Butterfly Assassin Group? Old Charles was stunned. This assassin group has such a big tone. It is actually called Black Butterfly, which is only one word away from the world's second-ranked butterfly assassin group. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan? Is this Wang Xiaoyan a woman? She is a woman? What's wrong? Charles was stunned. Dad, do you know her? Her surname is Wang. This name is so familiar. Is it her? Old Charles fell into contemplation. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean by her? Charles was somewhat inexplicable. How old is this girl? Asked old Charles. She should be around 18 or 19 years old. Like us, she is Oriental, said Charles. Then it should be. Old Charles nodded. I didn't expect it to be her. Hee, then it is not surprising that she can know your identity. Moreover, she is actually called Black Butterfly. Interesting. Interesting. Dad, what are you talking to yourself for? Charles was really confused. Nothing. You don't know about the assassin world. Old Charles smiled. However, if it is really that person, I will be relieved to entrust my assassin group to her to help manage it. I really don't understand what you are talking about. Charles shook his head. But it doesn't matter. Since you think they have no problem, then you should meet them when you have the chance. And I will. Old Charles nodded and said, well, we have finished discussing your ideals. Now, can you talk about it? When will you find me a daughter-in-law and give me a grandson? It's fine if you are not with me all day long, but give me a grandson and let me enjoy the happiness of family. Dad. Charles was suddenly embarrassed. The girl I introduced to you before is also good. She has a clean family background. She is very suitable for you. Now I also support your career. How about we find a chance to meet her together? Asked old Charles. Dad, I saw her. I don't like Westerners. I still think that Orientals are beautiful, said Charles. It turns out that you like Orientals. Old Charles nodded and no longer insisted. Well, then you like Orientals. Then you should find one as soon as possible and give me a grandson. I will no longer interfere with your career. Dad, I do like someone, but she doesn't seem to like me. Charles hesitated for a moment, but he still spoke his mind. What do you mean? She doesn't like you? When old Charles heard that his son had a sweetheart, he suddenly became interested. Which girl is it? Father will give you some advice. It is Butler Zhou's daughter. I saw her in Songjiang. Charles said with a red face. Butler Zhou? You mean our family's Butler Zhou? His daughter? Old Charles heard his son's words and suddenly said, oh, I remember. Old Zhou has a daughter. She should be 20 years old now, right? I really didn't expect that time flies so fast. My memory is still stuck in the impression of the little girl when she was 4 or 5 years old. Dad, you see. Charles saw that his father did not object and suddenly felt that things seemed to be hopeful. This is easy. I will talk to old Zhou and be a matchmaker. You should meet each other. You are all young people. There should be common topics. Old Charles was eager to hold his grandson and naturally agreed. Thank you. Charles was overjoyed. He did not expect his father to be a matchmaker for him. In Singapore, in a high-class ward of the National Hospital, Huang Rongtian, Huang Rongjin, and Huang Lele surrounded an old man on the bed, their father, Huang Xiafei. Dad, you are awake. Huang Rongtian took the lead and asked. The doctor just informed him that his father had woken up, so he quickly gathered his brother and sister and rushed to the hospital. Rongtian. Huang Xiaofei smiled bitterly, and there were 2 thin syllables at the corner of his mouth. It could be seen that he was very weak now, and his whole person was much older. Dad, it's good that you are fine. Huang Rongjin breathed a sigh of relief and said, you don't have to blame yourself. Little sister said that she doesn't blame you. Isn't that right, Lele? And, Dad, don't think too much. Although Huang Lele complained about her father lying to her, Huang Xiafei was her father after all. This family relationship could not be erased. So after her father fell ill, Huang Lele also thought it through under the persuasion of her 2 brothers. She was not going to pursue her father's responsibility anymore. Huang Xiafei's mouth showed a bitter smile. Lele, Dad is sorry. Dad shouldn't have lied to you. Dad, don't say this. The top priority is for you to get better as soon as possible. The family company still needs you. Huang Lele said comfortingly. However, what she did not say was that the bank had already come to the door. Both her eldest brother and second brother were struggling to deal with these debt collectors every day. The company was already facing the danger of bankruptcy. "Yeah, Dad, we and Rongjin are waiting for you to recover," said Huang Rongtian. "Thank you for forgiving me." Huang Xiaofei's face was better. This was his biggest worry. Now that his children had forgiven him, he was also relieved. "How is the company?" "Fortunately, Rongjin and I are supporting it." Although Huang Rongtian said it lightly, only they understood the pressure they had been under these days. "You and Rongjin, hee, I didn't expect Rongjin to be able to help in the company." Huang Xiaofei smiled happily. "You two brothers are connected." "I am very happy." Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin looked at each other and smiled bitterly at the same time. Both of them understood that even if the brothers were connected, the company might not be able to support it. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door outside the ward. Huang Lele thought it was a nurse from the hospital, so she said, "Please come in." The door of the ward was pushed open, and it was indeed Li Ziqing and Li Tianjia who came in. "Old Huang? I heard that you are awake." Li Ziqing spoke, and his voice was a bit sharp and harsh. "Ai, why is your body so weak? You are hospitalized all of a sudden? TSK, that is not a good sign, right? What are you doing here?" Huang Rongtian glared at the father and son of the Li family and asked. "I am here? Of course, I am here to visit an old friend." Li Ziqing smiled. "We have been friends for so many years." "You are sick. I naturally have to come and see you. However, I have to bring you an unfortunate news. I heard that recently, people from the bank have occupied your company. Ai, they are all there to ask for money." "You?" Huang Xiaofei gasped. "If it weren't for you, would my company be like this? I will not let you go." "Hee, what does it have to do with me?" Li Ziqing looked like it had nothing to do with him. He snorted. "Aya, did you become confused after the cerebral hemorrhage? Are you going to blame everyone? You get lost. You get lost." Huang Xiaofei roared loudly. He covered his heart with one hand and pointed at Li Ziqing with the other hand. "Uncle Huang, what do you mean?" Li Tianjia said, "My father came to see you with good intentions, but you treat him like this. You are really not a good person. You deserve to be fooled all the time." You. Huang Xiaofei's breathing became hurried. "Li Ziqing, Li Tianjia, you are not welcome here." Huang Rongtian turned around and glared at the two. "Please leave immediately. Otherwise, I will call the hospital's security." "Hey, what's the attitude? Your whole family is not good. No wonder the company went bankrupt." Li Tianjia was still muttering. "Pa." There was a crisp sound. Li Tianjia covered his mouth in shock and looked at Huang Lele, who slapped him. What are you doing?" "Li Tianjia, you are not a man." Huang Lele saw Li Tianjia's smug look, and she was furious. Her father was already in the hospital, and they still added fuel to the fire. She slapped Li Tianjia in anger. Good. Li Tianjia covered his mouth and said good 3 times. Then, he pointed at Huang Lele with a ferocious face. "I am not a man? Wait. Until your Huang family is finished. When you come to beg me, I will let you see if I am a man or not. I asked you to marry me before, but you insisted on being virtuous. Otherwise, would your Huang family fall to this point? You only have yourself to blame for this." Huang Lele was furious. She pointed at Li Tianjia and couldn't speak. Li Tianjia snorted coldly and followed Li Ziqing out of the ward. When he left, he didn't forget to say, "If your Huang family doesn't want to be finished, let Huang Lele come to beg me. Be my lover and serve me well. I will help your Huang family to mediate the relationship with the bank." Ha. You get out of here." Huang Rongtian glared at Li Tianjia and said bitterly, "No one will beg you. You get out of here." "Hey, you really have no manners." Li Tianjia snorted. Outside the ward, Li Ziqing looked at his son proudly. "Tianjia, you are good. Today's words are of a standard. A man should be like this. Isn't it just a woman?" If you want to get her, you have to be strong. I know, father. Li Tianjia was very satisfied with his behavior today. Li Ziqing patted Li Tianjia's shoulder with satisfaction. If the Huang family wants to get through this difficulty this time, there is no other way except for coming to us. At that time, we will take over all the industries under the Huang family in one fell swoop. At that time, haha. Father, you are really brilliant. Li Tianjia said. In the ward, Huang Xiaofei was very angry. Huang Rongtian, Huang Rongjin, and Huang Lele comforted him. Dad, don't be angry. We can start all over again. Huang Rongtian sighed. Although he felt that it was a pity, he felt that it was nothing. After all, the brothers still had hands and feet. It was not impossible for them to make a career together. Ai. Huang Xiaofei sighed. Is the company over? At this point, Huang Rongtian couldn't lie anymore. He braced himself and nodded, saying, the company is now all here to collect debts. It has already affected normal business. Many companies that cooperate with us have already stopped working with us. Huang Xiaofei nodded helplessly. He had already guessed this ending. He was also a person who had been busy in the company for a lifetime. He naturally knew the company like the back of his hand. How could he not guess the current predicament? Looking at the faces of the Li father and son, Huang Xiaofei's heart was very uncomfortable. He blamed himself for believing Li Ziqing too easily and giving the last of the Huang family's life-saving money to the Li family. Huang Xiaofei was very clear that even if he wanted to sue the Li family, he could not win. The first point of collecting evidence was quite difficult. Country X did not join the United Nations. Singapore could not forcibly collect evidence, and they would not cooperate. Therefore, there was no way to know what account his funds eventually flowed into. He was so stupid that he did not leave any evidence with Li Ziqing, which made this case that was already difficult to win even more impossible. Therefore, Huang Xiaofei could only be angry at Li Ziqing, but he could not do anything to him. Lele, where is your boyfriend? When will you bring him here? Let Dad see. Huang Xiaofei suddenly turned to Huang Lele and said. Ah. Huang Lele's face suddenly turned red. Dad, maybe in a few days. Seeing you happy, Dad has no regrets in this life. Rongtian, Rongjin, you listen. Take care of Lele. Huang Xiaofei's expression returned to calmness, and he instructed his children. Dad, you can rest assured. After Huang Rongtian subconsciously agreed, he felt that something was wrong. Dad, what do you mean by this? Huang Rongjin also heard the meaning. Dad, don't think too much. Don't take it too hard. Everything is gone. You can start over again. Start over again? Huang Xiaofei smiled faintly. Then the Huang family depends on you and your elder brother. Don't worry. I won't take it too hard. Rongjin and Rongtian, I won't count on you. Both of you are busy with your careers. I won't urge you to get married. But Lele, I have to wait until I have a grandson. Dad. A blush appeared on Huang Lele's delicate and beautiful face, but anyone could see her joy at the moment. Even Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin had to sigh. Their little sister, Huang Lele, had grown up. I'm just a little tired. I've been working hard for most of my life, but in the end, it's all in vain. Huang Xiaofei sighed. What I regret most is that I can't leave anything for you and your siblings. Moreover, I also lost Lele's money. Everything is over. I believe it will be better in the future. Huang Rongtian patted his father's shoulder and looked at his father, who had aged a lot in the past few days. He spoke insincerely. Will the Huang family really get better? He didn't know. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin did not have this assurance. Looking at the staff who changed jobs every day and looking at the people from the bank who came to collect debts, they deeply felt that the Huang group should not be too far away from filing for bankruptcy. Dad, don't be too sad. Yang Ming will definitely have a way. Huang Lele hesitated and finally said affirmatively. She believed in Yang Ming, the man who brought her miracles. He seemed to be ordinary, but he always gave people unexpected surprises and gains at the critical moment. Just like those days in Macau, whether it was in games or gambling, Yang Ming could always surprise her. Moreover, Huang Lele also knew that games and gambling were not Yang Ming's career. Yang Ming just regarded these two as very ordinary hobbies. Huang Lele didn't know how much power Yang Ming had. But she had an inexplicable confidence that there was no problem that could be difficult for Yang Ming. I am really looking forward to this magical boy who can make my proud little princess admire him so much. Huang Xiaofei, who had sobered up, really began to examine the Yang Ming in Huang Lele's mouth. He had been driven crazy by the gold mine before. He couldn't listen to others, and he had no energy to think about other things. Now, he finally began to think about the magical boy that his daughter said. In just one gamble, he won 40 billion, and he did not hesitate to give it to Huang Lele. Huang Xiaofei admitted that he did not have such courage. Whether it was when he pursued the first madam or the second madam, he did not have such courage. From this point of view, if Lele followed this boy, she would definitely be much better than following Li Tianjia. From Li Tianjia's words just now, Huang Xiaofei also saw his hateful face, which made Huang Xiaofei feel that he was really blind at the beginning. He actually asked Huang Lele to marry such a thing that was worse than a pig or a dog. Perhaps, this magical boy could bring some unexpected turnaround to the Huang family. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaofei was slightly relieved. Africa, Country X, the President's Office of General Kar's government. General Kars had been very upset recently. What he did not expect was that his killing of General Houghton did not serve as a warning to others, but it caused a backlash from several armed forces. But it was no wonder that these armed forces saw that a powerful force like General Houghton was destroyed, so they began to feel insecure. What General Kars was most worried about happened. These armed forces began to frequently contact and meet with each other. This was what General Kars did not want to see the most. Once these people formed an alliance, his position would be in jeopardy. General Kars did not want to be driven out as soon as he came to power. He still wanted to sit in this position for a long time. Although he did not taste any sweetness in this position, it was very refreshing. There was a sense of achievement overlooking the land under his feet. Report. General Kars. General Kars' secretary came in and began to report the latest military information to General Kars. According to reliable news, the armed forces of Xianxia and Wagoner have formed an alliance and are entrenched in the northern part of our country. I heard that they are also contacting other armed forces to form the Northern Alliance of Country X. General Kars' heart was cold. It finally happened. The alliance finally happened. The alliance of other armed forces made the power of General Kars suddenly become much weaker. Although General Kars' armed forces were the most powerful among these armed forces, no matter how powerful they could not defeat the alliance of others. If all the armed forces were in an alliance, then he did not have to resist. He could just announce his resignation directly. Is the news reliable? General Kars resisted the panic in his heart and asked. Very reliable. General Kars' secretary was a confidant of General Kars. He was also very worried at the moment. General Kars, do you think we should make some necessary compromises? If this continues, I am afraid. How to compromise? General Kars had been thinking about countermeasures for the past few days without sleeping at night, but there was no good way. It was obvious that his own armed forces were certainly no match for the alliance of others. Cede the land and give them the northern part of the country. The secretary hesitated and said. Will they be willing? If we show weakness in this way, the south will form another alliance, the east will follow suit, and the west will form another alliance. Then, what are we left with? Just occupy the central position and become an empty shell government? General Kars sighed and said. Then now. General Kars' secretary was also very troubled. Our current strength has not been fully recovered. If we fight them again, I am afraid, we will still lose. General Kars nodded. He also understood that the secretary was right. Although his position now looked glorious, it was actually precarious. At present, there was no other way except to step down. Ceding the land was just a stopgap measure. In the end, he had nothing. General Kars, there is something that I don't know if I should say. General Kars' secretary hesitated. At this time, what else can't you say? You have followed me everywhere. Although you are my secretary, you are like my confidant, said General Kars. Look, can you contact Mr. Yang? Can you cooperate with Mr. Yang, said General Kars' secretary. General Kars sighed. How could he not think about Yang Ming? However, he really had nothing to give Yang Ming. Especially in the current period, many mines were within the scope of other armed forces. He could not promise anything at all. In this case, can Mr. Yang help me? General Kars smiled bitterly. Mr. Yang's armed forces are an organization that values interests. Without enough benefits, how can they make a move? However, this is the only way now. There's no other way. General Kars' secretary advised, General, no matter what, you have to give it a try. Otherwise, we are really finished. It is hard to say whether we can retreat. Once these alliances are formed, they will definitely kill us. There is absolutely no possibility for us to make a comeback. General Kars nodded. What the secretary said was true. These armed forces were not charitable ambassadors. After being ousted by them, they would never let him have the possibility to turn things around. Thinking of this, General Kars nodded and said, well, help me to meet Mr. Li Chang. Tell him that I have something to discuss. Yes, General Kars. General Kars' secretary nodded. Forget it. Prepare the car. I will visit Mr. Li Chang personally. At this time, General Kars did not dare to be arrogant. If Li Chang did not come, then there would be a crack in his relationship with him. It was better for him to visit in person now to show sincerity. Okay. The secretary quickly went to prepare the car. After Li Chang learned that General Kars was going to visit him, he did not seem to be too surprised. After all, he also established his own intelligence network in North Africa. Li Chang was also clear about the alliance of several armed forces in the north. However, these things had nothing to do with him for the time being, so Li Chang stepped up his training while keeping an eye on the movements in the north. Li Chang dialed Yang Ming's phone. At this moment, Yang Ming was watching Xianxia's concert. Hello? Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Yang Ming picked up the phone. Few people knew his phone number, especially this kind of unfamiliar number. It was even rarer. Brother Yang, this is Li Chang. Li Chang said, there is something I want to report to you. What's the matter? Say it. Yang Ming glanced at Alice beside him, lowered his voice and said faintly. General Kars just called and said that he wanted to visit me, said Li Chang. Oh? So during this time, what happened over there? Yang Ming guessed at once that something must have happened in Country X. This is the case. Several armed forces in the north have formed an alliance, which poses a great threat to General Kars' government, said Li Chang concisely. I know. You should do what you should do. I don't need to tell you again, right? Said Yang Ming. I understand, Brother Yang. You can rest assured. Li Chang nodded and said affirmatively. Okay, you are in charge of the things over there. Don't let me down, said Yang Ming. Do not worry, Brother Yang. I will not let you down. Look at me. Li Chang promised. Well, let's do this first. I am watching the concert here, said Yang Ming. Previously, Li Chang had already received Yang Ming's hint. Naturally, he knew Yang Ming's development strategy and policy in Country X, so this time, he took the initiative to negotiate with General Kars. Therefore, when General Kars' fleet entered the gold mine, Li Chang was very arrogant and did not come out to greet them. He just sent Wang Peng to meet them. But even so, General Kars was not angry. He shook hands with Wang Peng in a friendly manner and exchanged pleasantries. General Wang has always been good. General Kars also addressed Wang Peng as a general, but from the perspective of these people under Wang Peng deserved to be called a general. Welcome, General Kars. Wang Peng nodded to General Kars. Captain Li is waiting for you. Please. General Kars saw Li Chang in a high-level reception room. Seeing the arrival of General Kars, Li Chang stood up and shook hands with General Kars. Then, they sat back in their respective positions and began this discussion. General Li, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to see me, said General Kars politely. Just call me Captain Li. I am not used to the title of general. Li Chang smiled faintly. If Mr. Yang knows that I am a self-proclaimed general, he will be unhappy. Well said, then I will call you Mr. Li. General Kars quickly changed his words. Mr. Li, what happened recently? I think you should know something, right? Oh? I don't know what General Kars is referring to, asked Li Chang. This is the case. In the north of our country, several armed forces have formed the Northern Alliance. General Kars didn't know if Li Chang knew these things, so he could only repeat what he knew. In front of Li Chang, General Kars did not dare to be arrogant, so he explained the matter in detail, and Li Chang listened very seriously. General Kars was not sure whether Li Chang knew or not about this matter. I probably heard about this situation. After General Kars finished speaking, Li Chang said faintly, however, these things have nothing to do with us. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. What we want is enough benefits. Only when they offend our interests, we will make a move on them. At other times, we don't have time to pay attention to these clowns. Clowns? General Kars took a deep breath. These armed forces that were very troublesome to him and threatened his status were actually clowns in Li Chang's mouth. However, thinking of their thunderous means when they destroyed General Houghton, it was not surprising that General Houghton had no power to fight back. Not to mention the fact that they were well trained, just the weapons and equipment they had were not something they could compare to. When General Kars came in, he also saw the rows of armored vehicles, tanks, and missile carriers parked in the field. This series of things was something that they did not dare to think about. The price of this thing was enough for most of their military expenditure, and they might not be able to buy it. So with this alone, there was no power that could compete with them in this land. General Kars couldn't help but sigh. If I can have such a powerful army, then I don't have to worry about anything. Who dares to provoke me? However, he also understood that this was just an idea. In fact, it was impossible. Captain Li, in fact, I don't want to hide it from you. My current position has been threatened. The Northern Alliance is eyeing me covetously. As long as they unite a few more armed forces, my side. Aye. In front of Li Chang, General Kars simply told the truth. Otherwise, if he said those hypocritical things, it would not be good if Li Chang was disgusted. Therefore, General Kars did not feel ashamed and bluntly said the crisis he was now encountering. And, indeed, with the example of the North, the South, and the East all follow the example of the Alliance. Then you are indeed in danger. Li Chang nodded and said. General Kars did not expect Li Chang to see it so thoroughly, so he sighed, Captain Li, to be honest. This time, can you help me? How can we help you? Li Chang shrugged. General Kars, you also know that Brother Yang is a very realistic person. He values benefits. If there are enough benefits, he will make a move. I know that, but, in my current state, as an interim president who is about to be ousted, what can I promise you? General Kars sighed. To put it bluntly, with your current strength, you don't need my promise and permission to occupy any mine you want. Just drive an armored vehicle and occupy it. No one dares to say no. It seems that General Kars also understands this. Li Chang smiled and said, I once told Brother Yang that with our current strength, occupying the entire country X is not a problem. General Kars suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect Li Chang to have such an idea. It could be said that if Li Chang really wanted to, then whether it was the Northern Alliance, the Southern Alliance, or himself, they would not be a match for Li Chang and the others. What did Mr. Yang say? General Kars asked quickly. Mr. Yang said that this feeling is very good, but he is not interested in civil affairs. He is only interested in making money. Li Chang patted General Kars' shoulder and smiled. So, General Kars, you can rest assured that Mr. Yang will not compete with you for the position of president. I still have self-knowledge. Even if Mr. Yang does not compete with me for this position, according to the current situation, I can't be the president for a long time. General Kars said with a bitter smile, so, I asked Captain Li to extend a helping hand. The key is what can you give us? Li Chang asked. The problem now is that we can take action, but we should get the reward we deserve. Even if it is cooperation, it is also mutually beneficial, right? This? General Kars really couldn't think of what he could give to Li Chang for a while. Li Chang helped him to conquer the world, and he became the president. This was somewhat unreasonable, right? Let's do this, General Kars. You go back and think about it. I will also tell Mr. Yang about today's conversation and see his attitude. If possible, can we carry out further discussions? Li Chang's meaning of this sentence also meant that he was asking the guest to leave. General Kars had to stand up and said, well, then I will trouble Captain Li to report this matter to Mr. Yang as soon as possible. Okay, General Kars, you can rest assured. I will convey your meaning to Brother Yang. Li Chang had already received Yang Ming's instructions, but now he wanted to delay General Kars so that the negotiations between the two would be smoother. After General Kars left, Li Chang told Yang Ming about the negotiation process. Yang Ming let him do as he saw fit. Obviously, he was very relieved to entrust Li Chang with full authority. Captain Li, General Kars is at the end of his rope this time. You are not afraid that he will not agree to Brother Yang's request? The speaker was Lu Xinyang, Yang Ming's military advisor. Yes, this time, I am afraid that General Kars is really embarrassed. Otherwise, he can't talk to us so humbly. The previous glory is long gone. Li Chang sighed and said. However, if General Kars really cooperates with us, then he will always be in a weak and passive situation. We control the military power, and he only controls the civil affairs. In this way, whether he can continue to be the president or not is completely up to Brother Yang. Lu Xinyang smiled. This is also a disguised control of Country X's political power. Indeed, General Kars is no different from Brother Yang's men. He is even lower than us. Li Chang also nodded. However, it is much better than driving him out of office. After General Kars returned to his presidential palace, he was also at a loss. Indeed, Li Chang's words were very realistic but very reasonable. If he wanted Li Chang to send troops, then what could he give them? General Kars also came from a war background. He knew that once these armored vehicles, tanks, and even bombers were put into operation, what a huge military expenditure it would be. General Kars couldn't afford this money. He couldn't even use these gold mines and diamond mines to pay off the debt. Therefore, if he wanted Li Chang to send troops, then there was only one possibility, which was cooperation. How could he cooperate? After Li Chang helped him conquer the world, would he let Yang Ming be the president? Would he be the vice president? Not to mention whether Yang Ming was willing or not, the title of vice president was not very pleasant to hear. If a president became the vice president, his power would be reduced by more than half, and he would also be laughed at by others. It's really a headache. General Kars frowned and looked at the secretary on the side. Do you have any better ideas? General Kars, the situation is like this now. If I have a better way, can I not say it? The secretary also frowned. The only way now is to see the reply from Mr. Yang. That's the only way. General Kars nodded. As soon as General Kars finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the office. General Kars put away his sad face and said, "Please come in." Reporting to General Kars, it's not good. According to our intelligence network monitoring, several armed forces in the south have also begun to move. There are signs of an alliance. The person who came in was an intelligence officer and one of General Kars' confidants. What? After General Kars heard it, he slammed his fist on the table. These armed forces had long been seen that they were restless. When he just came to power, they were still peaceful. Now that the North had formed an alliance, they had also begun to form an alliance. Now it was really urgent. General Kars took a deep breath. He couldn't wait anymore. He had to call Li Chang immediately to ask about the progress of the matter. Otherwise, when the alliance of the South and the North arrived, it would be too late. Thinking of this, General Kars quickly picked up the phone and dialed Li Chang's number. Captain Li, it's General Kars' call. Lu Xinyang glanced at the caller ID on the phone. Oh? Hee, then pick it up. Li Chang reached out and took the phone, then pressed the answer button. Hello, General Kars, why did you call me again when you just left? Li Chang pretended to be very puzzled and asked. In fact, he understood in his heart that General Kars couldn't wait. Captain Li, the armed forces in the south have also begun to move. They intend to form an alliance. Now it is really urgent. What does Mr. Yang mean? Can you give me a definite answer? General Kar's voice sounded very anxious, and he lost his original demeanor. I just talked to Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang did not reply to me. He said that he would consider it. Li Chang said, General Kars, don't worry. This matter is also a big deal. You can't rush it. General Kars thought, you are not in a hurry. Whoever is in power has no effect on you, but am I in a hurry? I am about to be ousted. How can I not be in a hurry? Captain Li, do you see if you can tell this latest situation to Mr. Yang again? See what his opinion is, and then tell me about it. General Kars said anxiously. So, I just made a call. If I call again now, it doesn't seem to be very good. It seems to be urging. I don't know if Brother Yang has considered it. Li Chang said with some difficulty. Captain Li, this time I am begging you. This is a military situation. It really can't be delayed. General Kars sighed and said, sorry to trouble you. Well, then I will try again. General Kars, you are really in a hurry. How should I say? Ai. Li Chang sighed and said helplessly. Then thank you, Captain Li. I am waiting for good news here. General Kars saw that Li Chang agreed and said very happily. So, call me again after 20 minutes. Li Chang looked at the time and said. Okay, no problem. General Kars said quickly. Li Chang hung up the phone and looked at Lu Xinyang. He shrugged with some amusement. This General Kars, why is he so anxious? Can he not be anxious? If he is not in a hurry, he will be ousted as a general. Lu Xinyang said with a smile, it is also hard for him. If we didn't want him to accept our request at once, we would not drag him like this. Now it seems that I am afraid that no matter what kind of request we make, as long as we can let him continue to be the president, he will agree, said Li Chang. General Kars now had a feeling that every day was like a year. Looking at the clock passing by, General Kars was anxious. What did Captain Li say? The secretary also asked anxiously. As a member of General Kars' army, the survival of General Kars' government had a lot to do with him. He said, help me. Urge Mr. Yang now. Ai, if it wasn't urgent, I wouldn't do this. After all, this is a bit impolite. General Kars said with a red face. I hope Mr. Yang can give us a positive answer. General Kars' secretary looked forward to it. Finally, the time reached 20 minutes. When General Kars watched the minute hand of the clock stop at the last square, he immediately grabbed the phone and dialed Li Chang's number. Looking at such a punctual call, Li Chang was really dumbfounded. Even if this General Kars is anxious, he is not anxious to this extent, right? In fact, this was the case where the onlooker saw the game clearly. General Kars was in the game. Although the alliance between the South and the North was unlikely to launch an attack on General Kars felt that things were at stake, and he would be affected soon. Li Chang was outside the game, and he did not have the sense of urgency of General Kars. In his opinion, these armed forces alliances were not worth mentioning. There was no threat to Li Chang at all, so Li Chang had this feeling of not caring at all. General Kars, you are really punctual. I just ended the call with Brother Yang, and your call came in. Li Chang laughed. How could General Kars still have the mood to tease Li Chang at the moment? He was not in the mood to respond to Li Chang's laughter. He just said, Captain Li, is there any news from Mr. Yang? Yes, Brother Yang has put forward a general plan after consideration. I will relay it to you. You see if it is feasible, said Li Chang. Okay. General Kars heard that Yang Ming had a plan, and he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The big stone that had been pressed down in his heart for the past few days had finally been removed. At least he had hope, so he quickly asked excitedly, what did Mr. Yang say? This is the case. Brother Yang said that if you want us to send troops, it is possible. However, according to the current situation, we will not get much benefit by sending troops. So Brother Yang's opinion is that in the future, only our army exists in Country X, said Li Chang. N? General Kars was slightly stunned and understood Li Chang's meaning. Li Chang was asking for military power from him, so General Kars quickly asked, "What about me?" Of course, Mr. Yang is not interested in civil affairs. Brother Yang said that if we cooperate between the two sides, you will still be the president, but we will take back all the military power. However, we will not interfere with your civil affairs. Li Chang said, "But you have to give us a part of the annual fiscal revenue." How could General Kars not understand Li Chang's meaning? If it was really implemented according to Yang Ming's method, then Yang Ming would become the retired emperor of country X. Who did not understand that no matter how great the power of the president was, it was useless if there was no military power in his hands. Yang Ming controlled the military power. If he wanted to replace you, it would be a piece of cake. However, this request was not unacceptable to General Kars. After all, if all the armed forces in the country were dealt with by Yang Ming, he could be the president with peace of mind. Although there was still Yang Ming, the retired emperor, to suppress him, at least he was still very impressive. He still had the right to speak in most political matters. As long as he listened to Yang Ming's arrangement on major matters, it was fine. This was a bit like the relationship between the emperor and the prime minister in the past. Thinking of this, General Kars was calm. In this matter, although there were pros and cons, the pros outweighed the cons. On the one hand, because of the intervention of Yang Ming, he could continue to be the president. On the other hand, although he handed over the military power, Yang Ming would never allow other armed forces to exist in country X. He would remove all these armed forces. In this way, country X would no longer be shrouded in war. He could also have a comfortable governing environment, and he could develop the construction of country X with great fanfare. Thinking of this, General Kars felt that this was a good thing. Otherwise, in this war-torn country, he was a temporary president, and he would not be treated as a president at all. "I have no problem here," General Kars said firmly. "Captain Li, when do you think we can have a detailed discussion? I am looking forward to this cooperation very much." "Well, I will ask Brother Yang here, and then I will give you an answer," said Li Chang. "Okay, then I will trouble you, Captain Li. I will wait here for the good news." General Kars breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally sleep peacefully. When Li Chang and General Kars contacted again, both sides showed the sincerity of cooperation. On some details, they did not adopt a seesaw attitude. General Kars readily gave up some of his own interests, but he also got a lot of his own interests. For example, all the military power of country X was in Li Chang's charge. General Kars no longer kept his own army, but Li Chang's army was stationed nationwide, including his presidential palace. The civil affairs of country X were fully responsible for the Kars government. Only in the case of enacting laws and major policy changes, they needed to be submitted to Yang Ming for review. Other things were decided by General Kars. In other words, General Kars dealt with the internal affairs, and Li Chang dealt with the external affairs. In fact, this agreement was not equal, but General Kars had no way because he could not calm the civil strife. Whether it was the Northern Alliance or the Southern Alliance, General Kars would not be their opponent. Therefore, if General Kars wanted to continue to sit in the president's position, he could only cooperate with Yang Ming. The main officials of Kars were also very much in favor of the current cooperation. After all, cooperation was their only way out. If they did not cooperate, they would be pushed down by the Southern Alliance and the Northern Alliance. After cooperation, they could continue to sit in their current positions, and the security situation of country X would be improved qualitatively. Only in this way could General Kars develop the country's construction with peace of mind. Without war, there would be taxes and benefits, so General Kars was happy to see this. After signing the contract, General Kars' heart was also very refreshed. Moreover, Yang Ming actually agreed that the new country X could be named Kars Dukedom, which made Kars very proud as a founding hero. In fact, Yang Ming didn't care much about the name of country X. This was an insignificant matter. Yang Ming could only live behind the scenes instead of walking in the front stage, so in the eyes of outsiders, General Kars was still fully responsible for the governance of country X. After the contract was signed, Li Chang began a devastating attack on the Northern Alliance at lightning speed because Yang Ming also said that he did not allow the existence of other armed forces in the country, so what Li Chang had to do was to kill them all. The leader of the Northern Alliance, Johnston, was happily thinking about the future with his allies. "Hey, man, our current strength is very strong. It is enough to fight under the wall of General Kars," Johnston said proudly. "Yeah, when the time comes, Johnston, you will be the new president of Country X." His partner was also very excited. He was originally the leader of a small armed force and had no chance to make a name for himself. But this time, if Johnston's coup was successful, he would at least be considered a hero and be able to exchange for the position of prime minister. However, just as the two of them were imagining the future, Johnston's orderly ran in, sweating profusely. "Not good, General Johnston." "What's wrong? What's the big deal?" Johnston frowned and reprimanded the orderlies with a stern tone. He was about to win, so why were his subordinates still panicking? "General Kars' army has come to us." "What should we do?" the orderly asked anxiously. "General Kars?" Johnston sneered disdainfully. "Do you think I don't know his strength? Can it be compared with us now? In terms of the number of people, we are twice as many as him." However, what Johnston didn't know was that it was not the quantity but the quality of the soldiers. His temporary team might be able to compete with General Kars' former armed forces, but it was simply a world of difference with Li Chang's armed forces. Just as Johnston spoke with an arrogant attitude, a bomb fell from the sky and directly blew up the Northern Alliance's headquarters into ruins. Johnston died with his eyes wide open. He didn't understand why General Kars still had a bomber. The Southern Alliance also suffered a devastating blow. Even some small and medium-sized armed forces were attacked to varying degrees. For a time, darkness shrouded the entire Country X. All the remaining armed forces were in a state of panic. Everyone was in danger. They didn't understand when General Kars got such powerful foreign aid. Li Chang's military equipment was continuously transported by Old Buffon on ships. It could be said that Old Buffon was now eager to do something for Yang Ming. He and his wife had become Yang Ming's disciples, and he seized every opportunity to curry favor. Therefore, Old Buffon didn't need Yang Ming to say anything. Some of the military weapons and equipment within Old Buffon's ability were all imported to Country X. For a time, Li Chang's backup force was sufficient. General Kars could receive detailed reports of victory every day. On his own side, it was actually Li Chang's side. It was just that the two people had already cooperated, so Kars shamelessly turned Li Chang's victory report into his own victory report. There were no casualties on his side. It could be said that this armed forces expulsion war was completely one-sided. General Kars felt that his whole person was now comfortable. He could finally rest easy. "These damn opponents, now you finally know how powerful my General Kars partners are, right?" In fact, Li Chang's speed had exceeded General Kars' expectations. Although General Kars knew that Li Chang was very strong, he only discovered that Li Chang was much stronger than he imagined when he really experienced it. They could actually fight on multiple fronts. In one day, they destroyed 80% of the armed forces in Country X. This was something that General Kars did not dare to imagine in the past, but now it had become a reality. It could be said that his cooperation with Yang Ming was wise. From then on, there would be no more wars in Country X. In the evening, at Yang Ming's diamond mine, Li Chang held a celebration banquet. It had been changed into the headquarters of the Black Butterfly Alliance forces. In addition to being responsible for assassin affairs and mercenary affairs, it was also responsible for the security of Country X. Kars had now become the second or even the third person in Country X because in front of Li Chang and Yang Ming, Kars could not maintain the majesty and demeanor of the outside world. At Li Chang's side, General Kars was completely like a subordinate who listened to instructions. "Captain Li, thank you very much this time," General Kars said from the bottom of his heart. Li Chang smiled slightly after listening. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say thank you. Now, Country X is also Mr. Yang's, so doing this is also for ourselves." "Yes." After General Kars listened to Li Chang's words, he was somewhat bitter. Indeed, he should face the reality. He was no longer the highest power, but Yang Ming was. Therefore, he did not need to say any words of thanks. It was enough to listen to Yang Ming's orders in the future. Mr. Yang said that after the war is over, he will come here and personally appoint you as the first prime minister of the country, said Li Chang. Then, I will trouble Mr. Yang. General Kars also understood that in the current situation, he was no longer suitable to be called the president because the future political road of Country X would become similar to behind-the-scenes imperial power rule. Yang Ming would live behind the scenes, and he would become the manager at the front. Li Chang's words also clearly told General Kars that his future appointment and removal power was completely in the hands of Yang Ming. If he was obedient, then he would always sit in this position. Otherwise, Yang Ming could still appoint others. General Kars also knew this, so he had become much more humble in his words and deeds. At the celebration banquet, the politicians of General Kars all expressed their loyalty to Yang Ming. Li Chang was very satisfied with this. He also gave an explanation to Yang Ming. The title of General Kars also became history, and it became Prime Minister Kars. However, General Kars thought that the Prime Minister sounded better. A general was always like a temporary title. In the past, there were 80 generals in Country X, even if there were not 100. The Prime Minister had established his position in Country X. Xia's concert was very successful, and Yang Ming naturally attended the celebration banquet of Xia's concert again. This celebration banquet was very low-key. There were only Locklearing, Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, Alice, and old Buffon and his wife. It could be said that except for Alice, there were only their own people left. Xia did not expect that after her concert, she would sit at the same table with so many big shots. Locklearing had become the mayor of the city, and Alice was a legend in Europe. The concert was very successful. The first to speak was Yang Ming, which made Alice slightly surprised. In her opinion, at this table, the person with the highest status should be Uncle Buffon. Why did Yang Ming, the guest, speak first? Looking at Uncle Buffon again, there was no annoyance. This made Alice feel a little strange. What is the relationship between Yang Ming and old Buffon? When did the two of them become so familiar with each other? Old Buffon's current appearance was completely like Yang Ming's vassal. This made Alice frown. This Yang Ming is really not simple. He is really like what my brother said. He is a difficult person to deal with. Thank you. Xia smiled sweetly. She picked up the juice in front of her and clinked her glass with Yang Ming. This was a private party. Xia did not need to drink. She just needed to drink juice. Locklearing also knew that Yang Ming's identity was noble, but he did not know the specifics. So at this moment, he did not dare to make a sound. He just sat there and watched silently. Otherwise, if it were another occasion, Locklearing would be the protagonist. But now, he had become a supporting role. If there were news reporters present, they would be very surprised. The combination of this table was really weird. Xia had a total of 10 concerts in Europe. This was only the first stop, but the next one was easy to handle. With old Buffon's personal care, it could be said that Xia could go unhindered in Europe. There would no longer be people who had crooked thoughts about her. Even if someone had this idea, they would weigh their own strength. They were thousands of miles away from old Buffon. Going up would be courting death. Moreover, the matter between Mark Vader and Malajben had become a joke in the upper-class society. These upper-class people knew the real reason for Mark Vader's downfall, so no one was willing to follow in Mark Vader's footsteps. Tonight was the last day to get together. Xia would board a plane to another city in a while, so Yang Ming particularly cherished this time. It was said to be a celebration banquet, but it had always been Yang Ming and Xia making eyes at each other. The others had completely become supporting roles. Alice wanted to interject, but Yang Ming said, "Do you want my help?" Alice had no choice but to close her mouth. It made Yang Ming feel very refreshed. For Xia's departure, Yang Ming was very open-minded. After all, Xia now had her own career to be busy with, and he also had his own things to do. The two people couldn't stick together endlessly. Parting was just the beginning of the next gathering, so after Yang Ming sent Xia to the airport, he waved his hand freely. "Are you a little reluctant?" Wang Xiaoyan asked with a smile. "The days ahead are still long, aren't they?" Yang Ming smiled. Wang Xiaoyan was very clear about what Yang Ming had done in Country X. Yang Ming did not hide this from her, so Wang Xiaoyan's mood was also very good. This was a good start. The establishment of the Black Butterfly Organization's base in Country X meant that the Black Butterfly had taken an important step toward internationalization. Especially in Country X, a country under the behind-the-scenes control of Yang Ming, all the policies and laws could be said to be decided by Yang Ming. In this way, the development of the Black Butterfly Organization was very effective. The development of the Black Butterfly would not be subject to any restrictions because the highest person in charge was Yang Ming. Yang Ming would not be stupid enough to restrict the development and growth of his organization. Also in Europe, inside an old castle. This was the birthplace of the Charles family. Old Charles called his butler, Zhou Tianxiang. Although old Charles was very puzzled about how his son had an intersection with Zhou Tianxiang's daughter, as a father, he still had to fulfill his son's wish. "Master, are you looking for me?" Zhou Tianxiang had been a butler in this family for decades. "Well, Tianxiang, you have a daughter. She is in China, right?" Old Charles smiled, motioned Zhou Tianxiang to sit down, and then said, "Yes, my family is in Songjiang." Why did Master suddenly mention this? Zhou Tianxiang was a little puzzled. He, then don't you miss them? You only have 1 month of vacation time every year, right? Old Charles sighed and asked. It's true that I miss them, but this is also my career. Zhou Tianxiang didn't know why old Charles suddenly asked this. If you miss them, how about bringing them to Europe? Anyway, the castle is very big, and there is no shortage of 2 people. Old Charles said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Master. My wife and my daughter have their own careers and studies, as well as their social circles. They will not be used to coming here, said Zhou Tianxiang. Old Charles nodded. Originally, he wanted to use a roundabout strategy to bring Zhou Tianxiang's daughter and wife over. Then, wouldn't his son be in a favorable position? But now listening to Zhou Tianxiang, indeed, it was not the right thing to bring the mother and daughter over. So, after thinking about it, it seemed that he could only be frank. This is the case. Tianxiang, this kid, Charles, saw your daughter in Songjiang. She is called Zhou Jejia, right? She is a very beautiful girl, said old Charles. Oh? Zhou Tianxiang was stunned. He faintly understood the intention of old Charles. It turned out that he had taken such a big circle because of his daughter. However, since old Charles asked, Zhou Tianxiang couldn't not answer, so he said, yes, she is called Zhou Jejia. She is just like a willow tree. Tianxiang, you are too humble. How can Charles, this kid, be infatuated with your beauty? Old Charles waved his hand and smiled. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. This? Zhou Tianxiang naturally guessed what old Charles was going to say, but his daughter already had a boyfriend, and Zhou Tianxiang didn't want to interfere with his daughter's affairs, so he was naturally in a dilemma at this time. Why? You don't want me to say it? Old Charles also faintly felt that this Zhou Tianxiang seemed to be unwilling. What do you mean? My son is interested in your daughter. It is your blessing. You are just a butler. You still want to put on airs with me. Isn't it a bit too much? Master, please say it. Zhou Tianxiang had no choice but to bite the bullet and say it. Old Charles nodded and said, this time I am looking for you to propose marriage. This kid, Charles, is interested in your daughter. I don't know what you think. Old Charles saw Zhou Tianxiang like this, and he was too lazy to beat around the bush. He said it straightforwardly. Master, this matter, forgive me for being unable to do it. Now we are talking about free love. It is not the era of arranged marriages. I don't want to interfere with the marriage of my children. Zhou Tianxiang said helplessly. So, you don't agree? Old Charles frowned. He didn't expect Zhou Tianxiang to refuse him. It's not that I don't agree. If my daughter agrees, then I have nothing to say, but if she doesn't agree, I can't force it, right? Said Zhou Tianxiang. Then what do you mean? Your daughter doesn't like my son, right? Old Charles said with a cold snort. That's not it, but my daughter already has a boyfriend. She will no longer be tempted by Master Charles. Zhou Tianxiang explained. Humph. Old Charles slammed the table and said, Zhou Tianxiang, I will give you a few days to solve this matter, and then give me an answer. Agree to this marriage. We will become in-laws, and then you and I will be on equal footing in this castle. Otherwise, you can pack up and leave. End of chapter 1141. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.